Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto was neglected by his family and had an all-element bloodline. Part 3. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 23. Arc 5. Part 2. DCH, how weak can you be to not even gather any information? Naruto snapped his head towards Narumi and he swore for a second, all he could see was red. Naruto had felt rage bubble up in him, unparalleled to any anger he had ever felt before in his life. Naruto barely registered Kurenai's worried gaze and looked at him as she scolded alone in the room. Kurenai put her soft hand onto Naruto's shoulder as she yelled at Narumi. She herself was beginning to get annoyed at and if it wasn't for Naruto telling her to let her do her thing, she would have returned to Konoha and requested a new teammate immediately. Naruto didn't even bother to look over at Kurenai, he only had his eyes set onto Narumi's aggressive smirk as hers glossed over with confidence. It had taken everything in Naruto's power to not activate his Sharingan and glare daggers at the girl, his very own sister, as she called him out in front of Kurenai. Naruto growled, all sound muffled around him, and not even the calming words of Asobu had yet to reach him. His hands balled themselves into fists as he took a step forward, and he grew madder as Narumi's smirk only grew. What? Does the weakling finally want that spar? Naruto's eyes flashed dangerously, and this time Asobu had to forcefully interject himself. He was screaming at the blonde to stop and calm down. Naruto barely heeded his words, he could tolerate his family leaving him behind, he could live with the idea of them not in his life. But no one, absolutely no one would call him weak in front of Kurenai, anyone but her. Narumi's eyes glinted as she watched her brother get closer to her, her hand was already trembling slightly with excitement as she slowly reached into her pouch fingering around for a kunai. That is enough. Narumi, I had accepted your attitude long enough. If you don't back off right away I will be forced to make you. Kurenai yelled, stepping in front of Naruto, surprising both the Namikazes. At the gesture Naruto was finally able to make out what Asobu had been yelling at him. The calming words finally reached Naruto's brain and he took a few large and silent breaths. Narumi, seeing Kurenai intervene scowled, she took her hand out of her pouch and almost glared at the two of them. She kicked off the wall she was leaning against and offered a half-ass apology and left the room, disappointed that her plan had failed. It only was that Kurenai hadn't got in the middle, then finally she would see how strong her brother actually was. With another loud scowl she slammed the door shut and left the room entirely, leaving both Naruto and Kurenai alone. An awkward silence bathed through the bedroom as Kurenai turned back to Naruto who was standing at the foot of the bed. Arms limp at his sides as he looked at her with a mixture of shock and annoyance. The red-eyed beauty ignored the look as she bent down to his level, her hand reaching out impulsively and laid itself on his cheek. Naruto wanted to snap away from her touch, but he couldn't, he felt cemented in place as he felt her thumb start to gently rub the bottom of his scar. Naruto's fists tightened at his sides, looking away from Kurenai as he scoffed. You didn't have to do that, I had it under control. You don't have to lie to me, Naruto-kun. It's okay. She said softly, leaning forward until her forehead rested against his. Naruto felt his breathing hitch in his throat and his body froze as Kurenai's hot breath tickled his cheek. He was annoyed, he was angry at Narumi, he was angry at everybody. And yet, whenever Kurenai was here, the ice around his heart melted away and he found himself happy again. He stood still for several moments, enjoying the warmth from Karini, and he hesitantly gave in. Leaning into her touch and putting more of his weight onto her. She didn't seem to mind as they stood in the center of the room in complete silence, both not bothering to talk as they enjoyed the peaceful nature of things. Naruto felt his cheeks start to heat up as what sounded like an angel reached his ears. He pursed his eyes up at the sound, coming face to face with Kurenai, her eyes were closed shut as the angelic melody of laughter played on her pillowy lips. Naruto, like before, had forgotten how to breathe in that very instant. He couldn't take his eyes off of her as she laughed louder, small tears falling down her perfectly pale cheeks. The words flowed from her mouth like a harp, so pure and pleasing to the ear. He felt himself get drawn to her very presence, and Naruto was sure that at that moment, her smile had been the most beautiful thing that ever existed and nothing could ever surpass it. I guess we should have traded her out for someone else, huh? Naruto felt himself groan as his eyes started to flutter open. His head was pounding against his skull and he reached up and rubbed his temple in hopes to ease the pain. He blinked a few times to adjust his eyesight as he looked up into the dull gray ceiling over his head. He could hear the faint signs of people talking, but he wasn't fully awake yet and it just sounded like a muffled mess as he used his arm and pushed himself up. His hand made contact with the soft cushion of a couch as he pulled himself up, rubbing the remains of sleep from his eyes as he tilted his head to the side, earning a sickening crack. Naruto sighed happily at the feeling. He was beginning to feel his body loosening up as the muttering had stopped completely as the occupants in the room looked over at the now awake boy. "Ah, it seems you're finally awake, Naruto." Naruto blinked at being addressed at random. He turned his head to the sound of the voice to see the three people sitting comfortably at a large circular table. Suddenly the memories flooded back into Naruto like a tidal wave as he looked over to the gray-haired man who had just spoken to him. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts as he remembered everything, his battle with that Adarashi member, using his Sharingan and Isobu's chakra to deal a devastating blow to the man. Mulling over his thoughts, Naruto felt his eyes narrow suspiciously as he looked the man up and down. "Shouldn't you be injured? Oh me? You managed to break my arm, but it's already fully healed." Naruto felt his eyes widen as Yuno waved his arm casually, grinning as he did so. The blonde's mouth fell open in shock. Yuno managed to take a Bijuu chakra punch to the stomach and left the fight with only a broken arm. He had no other injuries as he sat comfortable in his chair without a care in the world. Naruto was stunned. Just how strong was Yuno? A normal person shouldn't have been able to even walk for about a week after feeling such an attack. Naruto shook his head as he thought about Yuno's strength. He was sure he had only seen a fraction of it, and that thought alone was terrifying. Naruto was broken out of his thoughts as Kai's yelled to him, bouncing up and down at her own seat at the table as she patted on the one next to her. Naruto smiled and quickly swung his legs off of the couch and made his way towards the free chair next to the lone girl. After taking a seat, Kai smiled up at him, scooting her chair closer so their shoulders were touching. Naruto chuckled a bit and looked across the table. Yuno was seated comfortably next to Sasori, who was swirling his tea in his tiny cup. The redhead looked bored, his eyes duller than usual as they glanced at the blonde. Naruto only blinked in confusion and grew even more confused as Yuno laughed slightly. "You have been unconscious for about 2 hours. I was starting to get bored waiting." Naruto just sweat-dropped at Sasori's words. Sometimes Naruto just couldn't get a good read on the puppet master. At one moment the redhead was almost playful, acting like an excited kid on Christmas Day, then the next he was brooding and bored, like he had just watched all of his presents get taken away from him and lost interest. It was confusing. Naruto just shook his head as Sasori downed the rest of his beverage. He grumbled slightly as he left the table without a word and made his way back into the kitchen. Naruto watched him bemused and was brought back to reality as Yuno had started to speak. Sasori can be interesting at times, but under that tough exterior of his he is quite the prankster. Eyes giggled at Yuno's words as she leaned against the table, nodding her head vigorously. "Yeah. Sasori-sensei had even shown me his puppet collection. He had a lot of very cute. Let me remind you that you had almost destroyed some of those." Sasori said angrily as he returned to his seat with a full cup of tea. He glared at Kai's, making the girl stop her rambling. Kai's pouted and crossed her arms with a huff, mumbling to herself as Naruto and Yuno laughed at the display. Naruto rubbed the girl's head and her attitude did a quick 180 as she smiled up happily at the blonde. "Now that Naruto is awake we can finally get down to business." Naruto looked over at Yuno, his hands still playing with Kai's brown locks as he raised an eyebrow. Naruto took notice of Sasori straightening up his back and as his eyes turned serious. Naruto nodded his head, acknowledging Yuno's words as he swallowed hard. He was starting to become a little nervous at finally being able to hear what he was waiting for all this time. Yuno smiled as he interlocked his fingers together, covering his mouth as he looked between Naruto and Kai's. "Now, what do the two of you know about our group? That you guys call yourself Adarashi and have a blue wave on the cloaks you guys wear." Yuno nodded as he reached down onto the floor, picking up his neatly folded cloak and placing it onto the table. He pushed it closer to Naruto and the blonde examined the cloak. It was a dark blue in color and the wave on the front was a nice light blue. It was long, possibly going all the way down to Yuno's legs and would easily slide off of Naruto and Kai's. Naruto felt Kai's grab a hold of the article of clothing as she pulled it closer to herself. Naruto just looked back at Yuno with a questioning gaze as the girl next to him was amazed at the soft material of the cloak. "Yes, our group Adarashi is a counterforce against a terrorist group who call themselves the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki are a group of S-class missing nin from all the major villages and they are a force to be reckoned with," Yuno said, making Naruto's eyes go wide. Just the thought alone of such power shinobi all under the same leader was intimidating. Naruto had barely come out of most of his fights alive and couldn't imagine what a fight against an S-class shinobi would be like. Sure, he was much stronger now, stronger than he had ever felt before in his life. He just wished he didn't have to fight an S-class shinobi soon. The Akatsuki aren't just a normal terrorist group though. Their goal, capture and obtain all 9-tailed beasts and use them to take over the world. Naruto felt his blood run cold. Even Kai's had frozen as she looked up at Yuno in shock. Kai's hand reached out instinctively and balled itself around Naruto's sleeve desperately, her golden eyes looking at Naruto in apparent worry as her grip tightened. Naruto himself was in a deeper state of shock, he was stunned into silence at the mere thought of the possibility. Even though Asobu had fallen silent, the giant turtle's lone eye looked down at his reflection in the water, grief overtaking him at the thought of any of his siblings being held captive from these criminals. And they are already in possession of 5 of the 9-tailed beasts. At Yuno's words the room turned tense. Even Sasori seemed unnerved, his tea was untouched as his hand tightened around the cup. The room was so silent you could hear a pin drop from any of the adjacent rooms in the frown as the words left his mouth, looking down as his fists balled themselves into fists. His nails dug deep into his palms as a small trickle of blood fell down onto the table. Naruto felt Kai's try to get closer to him as he spoke. But didn't you say you were a counterforce? How did they? Naruto's voice trailed off as he noticed the solemn looks appear on the two adults' faces. It was the first time either Naruto and Kai's had seen such a look of sadness strike Sasori. The redhead's grip was so strong cracks started to appear in his cup. Yuno felt his frown fall deeper as he placed his hand on Sasori's now slumped shoulder. Yes. But the Akatsuki were much stronger than we had originally thought. We had lost almost all of our members. Our leader, Sasori, Itsumi, Akira and myself are the only remaining members of Adarashi. The other 100 had all been killed. Yuno said angrily, he sometimes still couldn't believe that the Akatsuki managed to kill almost all of their members. They were bloodthirsty monsters who didn't belong to this world. He made a vow to himself to kill every last Akatsuki member, to bring peace to the shinobi world and avenge the friends and family he had made within the group. And he would do it, no matter what it took. Naruto was once again stunned into silence, 100 members gone just like that. All killed for the greater good of the world, seemingly all for nothing, since the group was still closing the gap with reaching their goal. But we managed to get an upper hand as we managed to get away with the Sanbi before the Akatsuki cloud. We were there when he was about to die, and he was okay with us taking away the Sanbi before they could. So I was able to sneak away with the Bijuu in an urn that I carried around for a few months. Before I had met you, Naruto. Naruto scowled, his Sharingan flaring to life as it glared at Yuno. He felt like his body was shaking, things were starting to sound like they were getting worse by the second. Naruto slammed his hands on the table, angrily making Kai's jump in surprise. Asobu had to do everything in his power to hold back his chakra as Naruto snapped. Naruto growled, I'm in this mess all because of you. Why did you have to seal Asobu into me? I didn't ask for this power, you involved me in a battle I was never supposed to be attending. Yuno stayed still as beads of spit landed on his face from Naruto's outburst. He remained completely unfazed and nodded his head. Yes. On the day I found you I was struck with the idea to seal the Sanbi into you. You were an Amicus, a direct descendant to the Indama Hokage, so you were born with talent. No one would have ever expected you to hold the Sanbi, and when Shisui had offered his Sharingan up to you, it had only made the choice even easier. Out of everybody in the world, you were the only one I could see who could not only master this power, but keep it hidden from the Akatsuki. Yuno said, shutting Naruto up. Yuno continued, furthering his point. In a short amount of time you had already almost mastered a Sharingan ability and even mastered a single tail of the Sanbi. With training I knew you would become a fine shinobi. Naruto went silent, feeling his heartbeat quicken as he fell back into his chair, processing what Yuno had said. He didn't know what he thought about the situation as he closed his eyes in irritation. On one hand he was glad he had met Asobu. Because of the demon he was able to get much further in his shinobi career and had stopped Naruto from making many bad decisions time and time again. But now with the knowledge of the Akatsuki out there, everything has changed. Naruto would no doubt have to come into contact with an Akatsuki member and fight for his life, and if he had lost, then it meant more than just losing his life, no, it put the whole world in jeopardy. His death could very much be the catalyst to the world ending. And Narumi and Natsu. At that thought he grew even more annoyed. They were both from Kyuubi. He had no attachment to them as a family. Like he had told Narumi they are strangers from here on out and most likely forever will be. But that doesn't mean he wants them to die and they were publicly known throughout the elemental nations. And being the kids of one of the strongest Hokage in history painted a big target on their backs that they would probably never outgrow. Looking back up at Yuno he narrowed his eyes, his Sharingan now into his new state as he stared at the Adarashi member. And I'm assuming you want me to join this group of yours. Yuno smiled, Naruto was smarter than he originally thought. He nodded his head. Indeed. I had wanted to recruit you and Kai's into Adarashi, since I believe with you two, we could finally put an end to the Akatsuki once and for all. And what makes you think I would join willingly? And I am damn well not allowing Kai's to be brought into this way of life. I would rather die than let anything happen to her. Naruto said confidently, his eyes never wavering off of Yuno as Kai's gasped slightly, even Sasori seemed surprised at the blonde. Running his hand through his red hair as he watched Kai's look at Naruto with a huge amount of worry. Kai's tightened her grip on his sleeve, pulling herself closer to the blonde. Naruto lost his serious look as he looked down at Kai's in worry. He asked what was wrong, and Kai's shook her head violently. And no. I can't just do nothing while a group goes after you Naranai. I couldn't live with myself if they managed to take you away from me. That's why I won't let you leave without me and I can fight with you." All the people present felt their eyes widen and Naruto looked down at Kai's in shock. Kai's buried herself deeper into his chest as Naruto wrapped his arms around the girl, a few tears falling out of his eyes as he held her tightly. He whispered in her ear that he wouldn't go anywhere and he would always be here for her. The two Adarashi members watched the scene play out in front of them rather fondly. Especially Sasori, he would never admit it, but he had started to care for the two kids more than he had thought he would. They helped fill the void in his empty heart as more and more of his Adarashi members had passed away, they had reminded him how good it felt to be himself. He smiled at the display, those two really did care for each other. Perhaps Yuno was right in making the call to have Naruto take her all the way here. Naruto, at the end of the day it is still your choice to join us. I will not force you, but I do believe that you two could help change the shinobi world for the better. Naruto peeked over at Yuno, he rubbed Kai's back soothingly as he pondered what Yuno had said. He already had the power sealed inside of him, not going with the group wouldn't benefit anyone in the long run. If he didn't go then he could perhaps keep Asobu a secret for a little while longer and hell, it was already outstanding that he had managed to keep his Sharingan and blood style a secret for so long. Naruto had expected that Narumi would have jumped at the chance to make his powers known to the world as soon as she returned to Konoha. But that wasn't the case, he had appeared in the bingo book under regular capture order. The entry had no info about his powers and in his opinion, he really didn't care about hiding them anymore. He was proficient in them well enough to not really care about the secret. But it was a welcome surprise. But if he did think about joining Adarashi, it would be just another way to become powerful enough to protect those close to him. Like he had said before, he would rather die than let anything happen to Kai's, and that also went for his friends back in Konoha and Kurenai. He pondered the idea some more, letting it soak in his brain as his eyes wandered between the two Adarashi members. The longer he thought about it the more clear the answer became for the blonde boy. But he wouldn't give in so easily like he had done in the past. He was different than he used to be. He had a purpose now, people to protect, and that meant more to him than his life. He was done getting pushed around. Itsumi had played him like a damn fiddle and he was not about to follow the Pied Piper again. "I will think about joining your group. But on one condition." Yuno kept his face blank as he stared at Naruto. He traced his finger against the mahogany table as he nodded. He was curious about what Naruto had wanted from them, but he was eager to hear the boy out. So Yuno nodded his head. Naruto thought about what he wanted to say, he knew he was already promised this, but it was a way of cementing the information into stone, like he said, he was done being played with. And knowing slightly how Adarashi worked and thought, by normal means his question would have gone unanswered like before. "I want to know who killed Shisui Naisen. I want to know everything about that day, down to the last detail. And I want your word, Kai's safety is my #1 priority. I will no doubt leave anyone if it means I can save her. After I hear everything, then I will make my decision." Yuno smiled, leaning forward as he interlocked his fingers again. He ignored Sasori's flabbergasted expression and nodded his head at Naruto. Naruto felt like a weight got lifted off his body as Yuno gave his acknowledgement to his demand. It was far-fetched, but it helped seal away any doubts Naruto was having about the group. So far Naruto only trusted Sasori out of the 3 Adarashi members he had met. He hated Itsumi more than anything for what he said he would do to Kurenai, and Yuno had burdened him with a power that was getting Chaz down. Forcing him into a war he wasn't prepared for. "Very well then," Yuno said, scooting closer to the table as all present stared at him in anticipation, but no one more than Naruto. Naruto was dead silent, he was finally getting what he was waiting for, what had been plaguing his mind since he had got here. He could feel his breath hitch as he watched Yuno's mouth open up, his palms had started to sweat, and he wasn't sure if Isobu's calming would have any effect on him at the moment. "His name is Danzo. Danzo Shimura is a figurehead on the Konoha Council, he is the one who had killed Shisui Uchiha." Naruto remained silent as he stared at Yuno, and everything around him seemed to fade away into nothingness. Finally after all these years he had a name for the faceless man who killed his Nai-san. He felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood turn hot at the mere mention of his name. "Danzo Shimura." Naruto muttered angrily, spinning widely in his socket. Yuno nodded his head. "Yes. Sadly I do not know all the details of that night that had caused Danzo to kill Shisui, but I was in Konoha doing some business when I saw Naruto, sneaking out of your bedroom window and running towards the Uchiha district. I had trailed you out of pure curiosity until Danzo had sliced your eye open. I was quick to intervene after that, saving you and Shisui, but Shisui had already lost too much blood and his right Sharingan eye had already been gouged out. Danzo took his Sharingan, Shisui's Sharingan, and killed Nai-san." Naruto mumbled out, his words sounded more like a ghost of a whisper as they flew from his lips. His blood was burning with such intensity he felt like he was going to pass out from the feeling. His nails dug themselves into his palms, drawing small trickles of blood to seep down to his knuckles. His Sharingan eye was wide, and all he could see was the final memory he had of Shisui, the smiling boy that had done everything for him, who had helped him when no one else did. Naruto stood up abruptly from his chair, surprising everyone but Yuno as he walked towards the door. Kai's called out after him, asking him what the problem was as she jumped out of her own seat to follow him. Kai stopped dead in her tracks as Naruto's body exploded into a vile red chakra cloak. Naruto's multicolored eyes stared at Kai's, a look of pure anger coursed through him as his enlarged nails tried their very best to pierce the cloak around him. I'm going to go after Danzo and make him pay. It's his fault Shisui Niasen is dead, and it's his fault the Uchiha clan were wiped out. Naruto said darkly, the last part of that was more of a hunch on Naruto's part. But it was the only reasonable explanation that had presented itself as to why Danzo, a member of the council, had wanted the Uchiha clan gone. I very much advise at least leaving tomorrow then. Give you time to cool down and think about what you are doing, what this means. This time Sasori spoke up, standing up from his chair and putting his hand on his chest. His eyes glossed over with a small shred of worry before it vanished completely. Naruto just looked over at the puppet master annoyed. I think that's for the best Naruto, and I had a few techniques I still needed to show Kai's, and I can get her ready for tomorrow. Naruto shook his head at Sasori's words as he glanced over at Kai's. His chakra cloak had started to recede back into his seal, but his previous anger still very much remained without the chakra. Blinking the gold away in his eye he spoke, I don't want to come with me, something can happen. I already said I'm not leaving you Naranai. Either I go with you, or you're not going at all. I said confidently, her own golden eyes never faltering as she stared right back at her Naranai. She was going to be stubborn about this, she had already lost one brother who had gone insane, and she was not going to lose another one. Naruto wanted to scowl at her words, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Yuno's face was the only one not showing any signs of emotions as he looked at Naruto, trying to get a read on his own inner conflict. The room was silent as they waited Naruto's answer, almost too silent that Kai's had started to fidget slightly in place. Naruto sighed before deactivating him, turning his back to the rest of them as he placed his hand back onto Kai's head and softly brushed her soft brown locks to the side. Sasori let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, and Yuno just smiled. Fine. But tomorrow, we will make our way to Konoha. Chapter 24. Arc 5. Part 3. The next day, 6 a.m. You're progressing well Kai's, Sasori said, wiping a thick gleam of sweat from his brow as he turned his head back to the adorable brown-headed girl. The next words had all but died in the Adarashi member's throat as he looked at Kai's, a deep frown was etched into her face as her hand mindlessly controlled a puppet, making it run from side to side with a faraway look in her eyes. Sasori wanted to sigh at the expression on the girl, she had been like that since they had started training, and it looked like it wasn't going away anytime soon. While she was still heading all of his instructions and following the training regimen, her mind was most definitely elsewhere. Eyes, what's on your mind? You look distracted. Sasori said as he took a seat next to the unmoving Kai's. Eyes looked up at the red head beside her, and her frown only deepened. She put the hand down that was controlling the puppet and sighed. The puppet was still active as it curled itself around Kai's as she rested her head in her palm, her eyes slowly shifted from Sasori and back to the large mountain that their base was hidden within. Her free hand mindlessly played with a few strands of grass beneath her fingertips as they sat out in the forest next to the cabin. I'm worried about Naranai. He was acting kinda scary last night after he found out who killed Shisui Jiji. And I just don't want him to do something he would regret. Sasori's eyes and he slowly nodded his head along with her, leaning back and raising his head to look up into the endless blue sky. There wasn't a single cloud that blemished the beauty, and Sasori silently marveled at the scene. He gently patted Kai's on the head. I know what you mean kid, but this means a lot to him. I know. I'm just a little worried. Sasori chuckled as he shook her brown hair a little more. Kai stifled a giggle as she tried to push the older man's hand away. Sasori just chuckled at the scene, he sometimes forgets that Kai's was only about 9 years old. She acted much older than she let on and had an air of maturity that she kept up for most of her life. Of course she still acted like a kid, but it was little moments like these that always surprised Sasori and he wasn't sure if he could get fully used to it. Well that's why you're going with him right? To make sure that blonde idiot doesn't do anything stupid. Eyes giggled again and smiled at Sasori. Her smile suddenly turned mischievous as the puppet around her clicked rapidly. Sasori then yelped out in surprise, looking down to see the little boy puppet that had wrapped itself around Kai's, had its mouth open, and was biting down hard on one of his fingers. Sasori felt his eye twitch before glaring at the young girl, Kai's just laughed it off as she took off running back to the cabin. Sasori yelled after her as he held his sore finger, he silently cursed to himself as he quickly caught up to Kai's, who was giggling furiously. He swore he would never get used to a puppet that acted on its own, but at least she made good enough progress that she made no indication of even controlling the metallic boy. Sasori quickly grabbed the girl by the collar and picked her up. Kai's didn't even try to fight back as he did so, too busy laughing as she looked up into the sky. Sasori was about to scold the girl, but the second he opened his mouth he noticed that the Kai's wasn't even looking at him. Blinking in surprise as a sudden caw echoed into the early morning air. He raised his eyebrow and quickly asked Kai's what was wrong and was even more confused as the girl kept her gaze into the sky, her golden eyes tracing something as a small shadow obscured most of his face. Naranai once told me that Shisui Jiji would often get distracted when crows circle around them. Sasori felt his whole body freeze over at Kai's words. He hesitantly raised his head upwards, squinting his eyes a bit as the glaring sun almost blinded his vision completely. Just as he finally adjusted he felt them grow wide, his blood ran cold in his veins as Kai's words echoed in his mind. She was right, there were about 6 crows cawing loudly as they flew aimlessly above their heads in the empty sky. Sasori put Kai's down in a flash, almost at his speed. Kai's was about to ask what the matter was when Sasori quickly spun on his heel looking back into the forest they had just run out of. Kai's watched in confusion while Sasori was trying his best not to sweat, internally he was trying to calm his beating heart. There is no way, how could. His thoughts were cut off as his breath hitched in his throat, he heard Kai's gasp next to him as they watched a black silhouette slowly make their way towards them. Sasori felt his body stiffen as he took several breaths to calm himself down, he reached behind him taking the large scroll on his back and swinging it open. The footsteps only grew as the mysterious figure got closer to them and stood right under the glaring sun. Kai's grabbed the cloth of Sasori's pants as the figure finally stopped its trek towards them. Sasori slammed his open palm into the scroll as a tall human-like puppet exploded from the scroll with a poof. The puppet looked to be a man who stood just about 6 feet tall with short arms as it floated above the ground already connected to Sasori's chakra strings. Sasori and Kai's looked forward at the man standing across from them, he was taller than Sasori as one of his arms rested just outside the zipper in his coat. His pure black cloak swayed in the wind as the top half of the cloak covered his lower face from view. He had a scratched-out Konoha headband over his forehead as his long black bangs parted in the center and framed his handsome face. Sasori pushed his arm out to shield Kai's from the man and she gasped loudly as the deep red clouds finally became visible to her. "Don't look into his eyes, Kai's." She quickly nodded, fighting the urge to suddenly look into the stranger's eyes before forcing her head to the side. Sasori didn't have any time to let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the familiar man in front of him. He took a quick step forward to get in front of Kai's as he looked towards the man, making sure he didn't look into the glaring red tomo spinning in his sockets. "What the hell are you doing here, Itachi?" Sasori said, making it sound much less like a question as he glared as the now dubbed Itachi stood menacingly in front of the two. This wasn't good, if a member of the Itachi had finally found them then things could quickly turn terrible. The breeze offered a much-needed catalyst for Sasori as it helped calm his growing nerves. Out of almost everyone in the Akatsuki, Itachi was the one he feared fighting the most. "And if Itachi was here then, where is your partner?" Sasori said as his eyes flickered around the forest. Itachi kept his face stoic as he kept his eyes trained on Sasori, his Sharingan slowly going back and forth between the redhead and the mysterious girl with him. She didn't look familiar to the older Uchiha, in fact he had never seen her before in his entire life. But she seemed important to Sasori, judging by the fact that he thrusted himself between the two of them. Itachi barely registered what Sasori had said since he was too into his inner musing, he had never known that the puppet master actually cared for other people. "Isam is here, but he has another mission," Itachi said as he pointed to the tall mountain next to them. Sasori felt his heart sink as he followed his finger, Kai's wasn't much better as she actually gasped in terror. The second all eyes made contact with the mountain as small explosions reached their ears, then several rocks started to fall down the mountain, followed by a thin player of smoke. Then Naranai. Kai's yelled as she quickly escaped from Sasori's tight grip on her, she didn't hear Sasori call out for her to stop as she ran forward. Her whole body was jumpy as fear flowed itself through her veins. She didn't get very far as Itachi was quickly in front of her, she didn't have enough time to react as the older man tightly slapped his hand over her mouth and swapped her legs, sending her crashing into the ground. Sasori called out to her again as he twitched his fingers and sent his puppet soaring towards Itachi. The Uchiha didn't even bother to move as he watched the puppet's arm shoot itself forward, a small tube became visible, and Itachi didn't seem phased as he gripped Kai's long brown hair tightly and held her in front of him. Sasori grunted at the cowardly way to not get hit by the attack, with another flick of his finger the puppet did a barely roll swinging a blade out of its arm as it attempted to cut Itachi. The Uchiha was too quick though, he threw Kai's to the side as he placed his palm on the ground and jumped over the blade that swung at him. Before the puppet could even act again, Itachi took off towards Kai's, his eyes wide as the young girl snapped her head up and raised her hand outwards. The moment she looked up, however, she briefly caught the spinning Tomo in his eyes as her arm slumped back down, her eyes rolling backwards as she fell to the ground unconscious. Itachi didn't even bother to catch her falling body as she hit the ground with a thud. Sasori growled, commending his puppet back to his side as the two men stared at one another. Itachi just looked at Sasori with a blank expression, one the redhead returned. But internally the Uchiha was confused, he wasn't aware the puppet master had a secret life that they were all unaware of. It was quite concerning for Itachi to learn this way, which is mainly why he had sent his partner to the base without him. Itachi silently mused again at the look of irritation that flashed in Sasori's eyes, he had never seen that expression ever in Sasori. It seems you are a traitor, Sasori, what a shame, the Akatsuki really benefited your membership. Sasori growled again at the man's comment, his free hand tightened into a fist as his eyes glanced between Kai's and the mountain. He didn't know what Naruto was up to, Kai's and him left pretty early in the morning, and Naruto was still asleep when they left. Kai's seemed fine, it didn't look like Itachi had used one of his psych-altering and looked relatively okay. Yet he was worried, he wasn't expecting to be found, at least not this early. He silently bristled at Itachi's comment, yes, he was a member of the Akatsuki, keyword was. Yuno had found him before the Akatsuki had, and the only reason he joined the criminal organization was because of Itachi. Clenching his fists tighter, he clicked his tongue. Yeah, well, it seems you're going to have to go along without me. That damned group is nothing but monsters. Itachi quickly wiped his face of any surprise that might have leaked through into his expression. That certainly wasn't what he was expecting. Itachi stayed stoic as Sasori's eyes periodically glanced back to the mountain. There was someone important in there, Itachi silently thought to himself. Sasori looked worried, more worried than he had ever seen the man, and that was saying a lot since he had only seen the redhead act seriously. I see, then I'm sorry, Sasori. But you will have to die here. TCK, I'd like to see you try. With Naruto, before the attack, Naruto woke up with a jolt, his body felt like it was on fire as sweat poured itself down his brow. His breathing was heavy and erratic as he tried his best to calm his rapidly beating heart. His hand flew over his chest and gripped tightly around the fabric of his clothes as he tried to desperately grab his heart. This little episode didn't last long as he felt his body start to calm down as the familiar heat of Isobu's chakra entered through his coils. He breathed a sigh of relief as he lowered his hand from his chest and back onto his bedsheets. He thanked the demon, and after a few seconds he swung out of bed and walked into his connecting bathroom. Once he entered the restroom, he quickly paced by his reflection in the mirror, he did a double take as he looked at himself. He raised one of his hands and rested it just under his left eye, feeling moistness as a few silent tears fell from his scarred eye. I'm crying. You had a partially bad nightmare last night, Naruto. Naruto was shocked at Isobu's words, a nightmare. He didn't even remember dreaming last night, let alone having a full-blown nightmare. But it explained his strange awakening today, it had been a while since he had woken up in a cold sweat and even longer than he remembered waking up crying. What was it about? Naruto was surprised at Isobu's lack of response, it was concerning slightly to the blonde, but he didn't press the issue. Isobu on the other hand was still in a small state of shock and he was barely even remembered to help calm Naruto down. The nightmare, it was the worst a blonde had ever had and was happy that Naruto didn't have any memory of it. So he decided to stay silent, it was something he wouldn't repeat to Naruto. For how much he loved Kai's and longed for Kurenai, it would only break his heart of what he dreamed of. It didn't take long for Naruto to finish getting ready, no longer than 10 minutes Naruto was freshly showered and ready for the day dressed in his usual attire. He was wearing a similar jacket to Kai's, but it was fully zipped up to his chest, leaving the top half of it open to reveal the fishnet shirt he had underneath. He had on a matching set of black shinobi pants with a nice shade of olive shinobi sandals. Walking back into his room, he was about to exit into the main hall when he glanced back at his dresser. He stood in the doorway for a few minutes as he looked at the neatly folded Konoha headband on his desk. The metal was still perfectly slashed out and the dated cloth looked clean, only sacred from age. With a heavy heart he went back and grabbed the headband and tied it securely over his head. He usually opted to leave the headband behind since it made no difference to wear it while training. But since he was returning to Konoha, it was a must to wear, even if it was a tad suspicious. Not that it mattered much, the second he took a step into fire country he was a target. After exiting his bedroom he made his way to the main hall, as he walked he took note of how the room looked. Usually Kai's was already up and starting training with Sasori, while Naruto practiced his training with Isobu. But today seemed different, not a single soul resided in the cave, and as he walked into the main hall, he looked back at the table they all had occupied last night. He raised an eyebrow at the table, noticing a small slip of paper folded neatly in the circular table. Walking over he gripped the page between his fingers and flipped it open. Naruto, me and Kai's are going out into the forest for some early training before you two leave today. I hope you don't mind. Also wanted me to tell you that he left something for you in the training hall. He left last night after you and Kai's had gone to sleep. We will return before lunch. Sorry. Naruto quickly scanned over the note and threw it back on the table. He wasn't too surprised that had left so soon after telling them the information that he had promised, so he didn't really care that he was gone. As long as Kai's and Sasori were back then they would leave, just the mere thought of finally getting ready to leave back to Konoha was getting him excited. Danzo would pay for what he had done to Shisui, he would pay. Naruto then made his way to the training hall. Sasori did mention a gift and he was slightly curious as to what would leave him. Didn't seem like a gifty kind of guy, so it must be something pretty important. As Naruto was walking he couldn't stop the adrenaline rush that coursed through his veins. The longer he walked the more he thought about just leaving Kai's here and running off to Konoha. It would ensure her safety and she could stay with Sasori. She still had a lot to learn, and while he's finally killing Danzo she could become much stronger. Naruto thought about this hard last night too before he had drifted to sleep. Kai's safety was still his #1 priority, even more than Danzo's death. So if she could stay here it would just make things go much smoother. Pushing through the door into the training hall, he took a step into the room and he froze. A sudden chill sparked down his spine. The room felt heavy, much heavier than it had ever felt before. It was like walking through a desert as he looked around the room, his eyes scanned carefully as the heavy feeling seemed to only grow with each passing second. The waterfall he had grown used to had stopped falling, and he silently missed the rhythmic sound as the room flooded into silence. Naruto, someone is here with us. I know, but I can't pinpoint their location. Naruto internally responded, it was faint, but he could definitely sense a faraway chakra center in the large room. The chakra felt as heavy as the room as it moved from place to place around the darkened training area. The chakra was potent and thick, and just from the glimpse he was sensing he could tell that it was the largest pool of chakra he had ever come across. Naruto thought about activating his Sharingan, but quickly squashed that idea. It was still a secret, and it would most likely catch whoever had snuck in here off guard. Then for a split second Naruto sensed it the moment he took a step forward, a massive force invaded his senses as he performed a quick sunshine to get away. A loud bang rang through the cave, making the stone around them shake from the force. Naruto struggled to gather his footing from the man-made earthquake as he looked back to where he was standing. He felt his eyes go wide as he looked at the man who now stood in his place. His pitch-black cloak swung in his gust as his leg embedded itself in the ground, physically caving itself into the stone as a crater now stood in place of the blonde boy. Naruto then saw it, the glowing red clouds that adorned the man's cloak, as he turned to meet Naruto's eyes. The man's whitish-blue skin glinted in the dark as his mirror-wide eyes gleamed with amusement. Forcing his foot out of the stone ground he smirked at Naruto, his sharp teeth shining dangerously as what looked like gills flapped under his eyes. "You're quite fast for a kid, color me impressed," the man said with a playful tint in his voice. Naruto felt his heart rate speed up at the man, he couldn't take his eyes off the flowing red clouds on his cloak. "An Akatsuki member? What the hell are they doing here?" Naruto thought as he looked back up to the man's spiky black hair and the slashed-out Kiri headband around his forehead. The man raised his shark-like eye at the blonde as he looked Naruto up and down. "You're a missing nin from Konoha. How interesting," he said, narrowing his eyes at the boy. Naruto didn't respond as he stood his ground across from the blue man. "Naruto, whatever you do, you cannot use my chakra. They should have no idea that I'm sealed in you." Naruto nodded, ignoring the man's words as he agreed with Isobu. Whatever the reason for the Akatsuki being here, it was nowhere related to him. None should know about his status except Adarashi and Narumi, and she had kept it a secret for whatever reason that he was still uncertain on. Naruto straightened his posture as he flipped a kunai out of his pouch before glaring at the man. The shake-like man just grinned at the blonde in response. "What are you doing here?" "Well, me and my partner have been looking for for about a year, and we finally have caught wind of him here," he said truthfully. There wasn't any need to lie about that after all. Naruto hid his surprise as best as he could. He had recalled saying that he had swooped in and took the Sanbi before the Akatsuki could get to him. So they were probably tailing him to get the tailed beast into their possession. "Sorry to break it to you, but he's already long gone." "Oh? That's too bad, then I guess you wouldn't mind telling me where he went. Either that or I kill you here and now." Naruto scowled at the threat as the man just grinned evilly. Naruto didn't even bother responding as he performed a quick sunshine appearing just to the left of the shark like a man aiming his kunai to his side. The man's grin just widened as he quickly turned his back to the blonde, letting the come into contact with the large wrapped-up sword on his back. Naruto smiled confidently as his blade made contact. His smile soon faded away as the sword he had hit swung upwards. The large mouth appeared from the front of it as it tried to attack the blonde. Naruto Sunshine again, this time appearing just above the blue male as he sent a sweep kick downwards. The man saw this coming from a mile away and tilted his body backwards, dodging the kick before sending his knee crashing into Naruto's stomach. The man looked somewhat surprised as the boy's body poofed away into a large ball of smoke. The smoke completely obscured his vision as he grabbed the hilt of his sword and brought it forward. With a single slice the smoke cleared away, leaving the room empty again as Naruto stood perfectly still in his previous spot. The man grinned again. "Sorry, but it doesn't work against me and," he said as the sword opened its mouth again and nodded. Naruto looked somewhat disgusted at the sword. He had never seen such a thing before and it was almost scarring. "The name is Kisame, kid. Make sure you remember since I'm the one who's going to kill you," Kisame said as he grinned again. He vanished completely. Naruto stood shocked for a moment at the man's speed and didn't have enough time to block the knee that impacted his gut. Naruto gasped in pain, but he tried to hold his ground. Using the kunai he had taken out earlier, he thrusted it deep into Kisame's leg. Kisame didn't even seem fazed by the kunai entering his leg as he punched Naruto across the face, sending him flying down the room. Naruto grunted as he flipped in the air and landed back into his feet. He looked over to see Kisame easily take the blade out of his leg and toss it across the room. A small air of blood leaked down his leg as he ran a tongue over his sharp teeth. Naruto scowled before going through hand seals. Water style. Shark attack. Naruto yelled as he took off running to the now desolate pond that the waterfall used to fall into. Two large sharks made of pure water formed and took off soaring towards Kisame. The blue man just laughed loudly as he grabbed Samehada tightly and brought the sword forward as he took the attack head-on. Samehada opened his mouth and the water sharks receded back into nothing as the sword absorbed the attack. Naruto watched in surprise as the sword then grew several inches in size. Naruto scowled, performing another sunshine appearing to Kisame's left side. Kisame, having seen the blonde, just grinned and brought his arm upwards to block the kick sent his way. Naruto bent his body backwards until his hand reached the floor and he spun quickly around and smashed his opposite foot into Kisame's face. His foot connected to Kisame, but it barely seemed to affect the man as he grabbed Naruto's foot and attempted to throw the blonde away. Naruto acted quickly as he formed a singular hand seal with his free hand. Blood style. Blood pike. Kisame widened his eyes in surprise at the unknown as a sharp pain registered itself into his leg. He yelped as he looked down to his previously wounded leg, only to see a large skinny pike made of blood pierce his through his leg and go all the way through to the other side. He was so caught off guard that he didn't have enough time to dodge the blast of water. The Naruto shot from his fingertip as it impacted with his chest and sent him flying back into the room. Kisame lost his grin and as he got back to his feet, he quickly brought Samehada to his leg, letting the sword eat away at the end blood at his leg. It had been a long time since he got actually mad at an opponent and he surely didn't expect it to be some dumb brat. After his leg was blood-free he gave chase, using his sword to swipe at the blonde side. Naruto sidestepped the attack, sending another blast of water from his finger. Kisame just brought his sword around to absorb the attack as he rammed his shoulder into the boy. Naruto gasped again as he skidded backwards. Using another shunshin, Naruto blasted past Kisame, swiping a kunai towards his body, but was intercepted by Kisame's larger sword. Samehada then grew again, swirling around Naruto's arm rapidly. Naruto tried to use his sunshine again but was too late and the sword took a bite into Naruto's stomach. Naruto yelped in pain and forcefully brought his feet upwards, kicking the blade away and sunshine away. Standing just 20 feet from another, Naruto flew through hand signs but quickly stopped as he watched Kisame's sword start to roar in what seemed like pain. The scaly blue sword started to grow in size again until it was about the size of Kisame now. The blade's tongue was stained red as it cancelled again. Kisame himself didn't look too good. His wide eyes were wide open in complete disbelief as he looked back into Naruto's direction. Naruto was on edge as he kept his hands sealed up. His chakra was already molded and was ready to attack, but Kisame seemed to be acting strange. His sword was wailing loudly and now Naruto couldn't tell what kind of emotion the sword was feeling anymore. Samehada finally seemed to have calmed down a bit, but the pressure that Naruto had felt when he first entered the room had returned full force. The air was suffocating. Kisame's potent chakra was starting to roll off his body as they continued to stare at each other. "Inside of you, you're a..." Naruto felt his eyes widen, his mouth fell open in shock as Kisame grinned. Samehada flared widely as Naruto's throat went dry. Naruto tried to school his expression as he tried to think of anything he could say to Kisame. He was confused, he was shocked. Even Isobu's mind went blank at Kisame's words. Kisame's just gave a crazed smile, his sharp teeth glinting dangerously. Yes. Samehada recognized the taste of the Sanbi's chakra. Naruto felt his blood run cold as he looked down to his stomach. A part of his shirt had been ripped off from the sword biting him. His seal was still invisible, but several teeth marks were etched into his skin. A bad feeling made its way into Naruto's body. This was bad. This was very, very bad. This wasn't at all how it was supposed to go. His mind was traveling a mile a minute as he tried to find an excuse that would work. Me? Please, you sound crazy. You can't trick me, Samahata knows this chakra anywhere, he was the one who almost killed his previous owner. Now it seems I don't need to find Yuno anymore. In that instant Kisame took off towards Naruto. Naruto barely had any time to react as Kisame brought his sword down in an overhead chop. Naruto managed to roll out of the way, sending another water blast from his fingertips towards Kisame. The shark-like man didn't even bother to use his sword to dodge the attack as he took the water head up, powering through as he thrusted his sword forward. Naruto was no match for the man's superior speed as the sword smacked against his face, sending him billowing to the floor. Naruto's head snapped off the ground painfully as he felt the sword bite his stomach again this time. Naruto scowled. He had had enough. With a burst of chakra he activated his Sharingan and quickly formed a hand sign. The blood from his new wound started to float upwards as it formed a shuriken and sent itself towards Kisame's hand that was holding the hilt of Samahata. Kisame jumped back, avoiding the attack, taking Samahata with him as Naruto jumped back to his feet, the wounds in his stomach already healing thanks to his blood. Naruto, that sword. It had taken some of my chakra just now. They definitely know. Naruto cursed as he tightened his fist. He watched as Samahata grew a bit more in size. With a burst, Naruto raced off towards Kisame, aiming a punch to the man's head. Kisame brought his forearm to block the attack. Without hesitating, Naruto sent another punch his way, sticking to the same side, forcing Kisame to duck out of harm's way. Kisame widened his eyes as he ducked down, barely having enough time to move his head out of the way from another blood shuriken. Using his momentum, Kisame brought his elbow upwards into Naruto's gut. But much to his surprise, Naruto managed to catch his elbow. With much more force this time, Naruto bent his elbow back as Kisame stifled a scream of pain as he felt his elbow leave his socket as Naruto broke his arm with one swift motion. Kisame growled in annoyance as he brooded through the pain and brought his leg forward, sweeping Naruto's legs. Again, much to his surprise, Naruto managed to jump over his legs, flipping over and sending a downward kick into the man's stomach. Kisame gasped in pain as he spit out globs of blood from his mouth. He didn't have time to react due to the pain, and with a yell, Naruto formed a singular seal as the gobs of blood Kisame had just spit out formed into and cut themselves deep into Kisame's shoulders. Kisame was angry. With a loud roar he brought Samahata forward, forcing Naruto to sunshine away. Kisame huffed irritably as he snapped his arm back into place. He was getting pissed now. Samahata quickly ate away at the blood in his wounds as Kisame performed a quick water style. Water dragon jutsu. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Both shinobi yelled simultaneously as two large identical dragons of water crashed into each other. Kisame scowled as the large beats collided in the air as a loud splash directed his attention to his left. Naruto jumped through the water with a crazed expression on his face, his Sharingan spinning widely as Kisame felt his eyes widen again. This was all the hesitation Naruto needed as the in his hand slipped past Kisame and dug itself deep into the man's chest. Naruto was shocked, however, as the second he cut deep into Kisame, the shark-like man bursted into electricity. Naruto screamed in pain as the electricity coursed through his body. It felt like he was getting stabbed with a million tiny needles as his body fell to the ground. He was covered in water thanks to the two water dragons, so the electricity had no problem hitting every spot in his body. With his body trembling slightly, he barely had time to roll to the side, dodging another overhead chop courtesy of Kisame. Kisame had expected this, however, and quickly let go of Samahata and flipped his body over and jumped down onto Naruto. Kisame's elbow almost broke through Naruto's skin as Naruto gasped in pain again. Naruto used another sunshine as he soared past Kisame, using his blood from his new injury and forming the familiar three-pronged spiral weapon. With a yell, Naruto thrusted it towards Kisame. The shark-like man was prepared, however, and managed to roll back just in time to meet the spiral blade head-on. Naruto, seeing his blood blade get absorbed, jumped backwards, forming a chain out of water that wrapped itself around Kisame's wrist, making him lose his balance. Using the opening, Naruto's sunshine in close this time, forming a smaller blood blade and attempting to send it through Kisame. However, quickly bites the water chain around Kisame, making the dissolve and giving Kisame enough time to duck out of the way of the oncoming blade. Kisame was still off balance thanks to his water chain. Using his advantage, he dissolved his own blood and landed a sharp punch to Kisame's injured arm, forcing Kisame's body buckle down in pain. Kisame, however, caught Naruto off guard. With his free arm he dropped Samahata and charged into Naruto, sending them both down to the floor. Naruto scowled as Kisame sent a mean right hook to his cheek. Blood flew from Naruto's mouth as he grinned. Kicking upwards, he managed to jump away from Kisame. They locked eyes for a moment and Kisame felt himself growing more and more annoyed at the boy's smirk. He stayed silent, however, as he watched a thick trickle of blood fall down his Sharingan eye, then was flying his way. Kisame almost laughed at the pathetic throw, but the laugh that was coming alive quickly died in his throat as he found himself unable to move his eyes away from the blood that was flying his way. He tried to snap his head towards the sound of Naruto, but found it impossible to do so, and without a second thought he had a surging pain in the center of his body once again. He didn't try to fight back the sound of pain that pushed past his lips as he was finally able to look back at Naruto. He was breathing heavily as a large spear made out of blood found itself pierced through his body. Kisam's mouth exploded in blood as he took a step back in pain. He looked at the tired blonde in front of him. Naruto was trying to not let his fatigue show. He had used up almost the full 5 seconds of his misdirection, and he was already low on chakra thanks to the amount of blood he had used in the fight. He was starting to feel the effects on his body as he barely had the energy to even be standing. He shut his Sharingan eye to conserve as much chakra as he could as he watched Kisame fall down on one knee. Naruto stayed still for a moment, staring at the hunched-over body of Kisame with a sense of relief. He had done it, he had actually managed to kill a real Akatsuki member. This felt surreal for the blonde. He knew he had grown stronger, but this destroyed any doubts he was having. Naruto breathed out a sigh as he held his sore stomach. He wondered if Kai's and Sasori were okay. Hopefully they hadn't run into Kisame's partner. All his thoughts died in his mind as he felt a sharp pang run through his leg. He winced in pain as he looked down to see the Samehada latch itself onto his leg. He howled as the teeth sunk deeper into him, making blood leak out from the wound. Naruto huffed as he tried to shake the sword off of him, and nothing had prepared him for what would have happened next. Kisame's hand reached forward, grabbing a hold of Naruto's blonde spiky hair. Naruto looked on in shock as he was brought face to face with Kisame. The man growled evilly. Naruto felt himself gasp for air as the scaly blue sword tightened its grip around his neck. He tried his best to channel enough chakra to use the sunshine, but found it impossible as the sharp teeth of Samehada once again plunged themselves deep into Naruto's stomach. Then Naruto, this isn't good. Next time, try not to miss my heart, Kisame said, mocking Naruto as he slapped Naruto across the face. Samehada sunk its teeth deeper into Naruto's stomach, making blood pool out of Naruto. Naruto found it impossible to even mold his chakra as Samehada stayed latched onto him, and the moment he had tried to channel Isobu's chakra, Samehada sucked it out of him, making Isobu widen his lone eye in fear. You broke my arm, you managed to piss off Samehada, piss me off. And you almost killed me. I don't even care who you are, or why you have a Sharingan, or how the Sanbi got sealed into you. But, Kisame said, letting go of the blonde hair as Samehada lifted Naruto upwards. Naruto tried his best to fight back, but everything seemed futile since the sword was making it impossible to do so. His vision was beginning to get hazy, his eyes squinting to even look ahead of him to make out an even single shape or person. The only thing he could see was the imposing silhouette of Kisame as he stood across from him, looking down at Naruto like he was some sort of prey. All noise started to become a muffled mess as Samehada gripped tighter around his neck. Naruto raised his hand to try and pry the sword away, but the moment his hand came into contact with Samehada, he felt his chakra get sucked away even further. Naruto blinked as he could vaguely see Kisame reach into his pouch, but couldn't see what he took out. Naruto couldn't even hear what Isobu was screaming anymore. Everything had started to fade away from him as he gasped for just an ounce of oxygen. A silent scream forced itself from Naruto's mouth as he felt Kisame's hand slam itself into his lower midriff. He could now faintly hear the screams of Isobu as he felt his blue eyes start to roll themselves backwards. I guess for your punishment, you won't mind if I take the Biju, would you? But Sasori. With a loud roar, Sasori charged his puppet forward, the barrels of its arms spinning crazily as a large plum of fire soared out from arms and made their way to the Uchiha. Itachi kept his face impassive as he jumped away from the flames, dodging the insane heat of the attack. He was unprepared as the second he jumped away he was met face to face with a second puppet whose mouth unhinged itself, shooting out a large amount of trying to cut up the Uchiha. Itachi couldn't go anywhere as he felt 100 needles pierce themselves into his body with a sickening squelching sound. Sasori didn't have time to relish in his victory as Itachi's body then started to break apart into several large crows and fly themselves towards him. Sasori, reacting quickly, brought his first puppet his way, shielding himself from the crows as they pecked at him and his puppet ruthlessly. Sasori grimaced as he felt one of the black birds nick his shoulder. Without warning he twitched his fingers again as his second puppet sprang to life again. The wooden creature looked to break in a large gust of air as a large dragon made of wind formed at his mouth and took off towards Sasori and the birds. With another twitch of his index finger, the dragon split apart as it reached Sasori, only to retake shape as it passed the red head and forcefully swept up the crows and sent them flying off into a faraway tree. Sasori, sensing something to his left, brought the puppet to shield him from a swift kick from Itachi. Sasori scowled as the wood of his puppet started to crack from the power of Itachi's attack. Twitching again, he pulled back on the strings, making the first puppet soar itself backwards at Itachi. This time Itachi gave a small scowl as he jumped into the air to avoid the attack, sending an overhead kick to the puppet's head and smashing the wood beneath him to bits. Sasori clicked his tongue as he retreated backwards from the Uchiha. He never liked it when one of his creations broke. It had always felt like a part of him was breaking anytime someone destroyed the wooden puppets. With a scowl his second puppet came flying next to him, easily towering over Sasori with its arm outstretched, showing the two tubes to Itachi. The Uchiha had just kicked away the broken puppet at his foot as he looked at Sasori. He wanted to raise an eyebrow at Sasori's fighting style. The puppet master had been much more aggressive than he usually was, he even initiated most of the attacks, something Sasori had never done before. Also he was using basic puppets that most in Sunagakure had purchased after being allowed access to the special store. It was strange, and Itachi for once couldn't put together his old friend's change of personality and ideals. You have changed, Sasori. Sasori just scowled at Itachi. Wrong, this is who I've always been. It's you guys that never bothered to look at anything else. Itachi moved slightly, expecting the puppet user to attack like he usually had. But much to the Uchiha's surprise, no attack came. This time Itachi's brow did raise a small amount of confusion, he didn't know what to think. Sasori was known for his mocking, for his superior tactics in the battlefield that overshadowed even veteran shinobi. Then what was he doing? Sasori noticed a part of Itachi's mask crack the longer he tried to analyze him, his plan was working. The puppet master grinned as he barely noticed the small twitch of the Uchiha's arm. There it was. With a laugh Sasori sent his puppet flying towards Itachi. The Uchiha was more than ready to block the attack as the puppet grew closer to him but was surprised when the puppet's arms folded back to normal. Now Kai's. Itachi felt his eyes go wide slightly as a sharp pain ignited in his left leg. He winced from the random pain only to barely glance over to see the girl he had put under early to be standing tall. She was breathing heavily with her arm outstretched towards him. The pain in his leg only seemed to get worse as the puppet produced a blade from its mouth and plunged it deep into Itachi's gut. Sasori, noticing something was wrong, forced his hand backwards, but it was too late. The body of Itachi then exploded, sending his puppet flying back into tiny bits and pieces back at Sasori. An exploding clone. Damn it. Sasori cursed to himself as he glared as the tall form of Itachi walked himself back to the two of them. Itachi masked his face as he moved his cloak open to see his now heavily bleeding leg. After he had switched places with his exploding clone, he was shocked to see several kunai from his pouch had forcefully ripped free of their prison and dug themselves deep into his leg, courtesy of the young girl he didn't recognize. He was lucky she looked to be inexperienced because if she was stronger, then he might not even have this leg anymore. I see, you were buying time for the girl here. I should have seen this coming. Enough of this, Itachi, you aren't going to leave here alive. And you definitely aren't getting Kaiser Naruto. Sasori growled and for the first time in the redhead's life, he watched as Itachi's Sharingan faded away from his eyes. Sasori couldn't even form thoughts as he watched it vanish. For the many years he had known the Uchiha missing nin, he always, no matter what, had his Sharingan active. Itachi felt his pulse quicken slightly as the name of a familiar blonde boy reached his ears. A name he hadn't heard in a long time, close to years ever since he had abandoned Konoha. Just then the face of a slightly older Uchiha flashed in his head, a head of messy black hair with a securely tied Konoha headband around his forehead. And the most gentle and full of joy smile he had ever seen. Itachi, you have to come and visit me and Naruto one day. The kid has so much fighting spirit and is so dedicated. And with my training he will no doubt be one of the strongest shinobi ever. Itachi blinked at the memory that had resurfaced. Shisui's words echoed in his mind like they had done years ago. Shisui almost every day would return back to the Uchiha compound with a smile on his face and would then spend hours and hours bragging about Naruto. He never had said anything bad about the Namikas, in fact Shisui never had stopped talking about Naruto. Even when the two Uchiha would train together Shisui always found new things to teach Naruto and would break out into a huge smile. Itachi smiled slightly at the memory, Shisui cared more for Naruto than he had for the entire Uchiha clan, that much was plainly obvious. To this day Itachi was still unsure on what had happened to Shisui, he wasn't there during the night of the massacre and was slightly uncertain if the boy was dead or not. But Naruto was alive, and that was enough for Itachi. I see, Naruto is with you. He watched as the two in front of him tensed slightly. Kai's growled as she took a confident step towards the taller Uchiha. If you want to get to Norinai then you'll have to get through me. Itachi looked a little amused at the girl's declaration, but quickly hid the emotion. Itachi was still completely unsure about Sasori's change of heart and Kai's was a little interesting to him. She seemed to have the power to control metal, hence the kunai that he found in his legs just moments ago. The situation was confusing and brought up more questions than answers, and before he could continue his train of thought a large chakra signature became visible to the three shinobi in the clearing. Itachi looked up with a raised eyebrow as Kisame landed next to him, and his confusion only grew as he saw the state the shark-like man seemed to be in. Kisame scowled at Itachi's raised eyebrow and looked back at Sasori in a small amount of surprise. He didn't think the puppet boy would be here as well, he was about to greet the redhead when he was with both of his teammates. Quickly putting two and two together, he went ahead to grab Samehada but was stopped when Itachi put a hand on his shoulder. "Enough, Kisame. We are done here," Itachi said, surprising everyone. Kisame was about to protest, but Itachi's Sharingan flared back to life and glared darkly at Kisame. Kisame nodded but managed to put a grin on his face. His shark-like teeth glinted and ignored the blood that leaked down his chest. He didn't even bother to clean himself up after his fight with the boy. "Very well, Itachi, our mission is completed after all." Sasori felt his heart drop at the words, a worried expression took over his face. Itachi looked somewhat confused when Kisame grabbed onto his shoulder rather hard. Kisame reached into his pouch to reveal a small-sized urn that was seated comfortably in his palm. Sasori felt his blood run cold at the sight, pure dread washed over him, and the wicked smirk across Kisame's face told the redhead all he needed to know. "You fucking bastard." Sasori screeched and sent his puppet flying towards the Akatsuki members. He didn't even hesitate as he shot out the largest fireball he could muster at the two. The ball of fire was so large that it had caught the wind and had gotten taken away into the forest. Sasori didn't even care as he watched the trees go up into flames and soon spread itself out engulfing the whole forest. The smoke had finally started to clear and Itachi and Kisame were nowhere to be found, their chakra signatures completely vanished and Sasori felt his blood boil in anger. While internally he was angry, his face showed a heavy amount of worry as he cut connection to his puppet. Sasori wasted no time as he ran towards Kai's and grabbed the confused girl by the shoulders. Kai's was alarmed as she watched a fire spread quickly down the forest, trees were starting to turn to ash and she could start to see several wild animals starting to run away from the bright flames. She was scared when Sasori had gripped tightly onto her shoulders, the redhead's eyes looked to be glossed over slightly, worrying Kai's even further. "Kai's, you have to get to Naruto. This is important," he yelled, making Kai's jump in surprise. Her heart began to feel heavy as she grew more and more concerned. "Naranai, no time, Kai's. Here, take these, I have to go and find Yuno and Adarashi and tell them about this right away," Sasori said frantically as he reached into his cloak and pulled out two identical black and red scrolls. He pushed them into the scared girl's hands and she fumbled to grab a hold of the scrolls. She held them tightly to her chest and jumped slightly once another explosion reached her ears. Both Kai's and Sasori looked on in surprise as the mountain then exploded, sending rocks tumbling down and impacting onto the burning forest around them. Kai's finally put together what was happening as a few tears started to leak out of her eyes. Sasori looked just as panicked as he grabbed the girl's face to look at her golden eyes. "Whatever you do, Kai's, make sure he is okay. The red scroll is a healer puppet just in case you need it. The black is the strongest puppet I have made. Use it to keep you safe," he said, and Kai's frantically nodded and without warning Kai's took off back into the cabin making her way towards Naruto. Sasori wanted to go after Naruto as well, but he had to report this back to Adarashi as soon as possible. This was important, the fate of the world was now in the line, and the second Sasori took a step forward he had to shield himself as a large dust cloud observed his vision from a tree that had just fallen over. Sasori grew more tense as several smaller chakra signatures became visible, snapping his head over to their general direction he scowled. It seemed Kumo had already caught wind of the forest fire and were starting to make their way towards it. With one last worried look back at the mountain he then vanished, traveling at near inhumane speed to make it to the Adarashi base. He just hoped everything was okay. Kai's was running as fast as her legs could take as she sprinted down the cabin's secret hallway. Her heart was pounding, she felt like it was going to burst any second the longer it took her to reach Naruto. She was scared, no, she was absolutely terrified. She still wasn't entirely sure what had happened to Naruto, but she knew it was something bad. Sasori-sensei looked mortified the second the blue man took out an urn and smirked. Kai's had no idea what it was, but she was sure that Naruto was in trouble. She channeled as much chakra as she could into her feet to run faster, the more she thought about Naruto in danger. Kai's heart skipped a beat as she finally saw the door to the training hall of the base. She pushed past the wooden door tearing it off her hinges and sent it flying into the room. Kai's didn't even care that her shoulder was now throbbing in pain as she looked on shocked in the room. She was forced to cover her eyes as another small explosion rocked the cavern. She lost her footing and fell to the ground as the cave started to shake. Once the shaking finally stopped she was able to look around the room, there was water almost everywhere as it soaked the ground. She saw several pools of blood scattered randomly and she followed the trail until her heart dropped down into her stomach. Fresh tears formed in her eyes as she gasped loudly, she tried to get to her feet, but the second her foot moved forward, she slipped in the puddle of water and fell face first onto the floor. She ignored the pain as she tried again, forcing her body forward as she slid past the pools of blood as her throat turned dry. More tears fell down her face as she finally made her way to the center of the room. "Naranai!" Kai's yelled, her voice hoarse as she skidded across the floor, only to see Naruto's body face down, his face slightly submerged in a small pool of water. His face was paler than a ghost as she reached out to him. She called his name again but got no response. Her whole body started to tremble as she yelled it again, once again getting no response as she grabbed his shoulders and tried to shake him awake. Kai sobbed his name again as she flipped him over onto his back, her eyes going wide as she looked at his heavily torn shirt, revealing his now deathly pale skin. She traced over his stomach, her fingers softly going over the large bite gash that he now had on his right side of his stomach. Eyes was freaking out, she ignored as part of the ceiling had caved in, falling down across the room and sending a small little shockwave across the room. Kai's mind was running a mile a minute as she put her 2 index fingers under his jaw. At first she felt her heart almost explode when she felt his pulse react to her touch. It was faint, so faint that she was afraid it was just her imagination. Making sure it was real, she quickly unraveled the red scroll Sasori had given her and unsealed the small puppet that resided inside. The puppet was indeed small, about the size of Kai's, as it wore a typical nurse's uniform. The strange thing about this puppet, however, was its face. It looked way more human than any of the other puppets that Kai's had seen, but she didn't worry about that now. She didn't even bother to connect her chakra strings to the nurse puppet as she ordered it to start to heal the blonde. The puppet's hands started to glow light green color as they moved around the blonde's body. Eyes watched in loud distress as Naruto remained unmoving, checking his pulse again just to make sure he was in fact alive. Satisfied that she had felt it, she let go and let the puppet do its thing. She wiped her eyes clean, trying to rid herself of any more tears as a soft sound of footsteps reached her ears. A heavy sense of anxiety coursed through her as her head snapped back to the entrance of the cave. She cursed herself for not remembering to close the entrance in the fridge. She stood up on shaky legs as she turned to meet more than a dozen Kumo shinobi who had just walked into the room. Eyes put up her bravest face as she unsealed the black scroll in her hand. Her hands were shaking and she felt her face crack slightly as the Kumo shinobi started to laugh at seeing the girl look so terrified. The shinobi in front walked forward. He looked like the leader of the pact as he grinned evilly at the young girl. His eyes glanced between her and the boy who was getting healed. "Are you two responsible for this wildfire?" Eyes shook her head. It was partially true. It was technically only Sasori who had started the fire. She was only a spectator. The man huffed in annoyance as he looked around the destroyed cave. Grinning again, he shrugged his shoulders. "Well, you look pretty responsible." Eyes felt her eyes widen in fear as she instinctively channeled her chakra into the scroll. The man stopped his walk forward as a large poof echoed itself into the clearing. The man in front took a hesitant step back as a towering figure floated over him. He took a hesitant step back in pure disbelief as fear laced itself into his veins. His group of shinobi had done the same, some even falling down in fear at the sight in front of them. The puppet that stood towering over them was large, easily taller than anyone in the room as dark purplish black hair stood spiky on all sides of his head. It was wearing a long white poncho with a midnight black shirt underneath that went all the way down to his wooden ankles. The puppet took in a sharp intake of breath before exhaling out. As he did so, a thick black particle substance flowed freely from his mouth as Ksai snapped her head upwards. Her golden eyes were wiped of all fear and were now replaced with sheer confidence. Even using her magnet release, this puppet could tell it was different from any other one she had ever controlled. Air felt like it was rolling off of her as the black substance leaked out of the puppet's mouth and started to circle around Kai's. She scowled darkly as she raised her hand forward, channeling much more chakra than necessary as the wood around the puppet started to change color. Gone was the once nice brown wooden color, now a deep black replaced it. Eyes heard a few screams of fear echo in the room and she didn't care. With a snap of her hand, the puppet launched itself in the air. The black substance seemed to take form in hundreds of spikes as it rained down on the Kumo shinobi. Screams of pain bounced off the cave walls as she watched the shinobu get ripped apart from her new puppet. Blood flew from open wounds and mixed itself with the pools of water. Her voice was cold as she spoke, her eyes going void of any emotion as she felt herself almost become one with the puppet. With another twist of her finger, the puppet above her swiped itself down, forming more spikes as it impaled several of the Kumo shinobi. Their screaming didn't even faze Kai's as she shut her hand tightly as a loud muffled howl reached her ears. "No one, and I mean no one, will harm Naranai." Chapter 25. Arc 5. Part 4. Time skip 5 months. "Hey, I'm back." I said, her voice echoing as she stepped further into a completely isolated cave. She removed the hood that was covering her head from the heavy rainfall outside as she walked over and placed the plastic bag she was holding on the floor next to a small lantern. With a flick of her finger they turned on, showering her face with a soft orange glow as it barely illuminated the dark cavern with its calming light. Kai's hummed a small tune as she got to work emptying the contaminants in the bag, letting them fall out onto a nice wooden board that she had made from spare logs she had cut down. She began chopping up the assortment of vegetables and fruit and with another flick of her finger, the fire pit in the center of the room blazed itself on. Kai smiled happily as she looked up to the fire, not bothered at all by the dark silhouette that was standing behind the burning flame. "Thanks, it saved time," she said quietly as her puppet that Sasori had given her floated into view. Without a word spoken, the puppet scooped up the food that Kai's had prepared and put them in a small bowl that was placed just above the fire. Kai's, satisfied that the food was indeed cooking, nodded her head and made her way over to the back of the small cave. Her face soon fell as she bent down in front of a large bundled-up pile of blankets, carefully unraveling the blankets, letting a soft head of spiky blonde hair visible to the world. She blinked back a fresh batch of tears as she revealed the pale body of Naruto to the cold cave for the first time. Making sure she was careful again and slowly lifted his plain back shirt up and over his chest, the bandages that she had wrapped around his stomach were once again soaked with a thin layer of blood as she removed them from his skin and tossed them to the side as she cleaned up his wound. She had been doing this routine now for the last 5 months, ever since she had found Naruto almost dead in their hideout. After her little show against the Kumo shinobi, she had quickly scooped up Naruto and fled from Kumagakure. The forest fire that Sasori had caused was still being contained, and it had given her enough time to squeeze her way through the trees that were relatively unharmed and jumped into the forest. She was careful not to alert any of the remaining shinobi, as they without even a glance back. After their escape, they had finally made it out of Lightning Country and were not slowly making their way through Kusagakure, or more specially, Grass Country. And if Kai's was being completely honest with herself, she wasn't sure where exactly she was going or where their destination was. She had a vague idea where she wanted to go, but the means to get there were far beyond her realm of understanding. Even all those years ago when she had killed her brother Ren, Kai's hadn't the faintest clue where she was headed. She just wandered the world until Itsumi had found her and brought her to Yukigakure, and with Naruto like he is now, she was afraid. But she did have a vague idea. In the scroll that Sasori had given her, there was a small note that the red-headed hand written and explained some missing pieces of the puzzle, like her puppet. Her puppet, as Sasori had called it, was the Sandaime Kazekage of Sunagakure. Much to Kai's shock and slight disgust, was the actual former living body of the man who used to rule over Suna with his famous magnet release and the use of his incredibly powerful iron sand. He was the only shinobi in history to have such a powerful magnet release to the point where iron sand can be utilized effectively. Until now, however. Kai's had figured that since this was the actual human puppet of the Kazekage, that it helped strengthen her connection to it since he had his own chakra network still working into his body and that they might have connected through their similar bloodlines. Of course, this was all just a hunch for Kai's since she really didn't understand why she felt much more powerful using the Kazekage, but she did find the use of his iron sand to be effective. Sasori had made sure to leave a detailed list of the exact changes he had made to the puppet before gifting it to Kai's, like how it kept a massive amount of iron sand in the interior of the puppet along with a small pouch on his legs that held a good amount as well for quicker and easier access. Kai's had also made sure to keep a small gourd on her side as well filled with a black substance in case the need arose for her to use it. She wasn't a master of the iron sand in the slightest, but she was proficient enough without the Kazekage puppet to hold her own against most shinobi. The note had also said that there would have been an Adarashi group meeting in the Fire Country. The only problem with that was that Kai's had no idea where it was. The note said nothing else, no directions, no destination, nothing. Kai's wanted to curse at Sasori for leaving such little information for her, but she apprehensively understood why. It would have been horrible if someone else had gotten their hands on the note and knew exactly where they would be, and given the stressful and quite crazy situation that had caught themselves in, it had made sense. But even with the help of the Kazekage puppet, she still felt like she was alone in this. Naruto had yet to wake up from his deep slumber and she was afraid that he would never come back to her. Every night when she would wake up, she would check his pulse to make sure he was still alive, and before she went to bed that same day, she would check again. Every day he stated sleeping would just cause her anxiety to grow as she tried to stay optimistic in her current situation, but she was finding it very hard. She blinked the tears back in her eyes as she gently wiped a wag down his stomach and wiped up the dry blood that stained his once tan skin. Even looking at his new wound was unsettling for the girl. It had looked like something had taken a bite of his stomach and had ripped the flesh clean off all the way down to the bone. Her healing puppet had done everything it could to heal the broken skin and flesh and repaired it the best she could, but Naruto was once again branded with a deep scar that she was sure would never heal. Kai's wasn't sure how he had gotten the wound, but for the life of her, she couldn't understand why it wasn't healing itself like his other injuries. She knew his blood had granted him abnormally fast healing, since he was able to heal from minor cuts in literally seconds and major ones in less than a minute, but this was something else entirely. The wound itself would continue to bleed, but the blood that leaked out of his repaired skin would always come out dry and a much darker shade of red than she was used to seeing from anybody. It was frightening to see Naruto lose so much blood, but the doctors she had taken him to had all said that his blood looked normal and he wasn't in any danger of blood loss. Wrapping up Naruto's scar in a fresh set of bandages, she pushed his blonde hair out of his eyes, placing a warm rag over his forehead in hopes to get his body back to a regular temperature. Even his temperature would fall below what should be. Usually whenever Naruto had gotten cold he would just channel chakra into his veins and his blood style would help to keep his body warm. He had even gotten so good at it that he could even maintain the technique while he was sleeping. But now his body felt like it was freezing and from the looks of it, added on that his wounds aren't healing, Kai's was scared that he might have lost the ability to use his blood altogether. She had no concrete evidence and she couldn't go see a shinobi medical nin since all were most likely going to try and turn them back to Konoha for the bounty or straight up kill them. She had tried seeing a medical nin once back in Sound Country when she passed through there. Let's just say they made the wrong move trying to harm Naruto and Kai's wasn't having any of it. Kai's wiped a bead of sweat off her brow with her arm as she laid down directly next to Naruto. She eyes the boy next to her with apparent sadness. She scooted a little closer to him and reached out and held one of his pale hands within her smaller ones and brought it close to her chest, offering as much warmth as she could. Eyes didn't even bother to try and wipe the few tears that had their way free from her golden eyes and used her other hand to brush back his blonde hair. Her heart ached as she looked at his stoic and blanky expression, but she was glad to faintly see the slight lift of his chest as he breathed softly. Eyes snuggled into his arm as her eyes fluttered closed, forgetting all about the food she had been cooking as the Kazukiage puppet felt itself go limp and fall to the floor. She wished that Naruto would return to her. These last 5 months had been incredibly hard for her and she needed him back. She felt her consciousness begin to fade as she whispered a goodnight to her older brother. Happy birthday Naranai. Earlier in the day Konoha. It's just ooh. How could he be so stupid? Shizuka yelled as she fell down onto the soft grass beneath her with a huff. Her face was stained pink as she looked up into the sky irritably. Narumi, who was standing over her, just looked at her with a bashful expression on her face. She rubbed her arm, slightly uncomfortable in her current situation. The redhead shrugged her shoulders, not sure what she could say to Shizuka to ease the girl's growing frustration. Well I mean he's pretty dense so he might not. That can't always be his excuse. How can he not tell? Does he really not find me attractive? Shizuka asked, her anger diminishing greatly as she sent a pleading look over at Narumi as a look of insecurity passed through her features. Narumi blinked back her surprise. She had never seen the usually confident girl ever give such a vulnerable look before. It really didn't suit her pretty features as she tried to hide the embarrassed blush on her cheeks. Narumi played with the hem of her shirt as she offered a kind smile to her teammate. No, you are beautiful Shizuka. Sai is just an idiot, he just needs a little push in the right direction, and I mean come on he has to like you, you're the only one whose nickname has changed. Narumi said teasingly, feeling greatly amused at seeing the Shizuka's face glaze over in a deep blush as she snapped her head away mumbling to herself. Narumi wanted to laugh but held it in, she didn't want to embarrass her friend any more than she already was. Thinking back on the long year and a half she was still surprised that she had become such close friends with Team 11. It had taken them several months to finally warm up to her and a few more to start including her when they went out to have fun or just hang out. And Narumi was happy that they finally accepted her. Shizuka had particularly warmed up to her since they had a lot more in common than they thought and the redhead was a perfect outlet to ramble to whenever Sai pissed her off. Which happened a lot but it didn't stop the growing affection she felt for the painter. Narumi had to practically beat it out of Shizuka to admit that she had feelings for Sai. I mean it was painfully obvious and even Anko was beginning to get annoyed at the back and forth between the two. But Sai, much to Shizuka's annoyance and chagrin, never acted or seemed to notice the signals being thrown his way and seemed absolutely oblivious to it altogether. It was almost embarrassing, how could he be that dense? It wasn't like Shizuka was hiding her feelings anymore, but as each day went by she was starting to grow more and more nervous that Sai actually didn't harbor any feelings for her. Shizuka felt herself scowl as she sat up and sat cross-legged on the ground and crossed her arms with a huff, hoping her blush would leave as she recalled the new nickname that Sai had given her. Just the thought of it made her heart beat thunder in her chest and she wanted to curse herself for being so love-struck. Isn't that right Zuka-chan? Shizuka scoffed as her face exploded again and glared at Narumi. Whatever, hey you're going on a mission with him today right? Can you see if he likes me? Shizuka asked, her face contorting into a hopeful smile as she whisked the embarrassment away. Narumi just nodded her head in response, she had no problem with asking Sai if he truly did like Shizuka, even if Narumi was positive that he did share the same feelings he just didn't know how to act on them since he was a bit socially awkward and not very good at social cues. Shizuka looked up grateful, her smile threatening to rip her face in half as she jumped to her feet and pumped her fist happily. Yes thank you Narumi. That bastard won't know what hit him and he'll come crawling to me, begging for me to date him. Shizuka said gleefully, perhaps a little too gleefully at the mere idea of the black-headed painter boy coming crawling to her. Narumi laughed awkwardly at the scene, but couldn't fault her best friend for her enthusiasm. It must have been hard to deal with the oblivious attitude without snapping and blowing up at him. Something Shizuka held back which shocked both Narumi and Anko greatly. They were certain that Shizuka would have already snapped at this point and either give up on Sai or end up making a fool of herself and proclaiming her love in an inevitable and embarrassing way. Narumi giggled at that thought, finding it all too amusing, and silently wished that was the case just to see the outcome. Thinking back at her friend's words, she let out a sigh. Yes, speaking of my mission, I should really start heading home and get ready. Oh yeah? Hey, let me walk with you. Narumi generously accepted her offer, and the two Team 11 members soon left the calming training ground and made their way down the streets of Konoha straight to the Namikaze estate. As they were walking, they made small talk to one another as they grew closer to the large house, both not looking forward to their respective missions. I wonder why Hokage-sama had put you three together for a mission. Doesn't Kurenai-san have her own team? Why doesn't he just use them? Narumi glanced at the puzzled look on Shizuka's face and could only shrug. Honestly, she was a little annoyed at being called in for a mission today. This was supposed to be her only day off for the week, and she had intended to finally have much needed relaxation time. She had wanted to check out the new bathhouse that had just opened up in Konoha a few weeks ago, but sadly, hadn't had the chance to see for herself how good it was. Narumi sighed as she put her hands in her pockets, kicking the ground softly as she walked, slightly curious about what Shizuka had said about Kurenai and her team. It was strange why the Hokage was so keen about using Kurenai for more and more missions without the rest of Team 8. Kurenai was a very strong shinobi, most likely the strongest kunoichi that the village had to offer, excluding Tsunade Senju. But why give her the position of an instructor if you would consistently keep taking her away from her team? Narumi tapped her chin with her finger and thought. That's true, it is a little odd why Yu-san keeps putting Kurenai with us. Maybe it's because he knows we work well together? Narumi said, though it came out sounding more like a question. That was true, Kurenai and Narumi had been sent on a few missions together, and the genin pair did work very well together and had a perfect mission success rate. Narumi brought her attention to Shizuka as the girl hummed and thought. Maybe because her team finally made it, I'm pretty sure most of the graduating class was promoted. Shizuka said as she neatly smoothed out her own vest that she wore over her usual attire. Narumi blinked in surprise at that. She wasn't aware that so many of the graduating class had been promoted besides Shizuka and Sai, since she didn't really have contact with anyone else. The exams were held in Konoha about 6 months ago, and the exams went smoothly, and Narumi was happy to see that both Shizuka and Sai had passed with flying colors, and Sai was even asked to return to work, which he respectfully declined, as he wished to stay with Team 11, something Shizuka was ecstatic to hear. Sadly, the exams were held during her probation period, so Narumi was forbidden from participating in the exams and was now the lowest ranking member of Team 11. Karma was an incredible thing. Well, that does make sense. Narumi said, losing interest in the conversation topic. Aren't you going on a mission with Anko-sensei and Kagami-kun tomorrow? Yeah, Hokage-sama has us listed for guard duty for some businessman living in Nada town. Apparently he paid a hefty price for this mission, it's even classified as an A rank. Shizuka said, resting her hands behind her head as she walked forward. Narumi raised an eyebrow at that, an A rank for a simple protection mission. Wonder who he pissed off so get him paranoid. That's what I said. Anko-sensei said he had a bad run-in with a small bandit group a while back, guess he's just really scared for his life. Shizuka replied nonchalantly with a shrug. It was her first A rank mission, and she was pretty disappointed that it was a simple protection mission. This was a B-class mission at best, but the man was just too paranoid for his own good, but at least her paycheck would be pretty good once they returned. The two continued their talk until the large estate finally came into view. Shizuka bid her farewell as she ran off. As she was running, she made to remind Narumi about her promise to ask Sai for her. Narumi just rolled her eyes with a smile, but agreed that she would. With a laugh, she waved at her friend as she pushed open the door to her house. The intense smell of ramen invaded her senses, and her nose scrunched up at the scent. It was very overpowering, and she silently wondered why her family was so obsessed with the dish. Sure, she liked the food, but it wasn't her favorite, and her mother and Natsu were almost addicted to the flavor sensation as they called it. Ignoring the overpowering sensation, she called out that she was home. She heard a faint reply come from upstairs, but she wordlessly ignored it as she walked over to her kitchen, walking right past the comically large bowl of steaming ramen, and grabbed a dango stick that she had prepared the night before. As she ate, she sat down on the large red comfortable couch. She sunk into the soft fabric with a sigh of content as she ate another of the colorful assorted balls of food. Dango had grown on Narumi ever since Anko had invited her to the food stand after a pretty harsh training session with the team. The food wasn't particularly amazing, but it was the first time they had invited Narumi anywhere, and as they all ate together, Narumi finally felt like they had acknowledged him as a member of the team, and it was hard for her to contain her joy as they ate loudly together, enjoying each other's company. She smiled at the memory, she would never forget that day. Her thoughts then started to drift back to her family as she could faintly hear the soft vibration in the walls as her mother talked upstairs. It had been quite a long time now that Naruto had left the village and his family behind. Her father, Minato, seemed to bounce back the quickest out of everyone in the family, Narumi excluded, and just grew deeper into searching for him as he juggled that with his endless supply of Hokage duties. Narumi did take slight pity on her father at how stressed he had seemed lately. He had spent most nights huddled alone in the Hokage tower, making his whole family worry. But he always found a way to put a smile on his face as he eased the worries of his family, swearing he would bring Naruto back to them and for them not to worry since he had Jiraiya looking non-stop over the elemental nations for the boy. Narumi wasn't very expressive in her disagreement with her father's words about Naruto, but she didn't fight it whenever he brought it up, knowing full well they wouldn't listen to her as they clung to whatever hope they had left for their third son. Kushina especially seemed almost ignorant to the fact that Naruto no longer saw them as family, but Narumi still couldn't find it in herself to blame her for thinking like that. She knew her mother was taking it harder than father was for sure. Kushina had made it very clear that they would bring her baby boy back to the village and made sure that his family knew that they loved him and cherished him. She wouldn't even cry anymore, her tears well long forgotten as she desperately clutched onto her hope, but deep down Narumi could see past her ignorance to see a hurting woman who hated herself for what they had done to their child. In a way it was admirable at the strong facade Kushina put up whenever someone brought up Naruto in her presence, but in the end it would always crack, and a sliver of the guilty mother would always appear for a fraction of a second. Narumi never fought them on their decisions regarding Naruto, she had done her part to make sure they knew that Naruto had chosen his own path away from them, and she respected his decision and wouldn't compromise it because of some stupid guilt just to make herself feel better. Narumi's ears perked slightly as a male's voice this time echoed upstairs, the tone of voice was very familiar, and she actually tilted her head to look at her staircase as the voices became much clearer. Loud footsteps rang into the almost empty living room as she watched her mother walk down with a happy smile on her face. She was talking rather animatedly as Narumi's eyes shifted to her left, her blue eyes widening slightly as her mouth fell open in shock. The boy next to Kushina looked over at Narumi as a grin found its way to his face. "Long time no see, Ni-chan." Narumi shook away her surprise as an identical grin found itself onto her face as she looked at her slightly taller brother. Natsu looked genuinely happy to see his sister as he watched her walk over to him. "You're telling me it's been months now?" Narumi said as she bumped fists with Natsu, her grin then evolved into a smile as they looked at one another. It was nice to see Natsu after so long, he had been gone almost non-stop for missions and barely spent any time in the village since he was so busy. Narumi and her brother were pretty close, not as close as they were as kids, but they managed to keep a healthy sibling relationship over the past few years. The only thing she couldn't piece together about Natsu was his feelings towards Naruto, even now it was hard to read him. Narumi was the only one open enough about her feelings towards her ex-brother, she would tell everyone that asked that they weren't family anymore and left it at that. Narumi still remembered the day that their family had told Natsu about Naruto. It was about 5 months after he defected and Natsu had returned with Jiraiya from Mount after he had finally gotten the hang of his sage training. Once Minato had broken the news to Natsu, he went dead silent for several minutes. His face was blank and it was impossible to read what exactly he was feeling, even the Kyuubi was having a hard time trying to read Natsu. His chakra didn't spike, he just stayed frozen in place as his amethyst eyes bored a hole through his father as he spoke, unmoving and expressionless. Narumi didn't understand what was happening with Natsu, not even the view of his crying mother would shake him, or the overwhelming weight of guilt on their father's face wasn't enough to spark a reaction within him. Then, he had just walked out and wasn't seen for the rest of the day, and when he finally returned it was in the middle of the night. He never said where he went or what he did, he wordlessly went to his room, and the next day he acted like normal, and no one questioned him on his strange behavior that day. When they tried he would always go expressionless and end up changing the subject, and it was always unclear on his feelings, but what Narumi found most odd most of all was his continued use of calling Naruto his brother. "How's genuine life treating you? Is the annoyance finally settling in at being demoted?" Natsu asked as he walked past his sister and over to the large bowl of steaming ramen. Narumi blinked out of her thoughts as she shook her head at her brother, a smile in place as she joined him at the table. "Don't get all cocky because you were so young." Narumi teased as she glanced at his dark blue vest over his current attire, causing Natsu to grin again. "But to answer your question, no I don't mind at all, I've really taken a liking to the team, in fact we actually have a mission later today." "Oh yes Minato-kun told me about it, you're heading to grass country right?" They have the most beautiful set of golden roses there. Kushina gushed as she took the seat directly next to Narumi. Kushina then grew sad as she frowned. It's a sad thought that we can't do anything special for your guy's birthday today, stupid Minato-kun giving you both missions today. Kushina said, mumbling towards the end as she pouted. Both kids chuckled at their mother as Natsu just shook his head. It's alright Ka-chan, it's just our 16th birthday and I'm pretty sure we are a little old for parties. Natsu said with a laugh as he scratched his cheek a little embarrassed. Kushina's pout just depended as she crossed her arms with a huff. Yes, as your mother I have already planned a party for the three of you once you return from your missions. Kushina explained, making both kids freeze. Natsu felt his face go blank again as his chopsticks found themselves long forgotten in his almost empty bowl of ramen. Narumi herself had just looked at her mother in an uncontrolled amount of shock as her mouth fell open from her words. Kushina looked oblivious to her kid's sudden change as she continued to talk about what she had planned, ignorant to the tense atmosphere as it grew thicker and thicker the longer she had talked. Narumi shifted a little in her seat before standing up, her mother looked at her concerned. Narumi scratched her arm uncomfortably as she tried to break the overwhelming and tense density of the room. "Ah-san, what do you mean three of us?" Oh, I guess I was thinking optimistically, just thinking maybe if he came back today." Kushina said as she looked down, playing with her fingers to help ease her growing guilt. Narumi slowly nodded her head as the previous playful atmosphere was now entirely gone, just the mere name of their lost brother-son was enough to kill whatever fun they were having. The talk was actually going pretty well before that and Narumi wanted to scowl at her mother for bringing him up. She wanted to scream at her and just force Kushina to get over it already, to move on like she had. But she couldn't, or in fact she wouldn't do it. It was their grave and it was their choice to dig it. No matter how much it hurt them or how much it pained Narumi to sit and watch helplessly as her family bathed in their own bath of guilt and pain, ultimately it was their fault and they needed to move past it. "Excuse me, but I should really get ready for my mission," Narumi said using sunshine and vanishing from sight, leaving both Natsu and Kushina alone in the large living room. Kushina wanted to curse at herself for once again driving away one of her children. She wasn't even aware that she had included Naruto into her plans, but she couldn't help it, she just wanted him back so badly. She tried her best to move on and accept it, but it was hard to sleep at night, knowing what a terrible mother she had become, and she wanted desperately to make things right with him, to prove to him that she cared. "It's alright Ka-san, I'm sure Naruto Nai will come back." Kushina looked up at her remaining son and smiled, she wiped her eyes slightly as Natsu put up a heavily strained smile, but Kushina didn't bother to point it out. The red-headed mother nodded her head as she let a dead chuckle escape from her lips. "Yeah, I'm sure he will too." A few hours later, Narumi breathed a much-needed sigh of relief as she dragged herself down the streets of Konoha and towards the eastern entrance to the village. After her much-needed exit from the tense conversation regarding her brother and their birthday, she fled into her room and waited patiently until the meeting time for her mission. As soon as she watched her clock hit 3 p.m. she got out of her bed, made sure she had the necessary materials in her storage scroll, and left her house without another word. Thankfully it seemed her mother and Natsu both were occupied with something, and she was able to slip out easily, not before grabbing one last stick of dango. She chewed on the food as the large gates finally became visible. She kept the stick in her mouth as she finished the last treat and raised an eyebrow as Sai and Kurenai were already waiting for her arrival. Kurenai was the first to notice her and waved in her direction. The action seemed to have caught Sai's attention as well, and he offered her a much more realistic-looking smile than he used to give. Narumi waved back as she roasted the needle in her mouth and scratched her arm a bit sheepishly. "I'm sorry, did I keep you waiting?" "No, not at all, in fact you're a bit early. We just happened to get here earlier," Kurenai said with a smirk, making Narumi roll her eyes slightly at Kurenai's playful tone. Narumi however felt herself smiling back as she walked next to Sai, giving him a nod in greeting which he returned. The black-haired boy was also wearing his pristine vest over his black shirt and still left his midriff exposed as he looked at Kurenai, his face showing a bit more emotion than usual. "Kurenai-san, what exactly is this mission anyway?" "Hokage-sama didn't really mention anything about it to me," Sai said and Narumi nodded along with him. Her father rarely shared the mission details anymore since she had lost her rank, and since genin were never really given missions higher than a C rank, it was up to the leader of their mission, in this instance Kurenai, it was her job to relay the details to her teammates directly. Kurenai had to fight back the urge to roll her eyes as she thought about their current mission. Apparently there had been a ton of theft in a small town in grass country, along with a bunch of suspicious activity from a group of people, most likely bandits. The mayor of the country seemed to be growing restless, so he asked us to investigate and track down this group of people. Seriously? Why couldn't they just have their own shinobi deal with this? In order to strengthen the village's alliance, Kusa had agreed to give us a large cut of their mission earnings for exchange of protection. Kurenai explained, not feeling any better about the mission as her two teammates. How foolish, no wonder Kusa had been going under. Sai said as they all started running through the forest towards grass country. Luckily the small country wasn't very far from Konoha, and at their current speed, they would probably be able to make it there just after the sun had set for the night. Kurenai, though she didn't like the mission, wouldn't have minded staying away from Konoha for a little while. The village just didn't feel the same, and she had been busier than she had ever been ever since she had returned from Yukigakure a year and a half ago. The absence of Naruto was strange and a hard thing to cope with, she couldn't for the life of her pinpoint the exact reason on why, but she only knew that it was hard. But some good had come out of it, she and Narumi had grown much closer over the years, and Kurenai was confident to call the young girl a good friend who was climbing up her list of best friends. Overall she had grown closer to Team 11 as a whole and would usually spend her free time with the team whenever she had free time. Kagami would usually tag along with them since he had also been prompted to be a special and labeled a prodigy under Kurenai's teachings. Kurenai, along with Asuma and Guy, had been given a definite hiatus from their genin squads since they all had made a few months ago and were all headed off into different directions of their lives. Shikamaru had accepted the offer as a tactical specialist and was mainly sent out on infiltration missions, along with Joji and Ino. Her team guy, Tenten had accepted a job at the Shinobi Academy and taught alongside Iruka as the youngest teacher in Konoha history, and she wore the title proudly. Both Lee and Niji had been promoted to special as well and were offered to join an elite squad of Hunter Nin, and as of late, the duo were top of the year for most captures in such a short amount of time. As for Kurenai and her team, all three after becoming had dispersed into their clan duties and were all getting training to take over their respective clans in the following years. Because of this it had left them almost no time as a team, but they managed to find some time together for some team training and would occasionally offer their assistance in high-profile tracking missions for B rank missions and above. Something on your mind, Kurenai-san? Kurenai looked over at Narumi who was looking at her with a raised eyebrow. The redhead slowed her speed slightly to match Kurenai's as she just nodded her head, making sure she was still paying attention to what was in front of her. Of course, just thinking about everything. Is everything okay? Are things still going well with Sarutobi-san? Kurenai internally flinched at the girl's words and she fought back a deep frown. Asuma and her had now been dating for the past few months after he had finally gathered up the courage to officially ask her out. Kurenai still wasn't sure what had overcome her to accept his offer, but she had. Asuma, much to her surprise, had been a pretty good partner, he was becoming a fine gentleman and his support was growing on her and he had even tried to stop smoking, keyword tried, but he never could officially stop. But whenever they were together, it just didn't feel right, the void she felt in her chest that she wanted to fill was still very much empty. She figured that was the main reason she had accepted Asuma's offer, she was hoping to finally fill that strange void in her heart that had appeared just after Naruto's departure. Even during the most intimate of acts with her boyfriend the void remained, sitting empty within her as it nagged in the back of her mind. Yes, everything is fine, thank you for worrying. Narumi took note of Kurenai's emotionless tone as he smiled kindly at her, but decided not to press the issue further. She grew to know when Kurenai didn't want to talk about something, so she would let it go until Kurenai came to her about it, which happens more often than not. For the rest of the way the three teammates stayed in a comfortable silence as they made incredible time towards grass country, neither of them feeling the need to break the silence as they pushed off each tree branch with a purpose. Their trip to grass country was just as uneventful as they all thought it would be as they crossed the border in record time. The sun was just beginning to set as they walked easily into the town of Ishiyama and were greeted by the friendly population of civilians that walked the streets. Several of the passerbyers looked at the Konoha shinobi in awe as they walked through the small town, not a lot of shinobi usually passed through Kusa, and it was always fun to see what had brought them here. Kusa, being a very small village, didn't have a very large shinobi population and had to resort to their alliance with Konoha for most of their issues. The mission the Hokage had given them had ordered them to look deep into Ishiyama and track down the suspicious group of people that were apparently terrorizing the town. The makeshift team of Team Kurenai ignored the looks of awe as a few minutes of walking through the town a heavy rainfall started to fall from the sky, drenching everything in its way. Kurenai scowled at their luck and checked them up into the nearest hotel, she didn't even bother to pay for separate rooms for the three of them and just asked for the biggest one they had available. Once they entered their rented room, Narumi removed her hood and started to wring out the water from her soaking hair with a scowl on his face. Kurenai was also pretty annoyed at the amount of rain that had thrown a small wrench into their mission plans, but she couldn't help but stifle a laugh as she looked at the lone boy in the group. Sai sadly didn't get very lucky as he stood in the center of the room, a deep look of annoyance on his face as his hair wetly stuck itself to his face and covered his eyes completely from view. Kurenai, for as long as she knew the boy, had never seen such an expressive look pass through his features and found it quite humoring that anger was the first one to see. Sai huffed angrily and glared darkly at the. Silently he pushed past the two girls and walked straight to the bathroom, making sure to slam the door to show his annoyance. A few chuckles escaped Kurenai as her eyes flashed with a small amount of mirth as she removed her own soaking wet coat. Her bandage dress was a little damp, but nothing she couldn't handle, and after a quick the moist feeling vanished, leaving her feeling perfectly dry. Narumi looked over at Kurenai with a slightly annoyed look. She looked perfectly fine and not at all hindered by the heavy rainfall. Narumi wrung out her hair as she glared slightly at her friend. It's official, I hate Kusa. Kurenai laughed as she sat down on one of the twin beds in the room, bristling as her fingers touched the itchy fabric that apparently classified as a bedspread, much to her confusion. The red-eyed beauty shrugged her shoulders as she leaned further back trying to find a comfortable position on the bed. Welcome to Kusa, it rains here pretty often so try and get used to it. I don't think I ever will. Narumi mumbled, making Kurenai break out into a laugh again. The sound of a door opening caught the girls' attention as they looked over to the bathroom door to see Sai walk out confidently. His hair looked perfect and pristine, and his clothes were completely dry, just looking at him now you couldn't have known that he had almost drowned in rain. Narumi looked astonished as she examined the boy in front of her as he walked by her with his usual stoic expression and sat on the bed across from Kurenai. How are you completely dry? What the hell is in that bathroom? She asked as she poked her head into the restroom, making Sai give a small smile. His nose scrunched up as his hand rustled with the sheet under him. Kurenai grimaced as she gave him a nod of understanding. She had never seen a bed so prickly before. Kurenai shook her head to rid her thoughts, that wasn't what was important at the moment. Now that we're all here, let's get to business. I'm sure you want to get out of here as fast as possible, and frankly, so do I, Kurenai said bluntly. Narumi pouted at seeing her previous question going unanswered by the both of them. So she took a seat next to Sai who scooted away from the redhead, not wanting to get wet. Narumi just glared at him but stayed silent. So this suspicious group must be around here somewhere. Narumi, can you sense anything interesting? Kunai asked the girl as she rubbed the back of her shoulder. Narumi nodded as she closed her eyes and started to channel her chakra. Since she had so much free time since her demotion, she had dedicated a lot more time to training her sensory abilities and she was happy with the improvements. Minato had caught her training and boldly stated that she was most likely the best sensor in the village next to her mother. Narumi scrunched her nose as she concentrated on feeling everyone's chakras in the small town. After about 5 minutes she finally opened her eyes. The rain is making it hard to detect a lot, but I found a pretty large chakra signature just outside the town. It's pretty large, but the user wasn't even trying to mask it. Interesting, perhaps this is the person we are looking for. Sai said as he pulled a long string out of the bedspread. Great, then let's get going. Both Sai and Narumi looked up at Kurenai in shock, both looked like they wanted to protest, but one look from Kurenai had shut them up before they even found the words. Kurenai just rolled her eyes as she pulled out 3 identical raincoats from the scroll on her hip and tossed them at the two of them. Come on, it won't be so bad. You're right, it's worse. Narumi fumed as she had to stop herself from trembling in anger as she glared at the back of Kurenai's head as the rain pelted down on them like bricks falling from a skyscraper. Narumi only grew angrier as they all huddled together under a large oak tree, trying their best to escape from the horrible onslaught, and what made matters worse was how unaffected Kurenai looked as she smirked, a little too happy for Narumi's liking. I'm sorry if this is a rude bandage-san. But this is a fucking terrible idea. Sai said harshly, his pitch-black eyes glowing darkly, and if looks could kill, Kurenai would no doubt have been killed hours ago. Kurenai just rolled her eyes at her dramatic team, how did she get stuck with the world's biggest rain haters? Personally she liked the rain, she had always found it calming and quite peaceful. It always seemed to calm her down and wash away all her negative thoughts away into a sea of forgetfulness, to her the rain was a blessing in disguise. Kurenai didn't mind as the rain fell on her as she shifted her head to look back at Sai, blinking in surprise as a large umbrella made of ink covered the heads of both Sai and Narumi as they glared at her. Would you two relax? It's just a little rain, it won't hurt you. Just a little rain. Sai and Narumi angrily thought at the same time, their glares burning brighter than ever. Regardless, Narumi, you said the chakra signature you sensed is in that cave, correct? Kurenai asked as she pointed her finger in the direction of a pretty well-hidden cave that was just barely hidden behind a large overgrown patch of vines and branches. Narumi sneered at Kurenai but nodded her head in acknowledgement. Yes, I'm sure, there's a second chakra signature that I feel now that we're closer. It's very small, just barely even large enough to be considered alive. Kurenai hummed in thought at that. Narumi had said that the person's chakra seemed to be large, almost as large as hers, which greatly surprised Sai and Kurenai. So it was safe to assume that whoever was hidden away from the town had to be at least a high in strength, maybe even closer to a if their chakra was anything to go by. Kurenai narrowed her eyes as she thought about it again. Personally, she wasn't expecting anything more than a small throwaway group of petty bandits that had just been harassing a small town just for the fun of it. It happens far too often, and due to Grass Country's already iffy reputation, the country was a bandit goldmine for lowlifes to make a quick and easy living off stealing from the locals. And thinking about the much smaller chakra signature that Narumi had mentioned, it led Kurenai to believe that maybe this was a hostage situation. Or perhaps they were protecting someone. That was unlikely. They would have a better chance at protection deeper in the forest instead of just outside the town. After all, the closer they got, the easier it was for Kurenai, and even Sai to sense the chakra oozing out of the cave in waves. It almost seemed like the person wanted to get tracked down, as they made no motion to try and attempt their chakra signature. It was a tad concerning for Kurenai, and she was starting to second guess if they should continue their ambush for the night. The more she thought about that, however, the more perfect it was for them. The rain was already doing a decent job at masking their own chakra signatures. Added on that they were also masking it, they were basically untraceable at this point. And whoever it was most likely wouldn't be expecting an attack during such heavy rain. Alright, we're going to go with tactic 6. Sai, I want you to make several animals to surround the perimeter and scout to see if anyone else is hiding among the forest, and make sure to set some aside in case we get ambushed. Sai nodded at his instructions. Kurenai then looked over at Narumi. Narumi and I will sneak in as quietly as possible. I'll cast a silencing over the cave just for some extra precaution in case whoever is in there realizes they have been compromised. While we do this, I want you to have our back in case we do end up getting ambushed. Narumi agreed as the group slowly made their way to the cave, all deathly silent as they let the rain drown out any possible noise that they would make. Kurenai looked back at her team confidently. This was probably the team Kurenai had felt most confident in. Both Sai and Shizuka were powerful, much stronger than their official shinobi rank, and it was beyond her on why they both weren't already. Well, she understood why Narumi wasn't, but not Sai. Looking back, Kurenai nodded her head and mouthed if they were ready. Both her students nodded confidently as they charged into the cave just like Kurenai had told them to, with the silencing already put in place, with the cave surrounded with a mixture of ink bears and tigers hidden in the forest greenery. But they were not expecting what awaited them in that cavern, and just as quickly as the mission started, all hell broke loose. Chapter 26. Arc 5. Part 5. Aiz felt herself snap awake just as quickly as she fell asleep. She didn't know how long she had been sleeping for, but it couldn't have been very long, since she could still hear the loud pitter-patter of rain outside the cave as the pitch blackness of the night obscured her vision completely. The 10-year-old girl's golden eyes shined with confusion as she let go of Naruto's hand, taking control of the limp Kazukiage puppet and smothering what was left of the barely burning fire, making the cavern fall into a shell of black nothingness. Kai's felt her nose crunch up as she caught a whiff of a familiar sensation, metal. The girl could practically feel an abundant amount of metal as she felt the sensation slowly make its way closer to her as she commanded her puppet and took a protective stance in front of Naruto. Her heartbeat was pounding hard against her ribsage, threatening to snap her ribs in half as she tried to smell out what was coming after her. The room fell silent, and much to her surprise, the heavy rainfall also seemed to start to slow down and fade away into the night sky like it had never even happened. Aiz narrowed her eyes suspiciously at hearing the rain dissipate, turning her body slightly, making sure not to make any noise. Looking out just past the cave entrance, and just like she thought, her suspicions were correct. I can still see the rain. She thought to herself. Aiz let the Kazukiage hover behind her as she raised her arm upwards, rolling up one of her long sleeves, revealing a small seal that she had put on her wrist, the kanji for protector becoming visible to the naked eye as she got ready to channel her chakra in case anything happened. She silently thanked Sasori-sensei for teaching her the basics of, since it had been a major help in her travels for these last 5 months. She wasn't close to a master at the art, even calling her competent was a compliment for her. She only really knew how to make simple storage scrolls and preservation scrolls. But since she didn't have Sasori with her anymore, she had to resort to learning from several complex scrolls that she had stolen from various towns and villages just to get with her teachings. Thinking about it, she now knew why most shinobi didn't even bother to learn. It was damn difficult. It had taken her over 4 months just to get down the basics to implant a sealing array onto her body, and even then it had taken her longer to just get her penmanship good enough to not make the seal blow itself up accidentally. Aiz kept her defensive stance up as she scooted back deeper into the darkness. The smell of steel was starting to make itself more known, and before Kai's could even see what was happening, she felt her arms get grabbed as her body forcefully got pulled to the ground. Aiz hit the ground with a loud thud, and she winced from the unexpected pain as she felt something grip tightly around her wrists and push her deeper into the cold stone floor. Target captured, good work. Aiz heard the feminine mature voice and tried to tilt her head to see who was talking, but as soon as she did, she felt her head get pushed deeper into the stone. Kai's growled as she peeked over to see a set of almost familiar blue eyes stare back at her. She could barely make out the flowing red hair of her captor as she felt someone grab her by her hair and lift her head upwards. Eyes adjusted her eyesight to see a young man staring back at her. His emotionless black eyes made her slightly uncomfortable as she watched him raise one of his delicate eyebrows. "She's just a kid." The tone of voice matched how his eyes looked. Her words were just as empty as he dropped her head back onto the floor. Kai's growled louder as she hit the stone again. This time she tried to resist the grip that was her. Eyes felt the girl's grip tightened around her, and she was glad her face was pressed into the floor, because if it wasn't they would be able to see her smirk widening by the second. "Sai searched this cave, Narumi, make sure you guys really shouldn't underestimate me." Ai said smugly, her grin widening as she glanced over to see the tall woman, who Kai's assumed was their leader, looking down at her with an unamused expression. Kai's fought back a wince as she felt her arms bend away they weren't supposed to, but she kept her confident grin on her face. Kai's watched as the tall woman got closer to her, blood-red eyes looking back at Kai's darkly. "I wouldn't be too cocky, we can kill you at any moment. I'd like to see you try." Just then a loud scream echoed through the dark cave. Kurenai and Narumi snapped their heads over to see Sai clutching his leg painfully. Blood gushed out of his wound as several kunai tore through the pouch on his leg and punctured through his pale skin. Thanks to their surprise, Kai's felt the girl's grip on her hands loosen. It had given her just enough time to force her way out of the grip with a spin kick catching Narumi off guard as the foot impacted her face and sent her tumbling towards Sai. Kurenai felt her eyes widened as she brought her forearm up to block the same kick that had just sent Narumi flying away. The red-eyed beauty didn't even have time to comprehend her surprise when the young girl slammed her palm against the floor, spinning again as a loud poof echoed in the cave, and once again, Kurenai was caught completely by surprise. She had to bend herself backwards as a small puppet materialized from Kai's wrist, aiming a blade to Kurenai's jugular. Kurenai narrowly dodged the attack, but reacted quickly, and with a swift swipe of her leg, she attacked the girl's ankles. Eyes jumped over the kick and felt her eyes widen as the red-headed girl from earlier bounced at her, slamming her fists across Kai's face and sending flying back as her body smashed against the back of the wall. Eyes grimaced in pain as she felt her body peel itself away from the stone and fall to the floor. She landed on her feet and she quickly masked her fear into a look of hard steel and glared over at Kurenai. Narumi, after the successful hit on Kai's, called out to Sai and ran over to him. Sai flinched as Narumi got to him, wincing as he pulled out the last kunai in his leg with a groan. His leg felt like it was on fire as he pushed his palm onto his wound, trying to stop the excessive bleeding. It seemed the young girl knew what she was doing when she attacked him. He still wasn't even sure how she did it, but she managed to slice an artery on his leg with his own kunai, and the blood refused to stop spilling from his leg. Kurenai watched with half concern as Narumi was torn between fighting the young girl or helping Sai. Kurenai clicked her tongue in her mouth in annoyance. Sai was indeed losing a lot of blood, but he shouldn't be in any danger. If worse came to worst, then she would buy the two of them enough time to escape. The raven-haired lady matched Kai's glare as they stared at one another. Kurenai was masking her surprise at how nimble the young girl seemed to be. She was strong, much stronger than she had anticipated, and couldn't figure out how she managed to attack Sai while held captive. Eyes felt her glare falter as she caught sight of the glowing Konoha headband proudly across Kurenai's forehead. Kurenai watched as Kai's eyes glazed over for a split second, but it was just enough time for Kurenai. The mistress leaped forward as she formed a singular hand seal. Eyes was caught off guard by Kurenai's sheer speed and barely had time to roll out of harm's way from a large fireball that sizzled its way past Kai's. Kai's, after dodging, pulled her arm back making Kurenai's body freeze lightly. Her ears perked up as she stopped her trek towards Kai's and jumped high into the air. Jumping over the puppet from earlier as its mouth was unhinged and a large-sized blade became visible and tried to slice her in half. Kai's groaned at seeing Kurenai dodge and with a small finger flicked the blade shot out of the puppet's mouth making Kurenai widen her eyes. Eyes grinned as Kurenai's scream rang through the cave as the sharp blade pierced through the raven's skin. Kurini's eyes went lifeless as she fell to the ground with a thud as blood leaked from the new hole in her chest. The grin vanished off of Kai's face as the body she had thought she killed poofed away in a cloud of black smoke. Eyes coughed loudly as the smoke glided over her body and fell into her lungs. Fire style. Burning ash. Eyes felt her eyes go wide as a small spark ignited within the cave as the smoke swamped itself around her and exploded in a large ball of fire. Kurenai landed back onto the floor and had to shield her eyes from the large gust of wind that had picked up from her combined jutsus, making her bandaged dress flutter from the wind. The intense glow from the flames engulfed the cave, forcing all three Team Kurenai members to squint their eyes as a bright orange light radiated off her and glimmered off the perfectly smooth stone walls and reflected back at them. After a moment the smoke began to clear as she finally died down. Kurenai let out a sigh of relief as she started to walk back over to her two teammates. There was absolutely no way someone could have been able to survive that. There was enough gunpowder and chakra in it that even if she managed to Kawurimi away, she couldn't have been to get very far and would have been stuck within the blast radius regardless. Walking up to Sai, she was about to ask if he was okay when she saw that he was already unconscious, no doubt from blood loss, as his body looked even paler than usual. His palms were stained red with the sanguine liquid as Narumi had wrapped her coat tightly around his leg in an attempt to stop the blood flow. It seemed to work as he was still alive, if the soft breathing of his chest was anything to go by. Karini sighed again, making a mental note to apologize to the boy for such a horrible day. Looking back over Narumi, she opened her mouth to speak. Kurenai closed her mouth as another small explosion rocked the cave. Kurenai held her balance as she snapped her head back over to where the deceased girl should be, her eyebrows lifted in pure disbelief as she watched the smoke finally clear completely, revealing a large sphere of an unknown black substance right in the center of the room. Kurenai and Narumi both watched in wonder as the sphere then started to break. Several small cracks began to spiderweb its way upwards until finally meeting at a singular point until it finally shattered. Breaking off into small chunks as they fell to the ground, the black material looked like it had begun to lose its shape as it fell and materialized into a fine gain the second it touched the floor. Kurenai felt her eyes go wide as yet another piercing broke off, revealing the enclosed body of Kai's within the black sphere. Kai's was breathing heavily as her golden eyes seemed to turn copper for a moment from anger. She winced as she peeked over at the particular bad burn she now had on her shoulder. She could still see the smoke rising from the wound and was lucky that she managed to gather enough of the iron sand around her. If she was a second too late, she would have no doubt been burnt to a crisp. Eyes darkly as the rest of her iron sand fell to the ground and floated behind her, Kurenai looked astonished for multiple reasons. She wasn't expecting the girl to actually live through that attack, and second, she had never seen such an odd type of attack before. Narumi had similar thoughts as she stood confidently next to Kurenai as they stared off at the young girl. Her chakra seemed to be going wild and was having a hard time controlling it as the sand around her started to pick up even more. Dead and close, I've been working on a new and it should be enough to get past whatever that black stuff is. Narumi whispered over to Kurenai, cracking her knuckles slightly as she wiped her face of any emotion. Kurenai just nodded as they split apart from one another, rushing at Kai's from both directions. Aiza's scowl, she had enough of this. Without even a hand movement, both Konoha shinobis had to stop their attack as a loud clicking sound bounced off the walls. Neither were prepared as a tall silhouette hovered over Kai's threateningly. Deadly golden eyes that matched Kai's perfectly looked over at them as the same black substance floated freely from its mouth. Without a word or warning, Kai snapped her fingers at her side as the puppet raised its arms forward. His brown wood turned into a deep shade of black as a sudden flash of light engulfed the cave once again. Narumi and Kurenai were forced to jump back to dodge whatever Kai's had done. After a few seconds, the ground beneath them began to rumble, making all three girls in the room struggle to keep their balance. Looking ahead of them they saw that their way was now blocked by a small wall of Kai's iron sand that embedded itself deep into the stone floor unmoving. The Kazuki puppet didn't stop there however, as it swiped the sand across the room, making the rumble grow even more restless. Both Konoha shinobi had to shield their eyes and jump away as large rocks started to fall from the ceiling in a feeble attempt to crush them. Each rock that hit the floor sent a tremor through the ground as the earth shook under their feet as they all witnessed the cave start to collapse in on itself. Kurenai acted quickly, grabbing the injured body of Sai as she shunshined out of a rock's way as it hit the ground with a loud bang, causing a puff of wind to blow itself into her face. Narumi did the same as she appeared next to Kurenai, taking Sai into her arms as she felt something wet drop onto her face. Snapping her head upwards, she took a hesitant step back in shock, her eyes grew wider than they ever have before as she felt her face become gradually more soaked. As she cut the cave in half. Kurenai barely made out what Narumi had said as she too looked absolutely baffled at what had just happened. The cave, like Narumi had said, was now cleanly cut in half, separating them from Kai's as the rain poured harder than ever from the dark evening sky. Kurenai was at a loss for words as another large boulder this time fell behind the imposing figure of the young girl. Feeling the cold rain fall onto her body helped ease her growing distress as at the outrageous turn of events. Kai's just looked at Kurenai as her heart thundered in her chest. She had used up most of her chakra doing the little stunt and she could feel exhaustion poking at every cell in her body. Kai struggled to stay conscious, but she felt herself waver as another large rock landed next to her as another large flurry of air rushed past her, making her fall to her knees as a loud flapping sound carried itself into the wind and over to Kurenai. Kurenai felt her whole body freeze as the sound reached her ears as her eyes were directed to the sound of the noise and she felt her whole body turn cold. She felt her eyes moisten up and she wasn't sure if it was because of her or the rain. She took a hesitant step forward, her body moving all on its own as her hand found itself tightly gripped around her mouth. Narumi looked perplexed at Kurenai as she furiously wiped at her face to her vision out from the rain as she called out to her friend. Kurenai didn't hear Narumi as she took another small step forward, but she was afraid if she got any closer, then everything would just disappear into a dream. Her heart felt like it was starting to stitch itself back together the longer her eyes lingered past Kai's. It started to beat faster, pumping more blood into her body as her legs become wobbly as she struggled to keep herself from just giving in and collapsing into the floor. And Naruto-kun. The words played across her mouth in a serene careless whisper, floating into the air and letting the wind do as it pleases. As the name danced on her lips she felt the empty void that had formed into her heart start to stitch itself up and she gasped at the feeling. The familiar sense of longing she had felt ever since she had woken up from her dream all the way back in Yukigakure had reawakened in her. He was there, he was right in front of her. She could see his hair getting slick with the rain as he had his eyes closed, ignorant to the world around him. Kurenai's hand clutched itself around her heart, her nails digging into her bandage trying desperately to grab hold of her aching heart. Naruto-kun. This time Kurenai yelled his name out, making both Kai's and Narumi widen their eyes in shock. Kurini felt a pang of electricity shoot down her spine as she spoke his name again, a large smile formed on her face as she took off running towards the boy. Kai seemed to have broken out of her stupor the quickest as her head snapped over into Naruto's direction. Her heart dropped in her chest as a dreadful expression flashed through her golden eyes as she saw the rain pelt down on his brother's unconscious body. Eyes rushed over to his side in speeds that would make the Indama Hokage jealous and wrapped his head back up in the driest blanket she could find. She cursed herself for being so stupid at losing control of her power. She had put his life even more at risk and she wanted to scream at herself for it. Eyes heard the call her brother's name again and she turned and glared at her, making Kurenai stop dead in her tracks. Kurenai looked surprised for a moment and she attempted to get closer as a spiraler iron sand shot out from Kai's hip and launched itself at Kurenai, the pointed edge stopping mere centimeters from the skull. Wordlessly, Kai scowled as the Kazuki edge used its large body to shield Naruto from the rain and wrapped its long wooden arms around him, his color receding back to the normal worse in brown color. Kurenai didn't look fazed in the slightest as the attack almost killed her as she looked pleadingly over towards Kai's, making the young girl's glare falter momentarily. Naruto-kun, it's me Kurenai, are you okay? Eyes felt her heart stop beating for a fraction of a second as the familiar name reached her ears. Time seemed to slow down as Kai's felt the gears start to turn in her head as Kurenai yelled again, trying to grab Naruto's attention over the loud rainfall. This was Kurenai, the woman who Naruto always talked about, the woman whose name he would sometimes mutter as he fell asleep. The woman who was the sole reason why he abandoned Konoha in order to protect her. Kai's lowered her hand as the iron sand fell to the ground mixing in with the rain. Kurenai didn't waste any time and the second that was dropped, she resumed her run towards Naruto. Kurenai yelped as she slipped on a piece of stone that was uneven and stumbled her way to the boy who she so desperately wanted to see as she felt herself skid across the ground, ignoring the pain she felt in her knees as she did so. Once she finally got face to face with Naruto, her smile grew so wide Kai's was almost thrown for a loop. Kurenai instantly reached out as she touched his golden hair with the tip of her fingers, it was just as soft as she remembered it being. Kurenai called his name again, but her face slowly started to fall as the corner of her lips turned into a frown. Ignoring the rain falling down her cheeks, she reached out and cupped his cheek like she had done so many times before. He didn't react to her touch, he didn't even look like he was aware of what was happening around him. Eyes looked at the scene and wasn't sure what to think about it. Deep down she was feeling a bitter sense of anxiousness as she watched the older woman act so familiar with her brother. Kai's wasn't even sure why she had even decided to let Kurenai come and see Naruto. The more logical option was to just pick him up and flee as fast as possible, and they probably would have escaped. She cursed herself again, this was all thanks to her losing control of that damn puppet. What happened to him? Eyes looked tiredly over to Kurenai as the older woman rubbed his scarred cheek. The girl frowned as she rubbed her shoulder, sucking on her teeth as she forgot all about the stinging burn that she had gotten courtesy of Kurenai. Golden eyes watched as Kurenai's eyes traced over his fragile body in fear of breaking it. She couldn't see how banged up he was under the thick layer of blankets, but Kurenai could tell there was something wrong with him. His breathing was uneven, almost non-existent as her pinky draped over his cheek and could faintly feel his pulse over his unusually pale complexion. I stayed silent for a few minutes as she tried to muster up the courage to explain what had happened on that fateful day. Should she even tell the truth? It would have been easier to lie about what happened since she didn't even understand what had happened to him in the first place. But this was Kurenai and that made the decision much harder for Kai's. Maybe we should talk about this back at the hotel. So we can get out of the rain. Eyes looked over at the unknown voice to see the girl who had kicked her earlier in their fight. Her red hair was matted to her forehead, and her ponytail barely looked like it was holding on. Her blue eyes glanced over to Naruto with a mixture of relief and unease. That confused Kai's for a moment, but she threw the information away for a later time. Kurenai didn't seem to hear Narumi as she kept her eyes locked onto Naruto's unmoving form, but Kai slowly nodded her head in agreement. Yeah, good idea. Kai said awkwardly. Narumi gave a curt nod as she pursed her lips as she adjusted the limp body of Sai over her shoulders. After a few minutes of persuasion they managed to grab Kurenai away from his body as Kai's puppet picked up the unconscious blonde. Kurenai had offered to hold Naruto, but Kai swiftly declined and instead just wrapped him up deeper in the blankets, letting the Kazukiage shield him even further from the rain. Kurenai stood close to the puppet, her eyes still trained on the boy in apparent worry, while Narumi looked at the exhausted kid in front of her with a mixture of emotions. Eyes noticed the way Narumi was looking at her, and she felt a small pang of unease push itself into her veins. Narumi put on a reassuring smile and quietly apologized to the young girl. Sorry, but you must be Kai's right. Eyes looked at her in surprise and was ready to enter a fighting stance again until Narumi shook her head, her eyes flashing apologetic again. I didn't mean to scare you, in fact you're the one who scared us today. Narumi said, trying to break the tension as she pointed her thumb to the cave that was cleanly in half. Eyes blushed slightly as she felt her body start to relax again as Narumi continued, her smile going sad as she glanced between Kai's and Naruto. Looking at her ex-brother again after a long year and a half was nothing short of strange for her. She didn't know what she should be feeling, she felt happy, but the happiness was tainted with an underlying amount of guilt. Thank you for looking after him. It was the only thing Narumi could think of to say at the moment. Everything else that she wanted to say just wouldn't come out and she was afraid that it never would again. It was like she was experiencing what it was like for Naruto to view his family. A mixture of joy and sadness. Was there any joy to begin with? Eyes grew confused at the sad smile that appeared over the Ritide's face as her words moved Kai slightly as her blush seemed to just deepen in the night. Looking up again into her eyes Kai's froze, finally piercing together why those cerulean eyes looked so familiar to her as they shined with an unshed emotion that she had seen over her year with her brother. You're Narumi aren't you? His sister. Narumi blinked in surprise at that, she hadn't expected the young girl to actually know who she was. She wasn't even expecting Naruto to even talk about them outside of the village, masking her shock she dumbly nodded her head at Kai's. Eyes of course knew all about the treatment Naruto had to go through regarding his family, he had shared almost everything with Kai's, as she did the same with him. Her first instinct was to halt the girl from getting any closer to Naruto, but the neutral and sad look in her eyes had stopped Kai's train of thought instantly. Her eyes looked almost identical to Naruto's, both being windows into their souls, as it portrayed exactly what they were feeling. So Kai said the only thing that she could think of. Happy birthday. Okay, he should be okay now, the bleeding finally stopped, so he should be waking up soon. Ai said as she wiped a heavy amount of sweat from her brow and let out a tired sigh. They had decided to take Kai's back to their rented hotel room for the night to escape from the rain and to talk in peace. Once they had gotten to the room the Kazukiage puppet gently placed Naruto's body on one of the twin beds and before Kai's could even do anything, Kurenai was already getting to work and drying his body off and had ordered for the softest and warmest blankets that the hotel had to offer to be delivered to their room. Kai's was kinda annoyed at this, but she let it slide this one time. Once Naruto was fully wrapped up again, Kai's had offered to heal up Sai as best as she could as an apology for hurting him and they were happy to agree. The Konoha shinobi were shocked to see Kai's then reveal another puppet from a soaked scroll on her back as the wooden nurse got to work patching up Sai's wounded leg. As she was doing this the girls had all changed into their driest clothes they had on them. Narumi was now wearing a spare pair of black shinobi pants with a black shirt to match. She took her hair off the destroyed ponytail and let it hang freely as she took a seat next to Sai, watching curiously as the puppet seemingly acted on its own free will. She made a mental note of this for later. Kurenai had also changed out of her drenched bandage battle dress, deciding to rid the garb altogether for a comfortable pair of plain black biker shorts and a plain long crimson shirt that matched her eyes perfectly. She decided to take off her headband and left it to dry in the bathroom as a few strands of her long black hair started to fall into her eyes thanks to their dampness. After she had picked up all the warm blankets she wrapped Naruto up until she felt his body start to become warm. Nodding to herself in satisfaction at her work, she took a seat directly next to the sleeping blonde boy, raising his head slightly to rest it in the center of her lap as her hands absent-mindedly ran through his still drying spiky hair. Eyes groaned as her shoulders slumped tiredly. She was starting to heavily feel the exhaustion set in as she commanded the nurse puppet to fix her burned shoulder. Kurenai had apologized for the injury, but Kai's just waved it off. It didn't matter since she had tried to kill them with just as much ruthlessness. If not more. After she could move her shoulder again she wrapped a bandage over the now peeling portion of skin and frowned as she saw Kurenai cradling Naruto. Pushing back her annoyance, she decided to just take a seat on the floor as she rested her back against the wall. The three girls stayed in a relative quiet silence as they sat apart from one another. Neither really know how to start a conversation with each other or how to even begin. Kai's was sure they had a lot of questions, and frankly, she was still debating on how much she was willing to share with them. The silence was beginning to grow a bit awkward, and they all breathed out a sigh of relief as a groan echoed in the room, and all eyes turned to see Sai raise himself from the bed. He was rubbing his head as he reached up to the sleep away from his eyes with a yawn. Narumi and Kurenai watched with amusement as Sai blinked a few times to adjust his eyesight as his black orbs focused on the little girl kneeling on the floor looking at him with disinterest, the large and intimidating puppet sitting next to her looking at him with the same expression. It took Sai a few seconds to come to terms with what he was seeing, rubbing his eyes again to see if his mind was playing tricks on him. Blinking a few more times he noticed that the girl and puppet were still there and was not in fact in a dream. Keeping his face stoic he looked back over to his team, growing more confused as he noticed a bundle huddled up in Kurenai's lap. Narumi had a tough time stifling her laughter, she was biting her knuckles trying to keep her laughter hidden. She ultimately failed and bursted out laughing the second Sai looked over at her, his face muddled with ignorance and confusion, and it was just too much for the lone Namika's daughter to handle. Why, you should have seen the look on your face. It was priceless. I think I'm finally starting to see what Shizuka sees in you. She said in between her laughter as she wiped a tear that fell from one of her blue eyes as she teased her friend. Her face almost exploded again as Sai's pale cheeks turned a light shade of pink as he frowned. What do you mean? Narumi fell into another roar of laughter, making Sai turn even redder. He scowled as he tried to hide the embarrassment that leaked its way into his expression. He found it hard however, as she saw Kurenai's shoulders trembling slightly as she tried to fight back her own giggles. Eyes watched with strange amusement as the scene played out, her attention mainly focused on the redhead who was currently laughing so hard that multiple tears were falling from her eyes. She acted nothing like Kai's would have imagined her to. Naruto had never really told her how his family had acted, and she only knew about Narumi since he had fought her the day he abandoned Konoha. And that was all she knew about his family, and she never wanted to pry into his family life since she knew it was a sore subject for him and there wasn't any need to anymore. The two of them were the only family they needed. Anyway, Bandage-san, who is that? And why is she here? Sai said, cursing himself for stuttering as he pointed his thumb at the kneeling girl, effectively gaining her attention. As Sai looked at the person Kurenai was holding he just realized that he didn't feel any pain in his leg. It was a little sore, but other than that it felt good as new. He raised an eyebrow as he bent it back and forth. He felt Narumi throw her arm around his shoulder as she motioned her head to Kai's, who just waved awkwardly as Sai turned to her. You can thank her for that. Both for injuring you and healing you. Narumi said. She was in an unusually good mood and was quite amused at the situation as she giggled again. I see, then thank you. Sai said, unsure if he should thank the girl who was responsible for his injury in the first place. His ego was also a little stained since he still didn't even know how he got hurt anyway. Anyway, now that he's awake I would like to get to the matter at hand, revolving around him. Kurenai said as all eyes turned towards her. Kurenai moved her hand slightly, and Sai almost jumped out of the little bed in shock as he saw the familiar head of blonde hair he had missed for almost 2 years. Sai reached out and pointed shakily, his eyes snapping up to see Kurenai's eyes shining with joy. Be Blondie-kun. How? Aizen here had been traveling with him since he had defected. We just happened to have our missions get crossed by a random twist of fate. Narumi said as she removed her arm from Sai and kicked her feet onto the bed to get more comfortable. Sai moved her feet away from him as he scooted away from the redhead, still a little upset at how embarrassed she made him as he leaned forward to get a closer look at his friend. The shock soon faded as he noticed the lack of response coming from his old teammate. Kurenai pushed his blonde hair out of his eyes and Sai was a little confused at how comfortable Kurenai seemed to be holding Naruto. Is something wrong with Blondie-kun? This time all sets of eyes turned towards Kai's, who was fidgeting with the ugly green carpet beneath her as she wanted to now disappear away from the conversation. Kai's had expected Sai to be a little more shocked about seeing Naruto, but even he could sense that something was up with the boy. Kai's wrapped her arms around her legs as she brought them closer to her chest as she hid behind them, wanting to hide her frown as her mind flashed back to the day she wished she could forget. Well, you see, Narinai has been in a coma for the past 5 months. I said, making the room go deathly silent as the words left her mouth. Narumi and Sai both felt their mouths fall open in pure disbelief as their bodies froze. Kurenai was faring much worse as it had felt like the wind had just been knocked out of her. Her red eyes snapped down to Naruto in pure worry as her hand grabbed his own pale one and squeezed tightly. How? I really don't know. Kai's responded honestly, making the assortment of eyes narrow themselves at her in suspicion. We were hiding out in Lightning Country when we were attacked by some missing nin, and when I found Naranai, he was already unconscious. He's been like this ever since. Kai said, wiping a stray tear that escaped her eye as she got to her feet and made her way over to Naruto. All the eyes in the room tracked her every movement as she asked politely for Kurenai to place Naruto onto the bed fully. Kurenai was hesitant at first, not wanting to let go of him after so long but eventually complied, removing him from her lap. Kai thanked her quietly as she undid the blankets around him revealing his plain black shirt. Lifting it up, Kai heard several gasps of shock echo in the room as they all looked at the once again blood-soaked bandages wrapped around the right side of his chest. Kurenai furiously asked what had happened to him, but Kai just stayed silent as she carefully took the soaked bandages off his body and cleaned his wound like she had done every day and night for months. Once the wound was fully clean, she presented it to the group of Konoha shinobi. This is how I found him, this scar was all that I had to go off of. Kurenai was the first to react as she gasped again, her mouth finding it gripped by one of her hands as she felt her eyes start to glisten for Naruto. She reached out and gently traced over his new scar with the very tip of her fingers. It looked like someone had ripped a flash clean off his body and it tore at Kurenai's heart to even look at the damage on his skin. Naruto had been through so much and continues to do so, she blamed herself for this. If only he hadn't got close to her then he wouldn't have fled the village. He wouldn't have gone through with it for her sake. I had to look away from the damage on his skin, after so long of not seeing his friend it had hurt to see him in such a vulnerable and weak state. He couldn't help but feel saddened as his fists clenched around himself tightly. He just wished he would have done more for the blonde, whatever he could have to stop life from picking on Naruto. Narumi herself fought back gasping in shock as her eyes traced the damage, it was the worst scar she had ever seen. Even though she didn't do this much damage to the human body, she could only wonder what Naruto had to go through to walk away with such a battle wound. Her heart went out for Naruto, it pained her greatly as Narumi cursed at herself, wishing in another life that she and her family could have a redo and treat Naruto with the amount of love and respect that he deserved. Eyes nodded solemnly as she watched the differing emotions flash across the audience's face as they all ended up at the same place, sadness. She looked down at her brother again and frowned. I managed to escape with Naranai, and we have been traveling like this for 5 months. I was hoping he would be awake by now, but that hasn't been the case. I tried healing him the best I could and I couldn't see a doctor or medical nin since well, the bounty and all. Kai's explained, her voice growing much more tense towards the end of the sentence and was surprised to see the nods of acknowledgement she received from Narumi and Sai. Kurenai didn't respond as her hand reached up and found her fingers once again wrapped up in Naruto's hair. Why not come back to Konoha with us? We can have our own medical team look after him and finally see what's wrong with him. Kurenai said, her eyes looking at the young girl with a surplus amount of hope that Kai's actually had to take a step back. Kai's was ready to straight out decline, but before words could form Narumi had cut her off, nodding her head along with Kurenai. Yeah, I can't even convince Sang to have Tsunade-bachan be his personal medic. We can get him back to health in no time. Narumi said, well she didn't like the idea of bringing Naruto back to the village because of their family issues, his life was clearly in danger, and the last thing she had wanted was for him to die because of her guilt, he had been through enough. Eyes took another step back as she looked between the hopeful eyes of Kurenai and the confident eyes of Narumi. Sai seemed to agree as he hummed in agreement with both girls, making Kai's curse her luck, but the longer she looked between the two sets of eyes, the more time she had to think about her decision. They were planning to head to Konoha anyway for their mission. If she accepted their offer then they didn't need to worry about drawing suspicion to themselves or even sneaking into the protected village, and they would basically be granted access to Konoha freely. No doubt that because Naruto was in fact injured and as Narumi said herself, that she could most likely convince their father to heal him under village protection. Since why wouldn't a Hokage want to offer assistance in any way possible to the son he had abandoned and then had come back mortally injured? He would kill at the opportunity and use this as a way to get back on his son's good side after years of mistreatment. Also coupled with the fact that she knew how much Naruto must have missed Kurenai and his old team. He talked about them just as much as he talked about Shisui, and that was saying something. And what would stop them from just leaving again? Kai's was confident once Naruto woke up and he wanted to leave, then they could leave with no problems. But it also wasn't just the thought of meeting old friends that solidified it for Kai's. No, it was the idea of getting closer to the man they were going to Konoha for, Danzo Shimura. The very man they were off to kill to take revenge on Shisui himself. It was almost too good to be true, and Kai's had to take several deep breaths to try and calm down her erratic heartbeats at her idea. It was the perfect plan, a near flawless entry to Konoha in order to find out any information she could about the village elder Danzo for Naruto. So he would have everything he needed once he finally woke up from his coma. Kai's had to pinch herself to stop her from giving the biggest Cheshire grin known to mankind. Kai's put up a pensive expression on her face as she hesitantly nodded her head. Eyes watched as Kurenai physically beamed at Kai's as the young girl bowed gratefully, making sure her hair blocked out her golden eyes, which glinted with excitement as her voice remained calm. Okay, we'll go back to Konoha with you. Chapter 27. Arc 5. Part 6. The next day. Well, this is quite the sight. A dark and deep voice muttered as the man's green eyes wandered across the forest, training his vision on one spot in particular. His tan hand played with a few pebbles as he bent down to the ground and looked at the sacred battlefield around him. It was hard to deduce what exactly had happened here, but it was clear that a battle was had. Judging from the top of the cave that was entirely cut in half and had split the ground in two and showing a plethora of the calming endless blue sky. Scanning his eyes over the broken cave, he caught the sight of something even more interesting. He touched the odd black substance, letting the grainy material fall between his fingers as he rolled them in his palm. The substance was thicker than he thought it would be, as it was no doubt denser because of the heavy rainfall that Kusa had gone through the previous night. The tall man groaned loudly as he scratched the right side of his exposed body as he stared at his partner in front of him with an annoyed expression. Come Kakuzu Baka, we've been here for over 20 minutes. The now identified Kakuzu scowled as he glared at his idiot of a partner, unconsciously squeezing the black material in his hand, making a bunch of water leak out of the fine grain. Hayden, shut up. Whatever has happened here, I'm certain it must involve Kyuubi. I'm sure. Huh? It just looks like someone just destroyed the cave. How does this have anything to do with old Hayden, said as he stuck his impressive triple-bladed scythe into the ground and leaned onto the hilt. He looked uninterested as he spoke. Fingering his ear with his pinky finger, not even bothering to look over at his partner. Kakuzu scoffed, debating whether or not he just cut the head off of the gray-haired bastard and buried the head away from his body. Idiot, Zetsu had told us that the Kyuubi had received a mission and were coming to Kusa. Really? Maybe I should start paying attention during meetings. Hayden said, flicking whatever he got out of his ear over at Kakuzu as he used the same finger to pick at his teeth. Kakuzu fumed angrily as he threw a kunai, completely ripping off the man's index finger. Hayden didn't even react to the pain as he watched his finger fall to the ground with a small thud. Hayden glared at Kakuzu. Kakuzu Baka, what the fuck was that for? You fucking battered, come over here and reattach it. Shut up, Hayden. Now come on. Kakuzu. The longer we wait, the longer it will take us to get back to real business. My finger. Stop your whining and hurry up, idiot. Kakuzu. Is everything okay in Kurenai? Kurenai felt herself blink in surprise as she felt Narumi walk up beside her, giving a half-puzzled, half-concerned look. They were standing just outside the hotel they had rented for the night, and Kurenai was watching as Kai's puppet picked up the limp body of Naruto in its large arms. Kurenai of course had tried to persuade Kai's to let her carry Naruto, but the young girl was adamant to do it herself. Kurenai was saddened by this, but ultimately backed off with her requests, assuming that Kai's might not have trusted her or any of the Konoha shinobis regarding Naruto's safety. So she just kept her eyes trained on the girl with the occasional glances towards the blonde boy, her heart quickening as she looked at his unconscious body. Narumi frowned as Kurenai had seemingly ignored her question and just kept looking at Naruto's direction. Narumi knew how much he cared for the boy, but this was a really big surprise. It stung a little in Narumi to see someone else care so much for her brother when she couldn't do the same. Looking at the body of Naruto again only ignited a bleak sense of familiarity, and that was it. Narumi repeated her question and was successful at breaking Kurenai out of her trance. Yes, I'm alright. Narumi frowned, shaking her head as she crossed her arms under her chest, looking at Kurenai with an unbelieving stare. Look, Kurenai, I don't want to meddle in things. But the way you acted after you found Naruto wasn't like you at all. You don't even look like you slept at all last night. Narumi pointed out, looking at the barely noticeable bags under the eyes. Kurenai matched her own frown with Narumi's as she finally looked at the redhead fully. Kurenai was not in the mood to talk about her jumbled up feelings, since even she wasn't certain about them herself. Her mind felt like a bomb erupted in her head and totally threw her thoughts for a loop. Just the mere sight of Naruto was enough to throw Kurenai through the ringer. She didn't know why, but it had. All she could think about was the way he looked at her before he put her under his. The all too familiar dream as she drowned in his sadness, his true feelings. Like she felt all of it. Narumi watched with concern as a variety of emotions flashed through Kurenai's eyes, unsure of what to even say in this situation. Kurenai looked mentally exhausted, and it was easy to tell just by looking into her eyes. Kurenai did a good job at hiding it, however, but Narumi knew the mistress well enough to read her subtle body language. I just missed him. Kurenai admitted. Narumi's eyes softened and she opened her mouth to reply, but at that exact moment, Sai decided to make himself known. The back-haired exited the hotel running a hand through his hair. He looked fully refreshed, and the moment he spotted his team, he gave a wave walking over to them. Good morning, are we ready to head out? Kurenai nodded her head in approval as they made their way over to Kai's, who was patiently waiting for them already a part of the way down the street. Kai's, upon seeing the group walk towards her she gave a somewhat awkward nod in greeting. Ignoring the looks of fear that the passers-by gave her as the Kazuki puppet loomed over her protectively, its long arms wrapped completely around Naruto shielding him from the blistering sun. Wordlessly, they all agreed and started their run out of the town and back towards Konoha. The Konoha were shocked to see that Kai's was managing to keep up with them, they were moving at high speeds, but it didn't even seem to faze the young girl. Kai's herself was starting to pick up her own pace as the Kazuki floated next to her the whole, her mind seemed to be elsewhere and didn't even try to join in on the conversation the group was having. She was far too preoccupied in thinking about her new plan. It would be tricky to gather so much information without drawing out suspicions from the others, she even had to think of an alibi for herself on how she had met Naruto. Narumi had pulled her aside last night before they all had gone to sleep to inform her that the Hokage knew nothing about her or even why Naruto had truly left the village. Aiz was shocked to hear this, and when she asked the girl why, her answer was even more surprising. Didn't want to ruin anything for him. It was shocking, but Kai's thanked her anyway that night. Narumi looked completely self-aware about her treatment towards Naruto and actually looked like she wanted to make a change for the better. Kai's wondered if Naruto would actually forgive his sister or not, it was hard to tell since he was still in his coma, but Kai's liked the odds. Other than that their trip back to Konoha was kept in relative silence between the four of them, with the occasional question thrown Kai's way about how Naruto had been doing or regarding what they did on their trip. Kai's answered the majority of them, much to Kurenai's relief when she learned that Naruto was without a doubt happy with the way he was living. Kai's made sure to leave out anything relating to Sasori or Adarashi. The puppet master had told them that they were still a pretty secret group, especially since they had lost so many members in such a short time. Kai's didn't want to risk anything, so she locked the information away for later. So Naruto-kun actually trained you? More or less. Naruto basically took care of me for the past 2 years since I've known him. Kai's replied with a smile, reminiscing slightly as her mind wandered back to when he first taught her how to channel her chakra into Kigakur. You seem very close to Blondie-kun, calling him Nai-chan. Sai said. Kai's just nodded her head again, not noticing the slight ping of sadness that glinted in Narumi's eyes. Yes we are. Naruto helped me when no one else did. I was on the verge of breaking completely until he came along and decided to fix me. I owe a lot to him. Her words were met with a difference of emotion. Narumi was the one most affected, but she was doing a good job at hiding it. She wasn't really surprised that Naruto managed to find someone else that he saw as family, but it didn't mean it didn't hurt a bit. Sai just nodded his head in acknowledgement, understanding what she meant since he had gone through something similar. Kurenai felt herself smile however, glad to see that someone seemed to care so much for her favorite blonde. He deserved it more than anything, and it helped ease the remaining fear that he wasn't doing well all out on his own. I'm glad you could be. Eyes, we're being followed. Narumi whispered, cutting Kurenai off as they all felt their bodies tense. Narumi's face turned serious as she tilted her head back, her eyes looking behind her into the fast-moving forest as she felt the chakra signatures grow closer with each passing second. I sense 2 chakra signatures, one is very large and the other is about normal in size. They're ganging up on us fast. Kurenai cursed her luck, they just couldn't catch a break. There was a slim chance that whoever was tailing them wasn't after them specifically. But she trusted Narumi's judgment that they were in fact coming dangerously close to the group. The gears started to spin in Kurenai's head as she thought about what they should do. Kurenai didn't want to put her team in unnecessary danger, and she for sure didn't want to harm Naruto, and more than he already was. Narumi warned them that they were getting even closer as the group picked up their own speed. Kai's looked nervous back at Narumi, her mind wondering if whoever was following them was after Naruto. The Kazuki tightened his hold on Naruto as she looked over to Kurenai. Kai's didn't like taking orders from others that weren't Kai's or Sasori, but she would let it slide this time. Naruto's safety was her top priority, and she would throw away what little pride she had to ensure that he stayed unhurt. Kurenai channeled more chakra into her feet as she jumped in front of the group, her back facing the forest as she looked towards them all. Her face shined confidently as she glanced between the ragtag group of people and singular puppet. Okay, I have a plan. Kurenai sighed as she let her arms dangle at her sides, looking up into the beautiful blue sky. Not a single cloud was visible, and no one would have ever known that Kusa was drawing in rain just last night. The mistress stayed still as she stood alone in a large forest clearing just past the border of grass country. She didn't have much alone time with her thoughts as 2 loud bangs reached her ears. Kurenai ignored the small gust of wind that fluttered her battle dress as she looked forward. The dust had begun to settle, making 2 tall individuals become visible. Kurenai felt her face pale considerably as the swing black and red cloaks caught her attention almost immediately. Kurenai had to school her emotions and hide her shock at seeing the Akatsuki cloaks for the first time in her career. She wasn't prepared to see the terrorist organization chase after them. The Hokage had informed all then about the Akatsuki and their motives. But they were hunting down, hidden in the trees, Narumi and Kai's, both felt their blood run cold, both for entirely different reasons. Kurenai watched as the two men in front of her stood tall, both looking as intimidating as possible, as her eyes glanced towards the sky again, this time focusing her vision on the retreating large black and white bird, flying in the direction of Konoha at high speeds. Please get yourself and Naruto-kun to safety. Is Kurenai Yuhi correct? You fetch quite a price in the black market. The man in the front said, taking a step forward and boring his emerald green eyes into Kurenai. Kurini kept her face expressionless, but she had to fight back a shudder at the man's voice. It was deep and more menacing than she was anticipating. She looked over to his crossed-out Tokigakure headband over his head as a mask covered the bottom half of his face, only showing his pupil-less eyes to Kurenai. Bikuzu, the bounty hunter of the Akatsuki. Bikuzu raised a non-existent eyebrow at the use of his name, and if he was shocked, he didn't show it. Oh. You seem to know who I am. Kurenai grinned, putting a hand on her hip, and unaware Akatsuki members were the tip of her fingers reaching into her shinobi pouch. Konoha knows more about your little organization than you would think. Don't act surprised. Ahaha, you should see your face, Kakuzu Bayaka. Bikuzu felt a tick mark appear on his forehead from Haiden's voice. Kakuzu tore his eyes off of Kurenai, who just blinked in surprise at the man's sudden laughter, and glared darkly at his partner. Kakuzu's glare only made Haiden laugh ever harder. Haiden. Shut the fuck up. Just as the words left the bounty hunter's mouth, they were forced to separate as a wall of iron sand cut in between them, trying to catch the group off guard. Kurenai grinned again as she watched the attack work in separating the two. Using a quick fire, she sent a fireball hurtling its way towards Kakuzu. The missing NN didn't have a problem jumping out of the way as he glared at Kurenai. Rasengan. Bikuzu looked up to see just the person he was looking for coming barreling at him at incredible speed. The spinning ball of chakra hit him dead center in the chest, forcing a scream from his throat as he flew backwards from that and impacted into a large tree in the distance. Eyes jumped out of the forest, keeping the wall of iron sand up as she kept her puppet hidden in the tree branches as she looked off at the now annoyed-looking Haiden. The gray-haired man scowled as he rested his large scythe on his shoulder, looking at the young girl with disinterest. You're just a fucking kid. Eyes ignored the jab as she felt Narumi jump down beside her. Her attack on Kakuzu seemed to distract him enough for Narumi to regroup with Kai's. The Redeed had her palm on the ground as she landed without even making a sound. Narumi smirked over at Kai's as the girl raised an eyebrow at her. What are you doing? The plan was to have you stay with Kurenai. Narumi's smirk evolved into a full-blown grin as she shook her head, spinning a kunai out of her pouch as she stood tall next to the young girl. Making sure to look at Haiden as she spoke. I gave Kurenai a little gift to increase her chances. She should be perfectly fine. Hey, stop fucking ignoring me. Haiden yelled in anger over the two girls. His face contorted into a wicked grin as he laughed maniacally. You both will be great sacrifices to Jashin-sama. He screamed before taking off towards the girls. His hand reaching up, gripping his scythe by the handle and swinging downwards. Both girls had to separate as the three-bladed scythe stuck itself into the ground. It ripped pieces of soil out as it embedded itself within the earth. He was about to take his scythe out and towards Narumi until he found that this tool was stuck. Haiden looked confused as he pulled harder but it wouldn't budge. Haiden was about to scream in rage as he ducked a kick that was sent towards his face from Narumi. Scowling, he headbutted his attacker, making Narumi shunshine above him, the familiar ball of chakra forming in her palms. Haiden gave up on grabbing his scythe as he jumped away just as he smashed into the ground, narrowly dodging the attack. Just as his feet touched, he felt something hard rub against his legs. Looking down, he saw that black substance that he and Kakuzu found earlier start to wrap around his leg, immobilizing him as Narumi appeared behind him, grabbing his arms and bending them to the watched with great annoyance as he watched the small golden-eyed girl grab his scythe from the ground and stuck the front blade to his neck. Looking the girl up and down, he took notice of the black grain substance coming from the small gourd on her hip. Moving his eyes back to his side, he scowled. You bitch, you dare disrespect such a weapon given to me by Jashin-sama himself. Like I care who this Jashin person is. Kai said, pushing the blade deeper into Haiden's throat, drawing a fine line of blood to leak down his pale skin and onto the grass. Now, why don't you tell us why you were following us, and I'll think about letting you live. Haiden laughed again, making Narumi tighten her grip on his hands. It didn't stop his laughter as he grinned darkly at Kai's, not even aware of the pain in his neck as he licked his lips, drawing a quick look of unease from the 10-year-old. You brag about knowing of the Akatsuki, yet you don't know why. He said smugly, tilting his head down to stare at Narumi, making the blade cut deeper into his neck as a mischievous glint passed through his face, along with a loud crack. We're here for you, little. He said, another loud crack echoing in his mouth as a small chakra spike resonated within him, and he spit the tooth he had just snapped off straight towards Narumi's head. The redhead was unprepared for the strange attack as the tooth fragment struck her right between the eyes with enough force to send her tumbling backwards. Feeling his arms become free from Narumi's previous vice grip, he grinned, bending a part of his body back and slapping his scythe clean from Kai's grasp as he brought his other hand out and slapped Kai's across the face. The iron sand around Haiden's ankles started to give away as he leaped out of the sand, grabbing his scythe from the air and came down on Kai's with a loud shriek. Kai's rolled out of the way, avoiding being cut as one of the blades sliced through her pant leg. Haiden's laughs were now borderlining insane as he kept his onslaught going. Each time he brought his scythe, a was brought along with it, slamming the bladed weapon in the ground with such force that Kai's had to keep crawling back to avoid the attacks. Die. Kai's rolled to the side dodging the bladed weapon, this time she had more time to channel her chakra, stopping the scythe into the ground again as she pushed off the ground, punching Haiden square across the face. The gray-haired man felt his head whip to the side, but just as Kai's fist impacted with his head, she turned her hand around and opened her palm, grasping at Haiden's open mouth and swinging him to the ground. A sickening crack echoed in the clearing as Kai's held onto Haiden's now broken jaw. With a roar Haiden kicked Kai's away, holding his jaw in his hands as he felt the bone crack beneath him. Snapping his jaw back into place he ran forward grabbing his scythe again. Kai's jump. Kai's landed on her feet from the unexpected kick and headed in Narumi's direction. Feeling the wind start to pick up around her feet as Haiden closed in on her. Narumi, after recovering from the attack earlier, ran through hand seals, slamming her hands on the floor as she waited for her moment. Blind style. Geyser. Narumi yelled as Kai's felt the wind pick up even stronger around her as she jumped in the air. The second she did, Kai's masked her surprise as a large wind picked up sending her soaring up into the sky directly out of harm's way from Haiden's attack. Sorry about that, but now it's my turn. Haiden snapped his head around just in time to see Narumi in his face with a smirk with two identical clones beside her. Haiden brought his forearm up, blocking the kick sent his way, twisting his arm, he grabbed the girl's ankle and brought her towards him. With a sinister grin he brought his scythe forward, slashing it across Narumi's chest as he yanked it back. Seeing the body of Narumi poof into a bowl of smoke, he scowled as the smoke obscured his vision and didn't have enough time to see what lodged itself into his thigh. With a grunt he swung his scythe forward through the smoke, disappearing it as he felt something grab onto his arm. Looking back he saw the body of Narumi pressed up against him. Clone explosion. Haiden widened his eyes as the clone on his arm spoke. A loud explosion roared through the clearing as Haiden was sent flying back as his body tumbled back as he was sent directly through a tree with a loud smack. Narumi smirked as her plan worked better than she had anticipated. Haiden didn't seem like he knew very much ninjutsu or anything, he mainly relied on his scythe to do most of the damage and he didn't seem to care about being hurt. Narumi's smirk soon fell however as she watched Haiden walk out of the forest and he did not look happy. His purple eyes were practically glowing with rage as he limped back to her, his Akatsuki cloak was entirely destroyed, now leaving a heavily scarred upper body visible to the world. With a loud cry of anger he reached upwards and tore out the large wooden branch that somehow found its way stuck in his chest. He threw the piece of wood to the side as a large amount of blood leaked from his wound and not the grass below him. Narumi wasn't sure how he could still smile after all of that or how he was even alive as the clone exploded right next to him. "You bitch. You have really pissed me the fuck off," he said as he raised his hands outwards. His look of rage vanished as an ominous aura formed around him. His eyes turned eerily black as he bared his teeth to the Namakas. "You will be a perfect sacrifice for Jashin-sama. Shut up already." Eyes yelled as she came barreling down to him from above. Haiden was so shocked, he had forgotten all about the girl as she spun in the air, a tendril of iron sand sticking out of her sleeve as she attempted to slice him to bits. Haiden was able to jump away just enough to have the attack slice across his back as he screamed in surprise. With a crazed glint in his eyes he turned towards Kai's, the young girl was surprised to see Haiden react so quickly. She would have thought the attack would have done enough damage to stop him for a bit, not at the least paralyze him. She tried to sunshine away but was too late as he dug his hell into her gut. Kai screamed from the pain as he twisted his foot, scowling madly. "I fucking hate you too. This is so fucking stupid. Please Jashin-sama give me the strength to end this bitches." He muttered loudly as he stomped down on Kai's angrily. "No, you don't." Haiden as he felt Narumi once again appeared behind him, ducking her kick as he elbowed her right under the kneecap, making her body buckle downwards. With another proud shriek he turned his body 90 degrees, sliding Kai's with him as he dragged her across the floor, ignoring her screams of agony as he flicked his heel back, digging it deeper into her chest as he proceeded to kick her away from him and sent her flying back with a gasp of pain. While he was doing that he gripped onto Narumi's arm and brought her forward and headbutted her. Narumi was left dazed from the attack, not prepared for his head to feel like solid steel as she tumbled backwards a bit. Regaining her composure, she sent a right hook back at him to his face. Hayden didn't even bother to dodge as he flexed his muscles, not even wincing from the attack as he pulled the strap of his scythe towards himself in an attempt to cut Narumi in half. The redhead narrowly dodged the fatal attack as she gripped onto her arm, noticing the large slice that was leaking blood down her left arm. Narumi winced in pain as she pulled her arm away, glancing over to Kai's, who seemed like she was barely holding on to her own consciousness. Narumi scowled as Hayden's maniacal laugh soared through the forest. Narumi clicked her tongue in her mouth, the pain was already starting to leave her body as the Kyuubi started to heal her new wound. Ignoring the man's laughter she scowled, just how the hell was this man still alive? He had lost more blood than he should have, and several holes joined the ever-growing collection of scars on his body. Hayden's laughter seemed to grow even more crazy as Narumi just about had enough, flipping a kunai out of her pouch she threw at him. She felt her eyes almost bulge out of her head as he let the kunai dig itself into his chest, his body twitching back from the impact as he gave Narumi a loud grin. He dropped his scythe to the ground as he drew around himself, his body almost trembling as he did so. Narumi was about to rush towards him, but the second she took a step forward her body felt completely frozen. Snapping her head back to Hayden she felt her eyes widen again as she watched the gray-haired man, her body unable to move as she flexed her muscles. "What did you do to me?" Hayden snickered loudly as he raised his arms out again, looking up to the sky with a happy expression. Narumi watched as the circle he drew on the ground started to faintly grow underneath him. In his own blood he drew an upside-down triangle directly in the center as he brought his scythe to his face. Narumi felt queasy as she looked at Hayden, he glided his tongue over the blade, slowly enjoying the metallic taste, he savored the sensation in his mouth before swallowing loudly. His body then started to turn black, the darkness started to consume his skin as strange white markings found themselves embedded all over him, making him look like a skeleton. Everything is now complete. Thank you Jashin-sama for giving me the power for this. I will make this kill worth every drop of blood for you. Narumi scowled as Hayden's bloodshot eyes glazed over. She tried everything in her power to get her body to move, but it was impossible. Her body wasn't listening to her commands as she glanced in Kai's direction, noticing the girl's eyes began to flutter open. "Eyes get him now, squelch." Narumi felt her throat close up as she gasped loudly. Feeling her mouth fill up, she coughed up a large amount of blood as she hesitantly lowered her head, her face paling, as she saw an incredible amount of blood starting to soak her shirt from a non-existent wound now in her chest. She coughed again, feeling her legs begin to shake but refusing to fall to the ground. Hearing laughter again she tried to look up at him, her chest felt like it was on fire as she could feel the Kyuubi already healing whatever phantom wound he could. Hayden just grinned as he dug deep in his chest, moaning slightly at the sensation as the bladed weapon entered his skin, making Narumi gasp in pain as more blood spilled from her body. Isn't it wonderful? The sensation of suffering tingles more when others feel it too. Please join me in this journey to pure ecstasy. He shrieked, grabbing the kunai by the hilt and smashing it down, causing a large vertical gash to tear his body up. Narumi's scream was deafening as the gash appeared on her skin like a mirror to Hayden's body. Her eyes turned glossy as she tried to reach to her wound, blue pupils stinging with unshed tears as she was forced to brave through the torture. Kyuubi was doing his best to stop Narumi from bleeding out and heal her wounds as best she could. It was proving difficult however, as each time he did, a new injury would appear on her body, forcing him to speed his process up. Feeling another pang of pain shoot through her, Narumi snapped her head to the sky. This time feeling control of her right arm as she gripped her shoulder tightly, blood soaking her fingers as her legs finally gave out and she fell on her knees panting in pain. Aiza's eyes shot open as Narumi's scream finally jolted her back into consciousness. Her head snapped to Narumi and her face paled considerably as she looked at the blood-soaked redhead. Kai's jumped to her feet, summoning as much iron sand as she could from her hip and sending it spiraling towards Hayden. Hayden, finally noticing the forgotten girl, smiled wide, beaming as he watched the sand get closer to him, raising his hand up to grip the necklace around his neck. "Yes, go ahead and bury me. Let us suffer together." "Hey Kaizen, no don't." Unfortunately Kai's wasn't able to make out what Narumi had said and she was too late, the iron sand formed a long spear that struck Hayden through the chest right through his belly button and went right through him. Kai's watched in horror as Narumi just shrieked even louder than last time as she fell on her side, her arms wrapping around her midriff as blood leaked from the front and back of her. Her hands gripped the grass beneath her as a whimper spread from her lips. Kai's face paled even more as she sprinted towards Narumi. She winced from the pain in her own stomach, from getting thrown around by Hayden as she shifted to Narumi's side, holding in her gasps at the sheer amount of blood that surrounded Namikaze's body. "ANEPP pain he feels SODD do I," Narumi whispered, but it was just loud enough for Kai's to hear. Narumi felt her body wince as she reached out and gripped tightly on Kai's sleeve. The 10-year-old watched mortified as Narumi's nails dug into her own skin desperately. "IFYUSS stop th this. I see can KK kill him." Eyes hesitantly nodded as she placed her own hand over Narumi's bloodied one and rested it back onto the floor. Getting to her feet, Kai's took notice that her own iron sand attack had seemed to take an effect on Haiden himself. He looked to be in a good amount of his own pain and stuck in a small stupor. His eyes seemed glazed over as his hand rested on the spear through his stomach. He gave another contoured smile as Kai's glared at him. Salvation is almost here. She will be free from life and death and belong to our savior. Praise Jashin-sama. Aiza's glare deepened and she gave a quick apology to Narumi, warning her that she might have to endure a little more pain until it was over. Narumi could barely even nod her head, but she tried, glad that Haiden seemed to be in enough of a daze to ignore the torture he was giving her. Kai's rushed towards Haiden, making the older man grin again as he threw his scythe towards Kai's. Aiza stepped out of the way, letting the weapon soar past her unharmed. Haiden cackled loudly as he pulled the strap on the side, twisting it and making it come right back to him as it flew to Kai's again. A quick spark of shock ignited within him as the weapon stopped mere inches away from Kai's, like an unknown force grabbed a hold of his blade, forcing it to stop. Haiden just grunted, dropping his grip on his weapon as he reached out and grabbed Kai's leg that made a feeble attempt to kick him. Using much more force than she realized he still had, he threw her behind him. Aiza jumped in the air to regain her balance as she slid across the grass before her back came into contact with a large tree. That explains it, he has to stay in the symbol. Aiza thought as her plan went perfectly, Haiden had never moved out from the center of the symbol he was standing on. Most likely because whatever he was using required him to do so. With a grin of her own, she quickly pieced together a plan she had been letting marinate in her head. Sending a mental apology towards Narumi again for this, she snapped her fingers. Haiden looked shocked for a moment as a large puppet flew from above the trees and straight towards him. The puppet's arm shot forward as a long blade swung upwards from his arm and aimed itself straight towards Haiden's heart. For a quick second Haiden felt his whole body burn with happiness at the thought of this, finding the whole situation rather poetic as the young girl was about to kill her very own teammate. Haiden felt his cheeks burn as the familiar sense of arousal flooded his body at the mere thought of it all. All in the name of Jashin. Gotcha. Haiden snapped his head away from the puppet closing in on him as he looked at Kai's from his left. The 10-year-old skidded across the floor and shot her arm forward as light blue chakra strings formed from her fingertips and flew directly to Haiden's legs. He felt the dense chakra wrap around his legs and plant itself into his own leg. Narumi also winced from the pain while Kai's, with a loud roar, pulled back hard on the strings, making Haiden yelp as he felt himself get pulled from the unexpected force and step out from the symbol on the floor. The second he felt his feet leave the symbol his body receded back to its original state. The black and white markings vanished on his skin as he gasped in shock as the puppet's blade pierced his skin going right through his heart as he skidded backwards towards Narumi. Much to her surprise Haiden was still very much alive, he roared in anger as he cursed the girl for ruining his sacrifice. Kai's just snapped her fingers again and the Kazukiage puppet cleanly ripped the blade out of his body and threw him into the air. Kai's gave chase as she sprinted past him, making sure to grab the scythe that he had dropped earlier. Narumi now. With pleasure. Narumi said as she got back to her feet, her wounds almost fully healed now that the Kyuubi didn't have to deal with anything else. A loud bang was heard as the floor beneath Narumi crumbled away leaving a small crater in its way. Malicious red chakra flowed through her chakra coils as it exploded off her body. Narumi's features heightened as she felt her canine grow sharper, her eyes burning with animosity as she held her hand out. Within seconds the familiar started to form into her palm, this time though instead of blue, it was a deep maroon in color as 4 identical chakra tails swung behind her threateningly. With a growl Narumi channeled even more of her own chakra into the attack and with a loud sizzling sound. Like the air itself was being sliced up into pieces, a large windmill of pure wind started to form around the wind started to pick up around her as they grew in size until it was just about the size of her palm. Vermilion Racing Shuriken. She yelled and with a final scream, she threw with remarkable speed that there was no way for Haiden to dodge. The red Racing Shuriken destroyed the ground underneath it as it soared towards the Akatsuki member, Kai's, didn't have time to sit and marvel at as she gripped the scythe by the handle and propelled it forward with so much force she felt her index finger break under the pressure. Watching them get closer to him, Haiden felt his eyes go wide as the Racing Shuriken got closer to him. Even from such a distance he could feel the absurd amount of heat radiating off as it impacted his stomach. Haiden felt his eyes almost bulge out of his head as for the first time in a very long time, he felt true pain. With an agonizing scream he felt a tear into his body, it had felt like the cells were disintegrating from just being near it as the windmill stuck itself all over his body. His screaming never came to a stop as his skin twisted under the attack, eating away at his tissue as it ripped the skin clean off of him. He felt his legs go numb from the nerve damage as the force propelled him backwards, with so pressure much he felt a rib break itself off as it punctured one of his lungs. Soaring back, he wasn't even aware of what was waiting for him, barely being able to keep his eyes open anymore. He was met with his side that Kai's had thrown had submerged itself into a tree as he hit it head on. With a loud tear and a scream, Hayden felt his head get ripped off of his body as he came into contact with the side. The three blades that were waiting for him picked his head as his body fell limp on the ground, blood pooling out of his new wounds and staining the grass forever. Narumi sighed in relief as she let the warm chakra recede itself back into her and continue healing the smaller wounds on her body. Her body was still in a great amount of pain, and if she was an ordinary person, there was no way she could have ever survived that. She internally thanked Kyuubi, but he didn't say anything back. Narumi watched as Ksai fell down to the ground with a groan, holding her chest in pain as she did so. "I think we did it." Narumi nodded as she walked over to Kai's. Hovering over the young girl as they both looked far worse for wear. Looking back at the deceased body of Hayden with a sense of pride. Together that it actually killed an Akatsuki member, an S-class rated shinobi who was feared throughout the land. Kai's tilted her head upwards to look at Narumi, growing as she looked at how bloody the girl was. "Sorry. If I was awake sooner then I could have done more." Narumi blinked in surprise at Kai's, shaking her head as she offered her hand to the young girl with a small smile. "Don't say that. It had bought enough time for you to catch him off guard. That was a good plan by the way," Narumi said with a grin. Eyes looked at the offered hand for a moment, she felt the corner of her lips curve into a smile of her own as she took the hand and got to her feet next to Narumi. "Thank you, still so. God, you fucking bitches. How dare you ruin my ritual to Jashin-sama." Narumi and Kai's both felt their bodies freeze as they snapped their heads over to Hayden. Absolute shock filled their bodies to the very core as they watched the severed head of Hayden move from side to side on his own side. What the fuck?" Narumi said as she walked over to the head skeptically. Kai's was hot in her pursuit, trailing directly behind Narumi as she pulled the scythe out of the tree as the head fell to the ground. Both jumped in surprise as the head of Hayden spoke again, baring his white teeth as he glared evilly. He thrashed around as he attempted to bite Narumi's ankles. "Kakuzu. Come and put my fucking head back on my body. Kakuzu. Kakuzu baka." Narumi stepped back, not wanting to let the head bite her as she just looked on in shock. Kai seemed to be just as shocked as they watched the head scream obscurites out of its mouth. Narumi reached out again, ignoring the scream coming from Hayden. She gripped his messy head of grey hair and him in front of her and Kai's. He screamed again, both from anger and slightly embarrassed at being handled so carelessly. "Okay, how are you doing this? Is this a?" Narumi said, making Kai's nod her head along with him. Kai's raised her arms into the ram seal as she tried to dispel them. After a few seconds of trying, nothing happened. Kai's just looked at Narumi and shook her head negatively. "No, you stupid bitches. I was granted this power from Jashin-sama himself. Now Kakuzu gets over here and put me back together, damn it." Eyes just snapped her fingers at her sides as the sand in her gourd escaped and wrapped itself around Hayden's mouth, gagging him into complete silence. Narumi nodded her head in approval as she held her grip on the man's hair. Turning back to Kai's, she thrusted the head to her, making the 10-year-old shift backwards. "Okay, I don't know what's going on. But can your puppet at least hold him? This is starting to really freak me out." Aiza's eyes went wide in shock as she shook her head. What? No way. Why are we even taking him?" Kai's retorted back. Hayden seemed to agree as he thrashed even more as she tried to speak through the iron gag and looked at Narumi with a glare. They just pushed the head closer, not wanting to even hold it any longer. "If he really can't die then it doesn't hurt. The head back to Konoha with us. If we can even get him to talk about the Akatsuki then it'll be a win-win." Eyes frowned, damn that did make sense. With a lot of disgust she mentally commanded her puppet towards. The puppet did as it was told and wrapped its long slender arms around the head and cradled it close to his chest. Hayden looked like he was foaming at the mouth as he tried to speak past the gag. Eyes shuddered and with a twitch of her pinky, moved more sand upwards and completely wrapped his head in the sand altogether. Narumi was more than comfortable with that as she put her head in her hands. This had been one of the most bizarre days of her life. Narumi and Kai's were both mentally and physically drained, which would explain why they weren't too shocked to see a talking severed head after everything they just went through. Now she was itching to get back to Konoha and straight to that bathhouse. "We should probably go and check up on Kurenai. Hopefully she's okay," Narumi said as she turned to the young girl. Her brow raised in confusion as she watched Kai stalk her way to the side in the tree. With much more bravado than Kai's had in she gripped the handle in her hands and pulled the blade out of the tree. She winced slightly as she clutched her hand in pain, she had forgotten that one of her fingers had been broken. Ignoring the pain as she wrapped the scythe over her back, but the scythe was a little longer than her, so with a frown, she handed it to her puppet as he wrapped it around him. Kai's noticed the look of confusion Narumi was giving her and shrugged. "What? I wanted. Let's just go see Kurenai. I'm too tired for any of this." Chapter 28. Arc 6. Part 1. Will this really work? Yes, I guarantee it. no one suspects a thing. This is risky, you know. A lot is riding on this. I am aware of this, it's a small price to pay. Did you even think this through? More than you have, I assure you. Don't give me that. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision and you know it. Yet you still agreed, and it worked. Why be skeptical now of all times? We don't know if it worked yet. I say the odds are good since we are both alive. Barely alive. Alive nonetheless. Still, this was too impulsive for my liking. Please, you live on impulsivity. Point taken. Now enough. The signs are showing that it worked. You're too cocky for your own good, you know that. Sometimes you have to be. If this fails, it won't look good for you. I am willing to take the risk. TCH. You piss me off sometimes. Touché. Naruto felt his eyes flutter open slowly. His eyelids felt incredibly heavy, and the second he opened them, he just wanted to close them again. His vision was almost completely impaired, being incredibly blurry as he tried to get a read on his surroundings. He could barely make out a spotless white ceiling above his head through the haziness as he ran a hand upwards, blocking out the bright light shining above him. He tried to push himself upwards, but the moment he did, a huge amount of pain ricochet inside his body, making him gasp loudly. His hoarse tone didn't go unnoticed by him as he smacked his head back against the soft bed he was laying in, his fingers brushing themselves against the soft sheet over his body, and gripped tightly. He had to scowl to ignore the immense pain he felt echoing deep into his stomach. Using what strength he had left, he grabbed the bottom of the blue gown he was wearing and lifted it up to reveal his heavily bandaged stomach. His eyebrow rose in confusion as he poked the side, ignoring the jolt of pain he felt from the contact, and brought his finger closer to him. I'm bleeding. That was strange, from the looks of it he had been bleeding for quite some time. The bandages looked fresh enough, like they were put in him today, but they were already partially soaked with the sanguine liquid. Noticing the small improvement to his vision, he took a long glance around the room he was in. He was no doubt in a hospital room, but he didn't know exactly where he was. He didn't remember anything since his fight with Kisame back in Lighting Country, or even how long he had been out for. Since he was conscious again, he could feel the strength in his body returning with each passing minute. Bending his arms and swinging his legs to get the joints loosened up again as he carefully removed the bloodied bandages around his stomach. He ignored the pain he felt as his fingers grazed his injury. After the blood-soaked appendages were removed, he placed them on the small bedside table before looking at his stomach, his eyes going wide as he finally got a good look at his injury. Holy shit. Naruto muttered to himself. His voice trailing off his lips as he gazed at the new blemish that occupied a good portion of his midriff. It looked like something had taken a deep bite out of his skin from his side. Sharp-looking teeth marks embedded itself into his tanned skin and went all the way to his belly button, hiding it from view. It was a light brown in color, mixed with his normal tan complexion, and the amount of blood he had lost giving off a rustic feel to the mark. That fucking shark bastard. Naruto thought bitterly, his hand clenching into a fist as he started channeling his chakra into the wound to heal it as best he could. Almost immediately he could feel his blood getting to work on healing him, the small blood tendrils forming from the large gash and sewing him up. He let out a small sigh as he cleaned the excess amount of blood from his stomach. He twirled his free hand, making the copper-smelling liquid peel off his skin and dropping it into the pile of bandages he had removed earlier. After ending the technique, he felt his insides burn, his face morphing into sudden pain as he gripped around his fabric around his heart. Damn, even just using my chakra hurts like a bitch. He said internally, feeling his left eye pulse in pain matching exactly what he was feeling on the inside. Whatever Kisame had done to him must have thrown his chakra out of whack again, and depending on how long he had been out for would also hold a contributing factor into that as well. He was so caught up in the sudden pain he didn't even hear the doorknob strat to turn as it squeaked open. I'm sure it'll be fine. Naruto felt his eyes go wide as he snapped his head upwards and towards the door. He cursed himself for not paying enough attention to his surroundings. He couldn't even sense any chakra signatures thanks to his injuries, and he could barely even hear when the door had been opened. After realizing he had been walked in on, Naruto quickly jumped out of bed and across from the person that had entered and leaped to the opposite side of the room. The second he landed, however, a searing amount of pain shot throughout his body, again going deep into his veins as he felt his legs give out from under him and fell to the floor with a loud wheeze. As he fell, he felt someone sidle up next to him, catching his fall before his knees made contact to the ground. Naruto cursed himself again as he tried to look up and see whoever had caught him. While his vision did get better, he was still having a hard time focusing properly, and since the sun had just began to set, it was making it harder to see in the still darkening room as darkness flooded through the large window behind them. "Oh, careful now, Naruto Nai. Your injuries still aren't healed." Naruto felt his body freeze as the voice reached his ears. His heart felt like it had just dropped 100 stories in his chest and now resided in the deep contents of his stomach with the rest of his pain. His eyes went wide as he hesitantly turned his head to the person holding him up, the deep voice resonating within him as he made eye contact to the all too familiar purple eyes looking at him with nothing short of amusement and small hint of concern hidden deep within those amethyst orbs. Naruto's mouth fell agape, the name uttering off of his lips in pure disbelief. And Natsu? Natsu grinned as he nodded his head, finding joy in seeing his brother's apparent distress at seeing him as he helped Naruto get back onto his feet. Naruto was a little hesitant at first, not really wanting to see or be near his brother any more than he already was. They hadn't gotten along when he still lived in Konoha, and he usually was the victim of a verbal onslaught Natsu liked to indulge in. He blinked as that thought crossed his mind however. If he was in a hospital and Natsu was here then there was a very high chance that he was back inside his home village. Eyes must have brought us back, using me as a pretense to enter the village safely and without problems. He thought, hiding a grin as he looked away from his brother. Finally accepting the boy's help as he got to his feet. He would play along for now. Naruto kept his arm wrapped around Natsu's shoulders as the slightly taller boy helped Naruto stand fully. Naruto hesitantly muttered a small thanks as he propped himself against a wall, removing himself from his brother as Natsu grinned back at him. Still finding the situation quite enjoyable. "You seem better," Natsu said, his eyes glancing at the bundle of bandages on the side table for a moment before crossing his arms. "You know it's against policy for patients to remove their own bandages." He finished with a raised eyebrow. The bleeding had already stopped. Naruto dryly replied. Finding it quite odd that Natsu was speaking so normally to him. This is the first real conversation they had had in probably over 6 years without Natsu constantly degrading Naruto every chance he got. Natsu felt his eyebrow raise as he met Naruto's own blue eyes. He found that pretty hard to believe. He was told that his bleeding was almost constant and it was lucky he never died from blood loss, and when he checked earlier, he had just replaced the old soaked ones. "Really? Lift your shirt for me." Naruto looked at Natsu, slightly taken aback at his brother's request as the redhead took a step closer to him. Naruto took a step away but didn't get very far since he was already fully against the back wall. He was skeptical of his brother for numerous reasons. The last time he had spoken to him had been years ago back at the ramen shop when he boasted about his sage training. It wasn't a fond memory to have and everything before that was much, much worse. Natsu noticed Naruto's look of confusion and hesitance and rolled his eyes a bit. While Naruto's reaction was very much justified and not surprising, it was a little annoying for the redhead. "Relax, Naruto Nai. Is it so strange for me to want to see your injury?" "Yes." Naruto replied dryly again, looking at Natsu with an "are you serious" stare. Naruto almost let out a laugh at his brother's ridiculous question, but he managed to hold back surprisingly. Natsu rolled his eyes again, scowling as he took another step towards Naruto. Crouching down and gripping the shirt and lifting it up over Naruto's injury. Naruto didn't try to fight back as Natsu did, it would make this much easier for him to just accept the weird circumstance that he found himself in instead of fighting it. Who knows what would happen if Naruto was a step out of line here. His body was still severely weakened, he thought he was better, but it was a false sense of security, and he was sure that if he got into a fight now it would only be a disaster. And since he was technically still a missing nin the village would have no problem throwing him in prison or outright executing him outright. The Hokage only had so much power over the laws that the village had to uphold, and that's even if his father fought for him. Naruto looked down to his brother and winced as the shirt grazed his scar again. He watched as his brother blinked in total surprise before lifting his hand upwards and towards Naruto's stomach. Naruto was about to open his mouth to ask what he was doing, but was quickly shut up as Natsu's hand started to glow a soft green as he gently placed his hand over his scar. Naruto was once again thrown for a loop at his brother's actions. This time acting trying to dispel and see if he was trapped because of the weirdness of it all. "Medical ninjutsu? Yeah. I started learning it after I finished my sage training. On my days off I usually come here to help out since they are low in staff at the moment." Natsu replied, making Naruto shake him in shock. "This is becoming a little too much for me." Naruto whispered low enough so that Natsu wasn't able to hear what he said. And that was the truth, this was the last thing he expected to see and hear after he woke up from his comatose state not even an hour ago. Natsu on the other hand ignored his brother's outward shock as he stared at the scar with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Natsu was here earlier when his brother had been dropped unexpectedly from that black-headed member on Narumi's team before quickly explaining the situation to the doctors. Most of them were hesitant to help out a missing nin out, even if he was originally part of this village and the Yandame's child. Luckily Natsu had been working and specifically requested for Naruto to be put under his care until his father had returned. No one argued with Natsu, and he was quickly debriefed about the boy's condition, even if they were all uncertain on how he had received these injuries. Natsu healed him as best as he could, but no matter how hard he tried to stop the bleeding on the wound, it never did stop. Natsu changed the bandages around his stomach 3 times already and they were always soaked completely in blood. But looking at the wound now it was completely closed up. Well, the scar would no doubt live forever on Naruto's body unless he covered it with a seal or. The wound was more or less completely closed now and around him all the blood had already been cleaned up and wiped clean. It was astounding to Natsu, he had never seen anything like it before except for Narumi and himself thanks to the Kyuubi. He snuck a glance at his brother from the floor, a mixture of emotions fighting in his own gut as the fox demon within him laughed loudly at Natsu's turmoil. It seemed the wound closed up completely. Natsu said as he lowered the blonde shirt, letting it fold back down as Naruto rose to his feet, walking to the door as he grabbed the clipboard that was hanging on the wall, using the attached pen to write down the miraculous recovery of his returned brother. As he did so his eyes stayed trained on his brother, still unsure of what to say or what to even do. It was much easier when he had been unconscious since Naruto couldn't respond. Naruto was more or less in the same boat as he tried to look everywhere else except Natsu. Still swimming in disbelief as he stretched his sore muscles, finally feeling the pain start to subside as a strange sensation bubbled in his stomach. I can't say how it happened, but you are healed completely. Natsu said, grabbing Naruto's attention as their eyes finally met for only the second time today. But there are a few things that I need to check. Naruto felt his body tense slightly, thankfully Natsu didn't seem to notice as the taller male walked over to him again. Motioning for him to lay back down on the bed which Naruto did with a little hesitancy once again. Natsu placed his clipboard down onto the side table, making sure not to get any blood on it from the removed bandages as his hand started to glow green again checking over the rest of his brother's body. You've changed. Natsu's eyes snapped over to meet his brother's again, the all too familiar grin returning to his face as he nodded slowly. So have you. The tense and awkward silence washed over the two brothers as Natsu continued his work. Both not really knowing what to say to one another more than that. Naruto wasn't even sure of what he could say. He wasn't lying when he said he saw none of them as family. Natsu was like the school bully that followed him home and wouldn't leave him alone, he was never once a brother to him in his life. But he couldn't help but realize that change in his brother's attitude or demeanor. It was definitely a change for the better, but still very odd. I do have a few questions. Naruto nodded his head at Natsu, his thoughts still traveling a mile a minute in the small room. Natsu moved his glowing hand upwards, making Naruto's breath hitch as his hand flew up to his now closed left eye while his other stayed on his stomach. The tense silence continued for a few minutes as Naruto waited patiently for Natsu to speak. How did you get these injuries? I was fighting a member of the Akatsuki back in Lightning Country. I don't remember much after that. Naruto replied honestly, making Natsu blink once again in surprise as his eyes traveled down to the blonde stomach again. That would make sense, that black-haired kid said something similar I believe. He also said you had been in a coma for about 5 months. 5 months? Naruto asked in shock, not believing it to be so long since he had awoken. He would have guessed it would have been close to 1 month, but 5. That's ridiculous. Natsu nodded, that's what I was told. Who? I don't remember his name. The black-haired kid on Nichan's team. Naruto raised an eyebrow again, Nichan. Narumi has a team. But what I'm most curious about isn't how you got those injuries. It's this. Natsu looked back to meet Naruto's eyes, ending his medical as he gently placed his fingers over his left eyelid and put his closed palm on his chest, careful not to induce any pain in his brother. Naruto suddenly felt very tense around Natsu, his eyes had gone blank. Very reminiscent of their younger days together. After looking you over I noticed several odd discoveries. 2 in particular. One here. He said tapping his eyelid gently, making Naruto stare back at Natsu with an equally blank expression. Well, there was nothing out of the ordinary, there was a small seal placed just above your eyelid. It's pretty advanced, I would have missed it completely if I wasn't proficient with it. It's blocking access to your eyes and your nervous system, I find it quite odd. He said, his eyes flashing with questions. He continued, moving his eyes to the blonde's horribly scarred stomach. And most of all, right here. Again I would have missed this completely if I hadn't been looking after I found the seal on your eye. But this seal is even more advanced than the other one. I can't even decipher all the kanji and sealing arrays on it. It reminds me of my seal, the one holding the Kyuubi at bay. Natsu said, his voice lowering as his amethyst eyes looked over to Naruto's sapphire. Both wearing matching challenging expressions on their faces. But unlike the past, Naruto wasn't afraid to fight back now. Before he would have most likely bitten back in anger at anything Natsu would have said, but this time he was headstrong. He actually had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop himself from grinning several times. That is quite interesting. Naruto responded, fighting back the urge to smirk as Natsu faltered at his response. Natsu seemed to have been caught up in his monologue and found himself stuck in the past for a moment, half expecting Naruto to cave in like he had done when he was younger. Naruto's response was almost playful, making Natsu a little more peeved off than he already was. He did a good job at hiding it, but just like Naruto, he was also having a hard time dealing with the situation. It is. Care to elaborate further on Naruto Nai? Naruto this time did grin, catching Natsu by surprise a little as he looked up to the roof. He sighed heavily. Not really. I think you can deduce what this all means. You have always been the smarter one out of us, right? That seemed to get the desired reaction out of Natsu as he glared at his brother, knowing just how irritated he would get at the challenge. Natsu scoffed, he hated to admit it, but he truly didn't know what it could mean. The seal was similar to his and Narumi's, but with added sealing arrays that he didn't recognize. Minato couldn't leave the village because of a distress call from Narumi, so he couldn't ask him to look at it, which was even more infuriating. He had his suspicions that Naruto was possibly harboring a Bijuu within him, but he couldn't sense a thing within the seal. Even the Kyuubi couldn't sense anything, and his Sage mode was more or less useless as well, and couldn't break through the seal, no matter how hard he tried. It was like a puzzle that Natsu had been ignoring for over 10 years, and he only just started to piece together. And Naruto wasn't the one who seemed like talking, after all, even if he did used to live here, he wasn't obligated to spill his secrets when he was gone. And it was only a matter of time until the world traveled across the village and the council got involved with his return, even if he was even planning on returning. Each and every time he thought about it, a new question would be brought up about his enigmatic brother. And he wasn't like Narumi, who officially gave up on Naruto. He wanted to know who he was and what he'd done. And meeting the Akatsuki. Interesting. He thought as he glanced between Naruto's stomach and eyes. Naruto still refused to look at him, but that was expected. I have a few theories, yes. But they are just that, and it would do me no good to tell you, since you wouldn't even tell me if I was right. Natsu removed his hands from Naruto's body and stalked his way over to the door again, placing the clipboard back to its original place before meeting his brother's eyes again. Blue met purple once again as they stared silently at each other. The atmosphere grew more and more tense, and both remained silent, not wanting to break the heavy tension. Both unwavering in their resolve as their eyes remained unblinking for an absurd amount of time. It was almost like they were looking into a mirror of the past. Natsu could only see the old Naruto. The one that backed away from anything and everything and was easy to walk all over. While Naruto could only see the young Natsu. The boy whose piercing purple eyes would promise pain and torture as he showed him what it was like to live with such a toxic family. But now they were both different in many ways, and it only intrigued them further. Naruto was a broken puzzle that was left untouched for years, while Natsu was the perfect vase that was cracking over time from pressure. Natsu grinned before tearing his eyes away from Naruto, opening the door with a soft click as he stepped outside, leaving Naruto to his own devices and once again fully alone. But he couldn't leave without muttering a single sentence. His words were condescending, oozing with arrogance and fanciful in nature. Letting Naruto wonder if Natsu had actually changed at all. Welcome back, Naruto Nai. Chapter 29. Arc 6. Part 2. So let me get this straight. You two ended up killing Haiden of the Akatsuki. An S-class missing nin, and even managed to grab his head for us. That is still talking. Kurenai said, shaking her head in disbelief as she watched a gagged head squirm around in the large puppet's grasp. Kai's and Narumi both just nodded their heads to the. Both standing with a small amount of pride as they grinned. Most of their injuries had already healed, well for Narumi that was the case. A few bones were still broken for Kai's, but she had made an iron sand cast that was holding a few of her broken fingers together and keeping them in place. Yep. Kurenai sweat-dropped at Narumi's response. She was finding all of this a little hard to believe as she turned away from the two girls to look behind her. Rubbing her bandaged arm that was still soaked with a good amount of blood. Her battle dress was almost fully destroyed. It had been cut from her legs up, showing much more skin than she usually did, as her midriff was left exposed as a large vertical cut laid in the center. Her messy unkempt hair was even more tangled up as she looked at the carnage behind her. Most of the trees in the area were either destroyed or toppled over. Black thread-like materials littered the ground as a single man stood in the center, looking down at the heavily cut up and charred body beneath him. Okizama, I assure you he's dead. The now dubbed Minato turned his head to look at Kurenai with an embarrassed smile, reaching up to scratch his cheek with a chuckle. Yes, I know. Just checking over his body just in case. We can't be too certain with a talking head after all. He said, making Kurenai nod in agreement. He did have a point there. The talking head was definitely a surprise, an unwelcome one at that. It was disturbing to see the lone skull wither around as he tried to scream absurdities any chance he got. It was a tough sight to behold. Kurenai was happy though to see that the girls were okay and only suffering from minor injuries and a few broken bones. She has been especially worried when they had gotten separated, but thanks to Narumi, she didn't have much to worry about. Before the Namika's daughter went to reconvene with Kai's, she handed her one of Minato's famous three-pronged kunai in case of an emergency. Watching Minato put Kakuzu's body in a preservation scroll, she was grateful for Yandame's help. She trusted Narumi and Kai's to be strong enough to at least hold off against Haiden for the time being, and even after summoning Minato, he didn't seem to worry about her. He had trained her well after all. Minato walked over to the group, he looked perfectly normal and didn't even have a scratch on him. The only sign of battle that Minato hinted at was the small air of sweat that fell down his brow, but it was barely noticeable. The blonde Kage smiled wide as he waved the scroll in his hand, 2 Akatsuki members down. Great work everyone. Great job giving them to Narumi as well. Minato praised, making the redhead just shrug her shoulders in response. You told me to use it if I ever came into contact with an Akatsuki member. I just did my job. Minato nodded, chuckling awkwardly at his daughter's response before looking down at the much smaller girl standing next to Kurenai. He caught a glimpse of her before when he was fighting Kakuzu, but this was the first time he would speak to her. He had never seen this girl before in his life, but she seemed acquainted enough with his daughter for some reason. He glanced over to his left, locking eyes with the deadpan stare of the floating puppet, holding the head of Haiden for a moment. He was vastly curious about who the girl was, she seemed to be controlling the puppet, but he hadn't even seen her since the use of chakra strings. He was fascinated by the idea, but he didn't want to jump the gun and ask her outright, he hadn't even introduced herself to her yet. Deciding to do just that, he bent down slightly to her level and offered his hand out to Kai's. Good evening. My name is Minato Namikaze, Yandeme Hokage of Konoha. And who might you be? Eyes looked at the lone man of the group, glancing between his eyes and the outstretched hand for a few moments. She was deciding on what she wanted to do at this very moment. He was the Hokage, meaning this was Naranai's father. It was a little strange to finally meet the man that Naruto never liked to talk about, just like the rest of his family. Minato gave an awkward laugh again as he crouched uncomfortably at the young girl's questionable gaze on him. He was about to pull his hand away when decided to reach out and took the handshake with a little hesitance. Kais. Good to finally meet you, Hokage-sama. Minato smiled at the girl, making the Kais even more confused as they pulled away from one another as Minato got back to his feet. The feeling is mutual, Kais-chan. How do you know Narumi and Kurenai? He asked. Kurenai spoke up, his time butting into the conversation. Actually, Hokage-sama, Kais here had been traveling with Naruto-kun for the past few years now. But he was dangerously injured a few months ago and accepted our offer to bring him back to Konoha for treatment. And Naruto? Where is he now? Minato asked frantically, his pulse quickening as he took a large step forward in shock. Just hearing the name of his long-lost son sent uneasiness into his veins as guilt once again played his mind. Kurenai had to take a step back from the Yandame's closeness, slightly uncomfortable at the intense reaction, though she couldn't blame him since she had one pretty similar, if not more intense. Sai-kun had agreed to take Naruto-kun back to Konoha while we fought off the Akatsuki members. He should no doubt be back there now. She said, her voice going even as she spoke. We should probably get back. We're finished here. Anyway, good idea, Kurenai. Everyone grab on. Minato agreed, nodding his head along with Kurenai. They all seemed to agree as well, save for Narumi. All nodding along with the village as Minato put his arms around the 3 girls, already feeling the familiar pull from his kunai back in Konoha. Narumi just narrowed her eyes at the red-eyed beauty as they teleported away, back to Konoha. Finally, I can use my chakra without any pain. Naruto thought as he just finished his stretches for the evening. Right after his brother Natsu left, he quickly got to training and fixing his body up to tip-top shape. He no longer felt any pain in his arms or legs when he moved them around and was able to stay conscious and pain-free long enough to get in a whole workout in the hospital room with no issues. Naruto was also able to start channeling more chakra into his body to heal more of the internal injuries from the large scar on his stomach and even minimize the amount of pain he would feel when he grazed the blemish. Coating it with an almost invisible layer of chakra, letting his blood do the best it can to heal him and stop any throbbing. But externally, he could already perform a small amount of water and even manipulate the blood he previously took out of his body in the bandages. He barely had any chakra thanks to his coma and he was using the majority for his wounds, but it was not completely painless. He can even activate his Sharingan with little trouble and could now sense more and more chakra signatures that were near him. After a few days of rest, 1 or 2 tops, he should be back into perfect fighting condition with almost zero problems. The only thing he was worried about now was timing. He had no time to waste now, since his plans had already been put into action. Once he unconsciously stepped foot back into Konoha for the first time and would be lying if he said he wasn't starting to feel a little nervous. His missing pieces to his plan were currently still missing, and Natsu's presence was sending off warning sirens in his head. His brother appeared to have undergone a drastic change of character over the years, he suddenly was nicer, more sincere and unbearably earnest. It made Naruto sick. No matter who believed Natsu's change, or why he was doing it or for what reason. Naruto wasn't buying it, he knew Natsu better than anyone, especially the darker side he always tried to hide away from their parents and sister. It was almost laughable to a certain extent that Naruto actually let out a loud laugh as soon as he left, unknowingly spooking several passing nurses who were unlucky enough to walk by his room during that time. "You can't fool me, Natsu. In fact, you're more important to me than ever," he thought, grinning to himself as he snickered alone in his room. Emitting more chakra from his pores as he twirled the blood around the room hastily. 1. To help his control since he seemed to be even better than ever. And 2. It was just fun to let his mind run wild. Ache. Naruto's body tensed as a loud and all too familiar voice reached his ears. Echoing in the hospital behind his room door and into the halls. He felt his grin widen as he stopped his blood manipulation, letting it all pool itself back into the damp bandages as he jumped back onto his bed. He could hear the sounds of approaching footsteps running in his direction as a nurse yelled at the person to stop and slow down. Feeling in the approaching chakra, he got himself ready, flexing his muscles and putting on the weakest look he could muster as the door swung open. Naranai. The brown blur shot itself towards Naruto as he braced himself, letting out a whimpered gasp as two tiny arms wrapped around his neck tightly. He chose to ignore the rest of the footsteps coming his way as he weakly wrapped his arms around the brown blur, bringing her closer to him. "Hey Kai's-chan," he muttered, his voice sounding so weak that the girl sobbed even louder into his neck. "I'm so happy you're awake, Naranai. I was so worried." "Don't worry, I'll never leave you. Miss, you can't come running in here like that. Not only is our patient here incredibly injured, it is rude to all other staff and patients here." The nurse scolded as she ran into the room just behind Kai's and tried to peel the sobbing girl away from Naruto. Kai's wasn't budging as she just gripped tighter around her Nai-chan. She had gone months without him awake and she would be damned if she let go now. Naruto gave a small smile as he looked up towards the nurse, surprising her with an apologetic expression. Sorry about this, nurse-an, but it's okay, you don't have to worry. I missed my sister just as much." Naruto stuttered, coughing a bit, jolting Kai's out from her short-term happiness as she finally realized what she was doing. Jumping off of Naruto and bowing deeply to the appalled nurse, "I'm sorry, nurse, and please forgive me." "Why, yeah, it's alright. Just don't do it again." The nurse replied awkwardly, not really sure how to take this strange encounter. She bowed respectfully, leaving the two kids to their own devices as she closed the door behind her. As soon as the nurse left the room, it took everything in Kai's body to stop herself from jumping back onto Naruto. Her face was glowing with pure and utter happiness, turning her face she smiled so wide that it looked like it was going to cut her face in half. Ignoring the stream of tears leaking from her eyes as she looked at her brother's face. Naruto returned the smile as he wiped the pain look from his face and let it revert back to his normal expression. Reaching his hand out and letting his rough fingers comb themselves through her brown hair. Kai's leaned into his touch, tilting her head to make it easier for him as she gulped her tears back, not being able to fight it anymore. She leaped at Naruto, wrapping her arms around his neck again. "Naranai, I'm so happy you're awake." "I know, Kai's, I'm so happy to see that you're okay." Her voice came out as a whimper, burying her face into the crook of his neck as she clung tighter onto him. Naruto's face softened for a moment, letting his arms wrap her even tighter around his side as she cried. He should have expected this, and if he was being honest, he missed Kai's just as much. When he was in his coma, he really had no idea what was happening or going on in the outside world. All he could see was darkness. It had felt like he was drowning in a deep black abyss for eternity. He couldn't even hear what was happening. He thought most people in comas stayed conscious, but sadly, or unlucky, he didn't. He glanced down at his sister, his stomach knotting together as he pulled her away from him. Kai's let herself get pulled away with a little resistance. She looked up at Naruto, wiping her tears with her sleeved arm as she tilted her head to him in confusion. Naruto gave her an apologetic smile as he scooted over on the bed to give her just enough space for her to sit next to him as he reached around Kai's and across to the side table next to his bed. Kai sniffled as she watched Naruto grab a lone piece of paper a nurse had left earlier. Using his fingers, he dipped the digits into his blood bandages. Making sure it was still wet enough, he began to write on the paper, using his chakra to make the blood a little more dense and easier to write. "Guys, I know that I just woke up. But I need you to do something very important," Naruto said as he finished whatever he was writing. Folding the paper in fourths before handing it to Kai's. The young girl blinked in confusion, looking up at Naruto in shock as she hesitantly grabbed the folded paper gently. "I don't understand, Naranai. SSHHH. Naruto whispered, bringing his bloodied finger to his lips as his eyes flickered to the door, sensing a few chakra signatures behind the room, recognizing both of them immediately. Kai's nodded in understanding as she leaned closer to him, thoroughly confused as Naruto used his free hand to gently cup Kai's cheek. He leaned in as well, whispering quietly so only Kai's could hear what he had to say. "I need you to leave Konoha and go to the location in this note. This is very important, Kai's, more so than anything we have ever done before. Eyes let the surprise show in her face as she looked down to the note now held in her hand. She was a little caught off guard by her brother's serious expression and tone. It was very rare to see Naruto like this, and she preferred it that way. But this was random, more random than usual, especially for Naruto. I don't understand, Naranai. Everything will be explained once you get there, Kai's, I promise. He said. Using the hand cupping Kai's cheek, he lifted her head up to meet her confused golden eyes. His face was deathly serious, lacking any sense of negotiation as his eyes pierced through Kai's. Having activated his Sharingan, letting it twist into his as it spun in his socket, Kai's shakily nodded her head, not out of fear, but out of concern. She wasn't afraid of Naruto's scary looks anymore, she was forced to grow out of it since she traveled alone with him in tow for the past few months. But she had never seen him act like this before, he was more serious than ever and he hadn't been awake for that long. Something must have happened to him in his last battle against that Akatsuki member, something far worse than she originally imagined. She just agreed with him, taking the note and stuffing it for safekeeping in the seal in her arm. Naruto sighed in relief, giving a sad smile to his younger sister as he gently kissed the top of her head. Thank you, Kai's-chan, you have no idea how much you've helped me. Eyes blushed a bit at the kiss, her biological brother had never done anything like that before and it was a nice change. She felt her worry melt away at the contact as she nodded to Naruto, a look of fierce determination forming on her face as she jumped off the bed and gave a thumbs up to Naruto. Don't worry, Naranai, you can count on me. And she meant it, her original plan was to help Naruto find Danzo, but Naruto seemed to care more about this than the old warhawk, so she would help him in any way he needed. With one last goodbye she quickly left the room, disappearing behind the door and to her new mission. I should have no problem sneaking out of the village, she could easily pass by as an orphan or a merchant's daughter and just walk out of the gates if she chose to do so. Naruto doubted his dad would do anything about it, probably too occupied with his return than anything else right now. Naruto felt himself grin deeply as Kai's left, a pulse of adrenaline pumping through his body, making him put his fist in his mouth to stop himself from laughing. Step 1, complete. Naruto almost felt giddy for the first time in years. For once since meeting Kai's, he felt like he was truly doing something with his life. Like he was doing what he truly was meant to do. The grin did not disappear as he felt an Alta Chakra signature make his way closer to his room. It was the signature he was looking forward to the most right after Kai's, and he was glad it was happening so fast. Even though his grin didn't vanish, he did feel a bubble of anxiety pop in his stomach. The familiar butterflies appeared with a vengeance as they fluttered around. What could he say? How should he act? They hadn't seen each other in years, how could you tell someone that they've been on your mind almost constantly every single day without it coming off as creepy? He didn't have any more time to think as the door creaked itself open again, allowing the bright room to accentuate the dark raven locks that became visible as deep crimson eyes locked onto him almost instantly as they took the first step into the room. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as both parties stared at one another. Naruto's heart rate quickened substantially in its pace as he looked at the woman in front of him, she was wearing a matching expression of joy and awkwardness as they unmoving at one another. Naruto felt his cheeks heat up significantly as he noticed her attire, she appeared to have not bothered to change since her mission and was revealing a lot more skin than she usually did, more so in the midriff area. He forced his eyes away from her belly button and back to the crimson orbs, scratching the back of his head, awkwardly making the woman smile. Hey, Kurenai-chan. Hello, Naruto-kun. Kurenai responded, smiling as she hugged the boy, overcome with her strong feelings as she brought him close to her and momentarily forgetting that he was mortally injured. Luckily for Kurenai, Naruto didn't seem to mind and just let himself be swept away into the embrace, closing his eyes wistfully as he breathed in her familiar scent. She still uses that vanilla and strawberry shampoo. He thought to himself, letting his tenseness be stolen away from the raven-haired beauty. Kurani on the other hand was going through a magnitude of different emotions and for many different reasons. One of them was how his body felt against hers, he had certainly grown from the small genin that she was used to. He was tall, most likely taller than her, and could feel his well-defined body under her own. He looked different too, he had lost a good amount of his baby fat around his cheeks and his hair seemed to grow just a bit longer, not long enough to fall into his eyes, but long enough to cover his eyebrows if he chose to. Pulling away a bit she locked eyes with the blonde, both wearing matching blushes, as Kurenai reached out like she had done many times before, taking his cheek into her hand as she rubbed the button of his scar. Naruto leaned deeply into her touch, missing it more than anything. It was the one thing that reminded him of a better time and a similar life. And she looked incredibly attractive from this distance. I wish I could marvel in this reunion, but you really tied my hands here. Naruto frowned, his mouth falling lower than ever as a pang of guilt rang through his body. He looked away from Kurenai, not able to look at her half-annoyed and half-angry expression any longer. He truly did feel bad for what he had to do. I know. And I'm sorry for everything. But this was something that I had to do. Naruto said, not feeling an ounce of regret for his actions, just feeling bad for the shitty situation he put Kurenai in. I would understand if you wanted to cut all ties with me after this. Being this friendly with a criminal and even worse of what you're doing. Kurenai felt herself frowning along with him. Her heart pumping unknown feelings into her as she sighed deeply. Removing her hand from Naruto's cheek with a thoughtful expression. Look, it's not like I wouldn't have done this for you. I care about you, you know. She said bashfully, rubbing her arm as Naruto just blushed under her, their bodies still incredibly close that he could feel the amount of heat they were both emitting. With her ears pink, Kurenai sighed again before reaching into her pouch to reveal a small black scroll and thrusted it towards Naruto. Here, this is what he gave me. Naruto smiled before taking the scroll from her hands, his fingers brushing against hers, making both of their blushes expand over their faces. Both feeling a spark go through their systems at the contact. He nodded his thanks, placing the scroll next to him on the table as he scooted on the bed to get a little closer to the woman. Look Kurenai, I don't really want to hear about Naruto-kun. Kurenai cut him off rudely, taking a step back to further the distance between them, making Naruto's heart break at the notion. He looked down, not wanting Kurenai to see the hurt look that flashed across his face as he scratched the back of his head. He felt almost sick to his stomach at the thought of repelling Kurenai away. All the giddiness he was previously feeling vanished in his body and was replaced with deep regret that he managed to drive Kurenai away. But he was in too deep to do anything about it. Can I at least explain myself? So I can tell you why. Naruto whispered, peeking his eyes through his golden locks as he pleaded breathlessly. Kurenai frowned deeper as Naruto spoke, she knew better than to let him explain. She was already in too deep and could simply be called an accomplice to him now. But the look he was giving her was hard to turn down, he looked so incredibly cute and small that it was a hard decision for her. Naruto stared at Kurenai as she stood silent for a long few minutes. It had felt like his heart had gotten ripped from his chest and stomped on repeatedly. Sure he had done something stupid and rash, and it might have been an impulse decision, but if he could explain himself to her then maybe she could understand. Feeling a little courage returned to him as he watched the woman's face soften, he scooted over onto his bed again, leaving half of it free as he patted next to him softly. Sighing, Kurenai nodded before taking the offered seat directly next to him, both sitting up straight as she turned to look at him. 5 minutes. Naruto nodded thankfully, his smile spreading across his face as he rubbed his hands together. He let his thoughts reverberate in his mind as he tried to gather his thoughts together. It was all a jumbled mess, and he would sometimes lose focus as his shoulder brushed against his. It's just I'm sorry. I really fucked up doing this to you, but I really had no other choice. Things snowballed faster than I thought they would, and you were the only person I trusted with this. Why? Why was I the only one you trusted? Kurenai bit back, scowling as she narrowed her eyes towards the blonde boy. Naruto bowed his head down low and sighed deeply, he should have known this was going to happen. Him and his stupid impulse decisions. You're the only person that I truly care about in this village. Sure I care about my old team and Sasuke and Shikamaru to a certain extent. But you. He said, feeling his face ignite in a blush as she willed all the courage in himself to look deep into Kurenai's waiting eyes. He gulped loudly before continuing. You remind me of a time where I was genuinely happy. Back when Shisui Nyasen was still alive, back when I was still training to be a shinobi. You were there, you may say you didn't do a lot for me, but what you did left more of an impact on me that never disappeared. He said, smiling softly making Kurenai's heart rate speed up tremendously as the tips of her ears became scorching hot. Naruto chuckled, looking down again as he scratched the back of his head. That time and those memories mean so much to me. I never forgot them and I never forget about you. He finished, placing his hand over hers gently. Kurenai wanted to pull away, especially at the loud spark she felt coursing through her body. But she couldn't find it in herself to pull away and she didn't know if she even wanted to. Without thinking she interlocked their fingers together, leaning her head forward until it laid in the crook of his neck. Hiding her blush from Naruto's field of vision as she stared at their hands joined together. Her heart rate quicked at the sight, finding it almost insane at the position she found herself in. So what are you trying to say? Is this your way of trying to seduce me onto your side? She asked, roaming her thumbs across his knuckles slowly. Making sure to go by each one slowly, enjoying the rough feel of his hands as she made herself more comfortable on his shoulder. Depends, is it working? A bit. Not nearly enough though. Naruto chuckled at her response, sneaking a glance to Kurenai before giving off another small frown. I know that I'm still asking a lot. And I meant what I said, that I would understand if you wanted nothing to do with me. I never said I didn't. But you have to tell me what you plan to do. Naruto blinked in surprise, he was fully prepared for him and Kurenai to walk separate ways after this little moment of looking down at his old sensei, her friend. He didn't even know right now, but looking at her now he weighed his options out fully. She could help if she knew all of it, but even Kai's didn't know what he was doing and he had already sent her away. It was a gamble, but having more people help him out could prove to work in his favor, especially one he was close to. Resting his head against hers he shut his eyes, getting a good whiff of her scented shampoo as he spoke into her hair, his words coming out muffled, "It's kind of a long story." Kurenai huffed exasperatedly, pointing a thumb to the dark skies she pulled away from him. Keeping their fingers interlocked as she shifted to get a better look at Naruto. Smiling slightly as his eyes flashed with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Using her free hand she ran her fingers through his golden locks, making sure to keep eye contact as she did so. Kurenai felt Naruto melt into her touch as she spoke, making sure to keep her voice even and stoic. She was still on edge a little due to what had happened earlier, but her curiosity was incredibly piqued and she was heavily enjoying the closeness she was feeling from the blonde. "We've got all night. So you better start talking." Chapter 30. Arc 6. Part 3. "I'll fucking kill you all. You fucking bastards." Hayden yelled, his head bouncing around as it hung from a long rope from the ceiling. Letting himself hang as 3 chains anchored themselves into the ground, making his head stable as it thrashed around in his dark prison cell. "I'll rip your fucking heads off." He yelled again, thrashing around as he attempted to bite the chains holding him. Hoping for a feeble escape as he seethed in anger. This had never happened before, he had never been forced into submission by anyone before. Not even Kakazu could contain the Jashin worshipper, no matter how hard he tried. But this was just embarrassing and demeaning. He didn't even have his body anymore, or his trusty side. He swore the second he escaped out of here he would hunt down those 2 stupid girls that did this to him and mutilate them. Cut them up into tiny little pieces and make sure Jashin-sama was pleased with his sacrifice, even if that meant cutting up his own body in the process. "Jashin-sama will not rest until you all fucking die. Geez, you're so loud, can't you cool it for 1 second? Hayden stopped his screeching as a mysterious voice echoed itself in the dark room. The Akatsuki member felt his blood boil just thinking about who was here to see him. He followed the sound of the voice to see a tall silhouette standing right behind his prison cell, his arm through one of the bars as he put his hand to his cheek, a large grin playing across his darkened face, making Hayden even more furious. Hayden scoffed loudly, almost foaming at the mouth, as his gray eyes flared to life in pure adulterated animosity. "And who the fuck are yo? Please, I said can you stop?" The voice said again, his voice dropping with amusement as he cut Hayden off mid-speech. The gray-haired Akatsuki member felt his eyes go wide as he felt a hand grip his mouth shut. Looking down to see that the man was now inside his cell with his palm flat against his mouth, making him go dead silent. He followed the arm of his visitor with his eyes to finally get a good glimpse of the man, his shining blue eyes almost seemed to illuminate the room with its bright nature. Spiky blonde hair that seemed to defy the laws of gravity as he brought his free hand up to his mouth, closing it into a fist as he placed his index finger over his mouth covering his grin. "Now can you please be quiet? I promise I'll make it worth your while," the man said, closing his eyes as he smiled wide. Hayden scoffed into the man's palm. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he tried to scream again, only for it to come out muffled as he thrashed around roughly, making the blonde visitor just keep his smile up as he waited for the man to finish. Hayden, noticing that his attempts weren't getting him anymore, finally eased up. Stopping his thrashing as he glared at the blonde. Breathing, he slowly nodded his head pushing down his anger at the man's smile. The blonde nodded in satisfaction at seeing the man comply, slowly removing his hand from the gray-headed man's mouth, waiting for a moment to see if he would start his yelling again. Happy to see that Hayden wasn't going to be screaming again, he nodded his head again happily. "So, you're willing to hear me out, huh?" Hayden glared, clicking his tongue in his mouth as he bit his cheek, drawing a small drop of blood to fall down to his chin. Hayden's eyes glowed dangerously, rethinking his decision entirely as he stared deeply into the man's cocky expression. Sadly for him, he didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. Whoever this blonde was, he seemed to know exactly what he was doing, like he was following a plan. Hayden could fight back, but in his condition, it would get him nowhere and probably make his stay here in Konoha much worse than it already was. He already had several interrogation people come to see him and they were just plain annoying, since pain didn't really affect him, their plans were more or less worthless. Hayden just scoffed again, anger bubbling in him even more than usually. "What the fuck do you want, blondie?" The blonde smiled again, taking a step back from the head as he skipped around the room happily. Hayden watched with annoyance as the blonde disappeared from his peripheral vision and walked behind him. The blonde's voice was oozing with confidence and arrogance as he spoke. "Well, I have a little proposition with you, Hidan," the blonde said happily, almost singing his words as he pushed his face next to Hayden's, getting way too close to the severed head. Hayden squirmed at the closeness, anger once again seething within him as he could barely see the blonde. "What if I could promise you anything you wanted? Like let's say." he whispered, getting close to Hayden's ear, making the Akatsuki member shudder at the sensation, the promise to kill anyone that you wanted, with no drawbacks. That piqued Hayden's interest, he felt his eyebrow raise upwards. Turning his head as much as he could to meet the sapphire blue eyes looking at him with promise. Jashin-sama would in fact like that, his whole life has been devoted to God after all. What do you mean? Hayden asked, losing his snarky tone and replaced it with pure curiosity. I have a dream, Hayden. I've had this dream for a couple of years now. The blonde said, moving away from the Akatsuki member as he walked around to the front of the head again. With his back to Hayden, he raised his both arms outwards, his eyes shut as Hayden looked at him quizzically. To create a world where people who needed a home could go and live peacefully. And this plan involves you, Hayden. If you agree to help me, then I could make your dream become real. The blonde said. Keeping his arms outstretched as he snapped his fingers. The snap echoed in the dark room for a moment and Hayden widened his eyes as the room around them started to change slowly. He blinked in surprise as the dark prison cell disappeared completely, now they were both standing in an open field looking down at a peaceful village from a tall mountain. Hayden looked on in awe at the scenic view, feeling the soft breeze gently tickle his face as he raised one of his arms and brushed it across his face. Hayden shrieked and looked at his arm in shock. His eyes went wide as dinner plates as he ran his now fixed arms across his reformed body. Hayden snapped his head over to the blonde, watching his yellow locks sway in the wind with a peaceful expression on his face. If you agree to help me, I will promise you a new body. And allow you to live out your own dream to dedicate your life to Jashin-sama. You would have authority to kill anyone outside of a select group in any way you see fit. So Hayden. The blonde said, lowering his arms and turning around to meet Hayden's conflicted expression. What will it be? Hayden froze at the blonde words, looking down and moving his feet in the soft blades of grass beneath his feet. It was a strange situation he found himself in. Even though the blonde's words were vague, Hayden found himself entranced and hanging on to each word as he spoke to him. Completely enthralled, Hayden felt something in his body wanting to accept the offer. He didn't know what he had to do, but it couldn't be worse than what he had already done with the Akatsuki. And it wasn't like he cared about the group, he was only in the organization to kill for Jashin-sama. Hayden felt himself start to smirk as he looked across the scenery. He didn't give a rat's ass about the blonde's dream, honestly he didn't even care what all of this meant. But it was enticing, the blonde was making it seem intoxicating. What would you need me to do? The blonde just grinned. Dusan, you have to hear me out. Natsu, I've told you already. This all just seems a little ridiculous. Minato Namikaze said, sighing as he ran a hand through his blonde hair. Natsu on the other hand was beginning to get irritated, he groaned loudly and tightened his arms around the hospital file he was holding, clutching it tight to his body. After his father returned from helping Narumi with the Akatsuki members, Natsu wanted to talk to him immediately, but Minato had put it off until the next day. Saying he had important things to worry about regarding the Akatsuki and what their plans were for the severed head of Hayden and hasn't had time for anything else. Natsu wasn't even sure if Minato had gone to see Naruto since he got back, which was more than odd considering Minato always seemed to brood whenever Naruto was brought up. And honestly it was starting to piss Natsu off more than anything. Something was up with Naruto. Natsu couldn't place it exactly but he could tell. In the past he was always able to read Naruto like a book, it was easy to tell what he was thinking and bank off of it. But now he was more closed, more aloof and shielded off. Natsu, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get their talk out of his head. And that's what led Natsu to his father's office the first thing in the morning. Natsu had not slept at all last night in anticipation. He stalked outside of Naruto's hospital room for a few hours before returning home deep into the night after realizing his brother was, in fact, fast asleep. He waited anxiously for the sun to rise and set off immediately to the Hokage tower the second he saw the all too familiar yellow flash of his father light up through the window. But now, Minato was pissing him off. Natsu growled, stalking closer to his father's desk. "Tusan, look, I even have proof." "Natsu, stop." Minato yelped, cutting off his son. Natsu felt his eyes go wide in shock at his father's outburst as the blonde Kage stood up abruptly in his seat, looking at Natsu with a slightly annoyed expression. "Naruto isn't up to anything. As you know, he was left severely injured and on the brink of death. It's even a miracle that he's still alive and you're coming at me, trying to accuse your own brother of scheming something," Minato asked incredulously, giving his son an annoyed look making Natsu scowl. "I'm incredibly busy, Natsu. I'm trying to see if there is anything I can do to help Naruto so he could stay in the village. The council is already breathing down my neck in regards to Naruto, and we just took down 2 Akatsuki members, with one being headless and currently kept captive in a holding cell. I know you always had a grudge against Naruto for some reason, but this isn't time for such childlike pettiness." Minato yelled, making Natsu take a step back in slight shock. Minato himself felt sorry as soon as the words left his mouth. He has been under a lot of stress since he returned from helping Kurenai with Kakaza, with the council and his son returning. He could already feel some of his hair turning gray from the stress, and with Natsu acting the way that he was, it was making things a lot more chaotic. Oh yeah? Childlike pettiness. Then fucking explain this. Natsu scoffed. Slamming his hospital file onto his father's desk with barely contained rage, making Minato narrow his eyes at his son's sudden rudeness. He opened his mouth to scold his son for using such language, but couldn't get the words out in time when Natsu flipped open the file roughly, making the pages flutter from the force. Natsu pointed to the file, drawing Minato's attention as the cage looked down. This is Naruto's hospital file, I was the one looking after him when he got back. From what I was told, and from what I have seen, Naruto has lost almost 2 gallons of blood over these past few weeks. And that's not even counting the 5 months he has been unconscious. Natsu scowled out, making sure his father was listening before flipping the page again angrily. Minato blinked at that info, surely someone losing that much blood would have already died from blood loss long ago. He drew his attention to the spot Natsu was tapping with his finger impatiently. As I was checking him over I found these. Naruto has been walking around with 3 heavily concealed seals on his body. One of them was a weight seal, that wasn't too surprising to see, but this was. Natsu said, moving his finger upwards to show the picture Natsu had taken when Naruto was unconscious. This seal was resting just above his eyelid, it was almost impossible to see, and I stumbled across it by sheer dumb luck. This seal is blocking any access to his eyes and nervous system. Half of these arrays I can't even decipher myself. That drew Minato's attention. He sat back down into his chair and grabbed the file from the desk. After a small once-over he nodded his head. Yes, you're right. It seems this seal is rather intricate since it also has a bunch of defense seals placed around it. Minato mused aloud, looking back to his son with a raised brow. But this doesn't mean that Naruto is up to something. No, but it does mean he's hiding something. And we haven't even scraped the surface. Natsu responded bitterly, making Minato frown. His son did have a point. Natsu asked his father to turn the page over, Minto agreed, turning it over to see an even larger picture of a seal placed neatly on his youngest son's stomach, and Minato felt his heart drop in his chest. Then what do you have to say about this? Doesn't this seal remind you of anything, Hokage-sama? Natsu vocalized, his voice oozing with his own annoyance at his father for still feigning ignorance to the signs placed in front of him. Minato on the other hand felt his hand go numb, barely catching the paper as it slipped in his grasp. His mouth went completely dry and he was sure his heart had stopped beating for several seconds. With a frightened expression he snapped his head over to Natsu's, gulping slightly. Is this real? As real as it gets. Minato gulped again, staring down at the abundance of sealing arrays on his youngest son's chest. Minato didn't even know what he should be feeling at this moment. He couldn't pinpoint a singular emotion as it tore itself all throughout his body. But this doesn't make any sense. This looks almost identical to the seal holding the Kyuubi at bay. There's even an array for chakra concealing and even concealing and array concealing. Minato said, leaning back into his chair with a disturbed look on his face. His mind was in the middle of running a marathon and he couldn't even think straight anymore. This was the last thing he expected when Naruto returned from wherever he went after abandoning the village. It just didn't make any sense, it was almost impossible for his son to have a seal holding a Bijuu at bay on him. Minato knew for a fact that he didn't seal any of the Kyuubi's chakra within Naruto. But what was even more horrifying was if Naruto was holding a Bijuu, just how did it happen? A Bijuu couldn't be sealed into someone over the age of 12 since their chakra was officially done maturing at that age, and if you tried to seal the demon away, the host would most likely die from either chakra poisoning or a chakra overload. And not to mention that demonic chakra was already like a poison, if not sealed correctly, the chakra could easily burn away the chakra coils and make it impossible to mold chakra altogether. Then that only meant that Naruto, if he was truly holding a Bijuu at bay, then it had to be sealed in him when he was still a young child. Minato physically shuddered at that thought. Then did something infiltrate the village without his knowledge and seal a Bijuu in Naruto? Or did Naruto get taken away from Konoha and that's where the sealing was done? Minato already hated himself enough for not being there for his son, but this was like the cherry on top for being the worst father he ever could have imagined him being. How could he not know this about Naruto? If he was hiding something so monumentally massive a secret, what else could he be hiding? Natsu felt himself sobering up from his annoyance as he watched the ignorance fade from his father's eyes. Crossing his arms over his chest he took a step back from the desk, looking away from Minato as he clenched his fists as his amethyst eyes narrowed. Still have any doubts now? Minato hesitatingly shook his head, dropping the page back into his desk as he ran his hands over his face. He could physically feel more and more stress get piled onto his back with each passing second. I have no doubts that Naruto is in fact hiding something. And who knows what else he is hiding, but that still doesn't mean he is against us. Natsu snapped his head to Minato with such speed it almost looked like his head would have soared off his body. Natsu glared at his father, his nails digging into his skin as his eyes flashed with irritation. How can you be so sure? Don't give me this shit just because you feel bad about the way you treated him in the past, like this would make amends for what you did. Minato narrowed his eyes at Natsu, matching his son's glare head-on as he pushed down the guilt that snuck its way back into his body. A snarl escaped free from the cage's lips as he spoke. Far from it. There is no way I could make amends for what Kushina and I did to Naruto. I accepted that long ago, and I don't need my very own spoiled son to remind me of a time that I regret dearly. Minato bit back with just as much force, both getting more and more heated. Natsu wanted to laugh at his father's words, finding it completely ironic. Oh yeah? And whose fault was it to spoil me? I sure as hell didn't see you or Kakashi complain about it once until after Naruto Nai abandoned us. Natsu replied, venom weeping into his words as he cut Minato. Watch your tone with me, Natsu. I don't care that I am your father, but I am still the Hokage of this village, and you will show me the respect I deserve. Minato snarled out, he hadn't felt this angry in years, and he couldn't believe it was his very own son. Even if you are right about why Naruto left us, you have no right to act like the victim when you were just as much responsible for why he left in the first place. We all pushed him away. Take responsibility for your actions for once. Minato said cynically, his blue eyes darkening as they bounced off his son's purple. Natsu's hands clenched tighter around his body as he stared at his father. He had to bite the inside of his cheek in order to stop himself from screaming back a retort to his father. He was more than mad at this point, he was downright furious. How dare you lump me in with the likes of you? I never abandoned my brother. I was pushing him to grow stronger cause you wouldn't. The redhead turned his back to his father, he couldn't even stand to look at his father any more than he already had to. He was pissed, he was annoyed, his very core was burning red hot and he didn't know how much longer he had before he let the dam get broken down. No one knew Naruto like he did, Natsu was the one who pushed him around for him to grow. He was responsible for his brother's growth, he's the reason why Naruto was strong. It was always him. Only fools couldn't see that. Whatever, you are a fool for not noticing. Natsu muttered, not sure what he was even commenting on anymore. Think what you want. But I know that my dear little brother is up to something. I know him better than anyone. Ignore the signs for all I care, you'll only get hurt again if you do. And with those final words Natsu left the room, slamming the door behind him with a loud bang. Minato ignored the rudeness of his son as he let out a frustrated groan. He looked back down at the file of his son, freezing for a moment as he tried to gather all of his thoughts together. After a few long agonizing minutes he folded the files into fourths and placed them in his coat pocket before vanishing in a flash of yellow. Later, Kurenai was not happy, in fact she doesn't remember a time where she had felt so angry and betrayed before in her entire life. It has been one day since she had returned from visiting Naruto from the hospital, where they shared a tender moment after being years apart. But, now Kurenai regretted asking the blonde about his plan. Scowling, Kurenai tightened the bathrobe around her body as she looked deep into her bathroom mirror. Her hair was completely disheveled, looking like she hasn't brushed it in months, and she could faintly see black underbangs starting to form under her eyes from lack of sleep. The master sighed, running her fingers down her face and under her eye bags. In all honesty she felt like a fool, she held onto the vision of Naruto when he was still a young kid. Where he was the small frail little boy with a gung-ho attitude. But she was wrong, he had changed, and she wasn't sure if she liked what she saw. His plan scared her a bit and she didn't know what she should do about it. Kurenai knew he didn't tell her the whole thing, she could see the faint hint of hesitation in his eyes as he spoke. He didn't even want to tell her, and he probably would have never told her if she hadn't insisted on knowing. After he finished explaining everything she slapped him, she had never seen Naruto look so shocked before in her whole entire life. She was lent up after that, she was still a little upset that he made her an accomplice in the beginning, and now that she learned more she regretted it. She couldn't help it though, it was totally insane. She was broken out of her train of thoughts when a loud banging reached her ears. She raised her head up from the mirror and towards her front door, where the knocking sound grew more frantic. Kurenai fought back a sigh, she could already feel the persona chakra signature behind her door and for a split second, she thought about pretending that she wasn't home. Kurenai, come on, open up please. This time Kurenai did sigh deeply, pushing off her bathroom counter and making her way slowly to her front door, not even bothering to make herself presentable, as she swung the door open to look face to face with the exact person she was thinking about. What? It's still early and you should still be at the hospital. Naruto frowned, scratching his arm as he looked into Kurenai's cold red eyes with his own blue. Yeah, I snuck out, just used a small hinge to get over here. Naruto responded, glancing into her apartment and back to her, hoping she understood what he was silently trying to say to her. Unfortunately for Kurenai, she did know what he was saying. Sighing in frustration she moved to the side, gesturing for him to come inside with her arm. Naruto smiled thankfully as he walked past the raven-haired beauty and into her apartment. The second he walked in he was invaded with the all-too-familiar scent of kurenai. The smell of vanilla and strawberry was very strong, as well as the faint smell of coffee that she made earlier in the morning. Hearing the door click close behind him he turned around, trying to put on his coolest expression as he saw a very annoyed kurenai looking at him. The beauty walked past him and into her connecting kitchen, folding her arms under her breasts as she sighed again. "What do you want from Naruto-kun? I wanted to come and see you, things are starting to be put into motion now. I know you don't really want to hear this right now B. You're right I don't. I don't want to hear anything about it," kurenai said, cutting him off, her voice raising in volume as she tightened her arms around herself. "This is outrageous, and I don't want to even hear about it for even a second more. Look kurenai, I'm sorry I came to you for this. I just thought you would understand." Kurenai glared darkly at Naruto, "Understand?" She started, feeling her body start to tremble with rage as she took a large step towards the blonde. "Understand what? Do you really think any sane person would just go along with you on this? Did you really think you could get me to betray? I wasn't asking you to do anything. I only needed you for the scroll. You're the one who insisted on knowing in the first place." Naruto retorted, trying to keep his cool but failing as he felt his Sharingan eye pulse to life. Kurenai didn't falter at seeing she met his look head on and scowled. "Oh, only needed me for the scroll. Was that all I'm fucking good enough for?" Kurenai felt like she was on fire, she was practically pulsating with anger as she tried to stop herself from doing something she would regret. She hates to admit it, but those words hurt more than any injury she had ever had. She always thought Naruto wouldn't do that to her, that he was different. Naruto lost his glare as he watched a singular tear roll down Kurenai's cheek. His expression softened confidently and he raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, looking away from the obviously hurt woman in front of him. "I'm sorry I didn't mean that." Kurenai wipes any trace of tears away from her eyes with a huff. Bringing up her hand and clutched it around her heart, her nails digging into the soft fabric of her robe. "I thought you were different. What you're planning I just can't get behind it. No matter how much I care about you," she muttered, looking down as she traced her bare foot across the sodden floor. Finding that to be much more interesting than anything else as the two of them basked in the awkward tension. After a few painstakingly silent seconds she continued. "And the thing is, I don't even know why I care about you so much. I barely know you, you're still a kid for fuck's sake. But all those years ago, when you put me under when you left us all alone in Roka Town. I felt all of your emotions, everything you had ever gone through up until that point," she said, reaching out and grabbing his hand. Her soft hand gently caressed his, feeling safe in his larger ones as she placed his plan over her beating heart, feeling her stomach bubbling from the warmth. Naruto despite the situation couldn't stop himself from blushing at the contact. "I felt it all. Your heartbreak, your pain, your envy, your joy, and even your love." More tears were starting to fall down Kurenai's milky skin as she took in a deep breath, trying to stop her rapidly beating heart trim, thundering in her chest. "These feelings I have for you aren't organic, but fabricated. Almost forced since I feel like I must have them cause I've seen yours, no, experienced yours." Naruto looked away, not sure if he could look at Kurenai any longer. Naruto could feel her heart breaking like glass under his hand into a million tiny pieces. Guilt surged through his body and shot into him like a fire hose. He frowned, taking Kurenai's free hand into his with some hesitancy, not sure if he was allowed to. She snapped her hand back as he did so, like it was hot to the touch, making Naruto's face contort in pain. "I wanted to forget this feeling. But every time I did I felt like I was betraying you. That you did this to me so you could always have someone care about you, always have someone there. You said it yourself, you only see me as a mirror of the past. Reflecting on what you want to see when you are happy. You want that back, so you did this to me. And I hate you for it." Kurenai finished. Trying to give her the harshest glare she could muster towards the stupefied blonde. Naruto finally glanced back into Kurina's dead eyes. The exotic crimson eyes that he spent countless nights dreaming of now seemed tainted, burning him up with a single look. Softly, he removed his hand from her chest, letting it drop down to his side as he took a step back. Well, usually he would have wished to be this close to Kurenai, now it just felt unbelievable wrong. I. Naruto stuttered, he was at a complete loss for words. His mouth opened and closed several times, but no words escaped him. An awkward silence fell around the two of them, the tension growing thicker with each passing second. It was so thick that people walking the streets could feel something going wrong in this small room. If you want I can take them away. Make you forget everything. About me and the plan." Kurenai gasped, eyes going wide as she looked at Naruto in shock. "Why? Why would you do that?" Naruto couldn't bring himself to smile as the words flowed out of him without restraint. "Because I love you Kurenai. I have since I was a kid. You were on my mind almost constantly before and after I left Konoha. I won't deny what I did to you, but if I can reverse it and make you happy again, I'll do it in a heartbeat," Naruto said, not even feeling any happiness at his impromptu love confession like he thought he would be. Kurenai looked away, balling her hand into a fist as she held it close to her chest. She shut her eyes before turning away from Naruto until her back was facing him. "I don't want to forget you. Even though this is fake. Or whatever this is I'm feeling. It meant something to me," she said sadly, turning her head to meet Naruto's broken Sharingan eye as he looked at her in sadness. She gave a sad smile, so small that Naruto wasn't even sure he saw it in the first place. "I think it's time you go, Naruto. Just go." Naruto slowly nodded, not meeting Kurenai's eyes as he turned around, not wanting her to see the devastation reflecting on his face as clear as day. Each step he took felt like a dagger piercing into his heart as he reached her front door, gripping the doorknob with a shaky arm. "Can you promise me one thing?" Naruto said. Kurenai let her smile drop, hesitantly nodding her head as she noted the distance between the two of them. Whispering a quiet yes in response as she dug her nails into her skin, hoping the pain would help ease what she was feeling on the inside. Naruto stopped, debating on turning around to meet her eyes again, but decided against it. "Just in case, stay away from the Hokage Tower tomorrow afternoon." Kurenai kept her face blank, trying to imagine the expression that was on the blonde's face at this very moment. After a few harsh seconds she nodded again, she wanted so bad to go over to him and hug him from behind. To tell him it would be okay and that she was there for him. Yet, she couldn't. She could no longer tell if that was her own desire or if it was the desire Naruto implanted in her. "I promise." Kurenai whispered quietly. And as soon as the words left her mouth, Naruto was gone. Chapter Part 4. Somewhere in Fire Country, Sasori-sensei. Eyes muttered, her eyes going completely wide as her very own sensei turned towards her. Her golden eyes glowing with pure disbelief as she took note of Sasori leaning against a small cabin. Very similar to the one that Naruto and Kai's had discovered in Lightning Country, the only difference was the overflowing amount of greenery and flowers that surrounded the area, making the cabin look like a perfect getaway trip. Sasori turned towards the young girl, her voice reaching his ears. His blue cloak swayed in the wind as his eyes shone with happiness at seeing the young girl. "Eyes. Thank goodness you made it," Sasori said happily, throwing his arms around the young girl and bringing her close to his chest. "I was starting to worry about you too. I'm glad to see that you're okay." Eyes got over her shock and eagerly returned the hug. She had missed Sasori-sensei these past few months very much. He was the only other familiar in her life and she planned to keep it like that for a long time. Pulling away from the hug, Kai's tilted her head, reaching into her pouch and pulling out the note that Naruto had given her. Sasori's face lit up with recognition at the slip of paper. Getting to his feet he offered his hand to Kai's. "I see. I guess that does mean everything is set into motion now." Eyes put her smaller hand into his, raising her eyebrow as he slowly started to lead her towards the small cabin. "Huh? What's in motion?" Sasori didn't respond to her question as he guided her towards the cabin doors. "How's Naruto doing?" "He's awake now, yes." Eyes looked up to Sasori in shock, her hand tensing within his. How did you know he was unconscious?" The redhead went silent again. Pushing open the cabin doors to reveal a fairly empty inside. Several lanterns lit the inside of the room, hanging from the ceiling by a thin blue chakra string with a large table in the center, atop a plain brown rug that matched the cabin's interior. Kai's felt her heart rate quicken as she noticed two silhouettes seated at the table. Both immediately recognizable and her eyes went wide. Taking her hand back from Sasori, she pointed at the man seated to her left, exclaiming loudly. "Why, you're that masked man back in Roka." The man frowned, crossing his arms over his blue trench coat as he looked away from the young girl. "I have a name, you know. It's Itsumi. And you're Yuno-san. We saw you back at Sasori-sensei's base." Kai's yelled, pointing at the other man sitting at the table, this time with a smile on her face. Itsumi's frown turned into a long pout, putting his head down in shame. "Am I really that forgettable? Afraid of Itsumi?" Sasori spoke up, walking past Kai's and taking a seat directly beside his silver-headed friend. Pulling out a chair for Kai's, he continued. "But you are the one who threatened Naruto into leaving in the worst possible way. They probably wanted to forget you." Itsumi flinched, subconsciously rubbing his cheek in phantom pain as he remembered the punishment that Yuno had given him after that incident. His matching silver eyes drooped slightly as he slammed his head onto the table trying to hide his embarrassment. "I apologized, didn't I? Not to them. There's just no pleasing you there." Itsumi bit back, snapping his head back up as his eyes shined dangerously. Completely over his little funk like it had never happened in the first place. Sasori scoffed, yelling back just as annoyed. Sweat dropped at the scene. Scooting her chair further away from Sasori-sensei so she didn't have to be involved in the argument. Kai's looked over to Yuno, her brow raised in confusion as she simply pointed to them. "Do they do this often?" Yuno chuckled, putting his hand on his cheek and nodding. "More often than you think." They just can't seem to get along for very long. They've been doing this for the past 5 months. 5 months? But that was when? Kai said, a light bulb nodded his head, shaping his fingers towards both Sasori and Itsumi. Both Adarashi members silently went back to their seats without question. Schooling their emotions as got up from the table. Walking over to the window and looking out into the never-ending amount of trees they were surrounded by. Pay attention, Kai's-chan. We have important matters to discuss. The next day, Minato sighed, suddenly flashing in the hospital where his son was being kept for the past 2 days. His appearance started some of the passing nurses making them jump in fear. Minato laughed sheepishly, apologizing with a small smile on his face. The female nurses blushed at his smile, giggling and getting back to work with much more pep in their step than usually. As soon as they all left, he felt his smile fall off his face. His argument with Natsu yesterday morning was still very fresh in his mind and he wasn't quite over it yet. He knew he had let some of his anger seep into his words and he was much harsher than he originally intended to be. But it wasn't unwarranted by any means. His eldest son had been growing more impulsive in his ramblings and didn't really care about the repercussions of his actions. "Tusan? What are you doing here?" Minato turned to his right, smiling at the approaching form of his daughter as she made her way towards him. A look of curiosity formed on her features as she offered her father a small smile and a wave. Minato returned her smile, pointing his thumb over her to the hospital door. "I came to visit Naruto, I haven't seen him yet so here I am." "Where have you been? You didn't come home last night?" Minato asked with a raised brow. Narumi frowned, tightening her arms around herself. "I spent the night over at Kurenai's. She called me late last night and didn't seem to be doing too well," she said, her eyes drifting over to Naruto's hospital door. Minato picked up on the subtle clue and raised his eyebrow even further. Pushing it into the back of his head for now, he responded, "I see. Well, just try and let me know next time, okay?" "Of course, Tusan." Narumi resounded sheepishly, not really feeling guilty for her actions. "Suo, do you have anything important to discuss with Naruto?" she asked, noticing the displaced folder Minato was clutching to his person as she started to walk to Naruto's door. Minato raised an eyebrow, stopping his walk and putting a hand on Narumi's shoulder, stopping her in her tracks. The red-headed beauty looked over her shoulder and to her father with confusion. Feeling his hand grab on tighter onto her shoulder. The words died on her lips as she watched Minato's expression change rapidly before her eyes. To confusion, to annoyance, to contemplation, and then finally resting on uncertainty. "Tusan, is everything you lied about Naruto? Didn't you?" Narumi internally flinched. Her stomach flips as her father's eyes unwaveringly meet hers. She fought back the urge to gulp loudly as she racked her brain to come up with an answer. If she was quiet for too long, then he would find it suspicious, and if she was caught in a lie, then his suspicions would only skyrocket to unparalleled amounts. She didn't even have enough time to think on how Minato would even find out about Naruto's abilities. She had done an amazing job keeping her lips sealed about the whole thing. So good in fact she didn't even stop to think about the possibility of any of her family finding out. Narumi settled on the easy response. "What are you talking about, Tusan?" Feigning ignorance. Minato stopped himself from scowling at his daughter. His free hand tightened into a fist, crumpling the folder in his hands even further. He swore each time he saw one of his children, it was like looking at a complete and utter stranger. Narumi had been secretive all those years since Naruto's defection. She never shared any details outside of her mission report or about what her team training was like. Thinking back on it now, Minato was a fool for not thinking anything of it. Especially since Narumi herself refused any mission regarding Naruto, even going as far to suffer insubordination charges and the loss of her rank to keep whatever she was hiding a secret. And Natsu was no better. He had grown a little too arrogant for his liking. Natsu had done a lot of good for the village. After he was promoted he was already one of the top-rated shinobi in Konoha. Having completed the most A-rank missions and second for most S-rank missions completed. Right behind Minato's last living student, Kakashi Haddock. Not only that, but he had undergone intense medical training after learning Sage Mode. Tsunade Senju had taken him on as a sub-apprentice and he was quickly climbing the ladder of professional medical nins the village had ever seen. He was a natural-born prodigy and he knew it. And he knew it all too well. But Natsu still to this day refuses to take credit for his own losings. Something both Minato and Kushina had tried to teach him when he was young. If anything ever went wrong with him, he was quick to pin the blame on others in order to retain that picture-perfect prodigy image that everyone in the village molded for him. If Natsu disobeyed orders, then the blame would be put on the team leader. Stating that the leader should have known better. If something went wrong during training, blame was pushed on his teachers for not showing it to him correctly. It became so bad that Minato was forced to either suspend Natsu for an indefinite period of time or only give him solo missions. Minato went for the latter. But Naruto was the biggest enigma out of all three kids. It still made Minato sick just remembering the solid proof Natsu had shown him yesterday regarding Naruto's changes. The possibilities that lay dormant behind that hospital room and in his son was unnerving to say the least. He knew Naruto was hiding something big, something massive. Something that he never let anyone see unless he wanted them to. It stung Minato to think that, but he knew it was ultimately true. He had failed his duties as a father the second he turned his back on Naruto. He failed his duties as Hokage when he chose willingly to ignore a young dedicated shinobi who wanted nothing more than to learn. He knew he failed, and he knew that no amends would be enough. That being said, it put Minato in a sticky situation. "Don't play dumb with me, Narumi. This is not the time," Minato said. Releasing his grip from his daughter, crouching slightly to meet her blank eyes. Pointing his index finger towards the door. "Natsu told me everything. Naruto is in there, hiding something from all of us. I should have noticed it sooner at how adamant you were in not going after him when he went rogue. It was like you felt guilty, that keeping a secret would make up for what you did to him when you were kids." This time Narumi did flinch back. Her father's words felt like 1,000 daggers slowly cutting up her skin, like he wanted her to suffer. Minato wanted to grin, his deduction appeared to be spot on. Watching as his daughter's eyes glanced away from his own sapphire. This is a serious situation in Narumi. Naruto could be dangerous. So you don't trust him? After all this time away from him you still think he's not worth a chance? Narumi bit back. Scoffing as she did so, taking a step away from her father as she watched his eyes go wide. The sight of her father repulsing her at the thought of him still not trusting Naruto. Minato quickly got over his shock. He felt his blood begin to boil, his hands clenched into tight fists as his body started to tremble. He didn't know who anyone in his family was anymore. All were so deluded into their own dreams that they made him sick to his stomach. Minato glared darkly at Narumi, making the 16-year-old take another step back. But this time in sheer fear and surprise, having never seen her father look at another human being like this before. His hand slammed down on her shoulders, clicking his tongue against his canines fully irritated. "That's exactly why I don't trust him." Minato spat out venomously. Saliva flew from his mouth and stuck to Narumi's shocked face. "He's been gone for years, hiding something so incredibly massive from the entire shinobi world. I have every right to not trust him, all signs point towards him being untrustworthy." Minato didn't care about how loud he was being or the fact that most of the hospital staff was openly gawking at him in shock. Minato was bottled up for far too long. "What I did to him was unbecoming as a father. I've accepted it, I've come to terms with it," he said, his voice turning colder as his body started to shake again. "But I'm the only one who seems to have accepted it." Natsu rages on and on that it was never his fault for Naruto leaving. Kushina is persistent that Naruto will come back to us, ignorant to the facts we laid out for ourselves. "And you." His voice was sharp, making Narumi's breath hitch in anxiety. "You're trying to protect him. No matter how hard you try, you can't help but still feel like his older sister. The need to make it up to someone who even said himself that we aren't family any longer." Minato stopped. Not feeling any remorse at his daughter's now tear-stricken face as he straightened his back with a huff. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down from his surprising outburst. Looking into his daughter's eyes he could see that he was right. He was truly the only one who had moved on. "You and Natsu need to grow up. He's gone from us. The person behind the door is no brother to you and no son of mine. We lost that right a long time ago." Taking a few steps past his frozen daughter, picking up the file that he dropped in his verbal frenzy. Not even taking a single glance at Narumi as he grabbed the file. Tucking it under his arm. "Your reaction was enough to tell me that I was right in suspecting Naruto of something. I'm done here." Finally taking a look at his daughter. Blue stared at Blue. Narumi felt her knees start to wobble at the look, her body drowning in tension. "Go home," Minato said, before leaving in a bright flash of yellow. Narumi finally felt her knees give out, falling to the floor. Using her hands to keep herself from falling on her face as she looked at the tiled ground. Tears continued to flow down her cheeks and she knew it was impossible to get them to stop. Out of everybody in her life, Minato was the last one she had expected to get mad at her like that. But Minato yelling at her isn't what made her sad. No, it was how truthful everything he said had been. She was trapped in her own dream, believing herself to be a victim who tried to make amends for her past actions. Believing that if she catered to Naruto's demands and feelings that things would change for the better. Her father's words stung deep. Like a million scorpions stinging her simultaneously in the chest as a weak sob pushed past her one hand to cover her mouth to encase any more that tried to sneak away from her. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at the whole situation. The laughs muffled by her hand as her shoulders started to tremble from the sensation. "This wouldn't have happened. If you were just better fucking parents." She laughed aloud. Slamming on her fist against the tiles under her. Smashing it into pieces as the shards entered her skin drawing several drops of blood from the new wound. She opened her eyes. Her laughing finally died down as she stared at a reflection in the white tile below her. Her smile dropped from her face, looking deep into her now bloodshot eyes with lament. Can't come to terms with it. What the fuck do you think I've been doing for the past 3 years? Her pupils started to dilate, all previous warmth expiring in her eyes as she dug her nails into the tile. The screeching sound echoing in the halls as she felt her fingernails start to break off, not caring for the pain as the Kyuubi already got started on healing her wounds. I'm the one who took the blunt force from it. I'm the one he beat. I'm the one he could have killed. I'm the one who tried to get closer to him. She growled out. Ignoring the snap of her fingernails breaking. Scratching at the ground as fresh blood stained the porcelain. You want us to just shake it off like it was nothing? Like it didn't matter to us? What bullshit. Narumi felt her blood begin to boil. A small amount of the Kyuubi's chakra entered her coils as she got back to her feet. The sheer pressure from the chakra broke more of the floor under her as she walked out of the hospital. Ignoring the way the nurses were looking at her, she didn't care as they moved away from her. She was angry, she was hurt. And she didn't care who knew it or how she showed it. She could feel her skin start to burn with the power that the Kyuubi usually gave her. Her presence alone was enough to make people even miles away stop in their tracks. No doubt all of Konoha could feel her presence as she walked down the streets of the village. Heading back towards Kurenai's apartment, they needed to have a talk. Yes, Narumi herself had bottled up more than she knew. And the bottle finally broke. Meanwhile, Minato had flashed back to the Hokage tower. Ignoring the greeting by his receptionist as he walked past her and straight into the council room. Where he was greeted by all the clan heads and his 3 advisors. Minato had called for an emergency council meeting last night to be held in the morning regarding what he would do regarding Naruto. He knew it was foolish to ask if everyone was aware of the fact that Naruto was back in the village. He was sure the whole village already knew about his return the moment he got back. It only takes one set of eyes to notice, then it would be spread around like wildfire. And judging by the looks Minato was getting from everyone present, it made it even more obvious that everyone knew. Ignoring the ostracized looks, he walked calmly to his chair at the very end. Taking a seat, throwing the file on the table, folding his arms over his chest. Minato's mere presence alone was enough to thicken the atmosphere to unbearable levels. You could practically cut the tension with a knife as all eyes were looking at the Hokage expectantly. If they didn't have the experience as a shinobi, they would have no doubt passed out from the deadly aura that Minato was excreting. Toza Akimichi, the clan head of the Akimichi clan, stood up. Ignoring the bead of sweat that rolled down his eyebrow as he bowed to the village leader. Is everything okay, Hokage-sama? Why call a meeting so early? Minato stayed silent, moving his eyes to glance over at the Akimichi clan head, making him wince from the intensity. Minato uncrossed his arms, leaning back into his chair and snapping his fingers. Within seconds and appeared next to him, already bowing to the Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama. Go and find my son Natsu. Ask him to retrieve and accompany Naruto Namikaze to the chambers in this instance. Minato's voice was empty as he gave his orders. He nodded his head and quickly flashed away to go do his mission. Hokage-sama, if I'm shut up Danzo. Minato bit at the bandaged man. Making him purse his lips as the clan heads looked over at Minato in shock. Never in their lives have they ever seen Minato snap at somebody before, well, someone in Konoha. He was always so happy and lucky. It was one of the reasons why people loved and idolized him so much. He was easy to approach and always gave a warm welcome, even to enemy villages and shinobi. I don't have time to deal with your shit or with your preaching about weapons again. We have a serious matter to discuss here and I expect you to be on your best behavior. Minato said, painting a dark glare to the bandaged man. Danzo clicked his tongue against his teeth. His grip tightening around his cane, holding him up as he nodded hesitantly. He had a vague idea of what this meeting was going to be about, and getting shut down by the Hokage so quickly really put a damper on his own agenda. And the fury shining in Minato's eyes was odd. Something seemed to have sparked within the Hokage that started a burning that was plainly visible to all that looked at him. Danzo looked away from Minato. Ignoring the looks he got from several of the clan heads, as you with Hokage-sama. Minato huffed in response to the elder. Resting his hand on his cheek as he looked pointedly at the Nara head leader, Shikaku Nara. The lazy leader felt his own spine straighten up as well. The laziness that usually reflected in his eyes got washed away and replaced with seriousness. The blonde Kage slid the file on the table toward Shikaku with his free hand. Shikaku watched as the heavily crumbled file stopped sliding as it reached him. Raising a brow in question, he opened it to look through, his face growing paler by the second. The rest of the clan heads watched him with growing interest. The Ashi Hyuga was tempted to use this to try and see what Shikaku was looking at. To get ahead of the rest of the clans and try to gather more information that could prove useful to help grow his clan to even stronger heights. Since the Uchiha clan was no more, Hiashi wanted to solidify his place as the strongest clan in Konoha. But Hiashi held down the urge to do so as Minato silently watched them all. Almost like he was egging them on to try and do something as his bluer eyes danced around the room. Growling to himself, he decided to stay patient, crossing his arms under his robe with a silent huff. Danzo already had a talking to and Hiashi didn't need to do it himself. Unbeknownst to him, Tsumizuku and Shibi Aburam of their respective clans were thinking along the same lines. Both trying to find ways to try and read what was on the file that Shikaku was reading. Tsum ended up giving up shortly after seeing that her dogs were unable to get around and get a peek, they could only smell the panic resonating off of Shikaku, and it made her Nukinen's whimper slightly. Shibi Aburam tried something similar, having his microscopic bugs fly toward Shikaku silently, in hopes to get the general idea on what he was reading. Not soon after he sent them out they had returned, shaking and sneaking back into his clothes. No doubt totally spooked and couldn't even dare get close to Shikaku, thanks to Minato's threatening presence. Hiding himself behind his mask like usual he gave up. Taking the loss with a heavy heart. The only two who seemed to have good intentions were Choza and Inoichi Yamanaka. Both were looking over at their friend with growing concern. They have known Shikaku since the academy, in fact everyone at this table minus the 3 advisors had all gone to the academy together. And they knew how Shikaku acted, and in all the years they had been friends and teammates they had never seen him go so pale and honest. Whatever he was reading must have struck the Nara genius deep down into his very core. Hokage-sama is, debrief them all. Minato said, cutting Shikao off as he leaned further back into his chair. Glaring into nothingness as he drummed his fingers on the table in front of him. Don't spare a single detail. Everything in there is the truth. I will explain everything further once our guest has arrived. Natsu Namikaze stood outside the hospital, looking at the tall white building with a strong sense of melancholy. He loved working here, it was always a nice feeling to help someone in need. The feeling to save another person, being the catalyst that reunites them with their special people, was always such a strong and euphoric feeling that overtook the body. But, it was also what he wanted to get back dearly. Shaking his head from his thoughts he slowly walked into the hospital. The sliding doors opened up for him as he was met with a somber room full of people. Noticing the tension in the room he raised his eyebrow. It seemed no one had noticed his entrance, so he slowly made his way to the center of the room where the nurses were gathered. What happened? Why is everyone crowded around here? The nurses jumped in surprise at the voice. Some even turned around to look back at Natsu in shock, not expecting someone to catch them by surprise. Especially by the close proximity Natsu was to them. Before any of the nurses could even respond, Natsu finally caught sight at what they were looking at. A few streaks of blood lined the tile floors, looking like someone was trying to escape from an insane asylum as the sanguine liquid was sprawled across the floor. Not only that, but Natsu could see faint traces of broken fingernails scattered around, like they were ripped or torn off forcefully. Natsu pushed closer, bending down to get a better look. What happened? He asked, looking at the magnitude of the smashed tiled lining around him. He hadn't even noticed it before, but even at the entrance some seemed to be destroyed. He looked up at the closest nurse to him. Watching her fidget nervously in place as she hugged her clipboard closer to her chest. Playing with the hem of her hospital uniform, blushing as Natsu looked at her. Actually Natsu-sama. Narumi-sama had done this not too long ago. Narumi? He questioned aloud, taken aback by the response. Looking back at the destroyed floor with more interest than before. Is that so? Why yes. She and Hokage-sama had gotten into a pretty bad argument this morning. It was quite a shocking scene to witness. The nurse replied. Natsu hummed in response, pondering what he was just told. An argument. Seems to be the common trend these days. He thought with some amusement. Though he did wonder what the argument that his sister and father would have had. They rarely argued at all. In fact they seemed to agree on most things ever since childhood, they were like 2 peas in a pod to one another. While Natsu took much more from Kushina's side. So it was strange to even think about the two of them getting into a little spat. But he did have one idea. His eyes moved towards Naruto's hospital door. Several emotions fluttered in his gut as he did so. The only possible answer he could come up with that made the most sense would have to be Naruto. It seemed that no matter what the time of day it was, when it was, or where. Ever since Naruto's return, the past 2 days have been some of the most stressful for the Namikaze family. Natsu himself hadn't actually talked to Narumi since Naruto returned. Actually, thinking about it, Natsu hasn't even seen Kushina lately either. When he got home last night Minato was still awake in his study working hard on something in secret. Though Natsu assumed he was working on deciphering the seals hidden on Naruto's body. But Natsu did take notice of the absence of his mother from the house, it was quite strange since he knew that she hadn't come to visit Naruto once. Also Narumi didn't return home last night either. Do you know what their argument was about? Natsu asked. Getting back on his feet and looking at the nurse. Well it was all over the place. But I believe it was about Naruto-san. the nurse said timidly but honestly. Natsu just nodded at the answer, confirming his suspicions as he walked around the nurses. Very well. Get this cleaned up and get back to work. Too many of you are just standing around doing nothing. Yes, Natsu-sama. After his quick order they all quickly snapped back into work mode. The nurse who he was previously talking to had already begun cleaning up the blood and sweeping the shards of tile into a bin. Ignoring the group of now bustling nurses he made his way to Naruto's door. He had too much on his mind to worry or care about a fight with his family. That was becoming a much more common occurrence as of late and barely what he could focus on. On the list of importance, it was strictly at the bottom. He had already wasted enough time mingling with the nurses at the front. His father had given him strict orders to grab Naruto and take him to the council chambers. And on the list of importance, this was at the very top. But on the other hand, Natsu was starting to get excited. Natsu would finally get what he was seeking, it was only a matter of time before the walls started to decay away and leave Naruto vulnerable, like he was when they were kids. That's right. I'll get my little brother back. Natsu grinned, his thoughts pumping more and more adrenaline into his body and into his veins. He almost felt giddy, like a kid on Christmas who had just received the gift that he was begging his parents for since Easter. He was on cloud 9, things finally felt like they were falling into place for him. Natsu was about to push open the door to Naruto's room, but before he could the door itself swung open. Natsu's grin drooped down, his lips now pursed into a deathly thin line. Narrowing his eyes at the boy who opened the door to the room. Natsu clicked his tongue, eyeing the familiar black-headed boy that had dropped off Naruto's comatose body in such a rush 2 days ago. Natsu looked past the boy to see the unsurprised eyes of his brother, looking at him with a small smile. The boy's eyes turned wide as he noticed the dark look Natsu was giving him. Without wasting any more time he bowed to Natsu before taking a long-lasting last look towards Naruto. It was good to see you again Blondie-kun. Yes you too, and thank you. Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest as he looked away from the two boys. Natsu stayed silent as he watched a now identified Sai quickly escape the room. Pushing past Natsu rather rudely and vanishing behind the hospital doors. Natsu watched the boy leave with interest, his eyes staying narrowed in question. Something seemed off about him. He looked like he was in a trance. Natsu thought to himself with little intrigue. He wasn't expecting anyone to be in Naruto's room, the surprise was quickly diminished as he looked back towards his brother. Naruto's back was still facing him as Natsu stepped into the room, not bothering to shut the door as he leaned on the doorframe. Who was that? I was told you weren't allowed to have any visitors today. Natsu crossed his arms as well, taking note that Naruto seemed to have shed the hospital gown and was now fully dressed in his clothes he was brought here in. They seemed to have undergone a deep wash and were now blood-free, pristine like they were brand new. Naruto turned back around, finally meeting his brother's eyes with a big smile. Natsu was a tad confused at his brother's attitude, he seemed to be in a much better mood than the previous 2 nights. The nurses said I was so good today that they lifted the rule for me. He said, smiling all the while as he leaned against his freshly made bed. Natsu watched his brother with a keen eye. I gave the nurses strict orders to not allow Naruto any visitors today. He thought, eyes glazing down at his bed. Fully dressed and he made his bed. It's almost like he was expecting to leave here today. Schooling his features and pushing away his thoughts into the back of his head for now, he waved his hand for Naruto to follow. Which his brother did with no hesitation. Two-Sen had called a council meeting, so let's get going. Naruto laughed as he fell in step directly next to his brother. Natsu looked over to Naruto confused as to why he was laughing. Naruto noticed Natsu's questioning look and couldn't help but laugh some more. Sorry. You're just so serious that it brought back a lot of memories. He said in between his laughter. Natsu couldn't help but feel a genuine smile play across his lips as he looked away from Naruto. But as soon as it made its appearance it vanished without a trace, like it was a mirage. I assume more bad than good. Naruto's laughter was brought to a halt at Natsu's words as they stepped out of the hospital and into the crowded streets of Konoha. Our blonde hero stays silent for a few minutes as he walks down the familiar path of his home village. Feeling a very strong sense of nostalgia with a loud undertone of melancholy hidden underneath. While they were walking he noticed that several of the civilians passing by would stop and stare at the two of them. And if Natsu noticed, he didn't seem to care to react to it. But for Naruto, it was like he was being judged just by how he was walking. Strangers' eyes never left him and small quiet whispers started to grow as a few crowds started to form. Though Naruto couldn't blame them. He was a rogue ninja after all, and it's very rare for one to be walking the streets of their home village. Even if he was being attended by the village prince. Do you think it's alright for me to walk around without a seal on me? You know, like hindering my chakra or something? Naruto asked, pushing his hands into his pockets as he looked up to the sky. Paying a bizarre amount of focus on the ever-slow passing sun above his head in the cloudless sky. It doesn't matter. If you try anything I could stop you right away, so there would be no point. Naruto fought back the urge to scowl at Natsu, his hands tightening to fists in his pockets. I see. Sorry for suggesting that. Naruto responded. The blonde could feel his brother's eyes on him, but he chose to ignore it, finding it much easier to stare at the sky than at anything else. Both fell into slow methodical steps as they walked side by side in silence for the rest of the way to the Hokage tower. Neither knew what to say to one another. Natsu thought he had a lot to say to Naruto, but walking in such a tense silence had him second-guessing himself. There was a bunch he wanted to discuss, but most of it would have to wait until they entered the council room. It would do no good to ask Naruto about it out in the open with no witnesses. But looking at his brother from the corner of his eye, he could see that Naruto was walking with much more confidence than someone in his position should. He didn't seem worried. In fact, he seemed like he was expecting something like this to happen. Naruto was the hardest puzzle to solve. It was like the blonde kept hiding his pieces or changing them out for new ones whenever he felt like it. Making sure no one would ever finish it and see the final product, keeping it a mystery as he flipped it around on you in the most unpredictable ways. Say Natsu, can I ask you something? Natsu was broken out of his thoughts as he glanced at Naruto again. Masking his surprise as Naruto's eyes were looking deep into his own. Natsu nodded his head as both of them walked into the Hokage tower. Naruto scratched the back of his head, his features going blank, eyes looking dull. If the village were to be attacked, who is the one person you would want to save? Natsu stopped walking almost immediately after Naruto spoke. His mouth fell open in shock as his head snapped towards his brothers. Naruto didn't even bother to stop walking as he passed Natsu, drawing even closer to the council chambers. Getting over his shock, Natsu eyed his brother with a good amount of suspicion. Narrowing his eyes even further. Why? Why would he ask me that? Natsu thought irritably. Just another piece that Naruto temporarily added to this never-ending game of his. Natsu looked at the retreating form of Naruto's back. Why are you asking? Natsu asked. It was like Naruto knew he was getting stared at because he stopped walking. Like something forcefully stopped him from taking another step. Naruto turned his head, blue eyes stared into purple for what seemed like forever. Eventually Naruto looked away, shrugging his shoulders like he didn't have a single care in the world. Just curious I guess. Natsu knew that was a loaded response. He knew his brother better than anyone, he knew Naruto didn't just ask things like this just cause he was curious. No, he did things for a reason. He couldn't prove it, but his gut was telling him to believe it. Naruto was already suspect number one in his eyes. Especially since that girl that clung to him had been missing as of late as well. Natsu tried to gather anything he could from Naruto's eyes, hoping to catch a glimpse of his true intentions behind those sapphire doors of his, but to no avail. His eyes remained empty, deprived of any emotions and drained of life. The Namikaze wanted to scoff, but held off on doing so as he took a step forward. Then, Narumi. He answered honestly. Walking up to Naruto, grabbing him tightly by the hair and yanking him down to his level, which wasn't very much. Naruto didn't even try to fight back as Natsu manhandled him. Instead he started silent as deep violet eyes turned crimson in front of him, glaring at him with a heavy amount of fury. Natsu then spoke, his voice having dropped several octaves. I know you're up to something Naruto Itato. This facade of yours can't fool me no matter how hard you try. Natsu growled out, tightening his hands around his brother's long blonde locks and pulling upward. He grew more annoyed when he didn't see what he wanted, he didn't see Naruto wince in obvious pain. I know you better than anyone. Don't play these fucking games with me. Natsu finished with a sneer. Fighting back the urge to strike Naruto as he saw his face morph into a cocky smile, flashing his canines. I didn't know we were playing a game, Naruto said, his eyes challenging, making Natsu scowl deeper. Letting go of the blonde's hair to grip him by the collar of his shirt, bringing their faces closer together until they were inches apart. Don't worry. Right past that door is where you'll crumble and break down. Just like you used to do in the past. It's only a matter of time. Point taken, Nai-sama. But the gruff Natsu released Naruto. Pushing his brother forward until they were mere inches away from the large door leading into the council chambers. Natsu pushed down the strange feeling that erupted in his gut at hearing Naruto call him Nai-sama. It was strangely warm, but it burned like ice. Almost like he was mocking the mere idea of it, but respected where it came from. Feeling even more irritated than before, he pushed Naruto again. This time with much more force, forcing Naruto to stumble into the large council room as he fell to the floor. Naruto once again didn't bother to try and stop Natsu as he got pushed to the ground. I brought him to San. Natsu said aloud, passing by his pathetic-looking brother without even sparing him a second glance as he took to stand right next to his father without another word. Very good. Now let's get right to business. Naruto's ears perked up when the commanding voice of his father wafted its way over to him. Naruto was shocked momentarily, looking up from the ground, only to see deep blue sea eyes looking at him accusingly. Huh, that's unexpected. Naruto slowly picked himself up from the ground, getting back to his feet as he dusted himself off. While he did so he silently looked around the room, surprised that all the clan elders were looking at him with the same eyes of suspicion like his father was. Some even looked at him with slight fear hidden behind their irises. But his eyes finally settled onto the one man he wanted to see most of all. The man was standing directly to Minato's left, in between two other old people he did not recognize or care to remember for the future. He felt the all-too-familiar sensation start to bubble up in his stomach and he had to fight the urge to activate his Sharingan and get rid of that trash right here and now. But that just wouldn't do. Masking his face and pushing down what he was actually feeling, he stepped forward, looking around him with interest shining in his face. The elders watched him, expecting the worst. But they weren't prepared when Naruto turned to them, scratching the back of his head bashfully with a pout on his face. "Oh Tayuya-san, I don't even get a chair to sit in." Both Minato and Natsu both felt their eyes widen at Naruto's words, more Minato than his son. The Kage felt his determination begin to crack as he heard the words from his son that he hadn't heard him speak in 10 years. Minato physically winced, tightening his hands to fists under the table as he tried to steer himself back. "No. This is exactly what he wants. He wants to use this as a crutch for us to let our guards down." Making sure his little crack went unseen, he looked at Naruto with a pointed expression. "You may either stand or sit on the floor." Naruto internally frowned, surprised that his father didn't fall for the obvious trap he put out for him. That trick had even worked on Natsu to a certain extent. It seemed his father had finally grown a pair and decided to own up to his own mistakes. It was surprising to our blonde hero. "Then I'll stand." Naruto replied lazily, shifting onto his other leg and rubbing the back of his head. Minato slowly nodded his head, not caring either way what his son picked. Minato raised his hands and intertwined his fingers together, covering his mouth as he leaned forward. "By any chance, do you know why you're here, Naruto?" Minato's words were like ice, cold to the sound and unbelievably freezing as they touched Naruto's skin. As the words finished leaving the blonde Kage's mouth, a thick tension rolled over the room. The only sound that was heard was the slow uneven breathing of everyone in the room, letting it echo against the walls as it bounced around. It was so quiet a pin dropping would sound like an earthquake under the tense atmosphere. All eyes now trained on Naruto, all looking at him expectantly. Naruto shifted his posture again, the air being so thick and brittle that it could snap at any moment. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders, peeking over to the eerily silent bandaged man in the corner. "Not sure. It could be a lot of things," Naruto said, counting on his fingers with a thoughtful expression. "Could be attacking an on-duty shinobi, hiding some sort of secret. Or it could even be abandoning Konoha," he said, tapping his chin with his index finger and furrowing his brows. "Though I doubt it's that last one." "Is this some kind of game to you?" Hyuga yelled, slamming his hands on the table and glaring darkly at the young blonde Namikaze. His flaring to life, making the veins pop out around his eye socket dangerously. Funny, Natsu Naisama said the same thing earlier." Naruto laughed, rubbing the back of his head with a playful grin. To say that everyone in the room was shocked would be a huge understatement. They were utterly floored by the rogue Namikaze's attitude. Even Natsu was showing signs of shock, having not seen Naruto act like this even when they were kids. The Hyuga growled, the blonde's attitude was beginning to piss him off. That playful smile seemed to come off as arrogant as Hyashi's moves around Naruto's body. Internally the Hyuga leader wanted to curse himself. The real reason he activated his was to see if what was in the file was actually correct. But sadly he was unable to see anything out of the ordinary with the boy's system. The only thing you could call peculiar was how thin his chakra looked to be in his coils. "You don't seem to be taking this very seriously, Naruto-san. You do understand the predicament you are in, correct?" Tsuminazuka said this time, her dogs growling next to her. Her tone was like ice, and her glare was even colder as it cut through the thick air. Naruto merely shrugged his shoulders again, uncaring. "Not really. Truthfully, I haven't really done anything wrong." "Listen here, you brat. Tsume-sama, please refrain from screaming at our guests." Tsume scowled deeply, glaring at Shikaku who cut her off mid-sentence. The Nara leader ignored the look before looking at Minato. Both seemed to share a silent conversation as the Kage nodded his head to Shikaku. Shikaku sighed, he always hated council meetings. And this one seemed to be the most troublesome one yet. Getting up from his seat, he turned to look at the bored eyes of Naruto. Just as their eyes met, Naruto's ears perked up, looking at the Nara leader with a hint of a smile. "Hey, you're Shikamaru's dad, aren't you? I think I've seen you at his house before." Shikaku stayed impassive, but his brow did raise a tiny bit. Shikaku didn't think that the blonde would remember him. Most people didn't, since he usually kept to himself and was only well known for his clan name only. Both didn't miss the slight surprise that shone within Minato's eyes at the information. "Yes, it seems you remember who I am. Thank you for keeping Shikamaru company all those years ago. You really made an impression on him." Naruto smiled cheekily, giving a small laugh as he nodded happily. I should be the one thanking him. When Shisui Niasen died he was the one to pick me up and save me. I owe him a lot. Naruto answered honestly, his left eye shooting another glance towards Danzo as he spoke. Shikaku nodded, ignoring the angry musings of Tsume next to him to stop stalling and get on with it. When the name Shisui was dropped, several people looked at Naruto in confusion, especially Natsu. Natsu felt something in his chest burn upon hearing that. His eyes narrowed as they stayed into their red slits as he glared at the blonde. Natsu's hands tightened into tight fists as he crossed his arms. The way Naruto spoke about this Shisui person was warm and tender, completely the opposite of how he spoke to Narumi and himself. It made him angry beyond belief. But we can catch up at a later time, depending on how this goes. Shikaku stated, drawing Naruto's full attention onto him and many of the other elders. Let's get right down to business. The first thing I'm sure we're all curious about is, why abandon Konoha to begin with? Naruto's smile fell off his face as he sighed. Scratching the back of his head and pointing his thumb over to Minato and Natsu. They have a big part to play as in why I left, refusing to train me or even include me into family activities and whatnot. But after Shisui Niasen died I had nothing left here anymore and I was promised a better life if I left. So I did. Naruto stated, like it was the easiest thing in the world to comprehend. Minato tried his best to ignore the pungent looks he was starting to get from the elders around him as he frowned. He expected something like that to be brought up but it still stung a bit. Even if he was over it all. Very well. One more question. I'll take it from Shikaku. Minato said, leaning forward from his seat. Shikaku merely gruffed and sat down annoyed. The Hokage had asked him to do the questioning at the meeting today after he read the file out to everyone. Why would he say that if he would just cut in and do it himself? How troublesome. Minato breathed heavily as he looked at his son for the first time in years. He looked older, much older than his age would tell you. Both their blue eyes met and both were surprised by how foreign they looked to one another. Minato couldn't help but feel his insides tear again in a very small amount of guilt, no matter how hard he tried. He was still incredibly angry, that remained strong inside of him, and he wasn't sure if it would go away anytime soon. But he couldn't deny the fact that Naruto looked so much like him that they still shared the same blood. Schooling his features entirely, Minato settled just to glare at Naruto, surprising the blonde boy just enough to make him raise an eyebrow. Minato flung his hand in the air dismissing Naruto's answer. Frankly I don't care why you left Konoha. He said. Ignoring the looks he was getting from everyone present, minus a select few. I'm more fascinated by a few other things. Like these. Slamming the file of Naruto on top of the desk in front of him with enough force for it to echo in the room. He narrowed his eyes on Naruto. You have 2 discreetly hidden seals placed on your body that you have been keeping hidden all this time. The one on your eye is blocking access to your whole eye and nervous system completely. And the second. Minato didn't break eye contact once as he spoke, pointing down to Naruto's chest. Was an even bigger seal placed on your stomach and it is painstakingly similar to the one I used to seal the Kyuubi with my 2 kids. Minato's words did nothing to Naruto as he just nodded his head. He crossed his arms over his chest as a coy smile danced on his lips. My, that is rather interesting. He said through his grin, making the Inuzuka, Akamichi, and Yamanaka clan heads' breath die in their thoughts. Minato growled, he could feel the air in his chest wanting to take over with each passing second that ticked by. Like a metronome of anger that refused to stop ticking. Naruto was acting cocky, this could be life or death for Minato's youngest child and he didn't seem to have a care in the world as he stood there with a grin on his face. Well, he would prove that he wasn't the Hokage just for show. Yes it is interesting. Considering that a Biju cannot be sealed into a child that is under the age of 12. Their bodies just wouldn't be able to handle the barrage of new chakra entering their systems and would most likely die or be unable to mold chakra again. Which would mean someone had given you this seal when you still lived here, in Konoha. So it's just mere speculation that whatever this strange seal is on me is holding a Biju. Naruto laughed at his father. His face in one of his hands as he tried to hold in his growing giggles. It could just be a tattoo you know. Yes it could be. But look at the facts here. Minato leaned back into his chair, his grin challenging as a few chuckles escaped his mouth as well. I'm the world's #1 seal master, I know more about seals than anyone in the elemental nations. Using a seal and trying to lie about what it is. Don't be so ignorant. He responded back. Well if you're saying that I've had this since I was a child, then shouldn't a seal master such as yourself have known about it all these years? Not if the seal was being masked completely by a series of hiding seals placed on top of it. It's only visible now because of the amount of damage you sustained before reaching Konoha. Well then let's say you're correct. Shouldn't the Hyuga over there and Natsu be able to sense and see a Biju if it was inside of me? Naruto retorted with a grin, placing a hand on his hip as he watched both Natsu and Hiashi frown. Minato glanced at the Hyuga, who just slowly shook his head in response. These Hokage-sama. I see nothing else besides his own chakra. Hiashi said sadly. It's true too, San. Even with my sage mode and the Kyuubi, we can't sense anything in him. Natsu said, his face as cool as ever. Minato hummed in response, looking as if he was deep in thought as Naruto's grin started to grow. Under normal circumstances, sure. But what is normal about this situation? Minato asked aloud. Not expecting an answer as he started to smirk, running his hand through his hair confidently. I mean, it's not complicated for a master to make a chakra concealing seal like that one on yours. And if a Biju wasn't sealed within you, then the seal wouldn't still be residing on your body. It would have faded away by now. Minato's words seemed to bounce off the room's walls as it hit everyone differently. Minato felt incredible joy as he watched Naruto's own grin fall off his face, turning into a frown that spoke louder than any response. But Minato didn't stop there. Also, the seal on your eye. Why would you have one over your left eye? He got up from his seat, pacing around his desk with a collected pep in his step, finding it fascinating to peel back the layers of his son. Shrugging his shoulders like Naruto had done earlier, he continued. I mean, what could you be hiding in that left eye of yours, except maybe Minato danced around his words, snapping his fingers like he had figured something out. Didn't you say something about being close to Shisui? Shisui Uchiha. Naruto frowned even deeper, slowly nodding his head as he felt himself get pushed back into a corner by his father. That's right. Fascinating. And weren't you there that day of the Uchiha massacre? If I recall, you were found just under 2 miles away from the central compound, right? Naruto growled, nodding his head in annoyance and not even bothering to respond. Minato grinned, stopping just in front of his son and crouching down slightly to meet his eyes head-on. Minato's voice came out as a whisper, but it was still loud enough for everyone present to hear. Then suddenly, you were left alone there. A young 8-year-old boy who now had a scar tainting his skin for the rest of his life, but there's no possible way for such a young boy who got slashed across his eye to leave with the very same eye. Is there? Minato challenged, waiting patiently in front of Naruto as they looked back into each other's eyes. Naruto felt his insides churn. He wasn't expecting his father to have done so much research for today's meeting. It was surprising. He would have never thought that Minato would be the one who would back him into a corner like this. Naruto would have bet that it would have been Natsu hands down, but this wasn't, though deep down, somewhere hidden in Naruto's heart. He liked this change for his father. Naruto could see it painstakingly clear in Minato's eyes. There was no longer recognition in those sapphire orbs. Minato was looking at him like he was an equal, just another shinobi in the world that could pose a threat to the village that he swore to protect with his life. Looking away from Minato, he glanced towards Danzo, making sure their eyes didn't meet for very long, but was just long enough to see the barely visible hint of surprise and understanding reflecting off of the man's condescending gaze. Minato, finally seeing Naruto break eye contact, looked towards his other son in the room. Natsu, what did you find out about that day? Natsu stepped forward, his eyes still crimson as he spoke loudly. I reviewed all the medical files for Naruto, too-san. They reported that the cut Naruto received on that day was deep enough to slice his eye clean in two. In fact, they even said in the file that it was a miracle that Naruto still had his eye. And for the life of them, they just couldn't figure out why. Naruto looked away from the room of people, taking a long step away from his father, isolating himself as he rested his head into his hands. Naruto's body started to slowly tremble, his shoulders bouncing up and down rapidly. Natsu looked ready to attack, but Minato pushed his hand forward, stopping the red-haired Namikaze from moving towards him. Even the clan elders were beginning to get worried. Hiashi had already activated, back-to-back with the Aburum as large beetles flew around him. Tsume's dogs began to growl, biting through the thick atmosphere with their fangs as Tsume herself drummed her long fingernails across the shaking table. The Ino Shikacho trio huddled together, all three waiting for an attack from Naruto. Naruto stood frozen in place, his body shaking heavily as a few muffled sounds echoed out from his mouth. Minato narrowed his eyes even further, pursing his lips into a thin line as he scoffed. And once again, feeling no remorse for Naruto's condition. It's no use. Narumi told me everything already. Minato bluffed, hoping it would force Naruto into coming. Ha. Naruto giggled, his hand doing nothing to hide his cackling as it grew louder. Moving his hand from his mouth to cover his left eye, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He bursted out laughing, gut-busting laughter that shook all clan elders to their very core. His laughter was borderline maniacal, forcing itself unhealthy out of his throat, making it sound subdued and scratchy. Naruto's body stayed trembling, having to hold his side from the sheer amount of amusement he was feeling. Minato couldn't move. The sight of Naruto like this fills him with buckets of unease, making it hard to stomach. The laughter only grew louder in volume as time went on, no one daring to move a muscle in response. The Hokage fumed, his eyes glowing dangerously as he snapped his fingers again, lowering his arm from Natsu. The redhead just grinned. It was all he needed. With speeds that would make even the most experienced jealous, Natsu vanished from his previous spot. Appearing behind Naruto and grabbing both of his arms and pinning him to the ground. With a loud bang the blonde's head smacked against the concrete floor beneath, barging his delirious laughter to a halt once and for all. But Naruto's grin remained, shocking everyone present as he looked up. His left eye is now a deep crimson with 3 spinning tomos inside his iris. Everyone tensed, snapping their heads away from Naruto to avoid eye contact with him. Minato felt his face go pale, looking away as his heart dropped a million stories in his chest. Natsu didn't have any time to be surprised as he tightened his grip on his brother. His long canines shining dangerously as he glared at Naruto. Pushing down his shock into the depths of his mind for now as his nails dug into the back of Naruto's arms. Naruto chuckled again, spitting out a good amount of blood from his mouth. How perceptive of you two-san. I guess you deserve a reward, I'll tell you all the truth now. He said, grinning all the way, making his Sharingan spin wildly. Natsu chuckled darkly, making sure his nails punctured Naruto's skin as he pushed him deeper into the ground. Like you're in any state to be as conceited as you are. This superiority complex of yours is getting out of hand. Natsu sneered venomously. Ooh. Like you're one to talk. Naruto giggled out. Ignoring the pain in his arm as Natsu held back on breaking it. Natsu growled, shut the fuck up and answer already. Naruto pouted, looking down at the ground as he pressed his cheek further into the floor, attempting to shrug. Fine. Then yes, everything you said was correct. You're looking at the former Sanbi. See, come again. Minato muttered, shocked to his very core. Sure, he suspected something like this to happen after finding out about Naruto's hidden seal. But finally being confirmed for him, it proved to be a hard pill to swallow. Natsu himself felt his eyes go wide, losing some of the Kyuubi's influence as his eyes unturned back to their normal purple. His grip loosened on his brother, freeing the blonde slightly from the death grip. Naruto didn't even try to move from his spot. Naruto nodded again, starting to get fed up with all of this as he turned to look into his father's still eyes. Yep. I was attacked by the Akatsuki around 5 months ago now, and I had that stupid turtle extracted from me. It's the reason I was unconscious for so long. He said nonchalantly, turning to his brother still on his back. I told you that, didn't I? Back in the hospital room a few days ago, it was that blue bastard Kisame who almost killed me. But why? Why did you hide all this? Minato asked, his voice lowering into a whisper as Naruto looked back at him. Naruto almost laughed at the pathetic look on Minato's face. Some things just never change. You really expect me, someone who was left behind for so long, someone who was ridiculed for just being alive, would want to come forth and tell the world my deepest secrets? He scoffed. What a stupid question to ask. Hokage-sama. Danzo spoke up as he stepped forward. Getting a closer look at the scene playing in front of him. All eyes now turned towards the old warhawk and for a split second Naruto's eye seemed to take on a different shape. Obviously this boy cannot be trusted. We should throw him in a cell and force him to tell us all he knows. Minato froze at the warhawk's words. Honestly pondering the old warhawk's words as he looked back at Naruto. Catching a glimpse of Natsu nodding his head. I agree too, San. Naruto can't be trusted. Before we came in here he even asked me what I would do if the village were to be attacked. What? Hiashi, Tsume, and Inoichi yelled. Glaring daggers at the downed blonde boy. Hokage-sama, we must detain this nuisance at once. It's a miracle he hasn't snapped at us already. Hiashi screamed angrily. Bakugan flared as he entered his family's taijutsu stance. Minato grew restless, glaring down at Naruto just as he started to yawn like he was bored. Breathing a weary sigh, Minato started to calm himself down, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a seal that was just about the size of his palm. Natsu and Naruto both peered over at the seal with interest, not aware that Minato had prepared a seal in advance. Naruto felt his eyes go wide as saucers as Minato picked him up from his hair. Forcing Natsu off of him and holstering him upwards. Before Naruto could even react he felt Minato slam his hand into his gut. Naruto wheezed loudly, blood flying from his mouth in pain as Minato slammed the seal he just unpocketed directly into Naruto's stomach. Naruto hit the ground with a loud bang, getting the air knocked out of him as he felt his chakra system start to fail. Like it was getting blocked off from a fighting force. Coughing again, he looked up to his father, who stood tall above him with Natsu directly on his right, wearing the smuggest grin Naruto had even seen. You're right, Danzo. He can't be trusted. Minato sneered. Signaling both Danzo and Hiashi to step forward. Both doing so without hesitation, the latter even having a sinister grin plastered onto his face. Minato's eyes never left Naruto's as Hiashi grabbed a hold of his son. No, a hold of Naruto. Take him to the highest graded cell we have. I want you to keep watch over him until I get there. Danzo accompanied him. I would like to speak with you then. Of course, Hokage-sama. Both replied simultaneously. Naruto let himself get pulled up from the ground by the Hyuga elder, unable to wipe his blood-stricken mouth as a wide grin grew on his face, making Hiashi even angrier. "What are you grinning at, brat?" Hiashi roared, bending Naruto's arms further apart. Naruto spat at the elder, blood and saliva flying onto Hiashi's pristine white coat. Hiashi looked pissed beyond belief. Hearing an audible snap in Hiashi's body as he headbutted the blonde. Naruto's head flew back in pain, the onlookers watching in complete silence as Naruto lifted his head again. Showing off his blood-stained teeth with a vengeance as he laughed out loud again. They started to increase in volume, only stopping for a few seconds as Hiashi kneed Naruto in the gut. "You fools. You really think I didn't have a plan?" Naruto screamed, more blood flying from his mouth and scattering itself on Hiashi. Minato and Natsu watched Naruto in slight shock. Watching as Naruto convulsed around in Hiashi's death grip. Like he was trying to break free from a straitjacket as he laughed like he was finally driven into lunacy. "It's only a matter of time before Konoha pays for what they did to me. These past 5 months I've been in cahoots with a Wagakure. They're on their way here now to completely level this whole fucking village." "I Wagakure?" Minato yelled loudly. His face grew even more pale as Naruto grinned evilly as he felt himself getting pulled away by Hiashi with Danzo right on their tail. "That's right. That Tsuchikage-sama offered me everything if we could kill all of you. He's been more of a father to me than you fucking asshole. Anbu. Gather all you can and separate them into squads. Have the village patrol the perimeter to see if there is an attack coming from any direction." Minato yelled as 5 agents jumped from the ceiling and landed in front of him before leaving to go and fulfill their orders. "It's too late. I wish it'd be here already. And get this damned kid out of here already. Interrogate him when you get the chance," Minato said, glaring deeply at Naruto. "In any way you see fit." Hiashi and Danzo grinned darkly. Slapping Naruto across the face, drawing even more blood to leak down Naruto's lip. "D2-san." Natsu said, grabbing his father's attention as Minato was now speaking to the rest of the clan heads, giving them all orders in quick succession. Minato turned to look at his son, Natsu's eyes were now a bright golden color, a dash replacing his pupil, as dark orange accents highlighted the outside of his eyelids like thick mascara. "I sense 2 insanely strong chakra signatures heading this way. There, Natsu and Minato shielded their faces as a large gust of wind reached them. The wall across from them had been smashed open, throwing small stones and pebbles to them as their clothes fluttered thanks to the harsh breeze. Minato could hear the distant sound of screams reach his ears outside the walls. Focusing his chakra and widening his eyes as he turned around, noticing that Hiashi, Danzo and his son were now gone. Well. Minato Namikaze and Kyuubi. It seems we reached our destination." A deep voice said, drawing both Namikaze's attention upwards as the gust of wind finally died down. Allowing them to see as they stared deep into bright purple eyes residing in a bright orange-headed male that stood menacingly in front of them. Thisam grinned, nodding his head along with his leader as he bounced on his shoulder. "Of course, I'll leave the blonde cage to you while I go after the kid. I'll make sure to take his beast. Just like I'd done to his precious little brother." Kisame spoke. Natsu growled, channeling more sage chakra into him as the pigment around his eyes grew darker, into a deep shade of red. Without looking back at his father he spoke. "2-san, I don't think this is part of Naruto's plan." Minato nodded, easing the orange-headed stranger with anger as he pulled out one of his famous 3-pronged kunai, twirling it in his palm. "I agree. Make sure you kill that blue-skinned bastard." "Of course, 2-san." Natsu replied, jumping out of the building with inhuman speed. Isam just grinned, vanishing from his spot as he gave chase to the red-headed kid. Minato breathed in heavily, shifting his stance as he raised his kunai upwards. He had given strict orders to Shikaku to lead the shinobi in any way he seemed fit depending on the situation. There was no one else he would ever entrust with something this important. He was a tactical and military genius and would surely help lead the great Konoha into another victory. Knowing that his village was safe with his top shinobi handling it, he eyed the unmoving stranger in front of him. Looking into those deep purple eyes that looked eerily familiar, like he had seen them in a history book before. The orange-headed man took an intimidating step forward, his eyes unblinking as his black and red coat became perfectly visible for the cage to see. "And what does the leader of the Akatsuki think he's doing infiltrating the strongest ninja village in the elemental nations?" Minato challenged, cockily swinging another kunai out from his pouch with his free hand. The orange-headed man stood still, not even shaking his head as the purple eyes narrowed. "We are here to capture the 2 Kyuubi in the village," he said, outstretching both of his arms forward. A swell of chakra started to pulse around him, making Minato's go wide at the sheer denseness of the chakra. Feeling the air shift around both males like it was climbing over them. The walls started to crack from the pressure, small pebbles getting picked up as the gust of wind picked up its speed to unbearable levels, forcing Minato to squint so he wouldn't lose his vision. "The world shall know, pain." Almighty push. Chapter 32. Final arc. Part 1. Before the attack, Kurenai opens this door. Narumi yelled, her fingerless fists on the front of Kurenai's door. Her face was twisted into an annoyed glare. On the walk over here from the hospital, it gave her a long time to rethink her motives for coming here. Not only have her motives changed, but so have her feelings. Her father pissed her off, she had been burning herself into her delusions. He was the delusional one. Thinking what she was doing would maybe one day solve their family problems. It was childish of Minato to assume this was how Narumi was. If she gained anything from this, it was how stubborn her family was. She felt foolish, maybe perhaps a little sheepish at her thoughts for thinking things could change in any way. That kind of behavior is reserved for Natsu and not her, she was better than that. Well, she thought she was anyway. It was a hard pill to swallow for Narumi. And just by the mere fact that it revolved so heavily around her family. And she needed to escape that orbit like her life depended on it. Which was why she came to see Kurenai. She trusted Kurenai more than most people in the village, more than her family, more than anyone. Kurenai had been there for her after Naruto left, seeing firsthand how bad the Namikaze family fallout was. Kurenai helped her learn what it truly felt to care for someone. Yes, she really cared for Kurenai. Faintly hearing the yells to stop from Kurenai behind her door, she stopped her excessive knocking. Taking a small step back as the door swung open with a fury. Revealing a pissed-off towel-clad Kurenai, still dripping from her shower as her unruly black hair matted itself to her forehead. Narumi raised her eyebrow at her, looking Kurenai up and down for much longer than she intended to. Wow, what a nice view. Narumi said, ignoring the deep glare Kurenai gave her as she walked past Diane into the apartment. You're the one who kept knocking, I had no time. Kurenai yelled, grumbling as the female Namikaze slumped down onto her couch, looking at the ceiling. Kurenai shut the door, quickly excusing herself to her room as she removed her bath towel and pulled out her clothes for the day. Not bothering to do her hair and makeup since Narumi was here, she would do it later if she had the time. What are you doing here anyway? I didn't think I would see you again so soon, since you just left not even an hour ago. Kurenai said, a small smile gracing her lips, clipping on her bra and looking through the door so she could see into the deep blue eyes of Narumi as they stared at each other. Narumi sighed, her head leaning behind the couch and looking at the upside-down form of Kurenai. She raised her hand, drawing her attention to her fingernails that have yet to grow back as the copper-scented liquid remained stained to her skin. It seemed that Kyuubi wasn't healing her at all. For what reason, she didn't know. And she couldn't be bothered to even ask. If the fox wanted to tell her he could at any time, she couldn't keep anything from him after all. Narumi rubbed her temples, ignoring the pain that shot through her hand at the gesture as she fought back the now growing migraine. Kurenai frowned as she pulled on her shorts, silently watching her friend with a strange expression. Narumi was kind enough to spend the night here after Kurenai's horrifying revelation about Naruto and her feelings about him. Narumi helped her sort out a lot of her feelings about the boy and helped put her mind at ease so she could sleep that night. It was nice to have a friend who, while not understanding these feelings, was close enough to talk to about it without it turning awkward, especially since Narumi refused to leave her side for even a second. Kurenai would have talked with Anko, but she was out of the village at the moment. And not very good at consoling or talking things through. Anko's illusion usually revolved around torturing, explosive tags, public humiliation, or all three. Something Kurenai didn't agree with in most cases, if not all. But when Narumi left this morning she seemed fine, perhaps a little tired since they really didn't get much sleep last night, but she looked normal. Now though, Kurenai could tell that there was something on the redhead's mind. Narumi wasn't doing a very good job at hiding it. Her general aura screamed melancholy, nervousness, and a rough amount of anger. From this position Kurenai could see the blood-stained fingernails, or lack thereof on her hands as she rubbed her forehead. It was alarming, Narumi looked to be wearing the same attire of last night and had yet to return home for a shower. Her hair did look a little dry and brittle across the backside of her couch. More alarm bells started to ring in Karinia's head the more she thought of why Narumi was acting strange. Her mind went into the darkest places as she recalled Naruto's words of yesterday, words which she still didn't know what to do with. Just in case, stay away from the Hokage Tower tomorrow afternoon. Kurenai winced as she remembered, her resolved feelings now feeling useless as she felt her hands bowl themselves into fists, crumbling the bandages she was currently holding. Narumi raised an eyebrow, watching the sad look cross over Kurenai's features. Frowning herself, she called Kurenai's name. Snapping the raven-headed girl out of her deep daydream, drawing her attention onto Narumi. Are you okay? Having trouble trying the bandages? Kurenai looked down at herself, not even realizing that she had stopped dressing herself since she was so caught up in her thoughts. Narumi chuckled as she watched again, this time as embarrassment flashed across her friend's face. She called Kurenai over to her, her hands outstretching themselves forward. Kurenai did as she was silently asked. walking over to the still upside-down girl, stopping directly in front of Narumi as the redhead grabbed a hold of her bindings and started to wrap them herself, letting her hands gently glide across the sides of Kurenai's torso for a few lingering seconds. "Geez, it looked like it was your first time even holding bandages," Narumi said, grinning up at Kurenai as she undid another knot, pulling it apart and making sure it didn't get tangled or loose on the ends. She gave them a pull, fighting them as she began a new strand, trying to tear her eyes away from looking up Kurenai's shirt. "Ironic since you were the same thing every day." Kurenai blushed, looking away from the girl with a sad sigh. "Yeah well, I guess I was just lost in my thoughts again." "Yeah. You and me both." A heavy silence filled the room as the words breathlessly escaped Narumi's lips. She momentarily stopped her rapping, but was quick to regain her composure before Kurenai could notice. Unbeknownst to her, Kurenai did notice. It was impossible not to. She could feel the strand Narumi tied was much looser than the other ones, like she had forgotten to tighten it. But the atmosphere was anything but awkward as it danced across the two ladies' bodies. No, it was a palpable understanding. Comprehension shining in both their eyes as a silent conversation sparked between their irises. But something was slightly off as a strange emotion glinted in Narumi's eyes when they made contact, and Kurenai was ignorant as to why. The talk didn't last long however. It was abruptly shut down with the absence of blue eyes as Narumi looked away. Her hands forgot all about the bandages she was supposed to be tying. Her arms falling limp behind the couch with a small frown, letting the bandages slowly fall from her loosening grasp, falling down to Kurenai's hips. Swaying in the non-existent wind. Kurenai was rendered speechless at the vulnerable look that passed across Narumi's face, resting in her lips before migrating to her eyes. Blue eyes that usually shined with confidence and bravery were gone. "I had an argument with my father this morning. About Naruto." Kurenai's breath hitched. Of course it would be about Naruto. When wasn't it nowadays? Just by saying his name formed a rift between all those who heard it. Especially Kurenai and the Namikaze family. Narumi raised her head from the couch, feeling much more comfortable as the blood started to flow regularly through her body again. Intertwining her fingers together she leaned forward, rubbing her thumb against her palm. "He basically started screaming at me about how we couldn't trust Naruto and that I was hiding some sort of secret from him." Narumi sighed, looking down to the floor. "He and Natsu basically found out about Naruto's secrets. He had seals all over his body. Did he not think they would find them? Toussaint is a seal master for heaven's sake." "I see." Kurenai responded, shifting awkwardly in place as she eyed her friend from behind. She had a vague idea on where the conversation was headed and started to mentally prepare herself. "They both are now trying to tell me that Naruto is up to something, like he has some kind of ulterior motive for being in Konoha again," Narumi said, getting to her feet and slowly making her way towards Kurenai. They remained rooted in place as her eyes tracked Narumi, not backing down, as the younger girl now stood at eye level with her, an unreadable expression on her face. Kurenai wasn't prepared for what was about to happen next. But the squeal Kurenai felt her body get pulled forward. Narumi had grabbed the ends of her bandages she was previously tying and pulled them towards herself. Bringing Kurenai to her as their bodies flushed against each other. Kurenai felt her face go crimson, muttering Narumi's name in pure shock as the younger girl wrapped her hands around the white bandages and tightened her grip, making it impossible for Kurenai to escape by normal means. Kurenai had to look up a bit to stare into Narumi's eyes. Since when did she get so tall? She was now a few inches taller than looking down at Kurenai with an intense hunger that started to make Kurenai feel uneasy. "And Narumi, what are you?" "You know I've never seen Toussaint get mad at anybody like he was towards me." It was kind of a shock. Her voice was dark, trying to bring Kurenai even closer to her as possible. She released one of the bandages and her hand immediately found its way onto Kurenai's face. Gliding her blood-stained thumb across Kurenai's pale cheek, directly under her left eye. Kurenai's eyes were wide in shock, her complexion ghastly like a ghost. She didn't know what to do, her heart was thundering in her chest like a drum. It was so loud she could barely make out the words Narumi was speaking as she felt her body move against her friend's. "He said I was trying to protect Naruto. That I still saw myself as his stupid older sister. What a fucking idiot." Narumi scowled, her bright blue eyes turning dark as she pushed Kurenai against the wall. Kurenai fumbled with her footing at the surprising motion, her head smacking against the wall with a soft thud. She would have fallen if it wasn't for Narumi who was now holding her from the waist as she felt herself get pinned. Narumi blinked once, her blue eyes disappearing, and what lay in their wake was bright red eyes as they stared at Kurenai. Narumi's tongue drifted across her now enlarged canines. "He had no idea of the lengths I went to try and get Naruto back. I was the one who actively sought him out. I was the one who fought him. I was the one who almost died trying." Narumi was seething at this point. Anger swirling inside of her like a tsunami ready to destroy anything in its path. And what was in her path right now was Kurenai. "Narumi, stop this." Kurenai said after a few seconds of a tense silence at the end of Narumi's impromptu speech. She tried to wiggle out of Narumi's insane superhuman grip but found it pointless since Narumi would tighten it whenever she tried. No. Narumi answered firmly. Lowering her head until it rested in the crook of Kurenai's neck. Kurenai gasped at the sensation, feeling something wet graze against her skin like a firecracker igniting against her body. That bastard told me to grow up. And I plan on doing so. Narumi whispered, her tone prurient as it danced across Kurenai's own milky skin. Don't act like you weren't expecting this, we spent years with each other. We were always together, we were inseparable. Narumi couldn't take it anymore. Her words were oozing with desire that has been untouched for too long. Her hand fell from Kurenai's cheek so she could plant it securely on top of Kurenai's slightly exposed torso. Slowly making its way upward, inches away from her breasts making Narumi shiver in delight. Eager to feel what she had wanted more than anything. Slap. Narumi was broken out of her lust-filled thoughts as Kurenai's hand impacted her cheek. Sending her to the floor with enough force for her head to smack against the back end of the couch. Narumi touched her now bruised cheek, looking up into Kurenai's harsh gaze. What is the matter with you? Kurenai yelled, throwing her arms over her chest and taking a large step back from Narumi. This is insane, you just tried to take advantage of me. You weren't fighting back. I thought you wanted this. Why would you even think that? Why would anyone? Kurenai stepped back into her room, throwing on the first thing she could find in her drawer, feeling incredibly uncomfortable at Narumi's steady gaze. Narumi rubbed her cheek, finally tearing her eyes away from Kurenai. Why are you saying no to me? For a lot of reasons. I'm dating Asuma. Don't give me that fucking excuse. Narumi shouted, startling Kurenai. Her hands grabbed the carpet beneath her, tears glistening in the corner of her eyes and threatening to spill at any moment. You don't even like Asuma, I never even see you with him. She cried. Grabbing her shirt tightly, right above where her heart was as her body started to tremble. All the feelings she bottled up were now leaking through and she had no way to stop it. We were always together, ever since Naruto left it's always been the two of us. We were always there for one another, we knew everything about each other. Narumi said, unable to stop her tears as they fell down her cheeks. She spent years hiding her feelings away from everyone, always masking it as just being supportive for her best friend. But after yesterday night Narumi was certain she could finally get through to Kurenai. Narumi held her as she cried about Naruto, Kurenai's hands were so soft as they gripped her tightly. It was the happiest Narumi had ever been. It was the reason Narumi was going to the hospital in the first place. She wanted to give Naruto a piece of her mind, for him to give up on Kurenai. To stop playing with her heart. Is it because I'm not Naruto? Kurenai stared at Narumi incredulously. Her throat went dry as her heart pumped uncertainty into her body. She didn't know what to say, Narumi was looking at her with such an honest expression on her face, a huge contrast to the look of lust she had not even minutes ago. At the mention of Naruto pain flashed across Kurenai's face. Narumi's face contorted as she watched the pain on Kurenai's face. Feeling her own heartbreak at the sight. Naruto-kun has nothing to do with this. Please don't lie. Narumi whimpered, getting to her feet once again and slamming her hands down on Kurenai's shoulders before they could react. Once again, Kurenai was thrown into a tense silence as Narumi's tear-stricken face was inches from hers. I can be his replacement for you, we are triplets you know. We're practically the same person. I can even hinge myself to look more like him for you. Narumi begged, she knew how pathetic she was but she didn't care. She was sick and tired of having to hide her feelings for this long. Narumi moved her hands to grip Kurenai's face in her palms, a powerful pleading look reflecting off her eyes as her tears fell onto the carpet. I won't play with your heart like he does, I'll be honest about everything with you, I always have been. I won't ever leave you Kurenai. Kurenai gulped loudly, her face as red as her eyes at the close proximity between them. Kurenai had no idea on what to say, she would have never thought that Narumi saw her in this kind of light. Narumi hid it well for these past few years, so well in fact no one would have batted an eyelash. Kurenai brought her hands upwards, grasping Narumi's with her own and bringing them down. Kurenai didn't even have to look at the redhead to know that the simple action utterly destroyed the younger girl's heart. It was obvious from the tensing of her hands and the way Narumi's body shifted in balance. That won't do Narumi. Kurenai tried to keep her voice as soft as possible when she responded. She personally wasn't sure how to say this, it was completely unexpected. Kurenai didn't want to look up and look into the redhead's eyes, but she forced herself to. Kurenai wanted this to be as genuine as possible, but silently wished this was just one big prank to mess with her. One look into sad blue eyes was enough to tell her that this was no prank, but completely genuine. Kurenai opened her mouth again to speak, but no words came out. She was having trouble trying to figure out if she felt guilty or not for this rejection. But before either of them could say anything, a loud explosion shook the village of Konoha. Out of nowhere the front of Kurenai's apartment was blown into a million tiny pieces, ushering in a large gust of wind strong enough to blow both girls back into the opposite wall. Kurenai smacked against the wall with enough force to leave a decent-sized dent in the wooden wall. Narumi was unlucky however, she took on most of the attack since she was standing in front of Kurenai. Her back crashed against Kurenai's bed headboard, causing the wooden piece of furniture to break on impact. Small chunks of wood pierced her body and she winced at the sudden pain in her torso, her head clobbering the wall with a loud smack. Kurenai wheezed loudly, trying to catch her breath that was lost from her body from a sudden force that came out of nowhere. Her pain quickly changed to shock however, as she looked at her now half-destroyed apartment. "Kurenai? Are you okay?" Narumi yelled, having already pulled out the chunk of wood that punctured her and sprinted to Kurenai's side. Kurenai just nodded, letting Narumi help peel her off the wall as she got packed onto her feet. "What just happened? Is Konoha getting attacked?" Narumi said through a wince, holding her side with a grimace. It felt like she had a broken rib. It took a few seconds for Kurenai to catch her breath as she surveyed the damage to her apartment. The far wall was gone, but looking past the hole she could vaguely see that even the ground looked to be caved away. She could see several people running down in the street and as soon as she noticed them the screams of terror finally revealed themselves to her. Kurenai felt her face grow pale. Taking a few hesitant steps towards her broken wall, ignoring the protests of Narumi as she stared into what was left of their village. Kurenai didn't even feel Narumi as she slided up next to her, looking out into the scene with just as much shock. Whoa. What the fuck happened? All they could see was destruction. Almost half of Konoha had been reduced into ash. Leaving a large hole where the Hokage tower used to be as it spread for miles. Another gust of wind picked up as what looked like half a house flew towards both girls, landing just meters away from them and hitting the ground with a loud bang. Kurenai's hair fluttered from the wind, her hand hiding a gasp as she watched the remaining civilians run for dear life. Luckily the other half of Konoha seemed to be untouched, minus that flew from the explosion, it seemed to be fine. "Hey Kurenai?" Narumi whispered, not bothering to look into Kurenai's direction as her hand subconsciously reached out and gripped her tightly. Is this Naruto's doing?" Kurenai slowly shook her head, not aware of the intimate action as she was lost in her own thoughts. "No. Naruto-kun told me what he was up to. But it wasn't this." "You're right. This has nothing to do with Naruto-kun." Both girls felt their bodies tense at the unknown voice. Turning around to see a tall man standing directly next to Kurenai's bed. He was leaning against a wall with his arms crossed over his chest. Narumi was the first of the two to get over her shock as she took a protective step forward, narrowing her eyes at the stranger as she finally felt the Kyuubi start to heal all her wounds. "Who are you and how do you know Naruto?" The tall male eyes the young Namikaze, quickly taking note of the intertwined hands of the two. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity, interesting. By how much Naruto-kun talked about Kurenai, I didn't think she would be taken already. Especially by his own sister. Narumi, despite the situation, found herself blushing, scowling towards the man. Kurenai on the other hand finally became aware of the hand tightly gripping hers. She quickly removed her hand from Narumi's grip, missing the dagger of pain that went across Narumi's face as she did so. The Jounin's ears perked up at the mention of Naruto, she took a step forward, quickly taking note of the black and blue cloak that the man was wearing. Standing her ground next to Narumi as she narrowed her own eyes. "Are you part of that Adarashi group Naruto-kun told me about?" The man felt his eyebrow go even higher, his eyes glowing with a small amount of shock. "Oh my. I didn't think he would tell you about us. That is indeed quite a shock." Running a hand through his light gray hair and a small grin on his face. "Adarashi? What's going on here? And you never answered the question on how you know Naruto." Narumi bit towards the Adarashi member, her eyes turning red as she started channeling her chakra. Already prepared for a fight. It pissed Narumi off seeing the man not take up a defensive stance. He just smiled friendly and bowed deeply. "My name is Yuno. I guess you can call me a business partner to Naruto-kun and partially a sensei." "A business partner?" Kurenai asked, royally confused. Even Narumi's sweat dropped at the odd choice of words. Yuno straightened his back up before offering them another small smile. Taking a seat on the bed as he motioned for both girls forward. Both looked hesitant which wasn't a surprise to him. He ignored the cries of fear that echoed outside the village as she crossed his legs and leaned on his palm, averting his gaze to the top of the Hokage monument that was barely visible from his angle. "I have some things to talk to you about regarding Naruto-kun." "But Naruto, Hiashi, and Danzo, what's wrong kid? Finally realized that you lost." Hiashi Hyuga said confidently, sneering at the 16-year-old he held hostage. Naruto didn't respond, instead he allowed himself to be pulled by the Hyuga clan head to wherever it was they were going. Hiashi held onto one of Naruto's arms firmly, not bothering to hold the other since the blonde had his chakra completely sealed. "If you don't, I can overreact again. But that doesn't sound too fun." Naruto responded, attempting to shrug his shoulders as best he could within Hiashi's grasp. Using his free hand he scratched his cheek with a bored expression on his face. Even though the blonde looked like he wasn't paying attention, he had kept a suspiciously quiet Danzo in his sights the whole time. He was walking a good few feet in front of them, leading them through the half-empty forest. Naruto almost wanted to laugh at how things were going. He had to bite his cheek until blood pooled in his mouth to stop himself from giggling at everything. Hiashi noticed the look on Naruto's face and scowled darkly, barging his hand up he backhanded the boy. Making Naruto's head fly back painfully. "What's so funny, brat? You'd be lucky if you make it out of here in one piece." "Oh, I intend to," Naruto replied, spitting out blood from his mouth onto the grass beneath him with a grin. All the while this was happening, Danzo kept up his brisk pace as they finally made it to their destination. The Hokage had asked them to take Naruto into the most secure holding cell that they had. And there just so happened to be one right under the Hokage monument hidden inside the Shodai Hokage's head. It was a tricky place to find and even trickier to get into. It required at least 2 or more with special seal markings made by the Shodai Hokage and Uzumaki. All the clan heads and advisors were given access to this seal since Minato took office. There had been a surplus of missing nin appearing in the last 10 years and Minato thought it would be smart to utilize the holding cell as much as he could. Especially if the missing nins were from Konoha. As soon as they cleared the forest Naruto whistled in fascination. He always forgot how beautiful the village looked from atop the Hokage monument. "Wow, this view is amazing," Naruto simply stated, drawing the attention of Hiashi as he just yelled at Naruto again. Not noticing Naruto's hand slipped quietly into the pouch on his hip. Danzo said nothing as he jumped onto the Shodai's head. Looking over at Hiashi, his face was as stoic as ever. "Hiashi-sama, let's get this." Boom. Danzo's words were forcefully interrupted as a large explosion echoed throughout the village. Danzo was forced to stab a kunai into the Shodai's statue in order to keep his balance, since the gust of wind that randomly picked up from the village was insanely strong. Hiashi and Naruto weren't as lucky, they got a taste of the blast head-on as dirt mixed with washed over them, sending them flying backwards with a yell. The blast lasted for no more than 5 seconds before it finally quieted down and came to a halt. Danzo spat at some dirt that got caught into his mouth as he turned to look where the blast came from. He felt his one visible eye go wide as he looked down at what he assumed before was the upper half of Konohagakure. For the first time in Danzo's life he was utterly speechless, his eye tracking over the large crater where he knew the Hokage Tower used to sit, along with several hundred buildings all filled with people. "How tragic, I will admit I do feel terrible about this." Danzo snapped his head upwards at the sudden voice, looking to his left to see Naruto. Sitting down on top of the Nidaime Hokage's head. One of his legs was outstretched as his other was curled up to his chest. His arm lying lazily over his knee as he propped himself up with his free arm, looking down at the village with a neutral expression. Danzo schooled his emotions as he got to his feet and looked at the blonde boy with a blank stare. "I see. Then you were not lying about your plans." Naruto hummed, nodding his head. "It was a white lie. I've never been to a Wagakure before, but I did have a plan." "What have you done to Hiashi?" Danzo asked, not out of curiosity, but out of necessity. Without looking away from the destruction beneath him he thumbed behind him. Danzo followed his finger before it finally landed onto the already dead body of Hiashi Hyuga. A small red pike pierced his body from the back, extending outwards as the tip held his faintly beating heart. From the look of pure shock on Hiashi's face from here, Danzo was sure that he had no idea what was going to happen to him. "The chakra use?" Danzo asked. Naruto tossed a blank piece of paper towards Danzo, letting the wind carry it before it landed itself in front of the older man's feet. "A nullifying seal. I had one prepared to use once I got to Konoha, since I expected the Hokage to do something like that," Naruto said, bringing his hand to his chin as he hummed in thought. "Well, either him or Natsu. I even asked Natsu about it earlier and he said I didn't need one. You've done preparations, you've been planning for a while. Give or take 5 months. But we told you we were in a coma. That doesn't change anything. Not all plans need the leader to be under the spotlight." Danzo found himself chuckling at that. How wiser words have never been spoken before. "I would have to agree. We seem to have a similar mentality then. I am nothing like you," Naruto growled out. His hand squeezing into a fist as he finally turned to look at Danzo, just the sight of the man caused the scar over his eye to heat up in phantom pain as hatred pulsed into his veins. "You are the one who took Shisui Niasen away from me. You ordered the elimination of the Uchiha clan just because it was convenient for you. Even more so at how like we are." Danzo gestured his cane to the village, a slight sad look passing across his eye at seeing the village he cherished more than anything get destroyed. "What you are doing is the exact same. You don't who gets in your way, as long as it ends with you standing here before me right now. Did you not just kill hundreds of innocent people to get to where you are now? You did, because it was convenient for you." Danzo snickered, dropping his cane and watching it fall down the large mountain. How incredibly selfish. Naruto huffed, getting to his feet and turning to Danzo. The elder turned to him as well, both silently staring at each other as they let the soft breeze dance across their bodies. Naruto, just from looking at Danzo, couldn't help but start laughing to himself, bringing his hand up to his face and covering his left eye. If Danzo was confused by the sudden shift in attitude of the blonde boy, he didn't show it outwardly. But under his bandages he felt his eye narrow itself, turning into a slide as the back of his legs tensed ever so silently. "See, that's where you're wrong, Danzo," Naruto announced, brushing his hair out of his eyes as he raised his hand even higher, revealing his already transformed Sharingan to the world. Once again, Danzo went speechless at the sight, a breath getting trapped in his throat in silent shock, though his face remained passive. "My goal wasn't just to get to you. In fact, you're just a side dish until the main course." Danzo narrowed his eye at the blonde, internally scowling as he tore off the bandages around his right eye, his own blazing red eye coming into the light of the early afternoon sun. His voice is cold and ruthless. "You're years away from challenging me, boy. Have some respect for your elders." Forming a ram seal as chakra erupted from his body. Rage swept through Naruto's body as he looked dead into Danzo's Sharingan, no, Shisui's Sharingan. The anger he felt at this moment was unparalleled to anything he had felt before, and he fully intended to make this old bastard eat his words. Naruto copied Danzo, his own chakra discharging from his body as his Sharingan spun wildly. "Just to let you know, Danzo. For most of my fights I've been hiding my abilities, only using them when necessary. But now," Naruto said coldly, his body vanishing and a small cloud appearing right next to Danzo. Manjikyu blazing brightly, Naruto flung out his fist with enough speed that Danzo's Sharingan could barely manage to keep up. Snapping his arm upwards, Danzo absorbed most of the attack, but the force was too strong, and he was sent flying back into the forest clearing and clearing off the Shodai's head. "I intend to use everything I have against you." Danzo clicked his tongue, channeling a good amount of wind chakra into his legs to ease his fall, landing on his feet and sliding backwards, destroying the grass beneath him. The elder wasn't deterred, however, jumping to the side just in time to dodge a thick beam of water that shot itself from Naruto's hand. But the quick Shunshin Naruto appeared right before Danzo once again, a dense blade of water enclosed in his grip, attempting to slash Danzo in his movement. Danzo was easily able to see the attack coming thanks to his, acting quickly, he grabbed the blonde's wrist before the blade could come into contact and bent his wrist downwards trying to break the appendage. Naruto saw through the obvious plan and bent along the same way, bringing his foot up and sending a devastating kick to Danzo's skull. Letting go of Naruto's wrist, Danzo bent backwards, avoiding the kick by mere inches, and shot his hand out, gripping the blonde's ankle and forming a one-handed seal as the wind started to pick up around him. Blind style. Great breakthrough. The torrent of wind shot out from his mouth and blew Naruto backwards. The small wind blades tore into the blonde's body, cutting up his arms and legs in a zigzag pattern. Luckily the wounds weren't deep. Not that it mattered to the blonde. Grinning, Naruto wasted no time, landing on his feet and forming his own hand seal. Sun shining again, emerging from the dust that Danzo conjured up and got directly into the old man's face. Blood style. Binding ropes. Dark red ropes of blood shot from his new wounds, snaking around Danzo's torso and binding his legs and arms together tight enough that he couldn't move. Not one to stop a cool combo, he cut the connection to the ropes. Turning them into thick threads, he grabbed a hold of the bundle, pumping as much chakra as he could into his arms, and started to lift the blood-clasped Danzo into the air. With a roar he swung Danzo over his head, smashing the elder into the ground, shaking the earth beneath his feet. A large amount of dust rose from the ground, completely obscuring the boy's vision. Naruto's Sharingan pulsed, ducking suddenly as an arrow of wind shot through the dust and over the blonde's head, cutting off a few strands of his hair. Not even a second later the smoke dissipated with Danzo seemingly tossing it away. He shot through it with a crazed expression on his face, another wind at the ready. Seeing the obvious opening, Naruto decided to leap into the air instead, ripping into the wound in his leg and spinning around, kicking off a tree, and he shot his front leg down, flicking his wounded leg that produced a thin blade of blood, swiping at Danzo with a frightening display of speed. With his own ablaze, Danzo was able to intercept the blood weapon with his own wind one. Bending his back slightly, Danzo was able to get the upper hand as another wind blade formed in his free hand and slammed them together. Naruto's face winced from the sudden amount of force, the pressure was starting to become a bit too much as Naruto felt his foot slide off the tree. Losing his balance, Naruto allowed himself to fall, dropping underneath Danzo's two dense gust weapons, intending to make this a close-range battle as his hand shot forwards, his palm slamming deep into Danzo's chest. Danzo couldn't fight back the wheeze that broke past his lips as the air got knocked clean out of him. His eyes went wide from the pain as his wind blades faded away. Reacting quickly, he brought his knee up, planning on breaking the blonde's jaw. Sadly he was too slow as Naruto just leaned his head to the side dodging the hit. Skidding back slightly it gave Danzo just enough distance to extend his leg and wrap it around Naruto's skull. Pinning it behind his thigh and squeezing the young blonde's neck. Jumping into the air he propelled his free leg forward, slamming the sole of his directly into Naruto's face. A loud cracking sound echoed in the clearing as the top of Danzo's shoe tucked itself into Naruto's mouth. With a loud bellow Danzo strained his voice and using the foot in Naruto's mouth, he kicked upwards. Shattering the blonde Sharingan's front teeth as he flew up into the air. Channeling even more wind chakra into his feet, Danzo felt himself climb higher into the air as he twisted his leg that was gripping Naruto round and slammed him into the group. The second Naruto's body hit the floor it erupted in a large splash of water. Soaking Danzo from head to toe as the real Naruto appeared to his left, perfectly unscathed and with a toothy grin, channeled as much chakra into another blood as he could, that sent Danzo flying back into a tree. Groaning, Danzo peeled himself off the tree, wiping away a small amount of blood from his lip as he stared at the cheekily smiling blonde a few feet away. Danzo didn't want to admit it, but he could feel his body beginning to show its age. While his jutsus and overall strength remained the same, it didn't matter if the body could barely keep up with it. "What's the matter, old man?" Naruto mocked, finding it extremely fun to watch as the old man struggled to even get to his feet. "Can't keep up. DCH. Watch your tongue, kid, I wasn't a nominee for Hokage just for show," Danzy said, disappearing from his spot, fully intending to wipe the smug grin off of Naruto's face. Naruto dodges the first fist sent his way. Then the second and third and the fourth. His grin never fell as he caught the fifth hit inside his own palm. "To be honest with you, old man, you're more disappointing than I thought you would be." Danzo's eyes went wide with unforeseen rage at the blonde's words, he was getting mocked. Danzo Shimura was getting a fool made out of him. With an ear-piercing scream Dazno let out all of his anger and frustration at getting toyed with. His spinning faster than any shuriken as he shunshined himself free of Naruto's grip. Naruto blinked in amazement at feeling Danzo vanish from him, it didn't quite ruin his awareness however, as he felt the air around him grow hot. His face illuminating orange as he jumped away from the large fireball that came his way. The second Naruto's foot touched the ground another ball of fire entered his field of vision. Scowling, Naruto performed his trusty water shield just in the nick of time to save himself from being burned to a crisp. He did however wince as the steam from both burned his arm slightly. Noticing that the ball of fire was finally distinguished, Naruto finally located Danzo, his Sharingan eye locking on with Danzo's own. Forming small from his blood, Naruto caught them and held them in between his fingers. He straightened his back up, allowing his blood to heal his pre-existing wounds as he stretched, earning a loud yawn that was met with a dark glare from Danzo. My, this is pretty boring," Naruto said, tossing his red in the air as he frowned towards Danzo whilst shrugging his shoulders. "But I guess it would be weird if the side dishes tasted better than the main course." Danzo clenched his fists, a crazed look running across his face as he tilted his head upwards. His hair falling into his face until only his red blazing eye was visible. "I should have killed you all those years ago. You're nothing but trash." Danzo retorted back, walking towards the patiently waiting Naruto. A wicked smile tipped at his lips as he locked eyes with the blonde. "You seem to be completely unfazed by my Sharingan. You do know that this was your beloved sensei's, don't you?" "Why would I be afraid of that? You act like any will have an effect on me." Naruto scoffed, his eyes going dark as he made sure to intentionally look into the spinning of his opponent. "And of course, and soon I'll have it back." Within a blink of an eye, Danzo was gone. Naruto felt his eyes go wide for just a moment, but he managed to catch a faint red blur enclosing him from his left, but it was just enough. Spinning on his heel Naruto lunged towards the blur, flipping the senbons in his hand as he met Danzo head on. Feeling the soft skin tissue under his hand Naruto wasted no time and stabbed Danzo's cheek. Internally scowling as Danzo managed to move out of the way at the last second to spare his Sharingan-free eye. The disappointment didn't last long however, as Naruto felt his arms fall limp to his side. His eyes suddenly felt very heavy as they blinked several times, trying their hardest to stay open as he felt an intense pull in the back of his mind. Like something was calling to him deep within his thoughts. It was so alluring, beckoning him even closer as he felt his back start to fall backwards onto the soft grass where his head lay to rest. Eyes squinting, the last thing he saw before he felt his lids close forever was a large smirk on that bastard's Danzo's face and a dark red eye that laughed at him as the world around him faded into a thick empty black abyss. Kotomatsukami. After what felt like just seconds Naruto opened his eyes again. Only to be met with a pitch-blank landscape that he recognized right away. He was plunged deep into his mindscape out of his own volition, staring into the deep abyss with an annoyed expression. Dropping his head into his hands. Damn, if possible Naruto wanted to avoid coming in here as long as he could. It didn't change any of his plans, in fact, it probably made them much more interesting in all honesty. He wondered what kind of plan Danzo was cooking up for him, now that they were in his mind the choices were almost limitless. But no matter what Danzo cooked up, it still wouldn't bump him up to any stars. As bleak as ever. Though it's what I expected from a nuisance like you. Naruto turned around to look at Danzo as the elder spoke. Sinister grin already implanted in place as he stood at an imposing distance away, arms crossed over his chest with his Sharingan eye closed shut. A thin layer of blood trickling down his cheek. Naruto didn't take the obvious bait as he shifted his foot in the water under him, silently wondering how deep it was as it covered his ankle. No matter how hard you try Danzo, you won't ever be my first priority. Naruto sighed out, finding instantaneous joy at the way Danzo's face contorted into an angry scowl, fury practically reflecting off his one open eye as his body tensed. Danzo wasn't one for being looked down upon, and right now, Naruto was doing an excellent job at it. Naruto stared at his reflection in the water, ignoring the look of anger Danzo was throwing at him constantly. His own reflection seemed so different that Naruto barely recognized himself. His hair was starting to fall a bit into his eyes, covering his forehead that his slashed-out Konoha headband resided on. His Sharingan eye stayed in its form, spinning ever so slowly as his vision tilted to his right eye in his reflection. Staring into the familiar gold that was just waiting to return. Hearing laughter echo in the abyss, Naruto lifted his head up from the water, turning his one blue iris to Danzo once again, this time with indifference. "You fool, do you not understand what is about to happen to you?" Danzo screeched loudly, and Naruto was unprepared for the large gust of wind that appeared from the elder, seemingly out of nowhere. Naruto was forced to raise his hands to block his eyes from the heavy wind, squinting ever so softly as he felt himself start to get pushed back into the water. Water splashing up like waves in a feeble attempt to douse the blonde boy in its content as it soaked through his pants. "Tell me, boy," Danzo said, speaking the word boy with an incredible amount of disdain that you could practically see poison leaking out of his body. "Do you know about the Kodomatsukami?" Naruto nodded, still fighting the heavy gust as his hair flapped next to his ear, making it almost impossible to hear what the old bastard was saying. "It belonged to that sensei of yours, well, before I stole it." Danzo's voice was oozing with venom as he clapped his hands together, killing the heavy wind, allowing Naruto to stand without issue. But the second Danzo's hands made contact, the black abyss was washed away, like someone had taken an eraser to it and wiped it clean. Surrounding both shinobi in a blank field of plain white. Naruto looked away subtly, making sure to keep Danzo in his sights as he did so. Then right before Naruto's eyes he looked directly behind Danzo, seeing old memories of him when he was a child, then to when he graduated. Switching to his abandonment of Konoha, and then finally ending onto the very day that sparked the creation of his master plan. Naruto for the first time in his life felt himself go pale, feeling his heart thump against his chest as his eyes snapped to Danzo's, just in time to see the elder's own eyes light up in understanding, before finally settling on deep glee. I see now what this so-called plan of yours is. It is." He paused, his malevolent grin virtually bright with excitement as he watched the blood drain from Naruto's face, rather interesting. Naruto tried to recollect his thoughts as fast as he could, not wanting Danzo to get the upper hand, as he formed a singular hand seal forming a blood blade in his hand. Naruto thought frantically as he looked down at his empty palm, not believing his eyes as he caught a glimpse of his reflection again, noticing that his Sharingan eye had been replaced with his normal blue. Danzo's cackling broke Naruto out of his stupor, staring at the elder with complete dismay. "Kodomatsukami, the most powerful in the entire shinobi world. It has the power to control others' minds and alter your memories. And your life," he said wickedly as he started to walk towards the frightened blonde. "As of right now, you forgot how to even mold chakra." Danzo at this point was no longer trying to hide his immense glee as Naruto took a step back in fear. The memories once again appeared behind the Konoha elder again, but this time they were different. Young Naruto was curled up in a ball in a run-down apartment complex, his face buried in his legs as he wailed loudly to himself, going unheard when the happy Namikas walked calmly away from him. All laughing together, hands intertwined as Naruto was forced to watch them leave his side. Whenever he tried to reach out to grab at them, it would stop. Like an outside force would grab his wrist to stop it from moving forward. At this Naruto would cry again, his eyes bloodshot as he was sobbing reached new heights. What are you doing?" Naruto yelled, finding it impossible to tear his eyes away from the movie-like screen that was playing these false memories of his. Then the scene washed away, making Naruto's eyes go wider and wider until they felt like they were going to pop out of his skull. Naruto knelt down, his knee plunging itself into the thick snow beneath him. His hand reached out and picked up the white substance, looking at it with a small amount of interest as he let the soft snow crumble in his hands. "All of this could have been avoided if you were just a better big sister, Narumi," Naruto said sadly, swirling the snow around his knuckles as he turned his attention to the broken state of Narumi's body as it lay crippled onto the floor. Her mouth was completely swollen, left eye permanently closed as her nose was bent into the other direction, broken beyond repair. Blood leaked down her swollen lip and dripped off her chin. She tried to usher out a response, but only coughing came out of her. Each cough sent a tremor of pain through her body, making her want to scream in absolute anguish. Naruto watched the scene play out in front of him with nothing short of indifference, leaning his chin on his knee as he balled his hand into a fist, punching his sister in the cheek a few more times, just cause he could. "It's strange to see you so weak. It's so pathetic," he muttered, adding more force behind his punches. "Is this what Toussaint and Kasan saw in you? They must be fucking stupid," he said, giggling to himself. Moving his fist, he whacked her on the head, wondering how cold she was since she was submerged a few inches deep into the snow. He brought his other hand forward, dropping the snow he broke apart into her face, finding amusement in the way she wheezed in pain at the unforeseen feeling. "I wonder if you're thinking to yourself right now, 'Oh, I'm so sorry, Naruto-sama. Please forgive me and my family for our sins. We didn't mean to treat you so badly. Wah wah wah.'" Naruto mocked and cried, adding fake tears to his performance as he collapsed onto Narumi's stomach. Making sure to smack his head down forcefully, just strong enough to make sure she had to exhale sharply at the feeling. "Yeah, well, don't think stupid shit like that," he said, his face morphing back into its original bored tone as he crossed his leg over the other, bouncing his foot back and forth as he picked up another chunk of snow. He smashed his head back down onto her as he felt her try to squirm away. The last thing we people like to hear and see after abandonment is pity. And we both know that it never would come from the heart. The snow started to take shape into a long thin-like blade as he added his chakra into it. Shrugging his shoulders, he flipped the blade in his hand into a reverse grip, slamming down and piercing his sister through the throat. Tilting his head upwards to see if life already faded from her eyes. Still seeing a twinge of life resides in those matching blue eyes, he forced the blade deeper inside her flesh. Nodding in satisfaction as her eyes turned dull and empty. "Well, it doesn't matter anymore anyway. Stop this, please." Naruto screamed pitifully, losing his footing and slipping on the water and falling on his butt. Shoving his hands in the water, he tried to crawl away from memories he felt getting implanted into his brain and the ever-growing closer form of Danzo. Tears started to fall down his cheeks as he whimpered as he felt the memories he made start to fade away, implanted with new ones without his consent. Naruto cried as he plunged the blade deeper into the body of his little sister. Kai's coughed up blood, the droplets landing on the blonde's face as he tried to fight back the urge to sob at seeing life fade from her eyes. "And Nai-san," she whispered, her throat dry as she reached a tiny hand out and gripped his cheek. Her own tears falling in rapid succession and in a feeble attempt tried to wrap her arms around Naruto. In her attempt she moved her body towards him, subconsciously sending the sword deeper into her gut as her hands managed to get around Naruto's head. His head immediately fell into the crook of her neck as a violent sob ripped itself free from his throat. Eyes coughed up some more blood as she rested her head on his shoulder, her eyes falling limp and closing, never to open again. "Why, Nai-san. Please, stop. Be begging you." Naruto cried, his hand coming up and covering his eyes as he sobbed, his eyes closed shut as he felt the memory plunge itself into him. Danzo's laugh was full of sin as he kicked Naruto across the face, making Naruto's head smash into the water. Danzo got onto his knee as he closed in on Naruto's ear, one of his hands reached and grabbed Naruto by his long blonde locks and raised his head up slightly so he wouldn't drown. "And don't worry. I saved the best for last." Naruto stood in place, like he was a statue he couldn't move. Forced to stay planted where he was built for all of eternity. But even though his body seemed frozen, his eyes were anything but still. They danced, they jumped, and they even ran around the body of Kurenai-Yuhi, who stood just a few feet away from him. She looked as beautiful as the day he met her, back when he was still a child. His eyes were glued to her body and refused to look at anything else besides her, but one thing that they couldn't stop looking at in particular was the deep-rooted disgust that shone in her breathtaking ruby eyes. The sinister grin did its own dance on her lips, laughing at the predicament she found herself in as she pointed at Naruto. "You love me?" She blanched, her face contorting into pure repulsion as she shuddered. "How disgusting. I mean, have you ever seen yourself?" Naruto didn't know if his body knew how to walk anymore or do anything else besides stare in bewilderment and pain at the woman he cherished. "I mean, you're still a fucking kid and you expect a woman of my status to fall for such a loser like you?" She felt sick to her stomach at the mere thought of this boy having any sort of feeling about her. "You were left behind by your family, you're nothing more than just a fucking piece of trash and a scapegoat for other people's anger." This time she broke out into dark laughter. "Hey Kurenai-chan. Please, don't ever call me that." She screamed at the blonde, her stomach churning as she revolted in place like he had attempted to strike her. To her it was like he did actually hit her, loathing the idea of that boy getting any closer to her than he already was. "You're better off just leaving me alone. Forever. In fact, I better not see you anywhere near me." Kurenai scowled, spitting in Naruto's face from an incredible distance as she vanished behind her apartment door. Away from him. For good. Naruto finally got his body to move, but in a bad way. His knees buckled from the intense pressure and he fell to the floor. His hands doing their best to keep him stable as he sobbed. Naruto felt like a dagger was thrusted into his heart, cutting up each individual artery before snapping his heart clean in two. Kurenai. He whimpered, his tone pathetic as he slammed his head onto the ground, not caring for the blood that now fell down his face as he cried. Cried after losing the one person he cherished more than anything. Danzo's eyes glinted as he raised Naruto's head further up, looking into Naruto's now void eyes as he stared blankly at the ground. Now Danzo was certain that Naruto had seen him as his main threat, that no one could beat him now. With a deep breath Danzo breathed out, igniting the air around him, slightly scorching the blonde's tan skin. If Naruto felt the pain, he wouldn't react to it. Instead, he kept his gaze onto the ground, staring into his lifeless reflection with no emotion or thought. From now on, you will obey my every command. Danzo said, pulling the blonde's hair back even further, straining the blonde locks for everything they had. After realizing that Naruto refused to look up, Danzo looked into the boy's reflection, making sure to keep his Sharingan eye locked onto his blue ones. His heart swelling with anticipation as he watched the shoulders of the boy start to tremble. You will be my personal weapon. Now be a good dog and Danzo couldn't get the rest of his sentence out as the trembling from Naruto's body moved from his shoulders to the rest of his body. He was bouncing, and what sounded like a sob escaped his throat after a few seconds. Then another one came, then another. And soon Naruto broke out into full-blown laughter as he convulsed in Danzo's grip. The elder watched in apparent anger as he backhanded the blonde, only to open his eyes wide in shock when Naruto's hand flew up to catch his wrist. Oh, you really are a fucking idiot, you really think some stupid would work on me? Naruto's voice was confident as he looked back up to Danzo, his spinning wide, putting Danzo in a much deeper state of shock. But how you shouldn't be able to use. Please, you think I came this far without having any precautions? Naruto mocked, snapping his fingers as the water beneath him started to spin. Danzo was too slow to notice, and before he even registered what happened the current swept him away. Losing his grip on the blonde's hair as he yelped in surprise, falling back into the waves as they flew over him. Danzo's head tried to stay afloat as it bopped up and down, gasping for breath whenever he managed to escape the cascading water, only to repeat the process for several more seconds. He was overwhelmed, there was nowhere to go, and he couldn't just sunshine out of the situation. Why can't I stop this? Danzo yelled between battered breaths, almost drowning several times as he formed a ram seal, trying and failing to release Kodomatsukami and escape this hellish nightmare. He couldn't even fathom that sick turn of events that led him to being swept away so pathetically. He pushed Naruto into a corner, he was the one who broke his mind. So how was Naruto able to flip the switch so easily? Oh? Well, this is my mindscape, you know. Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest as he stopped. Allowing Danzo to breathe again as he fell to the ground as the whirlpool disintegrated, the water evaporated into nothingness as the elder tried to catch his breath. Danzo raised his head to glare at the blonde, and if looks could kill, Naruto would be nothing but a pile of ash right now. You fucking brat. I'll kill you. Nah. Naruto teased, wagging his finger in front of him like he was toying with a child. That's no way to speak to the person in charge of your fate right now. Fate? What on earth are you talking about? And why didn't I work? Kodomatsukami is indestructible, it's limitless, so how? Sure, Kodomatsukami is indeed the world's strongest, but at the end of the day, it's still only a. Naruto's words were cocky, the blonde had never felt so powerful before. For the first time in his life people were looking at him like he wanted. Sure, he has Kai's and Kurenai to a certain extent. But he always wanted those who ignored him to see what he was truly capable of. But for Danzo's case, he wanted to show the elder that his decision to kill the Uchiha, that his decision to slay Shisui, was the biggest mistake he could have ever made. He was glad that Sasori and Yuno had told him about Kodomatsukami all those months ago. Well, more Yuno than Sasori. Yuno seemed to know much more about Shisui since he was there when he died. But it gave Naruto just enough time to think of a way to counter them. And not surprisingly, it wasn't that hard to think of a solution. Naruto took in a deep breath, shutting his eyes in the process as he snapped his fingers again. This time water shot up from the ground, turning into bright blue chains as they wrapped themselves around the unprepared Danzo. The elder tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't mold his chakra anymore. What? You ask why it didn't work? Let me tell you. Or Naruto grinned, basking in the atmosphere of power that he felt swirl around him. This was his power, he made all of this possible. It was all coming together in the grandest display that he had hoped for, what he and Yuno had talked about was finally happening. Their dreams were finally being realized. I can show you. Ooh, oh Turtle-chan, you can come out now. Suddenly the ground started to shake around the two shinobi, the water surrounding Danzo started to fly upwards, as Naruto stayed with his arms wide, he screamed out happily, snapping his eyes open and looking at Danzo with pure joy. The elder's face drained itself from its blood as he went as white as a ghost. Both of Naruto's eyes stunned him into shock, his body stopped moving against the water chains against him, as both red and gold eyes of Naruto stared into him menacingly. For the first time in a long time, Danzo felt a small tinge of fear spark his heart. The loud roar echoed in the black abyss, tremors started to shake the floor as it came closer and closer to Danzo. The elder was forced to turn his head to look behind him as the stomping grew louder. He felt his heart speed up, his body grow cold. The air around him grew heavy, and it was getting harder to breathe with each passing moment. His lungs felt like they were collapsing, failing to produce any more oxygen in his body, as his skin went paler than any ghost. It was impossible to not feel a huge amount of fear as the rumbling grew closer. A scream trapped itself in his throat and refused to come out, hiding itself away from being seen as he started to tremble. His eyes went wide as a large golden eye manifested itself from the pitch-black abyss, revealing a large crab and turtle-like body that rolled over the black fog, showing its mighty size that towered over the kneeling elder. Wah! Danzo screamed as the beast came down onto him. Its large mouth opened wide, its jaw looking like it unhinged itself as he hit down on Danzo. Teeth clashing against teeth echoed as the beast swallowed Danzo whole. Not bothering to chew as Danzo's screams were muffled as he reached out, trying to grab onto anything so he wouldn't fall into the monster's stomach. Then, everything went dark. Danzo continued to scream as he felt his eyes go wide with terror. Both of his reached upwards again as he attempted to grab anything that he saw. Feeling something under his grip he grasped tightly, his fingernails digging into something hard. Starting to feel his nails break as they slid across the material. It took him a few moments to figure out exactly what he was grabbing. His vision started to clear up, no longer did he see the inside of a demon's gut, he was staring up high into the bright blue skies of Konoha. His heartbeat finally started to calm down as he looked at the tree that he was holding tight. His nails peel away at the bark, leaving small traces of his blood stained on the large oak. Finally awake, huh? We gave you quite a scare. Danzo's head snapped to the left to see Naruto lean next to his ear. Hand gripped onto his neck, Danzo couldn't react fast enough as he got pushed into the tree. Gasping, trying to catch his breath as he stared deep into Naruto's gold and red eyes. Naruto grinned, applying more pressure to the man's throat. I will say that your plan was outstanding. Kodomatsukami truly is devastating. Danzo tried to squirm away but found it impossible to do so. He tried to perform sunshine, but he could no longer feel the chakra flowing through his coils. He felt empty, like a Hashirama man as he tried to savor as much air into his lungs as he could. Naruto, noticing the man's questioning look, decided to answer the man's unspoken words. Oh, you asking about your chakra? I had my three-tailed friend inject you with a portion of his chakra when he swallowed you. Not only did it completely neutralize your chakra system, but shut down your ability to even mold a single bee. But how? I saw your memories. I didn't see a bee biju. Danzo gasped again as Naruto applied more pressure to his neck. Feeling the bark behind him starting to break as a few sharper pieces piled into his skin. His arms felt numb, his legs weren't even working, and he was being held up by Naruto's grip. Of course you couldn't. I had an accomplice place a seal inside of me to block out certain memories of mine. But Natsu-sama F found all the S-seals on you. Naruto shook his head, behind his free hand up pointed it to his ear with a smirk. No he didn't, this seal is inside me. It carved deep into my ear, hid in a way that not even a seal master could see or sense it. Naruto moved his hand forward, moving it away from his ear as he lunged it towards Danzo. And now I have you right where I want you. You put up a good fight, but it wasn't enough. He said happily, the tips of his fingers hovering above Danzo's closed Sharingan eye. Danzo felt the rest of the air he had in his lungs start to dissipate as he was forced to watch in horror as Naruto's hand came closer to him. The shining sun did nothing for him except accentuate the demonic golden eye that stared deeply into him. Provoking Danzo to try and fight back even though Naruto knew there was nothing he could do. Danzo tried to let out a scream of pain at the sensation he was forced to feel. The scream was caught in his throat and Naruto squeezed it away. A loud squelching sound echoed through the forest, dancing across the slightly swaying trees as blood started to fall from Danzo's now empty eye socket. Why you fucking bastard? Danzo attempted to growl, gathering as much strength as he could and punched the blonde with a pathetic display of force. Naruto took the hit. Not even flinching as he dropped Danzo back onto the ground. The second Danzo hit the ground he was noting for air, hand coming up and running his pulsing neck as he glared at the blonde. You. What you're doing will never work. You'll lose yourself, you'll lose the reasoning on why you're doing this. Naruto hummed in thought, tapping his foot on the ground as he looked at the Sharingan eye he just pulled out of Danzo. Finally, he took back the one thing that was holding Shisui back. Now Shisui would be able to rest in peace, knowing that the person who ruined both of their lives would soon be dead and they would be free. Maybe I will. But it doesn't change anything. Naruto formed a familiar seal with his free hand. Danzo felt his cheeks start to pulsate, fear sparked throughout his body again as the sensation sent tremors that pounded itself into his skin. In a desperate attempt to fight back, Danzo grabbed a kunai from his pouch while lunging at Naruto. His moves were sluggish and uneven as he grew closer. His legs didn't seem to be working right as he tripped and fell to the ground, head slamming against the grass. Naruto just watched amused at the pure desperation of the elder. It was pathetic. But even you cannot deny that what I'm doing will in fact make this world a safer place. Blood style. Iron dance. Danzo couldn't even get out one last roar of panic as the blood that leaked down his face started to shift. Moving across his face like veins before covering his whole skull. Muffling his cries as Naruto snapped his fingers again. With a loud pop, the blood punctured Danzo through every pore on his face, like tiny needles they all invaded themselves into his tissue. Crushing his skull along with his brain as the body of Danzo Shimura fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Naruto stood still as he looked passively at the dead body of Danzo, the one person who he wished would finally perish from the world, actually lay dead in front of him. A deep chuckling reverberated through his head, a sensation he hadn't heard in quite some time. Your plan is going extremely well. Almost frighteningly so. Naruto laughed at the deep voice in his head, spinning on his heel as he walked towards the edge of the Hokage monument where he and Danzo fought. Jumping a bit, he landed atop the Yondaime Hokage's head. He looked down at the almost completely destroyed village. He could see some flashes of being used in the distance, both from the far left and the right. No doubt his father was already undergoing a battle to save the village from more ruin. Yes, it is. Naruto responded, grinning as he started to channel chakra, but this time it wasn't his chakra. Isobu, both of our dreams are almost here. He felt the calming aura wash over him as he channeled a small amount of the Sanbi's chakra to his skull. Raising his free hand, he forcefully tore out his left eyeball, the eye that Shisui had given him all those years ago. He didn't even flinch from the pain, as the soothing water from Isobu helped minimize anything that resembled pain. I'm glad Yuno and Sasori told me how to obtain the Eternal Sharingan. It made killing Danzo much more worth it. Naruto then pushed the eye he stole from Danzo into his eye socket. This time he did flinch a bit as blood started to pool under him. Hitching his breath, he finally let the eye sit in his socket. Channeling his blood chakra into his eye, fixing up the tissue damage, and not even 5 minutes later. His eyes were as good as new. He opened his eyes slowly, no longer did his Sharingan look like a windmill shuriken. No, now what lay in the center was a perfect symmetrical spiral, spinning all the way down until it formed with the center of his pupil. The Eternal Sharingan. Naruto wanted to grin at the sensation, his hand pulling down his cheek slightly, grazing it over his scar as he felt the power flow through him. I did Shisui Niasen. I avenged you, your power will live and die with me. And only me. He said happily. Looking down, he stared at his palm. This time he started to laugh, his laughs blazing through the wind, and he was sure the rest of Konoha could hear. Isobu, why do you think no one was ever clever enough to realize something that was so obvious about the Sharingan? Ha! Who knows? Isobu chuckled, swinging his three tails freely as he laid down in his seal that was no longer hidden behind bars. Naruto looked at the eye he tore out of him, the original Sharingan that Shisui had given to him, and chuckled, what idiots they all were. He said as he tore out his right eye this time, crushing his beautiful sapphire blue eye into nothingness as he put the Sharingan into his right socket. Ignoring the pain as he fixed the wound with his blood. Then, he opened his right eye. Naruto grinned as he blinked several times to get accustomed to his new vision. His left eye was his new Eternal Sharingan. And his right was his regular, but it was now a bright gold than its usual red. Having been influenced by Isobu's chakra the second he implanted it into himself. Naruto didn't look back as he vanished from the Hokage monument, disappearing into the wind and taking off to complete his final mission. He got what he came here to do with Danzo, ending the man's life, and taking the Sharingan back was the stepping stone for something much greater. It was time for the real mission to begin. Chapter 33. Final Arc. Part 2. Naruto ripped through the destruction of Konoha at an incredible pace, looking around at the destroyed buildings with little emotion. He did grimace however, as he laid his blue eyes on a few bodies that were unlucky enough to be crushed by falling and were not splattered in the open canyon of the once mightiest village. It was a tough sight to stomach, but it was nothing that the blonde boy couldn't handle after everything he had been through. And with Danzo's use of Kodomatsukami on him. Even though the memories were in fact fake and created just to spite the blonde, they still felt real enough to make him believe that he had done those horrid events. And if he didn't have Isobu with him, then he would have lost that fight the second Danzo used the. Naruto wanted nothing more than to just reverse time and kill Danzo all over again. Maybe even this time he could somehow manage to trap Danzo into Kodomatsukami so he could suffer like he had. The thought was definitely a good one. Overall, however, jumping over yet another set of broken houses, Naruto couldn't help but feel like he was walking on cloud nine. His plan was going perfectly, and he was sure nothing could stop the momentum in his achievements today. The biggest deal was the recovery of Shisui's other Sharingan and the death of that old warhawk. He was told of Danzo's previous schemes through the shinobi world, like the elimination of the Uchiha clan for one example. But Naruto didn't care about that, he only cared that that old bastard was the one who killed Shisui. Everything else that man did meant nothing to him. Raising his hand up, he grazed the skin under his right eye, grinning happily as he felt the pulse of power from his now golden Sharingan eye. It now felt like he had Shisui with him permanently, that the older Uchiha was guiding him down his own path like a protector. It was a great feeling, borderline euphoric, that it pumped his adrenaline through his body at a rapid rate. Naruto's eyes glinted once he finally saw his destination drawing near. With a wide grin, he picked up his pace. He felt the ground shake under him a bit and he looked up to the right after feeling the shaking once again. Looking off into the distance, he could see a faint figure jumping through the air, accompanied by flashes of bright yellow that reflected off the shining sun. No doubt his father was fighting hard trying to save the village from any further harm. Naruto did idly wonder what was going through his father's head as he was fighting for his life and the life of the village. He must have felt weighed down that the village he swore to protect was already half destroyed and on the verge of collapsing completely. And no doubt if word got out about Konoha's fall, Kumo and Iwa would come knocking with all the forces they could to wipe away the village. So Minato was in a sticky situation, probably shaking in his boots to crush his enemy and make sure he had enough time to mask the village's broken state. Naruto wiped his thoughts clean away from his father as he landed in the dense forest that had survived any destruction. Wiping away some dirt on his pants, he activated his Sharingan, glancing over to a lump of trees with his golden. "Did you get what I asked you to retrieve? Geez, who the fuck do you think I am anyway?" Naruto chuckled as he leaned against the tree closest to him, crossing his arms over his chest as he watched a shadowy figure walk through the trees. Naruto could hear faint squirming coming from behind the figure and he felt his grin widen ever so slightly. "Well done, this plan is now almost complete," Naruto said, waiting patiently against a large oak tree as the figure started to come out from the shadow, revealing his slick-back purple hair for Naruto to see with a heavily bound woman slung over his shoulder. "DCH, whatever, I did what you wanted me to do. So here," he retorted, throwing the woman onto the floor right at Naruto's feet. "Even better, good work, Haiden," Naruto muttered, feeling a small tinge in his chest as he looked at the bound woman at his feet. True to his word, Haiden completed the mission Naruto had given him perfectly and without any questions. Silently looking over her body, Naruto could see that she had several wounds going down her legs and was still currently bleeding from her arms as it pooled in the grass under them. The woman's whimpering seemed to stall for a moment as she looked up slightly, giving Naruto a perfect view of the tied Konoha headband that was wrapped securely around her eyes, totally obscuring her vision. As she looked up, her lips began to tremble a bit, like she was trying to fight back the urge to cry. Naruto kept his face impassive, even though he knew she could not see anything from her bindings, his Sharingan spinning in his eye as he looked through the woman. "Haiden, leave us alone for a few minutes," Naruto said, his voice void of any emotion as the woman tensed her whole body at his words. "I'll be finished with her quickly, then I want you to watch over her until I return." Haiden just shrugged his shoulders at the boy's words. He didn't give any more fucks about what Naruto was planning on doing. As long as the blonde keeps his end of the bargain, then Haiden would play along until then. Yeah, whatever," Haiden said before disappearing from his spot without another word. Naruto internally sighed as he continued to stare down at the woman, silently watching her as she struggled to escape her bindings. He knelt down until he was at her level, tracing his eyes over her body until he finally found what he was looking for. "Struggling would get you nowhere, there's a chakra seal already placed on you. You can't escape no matter how hard you try," Naruto said bluntly, voice was empty like an endless abyss. The woman under him seemed to tense even further as she stopped her struggling, raising her head a tad a bit higher as she tried to imagine where her captor's eyes were. Her lips started to tremble again, but this time at a much faster pace. A whimper escaped her mouth as she shook her head, saddened as the familiar voice ricocheted through her mind before stabbing itself deep into her heart. Shaking her head even faster, she started to undo the knot holding the headband around her eyes. Naruto did nothing to stop her as she continued to shake, letting the accessory fall down her face and for her fiery red hair to fall down her face. "I didn't want to think that voice belonged to you," she whispered, face as fragile as an antique vase. Naruto hesitantly nodded his head, staring deep into violet eyes that had refused to show him any love and companionship in the past. "Sorry to ruin any expectations, Ka-san." Both mother and son stared at each other for what felt like years, neither speaking as they let their eyes do the talking for them. Kushina had a hard time forcing her eyes away from the multicolored Sharingan eyes that bore her with little to no emotion. Once the shock died off, she allowed herself to finally look at her youngest son, her baby boy. His hair was certainly longer than it used to be, falling down just a tad on his forehead, resembling Minato much more now than he did as a child. His face was even starting to lose a majority of its baby fat, though she could see that some still remained. Kushina had to fight back the urge to cry again as she finally got a good look at the son she had abandoned, a living embodiment of her failure as a parent. Despite herself, she could feel a warm smile forming on her chapped lips. "You really grew up, didn't you, Naruto-kun?" Kushina said, her eyes shining with warmth that never used to be there before. She refused to take her eyes off her son. It was like she was trying to make up for lost time, even if she knew that that time was unreachable. Naruto felt his stomach churn at her words, the honestly reflecting in her eyes was enough to make him nauseous. He felt his hands clench around the beads of grass under him, trying his best to fight back the urge to scowl at his mother's tender look. He wasn't expecting such a look. He was more prepared for her to scream at him, to yell and struggle for her life and get away to safety. He wasn't expecting her to look at him like a mother. "You look so handsome, you must be quite the lady killer wherever you go. I only ever had my eyes on one woman. But she probably hates me now, after all of this anyway." Well, if she truly did love you, then she would be able to look past something like this. Naruto's fingers dug themselves into the soft soil as a scowl finally formed on his lips. He glared darkly at his mother, and he grew even angrily once he realized that she did not even flinch a muscle at the glare. He hated this. He wanted her to be scared or at least look at him with just as much anger as he felt looking at her. But instead he had a normal conversation, like she wasn't even trying to understand why he was doing what he was doing. She didn't even look fazed that her own son had ordered an Akatsuki member to kidnap her. And that look. That damned look she was giving him was starting to piss him off. "Why?" Naruto whispered, his voice lowering so low that Kushina had to strain her ears to even hear. "You." Without even thinking, he raised his hand at her, the back of his palm impacting her roughed-up cheek with a loud smack as she tumbled to the ground. Her head bounced off the earth as she grimaced in obvious pain. "You have no right to look at me like that. You have absolutely no right to look at me like a son after everything you put me through." Naruto yelled angrily, his voice oozing with venom. Hoping his words would burn away at her skin by their toxicity. Naruto felt the back of his palm start to sting from the impact as he looked down at the pathetic form of his chakra-sealed mother. Grabbing her by the hair, he pulled her upwards until their faces were once again at eye level. As he pulled her, he was prepared with a heated glare that would melt any ice in the near vicinity. But just like before, her look came off just as motherly. He tightened his grip on her hair, making Kushina wince just a bit, but she refused to fight back against him. Naruto felt his breathing start to get heavier as he pulled away a few strands of her beautiful hair. Kushina just smiled warmly at him again, leaning forward as much as Naruto's grip would allow her to, and leaned her head against his shoulder blade. Naruto's body then turned into a statue, freezing in place at the contact as her body started to tremble softly. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything about Naruto-kun. I know I have no right, that I don't even have the right to speak to you like this. But," she said. Her body started to tremble even further as she leaned more into his body. Naruto stared at his mother as she started to shake against him. His mouth fell agape as his mind tried to process if what exactly he was looking at was in fact real or not. The contrast between her and his father was too much to bear. While Minato has been cold and rude to him, with good reason, he never did try to really apologize to him once. It was always half-assed or stemming from another one of Naruto's problems that he banked off of. It never came off as genuine, like he never wanted Naruto back into the family. Somewhere in Naruto he would say that was a blessing in disguise. That Minato truly didn't see him as a son anymore and now only looked at Naruto like he was an enemy, an equal that could even rival his real children. If anything, this is exactly what Naruto had wanted from the start. "I'm so happy that I got to see you again." "Shut up." Naruto yelled as he jumped back from her and got to his feet. Forcing her head away from his shoulder, making her bounce with nothing to keep her up anymore. Still having a strong grip wrapped tightly around her hair, he pulled her away. Throwing her down to the ground forcefully, Kushina felt a yelp leave her throat as her head smacked against the ground once again. Naruto started to grow restless as he toyed with his mother. A part of him wanted to stomp the pathetic body of a mother into the ground, however something stopped him. He wasn't sure why he did stop. But it just felt wrong. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to regain any control of his rapidly beating heartbeat as it thumped in his chest. "I don't have time for this oh woe is me bullshit. I only need you for one reason. And I plan on doing it right now." Kushina physically flinched at her son's dark tone of voice. His words felt like small daggers as they swiped across her skin, almost drawing blood by their sharpness. Peeking through her hair dangling in her face, she fought back the urge to cry again once they made eye contact. He looked so far away. He looked exactly like her baby boy, but also a complete and utter stranger. The red-headed mother, no matter how hard she tried, couldn't tear herself away from his eyes. Almost like she was being forced to look at them by an unknown force. She watched through glossy eyes as he spun in his eye sockets. A sad smile plastered on her lips. I hope whatever it is you're doing, that you end up being happy by the end of it. Naruto's eyes darkened, lowering his head so that the long blonde bangs covered his eyes. The air around them grew tense. Like they had over 1,000 tons worth of weight tied around their ankles. Just waiting to be pushed over at any moment. What Kushina couldn't see was in his shadowed eyes was the soft glimpse of apprehension in his Sharingan. It was faint and it vanished as soon as it made an appearance. But it was nothing less. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the small tremble he felt in his lips. Why do you think after all of this, you get to decide whether I am happy or not? Kushina smiled a bittersweet smile. Not even trying to fight back as she felt her hair get grabbed again. I don't. But like I said before, if you truly love someone then you would look past things exactly like this. Keep that nonsense to yourself. Naruto whispered back, forcing eye contact once again, and Kushina started to feel drowsy. Like she was being hypnotized by the spinning tomo of his. Her eyes then started to flutter shut, blinking several times as she felt her head start to pulse in sudden pain. All the muscles in her body had started to fail one by one. Naruto loosened his grip on her hair as she started to fall back down to the floor. The last thing she heard before fading away in unconsciousness was the emotionless words of her youngest son. Her baby boy. From this moment on, you have forgotten how to use chakra chains. And just like that Kushina Namikaze was unconscious. And Naruto was nowhere to be found. With Kurenai and Narumi. Why are you telling me? No, why are you telling us this? Kurenai said as she took a hesitant step backwards from Yuno, her heart dropping slightly in her chest by the deadly calm expression on his face as he recalled the discussion he had with Naruto. She took a hesitant glance towards Narumi trying to gauge the younger girl's reaction. Her eyes were wide in shock which was understandable. From Kurenai's position she could faintly see a few beads of sweat drip down her pale features and drop to the ground, her body slowly tensing as the female stood rooted in place. Kurenai could not even begin to fathom what kind of thoughts were currently flying inside the girl's mind. This revelation was massive and not only affected her, but also Natsu. And it must have hurt twice as bad since it was her very own younger brother that devised this plan. I am only telling you this because I deemed it necessary. Naruto is head over heels in love with you, Kurenai. Yuno said, making the older woman blush and Narumi to frown even further. And you Narumi, Naruto feels somewhat grateful for you as well. Narumi shook her head angrily, glaring over at Yuno as she channeled some of the Kyuubi's chakra into her coils. Her canines enlarged drastically, and her crimson-red slitted eyes were burning with an anger she had never felt before. Angrier than anything she had felt before, this was unaltered animosity, and she didn't know what part of the man's crazy story had affected her the most. From the devastating revelation about how sinister her own brother's plan was, or the mere idea that said brother felt grateful for her, grateful enough to ruin her life. Grateful? Grateful my ass. If that bastard was grateful then he wouldn't be here right now. You're wrong, he is grateful. He owes this plan to you, Narumi. Narumi gritted her teeth, her canines rubbing away at the plaque as she scowled. Her sharpened nails twitching, waiting for the time to pounce and eagerly rip the man's throat out. Bullshit. Narumi seethed. It's true. It's because you kept your mouth shut all these years about Naruto's status and his Sharingan. Yuno said evenly. Narumi stifled a scoff and growled angrily as the man continued to point out her growing mistakes. If you had told Hokage-sama about Naruto then he would have been forced to go on the bingo book and that would have definitely drawn the Akatsuki's attention onto him. He most likely would have died. But because his secret was kept he was able to meet us in Adarashi, form an alliance with us and a bond with Kai's-chan. Infiltrate Konoha under a false pretense to finally make his plan come to fruition. Yuno stood up from the bed he was sitting on and looked down at Narumi, feeling a small amount of sadness as her face started to pale considerably. He really felt for the girl, he really did. It must have been hard that so far in her life when it came to Naruto she had made every wrong decision possible and was now putting her whole family and the entire village of Konoha in danger. Yuno didn't stop there however. Even though Kurenai knew all of these secrets as well, he wasn't scared of her revealing them to anyone. Naruto trusted Kurenai more than anyone, he believed in her. But he didn't believe in you, Narumi. He then chuckled as he looked away from the girl. But don't worry Narumi, Kurenai here is also to blame. If you had never given that scroll that you received from Kakuzu then this whole plan would have failed. He would have never got his hands on those seal-breaking arrays I prepared for him. Yuno shrugged his shoulders in disinterest, ignoring the look of utter disbelief Kurenai was sending his way. The sight of the mistress caused him to freeze for a fraction of a second. He wasn't sure if what he was seeing was real or in fact, Kurenai looked just as, if not more pale than Narumi at this exact moment. He watched her eyes fly through a myriad of emotions. Shock, understanding, anger, flattery, before finally ending on uncertainty. Her blood-red eyes pulsated as the pupils dilated into the size of a pin, the air dying in her throat, looking like she forgot how to breathe for a few seconds. This confused Yuno, however, as he stared for a second longer than he thought was appropriate for someone in his position. His mind pushed all thoughts about Narumi and her growing anger away as he tried to dissect exactly what Kurenai's eyes were showing him. From all the stories Naruto briefly mentioned in passing and from what he heard from Sasori and Kai's, he expected that the feelings he heard so much about would have been reciprocated by both parties. But the dark look of uncertainty was painting a whole different picture for Yuno. The mural was tainted from the beginning, without either of them aware of it. Paint was spilled over the canvas of their relationship and coated it in a different color than both of them wanted. Thinking and looking at her now, it would be a miracle if Naruto walked away from today with Kurenai on his arm. "And why did you deem this necessary?" Narumi growled. Her hand shook and she had to actively fight the urge to send her claws deep into Yuno's gut the longer she was in his presence. "I could've gone my whole life without knowing this was my fucking fault." Narumi's harsh words seemed to draw Yuno's attention back onto her. The longer he looked at her, the pity he felt only grew inside his stomach, not that he showed it to her in the first place. Giving his best smile, he responded, his voice still incredibly calm. "Honestly, I wanted to give you and Kurenai a chance. More you than her, of course." Cracking his neck, he looked down at the female, his eyes flashing with honesty that almost blinded Narumi. She had never seen such an honest expression on anyone's face before. It was starting to throw her for a loop. "I am offering you and Kurenai a chance to leave Konoha after this is over and come live with us in the village that Naruto-kun and I have been creating for these past 5 months. Yuno smiled, gesturing to Kurenai. Despite her better judgment, Narumi followed, and her crimson-slitted eyes met Kurenai's, matching her eyes. Just the sight of Kurenai sent Narumi's heart into a frenzy, completely submissive to her pale and beautiful features, and was drawn to her like a moth to a flame. Her body ached for her, and she knew that she wanted nothing more than to finally hold the girl, like she did when Kurenai was upset about Naruto last night. "You both can live in peace over there. The both of you. Together." Yuno continued, whispering the end of his words, so only Narumi could hear him. Naruto groaned as the words traveled down her body in excitement. She knew it was stupid of her to have these thoughts pulsing through her mind, but she couldn't help it. The idea of them together was just too enticing for her not to think anything of it. It's what she wanted for the past few years after all. Her crimson eyes then started to fade away, pushing the bright blue hue back into her iris as she watched Kurenai's pillowy lips open ever so slightly. Narumi licked her lips subconsciously, feeling the familiar heat rise in her body that she fought to push down so many times in the past. "Wait, you said that Naruto-kun didn't believe in Narumi. Does that mean he has no idea of you coming to speak to us?" Kurenai asked, trying her best to ignore Narumi's intense stare as she focused her attention on Yuno. The man merely nodded his head. "You're quite perceptive, but yes, you're correct. I'm doing this on my own volition. But why? I can understand why he offered it to me." Kurenai said, after all, Naruto had already told her about his plan to make a new ninja village back in his hospital room. He had just failed to tell her everything in between. Like the attack on Konoha and the… She couldn't even bring herself to say it. "But if he's doing what he's doing, then why are you offering this to Narumi?" That seemed to break Narumi out of her intense gaze on Kurenai as she turned back to Yuno, her eyes asking the same question. Yuno shrugged, a grin playing on his lips. Tapping his foot on the ground several times, he put more distance between him and Narumi. "Let's just say that I was curious on what a reaction would be and leave it at that." Narumi growled, her eyes instantly switching back to crimson in a heated fury. He was starting to piss her off and she was tired of holding back her anger. She scoffed loudly and swung her arm outwards to show off her sharpened nails as the wood beneath her feet started to crack from the intense pressure Narumi was emitting. Her growl was so loud that it made Kurenai take a step back in surprise. Yuno, on the other hand, wasn't fazed in the slightest. Not even blinking at the claws that were just waiting to tear him apart at any given second. "Do you really think that I would take you up on this absurd offer?" Narumi seethed, taking a dangerous step closer towards the unmoving Adarashi member. "Well, the idea of living with Kurenai in peace is appealing. You are asking me to abandon my family. To leave my mother and father and allow Naruto to go and kill Natsunai." She screamed so loud that spit flew from her mouth and landed on Yuno's cheek. Still unmoving, Yuno just grinned wider, reaching into his cloak pocket. Both could hear Kurenai's growing protest at them, but they didn't hear her or chose to ignore her in Yuno's case. "Yes, I did think you would." The next thing Yuno saw was a blur passing by his peripheral vision. With speeds that even the most experienced would have trouble following, Yuno spun on his heel, raising his hand up and caught the first that tried to take his head off. In one solid motion he spun again, flipping his attacker away from him as he sent her soaring towards Kurenai. Kurenai braced herself for the impact as she caught the fast approaching Narumi effortlessly. Once she felt the body smack into her own, Kurenai gave a low grunt, holding the girl by the waist, while Narumi's head came to rest near her shoulder. Both females locked eyes for a split second, and Narumi felt the anger in her body subside by a significant amount. Her face exploded into a blush that matched her crimson eyes, and she felt her mouth go dry. The close proximity was enough to stall Narumi enough that she momentarily forgot all about getting lost into her favorite set of eyes on the planet. Her breath hitching as she watched a stray strand of her raven locks slowly fall down her pale features, sliding almost seductively across the smooth skin and resting comfortably between her eyes that was looking at her in embarrassment. On impulse, Narumi licked her lips again as her eyes glanced between Kurenai's lips and her eyes with a fever that would make any grown man-woman squirm in place, and it was exactly what Kurenai was doing. It felt like hours to Narumi, but in reality it only was a couple seconds, and Kurenai pushed her away. Her entire face red in embarrassment, looking away from Narumi, trying to calm the excessive beating of her heart. Narumi seemed to come down from whatever high she was feeling and was brought back to reality. Not bothering to mutter an apology as both looked towards Yuno, who was looking at them with a mixture of enjoyment and curiosity. Even though the situation was a rather unpleasant one for all three of them, he definitely did find enjoyment in these small moments. Sorry to break up the moment, but if you attack me again then we will have a big problem on your hands. What are you talking about? Narumi growled again. Finally getting her feelings under control as she took a protective stance in front of Kurenai and started to channel a mixture of her and the Kyuubi's chakra. Yuno stayed silent and instead took out something that was in his cloak pocket. Both females raised their eyebrows as he pulled out a small-sized urn from his cloak. Keeping it still in his hand as he schooled his face from any emotion. His eyes grew dull. If you made even a sudden movement, then I will unleash this upon Konoha. DCH, what kind of shit are you plotting here? Narumi said, cracking her neck as she swiped her claws together, making them spark dangerously. You better answer quickly and tell me what's in that dumbus urn of yours. Yuno internally grimaced. He wasn't too fond of this sort of plan, but it was the only thing he could think of doing to minimize confrontation between him and the two Konoha shinobi in front of him. Naruto had only told him to use this if things looked like they were looking bleak, a contingency plan in case he failed. Sure, he hadn't failed in his own personal mission, but he wanted to avoid fighting with the Namikas and the mistress if he could. Taking a deep breath, he started to spin the urn in his palm, his features going dark. The lid opened up slightly, and a thick chakra signature flooded the broken apartment they were in. The chakra was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye without even trying. Kurenai had to shield her eyes from the potency of the vile chakra that leaked out, her breath dying in her throat as it grew heavier. Narumi on the other hand felt her face go pale once again. Inside her body she could feel and hear Kyuubi smashing himself against his cage as he roared loudly, sending tremors down her body and subsequently making her head throb in pain. Yuno just tilted his head back, staring dead into the eyes of Narumi Namikaze, with his lips pursed in indifference. If you even try to go and help Natsu, if you even try to leave here without agreeing to my demands, and if you even try to attack me. He stopped, flipping the urn open a little more to allow the chakra to seep out even further. The wood of the walls started to crack from the pressure around them, drowning them in the repulsive feeling of animosity like a large tsunami. The room then grew eerie as the dark feeling latched onto their skins, a feeling that Narumi was all too familiar with. And one Kurenai dreaded feeling ever since the Kyuubi attack 16 years ago. Yuno smirked as both females went paler than any ghost. He had to hand it to Naruto, his ability to come up with genius strategies were far beyond that of a normal shinobi. He truly was something special. You have a choice, Narumi. You can either leave here now and go help your brother Natsu, but if you do then you would be the reason as to why every innocent civilian in Konoha dies. Or you can stay here with me and we can come to a friendly agreement. So please, make your choice. Somewhere in Konoha, fire style. Fire dragon jutsu. Natsu yelled as he flipped himself around a tree with practiced ease. Using his foot he jumped further into the forest, not bothering to bring his hand to his mouth. He inhaled deeply, breathing out a large dragon made of pure fire and sending it flying towards his enemy with a frightening display of speed. Unluckily for Natsu, his opponent wasn't an easy one. He easily dodged the mythical beast made of flames with a high jump into the air. His enemy grinned from the sky, his sharp shark-like teeth glinting dangerously in the sun, like a predator chasing his prey. Natsu actually had to squint his eyes in order to catch sight of his opponent, having trouble making out where he was as his bright blue skin camouflaged itself into the equally bright sky. With a loud yell the man swung down his shark-like weapon onto Natsu with a rush, the sword's teeth grinning themselves, attempting to take a bite from the male Namikaze. Natsu could see the attack coming however and leaned backwards, bending back until his hands gripped themselves into the grass and kicked upwards and smacked the sword directly in the mouth. The sentient weapon whimpered in sudden pain as his wielder groaned in dismay at missing his target, but not one to back down from a challenge he continued his fall towards the earth. Internally he gave his sword a small apology as he slammed the weapon into the ground, spinning around the hilt with speeds that a seasoned would have trouble following, and swung his leg out. Natsu barely managed to escape the sweep as he bent all the way down to the floor, his attacker's leg missing him by mere inches as he breathed in another round of air. Fire style. Phoenix fire trap. 4 small birds made from his fire chakra escaped from his mouth, each flying at the blue-skinned man before they latched themselves onto each of his limbs. 1 on each leg and arm. He didn't have the time to shake them off before they exploded. The loud explosion rocked the ground around them, tearing into the earth, making a large dust of dirt fly into the air. Natsu was forced to cover his eyes as the wind from his explosion sent him skidding back against the floor, tearing up any grass that was unlucky enough to be behind him. Once the smoke cleared, Natsu took notice of the disappearance of his enemy. He didn't frown, however, instead he just got to his feet and turned around. His face showed no sign of interest as he looked into the deep pale wide eyes of the human shark. "You're better than I thought you would be, kiss him." The man just grinned like a shark, lifting up and resting him on his broad shoulder. "Should I be flattered that someone of your stature complimented someone like me? A real S-class criminal?" he mocked. His tone dripped with sarcasm that made it entirely clear that he himself wasn't too impressed by Natsu so far. He heard stories of the red-headed, hearing firsthand at how incredibly gifted the young shinobi was since birth. Graduating the academy early, promoted to even earlier, and finally a proud owner of being a all before he was 14. He was a prodigy in a league of his own, similar to the likes of Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha. Just saying the boy's name was enough to strike fear into an ordinary man's heart. But Kisame was no ordinary man. Without even giving Natsu enough time to respond, Kisame vanished from his spot, reappearing directly behind the redhead and swung down. Natsu sensed the attack coming and jumped to the side, narrowly dodging the sword and sending his elbow into the man's oncoming stomach. Natsu's eyes widened ever so slightly when his hit did nothing to the taller man. Kisame just grinned, taking the hit head and switched his grip on, so he was holding the sword in a reverse grip and slashed it across Natsu's chest. Natsu winced as the sword's sharp scales tore the skin across his midriff. Kisame laughed happily as he applied more pressure onto the sword and responded in kind, its own mouth opening wider to take a bite of the intoxicating smell of chakra that radiated from the boy. The second Samehada's teeth pierced flesh, Natsu's body popped into a cloud of smoke. Kisame growled in dismay as he brought back to his body and rolled out of the way to avoid a fireball that soared after him. He had to continue dodging as more and more came after him, each ball of condensed fire growing in speed after him, almost making him drop Samehada from the increasing onslaught. Getting tired of being on the defensive, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Offensive was more his style anyway. Wordlessly he rolled again, swinging forward, and he started to channel his chakra into it. Samehada then started to increase in size until he was big enough to swallow the balls of fire whole. Natsu watched in annoyance as his next few were eaten without any trouble. Going for a new strategy, he shunshined a couple of feet away from Kisame, kunai in hand, and swiped across the Akatsuki member's torso. Wordlessly again, Samehada's hilt started to bend and stretched itself in front of Kisame, like it was protecting the man. Surprisingly to Kisame, Natsu seemed unaffected by the amount of pressure the abnormally sized sword was pushing against his smaller steel weapon. He didn't show his surprise, however, instead he just smirked, showing off his sharp teeth like they were a prized possession. "I applaud your bravery, but do you really think you stand a chance against me?" Once again his tone was laced with mockery, and this time, Natsu narrowed his eyes slightly. Channeling a small amount of the Kyuubi's chakra into his body, he surprised Kisame by letting go of his kunai. Kisame had no time to react to the quick maneuver and couldn't help but tumble forward as smashed into the ground thanks to the disappearance of pressure. During this, Natsu sidestepped with an overwhelming sense of confidence and brought his hand out and stuck his finger through the pommel he dropped before it hit the floor. Spinning it back into his grip as he sent the dagger-like weapon straight into Kisame's gut, earning a gasp of pain from the man. It all happened so fast that even Kisame wasn't sure if Itachi would have been able to track it. The sudden jolt of pain made him falter just enough for Natsu to continue his attack, grabbing another kunai from his pouch. This time the weapon was much skinnier, about a quarter of the size of a regular kunai, as he jabbed the weapon inside the pommel of the kunai currently in Kisame. With a flick of his wrist he used his palm and slammed the hilt of the kunai down deeper inside of Kisame. A loud shockwave erupted from Kisame's body the second Natsu's hand made contact. Kisame gasped loudly as he felt the kunai go hilt deep into his chest. The blow had so much force behind it that he was sent flying back. The second Kisame's body was a good enough distance away from Natsu, he grinned, his eyes flashing red for a quick moment as he pulled his arm back in one solid motion. As he was flying back, Kisame could faintly hear a soft sizzling sound echo throughout his body. Glancing down, he saw the smaller kunai that was plunged through the hole of the one in his chest, eyes going wide as he saw the source of the sizzling. An explosive tag. The tag then exploded in a loud bang. bringing closer to his body to shield himself from the explosion as he was sent flying further into the woods. Natsu watched his body go soaring and stood frozen in place, staring at the large gust with a large amount of indifference. A part of him wondered if he had actually succeeded in killing the Akatsuki member with that attack. No regular shinobi would be able to escape from that basic combo of his, it took an insane amount of speed and precision to get it off. But again, Kisame was no ordinary shinobi. So the more rational side of him assumed that he was still alive, but at least injured greatly. Even if he was an S-class shinobi, it was still impossible to go every fight without sustaining an injury. Natsu however was too preoccupied in wondering if this was truly all there was to Kisame, he managed to steal a tailed beast from his brother Naruto. Was his brother just that weak, or was Kisame that strong? Because as of right now, all signs pointed to his brother being weak. Speaking of, Natsu thought as he felt an incredible familiar chakra signature closing in on him. As it grew closer Natsu couldn't help but internally frown as he sensed the chakra source. It was familiar and it definitely belonged to his brother, but something was off. It was giving off a darker vibe, and it felt even thinner than it had before. And it was larger, much larger. It shouldn't have been possible for someone's chakra to expand so rapidly in such a short amount of time. The body just couldn't handle the inflection, and you would lose the ability to mold chakra by frying your coils altogether or simply dying by chakra inflammation. An alternative was, of course, chakra suppression seals existed of course, and it was possible to store a small to large body of chakra in your body in order to release it later when you needed to use it. Similar to Tsunade Senju's 100 healing jutsu. But that seal was always temporary since the expended chakra would be all used up making the seal vanish and would have to be reapplied. Though Natsu had looked over his entire body and didn't see anything close to a seal that stored chakra within his body, and even if he had one so well hidden, it would still be used all up minutes before he made it to his designated destination. And what Natsu was feeling was definitely a permanent increase in chakra, and he didn't understand how. Natsu had no time to dwell on his brother's chakra closing in on him as a large chakra burst erupted from the forest, no doubt from that blue-skinned Akatsuki member. Natsu scowled and internally started to curse his foolishness at being distracted, especially by his brother Naruto. It had started to happen a lot more lately, and begrudgingly, he didn't understand why. Pushing Naruto out of his thoughts momentarily he focused on the task at hand. Deciding to stay rooted in place and see what his attacker would do, sliding his foot back he took a defensive stance. One that would counter most jutsus and even Taijutsu technique, a stance that was created by both his mother and father. Another loud bang tore through the clearing, and right before Natsu's eyes, he watched several trees start falling down, hitting other large oaks, and making them tumble to the floor. Not even a second later Kisame lunged out from the fallen trees with a deep scowl on his face. His pale white eyes were glistening menacingly with an equally pissed off in his grip. "You fucking bastard." The Akatsuki member screamed as Samehada slammed down next to Natsu, forcing the redhead to dodge the new few swings from the shark. The swings were much easier to see now than they were before, they were much slower and didn't have as much power behind them. No doubt thanks to Kisame's growing anger, he even looked particularly smaller than he did before. With another loud roar, Kisame ripped off his Akatsuki cloak that was in tatters thanks to Natsu's previous attack. And without earning the shake-like man threw the remaining cloth towards Natsu. Natsu scowled as he stared head first into the black and red pattern of the man's cloak as it fell into his field of vision, obscuring his vision by a tremendous amount. Straining his ears to the extreme he tried to hear where Kisame was coming from, he tilted his head to look past the flying cloth, and his eyes almost widened as he saw the shark-like sword coming at him. But something happened in that exact moment, something that didn't even surprise Natsu one bit. A loud bang went off in the clearing, and the sword vanished from Natsu's view. The cloth that was previously thrown at him has also looked to be cut in two, floating down to the ground as the body of Kisame had gone flying back by a strong force. A strong familiar force. Kisame's body impacted with a tree, a sickening crack echoing into the forest as his head smacked against a bar and his body went limp. Natsu turned away from Kisame and looked towards where the attack came from. His purple eyes met familiar blue. "That felt amazing, I hope I killed the bastard," Naruto said, grinning wildly as he looked over in Natsu's direction. Natsu showed no outward reaction to his brother's entrance, but internally he was confused at why Naruto was here of all places. His suspicion of his brother only seemed to grow as he started to walk to Natsu. "Natsu Nai, thank God you're alright," Naruto said, taking a few large steps towards him and went in for a hug. Natsu immediately smacked his brother's hands away, not feeling an ounce of guilt at the hurt look that washed over Naruto's face. The redhead scowled, taking a large step back, putting a good amount of distance between them. "What the hell are you doing here?" Naruto just frowned, rubbing his arm awkwardly as he limply gestures towards Kisame. "Toussaint asked me to come and find you and help out if possible. And it seems I got here just in time." Natsu wanted to scoff at his brother's explanation. So he did. Without even a single warning, Natsu grabbed Naruto's hands faster than any in the village could react. Twisting his arms painfully as he pulled them behind his back, holding his brother in a tight grip, and pushed him to the floor. In a very similar position, just like in the council meeting. Naruto tried to get Natsu to stop, but he wouldn't even comprehend what Naruto was saying. Instead, he pushed the blonde's face into the grass, making sure that the blonde had no way to escape like last time. Cut the bullshit for one goddamn minute. Do you really believe that I would buy your sudden shift in attitude? That I would be fooled by your lame-ass acting? Then Natsu W, what are you ack? Naruto yelled as he felt the pressure increase on his arms, making them bend in a way that arms weren't supposed to. Naruto's feet started to curl themselves around the grass as he ate a face full of dirt. Trying his best to move his vision from the grass and into Natsu, he tilted his head, only for it to be pushed back down by his assaulter. If you're going to talk back, at least do it in person. Naruto scoffed, his teeth clacking in annoyance as he spat at a clump of dirt. And right before Natsu's eyes, he watched the body of Naruto puff into a body of smoke. You really think you're hot, don't you? That look of superiority in your eyes is almost nauseating. Naruto's voice ran through the clearing, forcing Natsu to turn around. Natsu looked across the field to see his brother with his arms across his chest, a blank expression on his face as they stared deeply at each other. I'm not the one playing with lies and clones. At least I have the balls to tell the truth. Naruto laughed loudly at Natsu's words. His hand came up to wipe away an invisible tear away from his eye. Aren't we shinobi taught to trick and deceive our enemies in any way possible? Who has time for such a high ego? It's nice to hear that you think of us as enemies. It'll make kicking your ass even more worthwhile. Have we ever been anything but enemies? We were brothers. Barely. Naruto said plainly. And the sooner you get that through that thick skull of yours, the better off you'll be. Just cause we weren't brothers to you doesn't mean the same for me. Natsu replied just as plainly. The declaration made Naruto falter slightly. He blinked in surprise, and he didn't try and hide the emotion as it ran across his bluer eyes. It's hard to believe something like that coming from your mouth. Believe it or not, I'm being honest here. The redhead moved his hand up to scratch the back of his head. It must be hereditary. I've always seen you as my little brother. I know I was mean to you, but I didn't know any other way to show you how much I cared for you. I don't even know how many times I went to Ka-san and To-san and asked them to include you in training. Huh? Natsu gingerly nodded his head, looking away from Naruto and onto the slightly swaying grass under their feet. He played with the greenery under his foot, trying to find the next words he wanted to speak. They never listened to me though. I tried for years, and they even threatened to take away my training if I continued to ask them. So I gave up. Something I deeply regret. Naruto internally flinched as he looked at his brother. He felt his hands tighten into fists, and his blood began to boil under his skin. Natsu refused to meet his gaze, instead he looked from the trees and the grass. Finding anything else to be more interesting. Naruto bites the inside of his cheek to stop from frowning, biting hard enough to draw a few beads of blood and give his mouth the familiar copper taste. So please, Natsu said, taking a few hesitant steps towards Naruto. Closing the distance between them ever so slowly as he held his hand out, offering it to his brother in a sign of forgiveness. I promise I'm not. Naruto, quicker than he had ever moved before, turned his body 90 degrees, his eyes now blazing his dual-colored Sharingan as he spat out the blood that was in his mouth, conjuring a small blade from the liquid and stopping a kunai that came just inches away from his face. Naruto this time scoffed, looking at his brother who had just attacked him. Natsu just grinned darkly, putting more pressure behind the blade as he spoke. His words oozed with mockery and venom. Lying. Natsu then flipped around his blade, pushing off the hilt, and jumped into the air above Naruto and attempted to smash his foot down onto the blonde's skull. Naruto dispelled his blood and rolled away from the kick, dodging it easily and putting more distance between Natsu and him. Natsu's grin only winded as he landed back onto his feet and took off towards Naruto again, engaging in a taijutsu battle. You almost believed me, didn't you? He mocked, throwing another punch that was easily blocked by Naruto. That I would do something like that, deep down you wanted that to be true, didn't you? Naruto laughed, biting the inside of his cheek again as he leaned back as a kick almost wiped itself across his nose. Oh please, I've been lying my whole life. It's easy to tell when someone is spitting bullshit at me. Especially when that someone is you. Blood style. Spitting rocks. Jumping away, Naruto once again spit out the blood in his mouth towards Natsu. The blood turned dense as it traveled through the air at insane speed. Natsu was forced to dodge the incoming attack, ducking and weaving out of harm's way as more distance was put between them. Using his, he swiped it across one of the blood rocks coming his way. The force behind the attack had much more than he anticipated, and he slid across the grass, almost losing his footing as he was forced to swipe across another one. The little distraction was all Naruto needed as he pushed forward, forming a single seal as he stretched his hand outwards towards a fallen tree. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Natsu watched a tree shrivel up as Naruto sucked the moisture from the large oak. He didn't falter however, instead he stayed his ground as the large beast made of water roared in his direction. Just as the dragon was about to make contact it got split in two, a clean cut went through the dragon's mouth and sliced its way all the way down to the tail before bursting into small plums around the reed. Not even a single drop of water landed on Natsu. Natsu started to chuckle as he looked over at the two different colored eyes of Naruto. Dropping his kunai back into his pouch, he wiped off a bit of dirt that landed on his shoulder with a bored expression. Naruto jumped back as he eyed the change in Natsu's chakra. It seemed to grow to an absurd amount that it was almost palpable to the naked eye. Natsu's laughter started to die down as he raised his head high, forcing Naruto to look up to meet his own newly designed eyes. His eyelids were now stained bright orange, drawing the attention to his own golden eyes with a dash for a pupil. Both brothers looked at each other's new eyes with a calculating gaze, gold meeting red in an intense battle of will. Both could now see the increase in chakra as it flowed through the clearing like water, glossing over them with its soft and powerful touch. Natsu smirked again, cracking his neck as he opened his eyes wide, his sharp canines coming to life as he stood tall. Try not to disappoint me now. Naruto met his smirk head on, straightening his back up as he spun dangerously in his socket. With pleasure. Chapter 34. Final Arc. Part 3. Both Namika's siblings danced beautifully together across the open playing field. Each step sent small tremors through the ground that would rock their bodies from the pressure. They were moving at speeds that were almost impossible to follow, tearing up the ground so much that not even grass remained, just destroyed soil. Occasionally their fists would meet in a battle, but they would break away just as fast as they came together. Naruto's dual Sharingan could track Natsu's movements as he raced across the ground, feet glowing with a thin layer of chakra that only served to make him quicker. The blonde boy didn't even have enough time to blink, knowing if he did then Natsu would have capitalized on his moment of weakness and strike. He could feel his eyes starting to dry up, but he was thankful that he could channel his blood chakra periodically to his eyes to keep them moisturized and open for longer periods of time. Natsu on the other hand was grinning, the orange pigment around his eyes glowing thanks to the bright rays of the shining sun hitting them just right. Golden eyes were just as fiery, the dash for a pupil looking at his brother with amusement as they danced. Thanks to his sage mode he could easily tell where Naruto would be going next thanks to his chakra signature. And since the blonde's reserves were larger than before it was almost child's play to sense where he would be going. During this time no was used between the two of them. Neither have spoken since the fight had started and internally both had come to a silent conclusion to test the other one on their own physical prowess. It was one thing to be good at and it was better to be a master of the art. But a real shinobi knew that at the core of their abilities was drawn from taijutsu. Everyone's chakra consumption and reserves were different from one another, with two never being the same. And it wasn't uncommon for most shinobi to excel in ninjutsu rather than taijutsu. But with enough speed, practice, and enough precision, taijutsu could render even the highest level of ninjutsu useless. Natsu believed this, having had lessons from the village's taijutsu master guy after mastering sage mode. Natsu clearly had the advantage during hand-to-hand combat. He knew it and Naruto knew it. But thanks to Naruto's damn Sharingan it was hard to get a solid hit off on the blonde. His strength increase had started to leave bruises on Naruto's body, but they would heal in a matter of seconds, putting them back to square one. And when he did manage to land a solid strike, Naruto would bounce back with one just as fast, tanking the hit and barely being affected. Natsu, starting to get irritated, used his natural speed to run around the blonde, fist glowing with a thin layer of chakra as he sent a sharp jab towards Naruto. Thanks to Naruto's Sharingan he was able to see the attack get close to him, stepping back he put enough distance between them and brought his arm up to block his face, letting Natsu's fist graze against his shoulder. Naruto was left confused as he was sent flying back by an unknown force, his face stinging with pain as he spun in the air from the invisible attack before landing on the ground with a loud thud. He wasted no time jumping to his feet, wiping away a small amount of blood from his lip, making sure to keep the liquid on the back of his palm. Neither spoke a word at what just happened, instead Naruto was drawn to Natsu's orange pigment around his eyes, signifying his sage mode, which was no doubt the cause of the phantom attack. Natsu stared into Naruto's blazing Sharingan fearlessly knowing full well he was in no danger from the fearsome. As far as the redhead was concerned, there was nothing his brother could do that he couldn't do better. Even his new Sharingan didn't seem to measure up to his sage mode. How incredibly boring. Naruto didn't take the obvious bait laid before him by his brother. Instead, choosing to stay quiet as he jumped back putting even more distance between them. The little stunt didn't sit quite right with Natsu. Making the Redeed frown in annoyance as he scratched the back of his head. Running away? I honestly didn't see this coming from you. This time Naruto responded, yeah well, sorry to disappoint. Natsu shrugged his shoulders, not caring enough to think of a verbal response, so he decided to go with a more physical approach. Taking his time to walk forward, he formed a singular hand sign making chakra pulse around his form. Nothing you can do can ever disappoint me, Naruto Nai. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his Sharingan automatically snapping to the one-handed seal. Oh? And why is that? I seem to remember you being the most disappointed of them all. Well, because all your power is all thanks to me. That threw Naruto for a complete loop, his fingers slumping slightly as he tried to comprehend the words that pricked his skin. Sadly for him, Natsu gave him no time to think of a response. Using the hand that formed the seal, he closed it into a tight fist before bringing it behind him. Fire started to form around his knuckles as he expanded his fingers again, causing a thick beam of flame to shoot off around Naruto. Fire style. Flame rope. Naruto didn't bother to dodge out of the way of the incoming attack. Instead, he brought his hand up and closed into a tight fist, channeling a small portion of chakra as the blood from his previous injury shot itself off his hand, forming into its own rope structure and smacking them away. Naruto didn't stop there, opening his fist and conjuring the blood back to his hand until it coated the skin in a thin protective layer. With a sidestep, he grabbed the flame rope and yanked it towards him. Natsu grunted as he felt himself get pulled, forcing himself to dispel him and dig his heels into the ground to try and stop himself. Unluckily for him though, he couldn't stop his momentum from carrying him forward. Thinking quickly, he ducked under a punch that almost collided with his face and put both hands into the ground, kicking up and breaking the ground beneath him, shooting dirt and blades of grass into Naruto's face. Naruto had no outward reaction as the particles of dirt smacked his face, easily seeing past them with his Sharingan and looking directly at his brother's falling back as his foot came inches from his nose. Once again, however, he was struck with the same invisible attack just like before. Natsu grinned in his awkward position, enjoying the look of pain and annoyance coming off of his brother's face as he quickly jumped back onto his feet before smashing his fist deep into the blonde boy's gut, only for his body to split into a cloud of dust with a log of wood replacing Naruto. But he's quick. Natsu arched his back, fixing his posture as he waited patiently in the now desolate forest, with Naruto being nowhere in sight. Standing his ground, he twirled his wrist several times, trying to get the feeling of Naruto's substitution to leave the appendage. It almost felt like a phantom hit that left no real satisfaction to the skin. Really Naren ai, resulting in hiding back, Natsu said, his tone leaking with disappointment as his eyes immediately snapped over a lone tree to his right. Naruto scowled as he pushed his back up till it was fully against the bark of the tree he was in fact hiding behind. He felt his scowl only deepen when his brother's eyes locked onto his location instantly. He knew that Sage Mode was good at sensory, but he didn't even get a full 5 seconds before his position was compromised. Shit. That damn Sage Mode is making it hard to get the jump on him. Come on, think Naruto. Naruto thought to himself, quietly moving to another tree in the distance only for Natsu's eyes to follow wherever he went. He did this for several seconds until Natsu started to grow impatient with all the lollygagging. Flicking his tongue against his teeth in irritation, he wiped his head around, feeling the faintest spark of chakra ignite his senses before he took off for a particular tree he knew his brother was hiding at. Fine, let's make this more interesting, Natsu said, bringing up both hands to form a cross-hand seal before 2 identical clones of himself popped up next to him. Naruto cursed to himself the second Natsu, and his clones started to move in on him, getting closer with each passing second. Deciding to not wait for them to get any closer, he jumped off the tree branch he was residing on before forming a single-handed seal of his own, pulling the water out of the tree until it swirled around him before shooting off towards the Natsu and the clones. One of the copies wasn't so lucky as he took on the majority of the hit, lacking Sage Mode and exploding as soon as the thick water collided against him, popping into a cloud of smoke. The second copy of Natsu couldn't stop his running in time and ran face first into the destroyed clone smoke, making him go completely blind to the world around him. Without even noticing, a familiar flame rope lit up his face in flames as the intense heat burned his eyes. The clone screamed in pain as he wrapped around his skull before being yanked forward and getting smashed into the ground, once again exploding into smoke, making it even harder for the real Natsu to see. Natsu just smirked, sidestepping to avoid the rope that lashed its way towards him, forming a tiger seal, causing the smoke of his now deceased shadow clones to start to flicker. Naruto realized what happened at the last second, missing the glimmer in the vapor before total blackness overtook the smoke and it exploded. Natsu watched as the body of Naruto was blown back, tumbling on the ground. Natsu relaxed his posture, his eyes not even bothered to follow the now scorched body of his little brother. He shut his eyelids as he stood proud in the center of the clearing, his orange pigment representing his Sage Mode still glowing in the still waking sun. He shifted his position, putting more pressure onto his left leg as he twirled his wrist again, trying his best to calm down and suppress the urge to hit something. Natsu wasn't sure just how long he stood rooted in place, wondering what just his brother was planning to do. Opening his eyes again, he didn't even need to look around the empty space to know to sense everything that was around him. To his right, hidden behind the tallest tree in the area, was a clone of his brother, and the body of Naruto that was scorched before had long ago popped into a pillow of smoke. Just above the hiding clone in the branches were two more copies, both having a significant part of their chakra shared between the two. Straight behind him was the still unmoving body of Kisame, who had yet to awake, still being able to feel even the smallest hint of his almost depleted chakra reserves. And finally was the real version of Naruto's body that was barely making an effort to conceal himself in the bushes to his left. He breathed a heavy sigh, staring directly at Naruto through the bush. Even with all this new power, you still are on the run? You have 2 Sharingan now, 1 even gold, and you're using blood-style ninjutsu that I've never even seen before. Natsu said, disappointment shining in his eyes as he shook his head. I was expecting so much more from you. Well, it seems like I did end up disappointing you, can't say I'm much surprised either. Naruto said, crouching behind the bush as he formed a singular seal once again. Instead, this time he stayed unmoving. He side-eyed his brother. The relaxed position of the red head did squash a few lingering doubts Naruto was having in this encounter. Forgoing any intention or need to hide himself, he easily let his brother know his location, not like he wouldn't find out anyway, but this did give Naruto the advantage of spacing. Sage mode was too much of a crux to our blonde hero, even with his Sharingan seeing past every attack, he sadly couldn't see the invisible ones that struck without a lead. And while he could go toe-to-toe with Natsu, Naruto didn't want to run the risk of using too much chakra just to get past his brothers. Especially when the Kyuubi has still yet to make an appearance. So Naruto decided on an alternative approach for dealing with Natsu, stalling. He wasn't proud of the idea by any means, but it was the only thing that seemed plausible in his current situation. He didn't know how much longer he would have to wait out until his sage mode went away, and Natsu himself seemed to hold similar feelings as well. Since his clones he had summoned lacked the orange pigment around their eyes, no doubt Natsu was trying to conserve all of the chakra that he could. Naruto just needed to wait until the right time to strike, he himself was also limited on the amount of time he had at his disposal. But damn if he knew the perfect way to stall for a little extra time. Well then, since you so-called gave me this power, isn't it only fair to push some of the blame onto you? I mean, after all, you did this for me. Right. TCH. Blame me? You should be thanking me. Natsu returned, his voice dropping several octaves matching with a heated glare that tried to burn away the bush Naruto was residing behind. Because of me you grew the balls to finally leave this village and grow strong. You were hindered here, kept behind a cage with no one to teach you, or even wanted. Naruto scoffed, biting the inside of his cheek to stop himself from lashing out. This bastard really loved the sound of his damn egotistical voice. Even if some of the things he had said were true. You were nothing more than a shitty brother with a complex, nothing less, and definitely nothing more. And yet this shitty brother of yours helped you grow strong. Without me you wouldn't even be half as strong as you are now. Natsu countered back, wrist twirling wildly. Salivia flew from his mouth and landed just a few inches away from where he stood, anger replacing the disappointment he previously felt. I think you're mistaking pushing away for helping. I have not. Natsu screamed, catching Naruto completely by surprise. Vanishing from his spot, Natsu appeared directly behind the blonde, the bush igniting into flames as Naruto barely even had enough time to smash Natsu's hand away. But the redhead did manage to use the block to his advantage and grip Naruto by the collar, bringing just inches away from his face. Natsu was furious, his eyes now replaced with a dark red in color, his face contorting angrily as he growled. Flashing his enlarged canines to Naruto. I was the only one of us who saw what our parents were doing to you. I was the one who genuinely asked why they refused to train you, I was the only one who wanted you there. I pushed and pushed, but they refused to budge. Didn't you ever find it strange how I only was rude to you after we started out training? How I always challenged you, always told you to keep up with me. Natsu gave pause, allowing himself to catch his breath and to give Naruto a moment to digest this. The only reaction from the blonde was the small widening of his eyes. So what did I do? I pushed you away from us. This finally gave you the opportunity to grow stronger. You met that damned Uchiha who trained you, you managed to escape this whole village that burdened you since the start. You come back with 2 Sharingan, special blood type ninjutsu, and yet you say I did nothing for you? He retaliated. Picking Naruto up and smashing him into the nearest tree. The impact was so severe that dozens of leaves fell from the branches that shook with visible shock. What bullshit excuses to justify you being an asshole? Naruto seethed, bringing his hands up and digging his nails into Natsu's forearms. The words dropped with malice as he spoke, Naruto's eyes on Natsu felt like a hot iron scorching the latter's skin. The look of pure animosity glowed brighter than the sun in this exact moment that even Natsu was caught by surprise by the intensity. But before Natsu could respond, both Namake's siblings felt a huge gust of wind fly over them. Natsu's grip was loosened thanks to the large blast and was forced to release it, letting Naruto drop to the ground, both siblings shaving to cover their eyes from the amount of pressure the shockwave conjured. Seconds later an evil presence washed over both teenagers, making them both snap their heads over through the forest and looking towards the center of Konoha. It was a dark and vile feeling, making their skin crawl with unease. A feeling that both of them knew all too well. They could see it, a towering cloud of visible red chakra, twisting and swirling itself trying to form a coherent shape that it desired. Shooting off, what looked like tendrils took shape in the back. Splitting into 8 matching appendages coiling around buildings and smashing them into pieces. What the Natsu muttered, being the first of the two to break out of his trance. Now. Naruto thought, already having the advantage of being on the floor, sent a sweep kick towards Natsu's legs, effectively dropping the still somewhat dazed red head onto his back. Acting fast, Naruto whipped out a kunai from his pouch and pounced, attempting to pierce Natsu. Natsu's hand shot upwards, grabbing the Sharingan wielder's wrist before it came down onto him. His eyes lost their red tint and the orange pigment around his eyes had started to dim. Natsu physically cringed as he felt the massive amount of chakra that started to flood his senses from every direction. Another gust of wind ran through the clearing and before he could release what was happening, he recoiled in pain as the wind distracted him and Naruto moved the kunai closer to himself and plunged it down just above Natsu's hip. Cursing in pain he was then kicked in the stomach, his body tumbling through the grass, ripping it into shreds. The impact was so great Natsu wasn't even sure if it happened until he felt himself smash against the nearest tree, gasping in pain as several shards of bark dug into his skin. "Don't move." Blinking several times to steady his blurry vision, Natsu opened his eyes to see a large blade of blood pushed up against his neck and Naruto's foot pushing against his open wound on his torso. Natsu winced again, but not from the pain from his wound, but from the demonic chakra that refused to leave his senses. Looking out from the corner of his eye he looked again at the large chakra spiral that had still yet to stop growing. Naruto could only grin, enjoying the satisfaction of one-upping his older brother and catching him completely off guard. The blood blade made from the sanguine liquid that Natsu spilled had only made Naruto feel better about his mini-victory. Pushing the blade deeper into his neck Naruto spoke again. "If you even think about moving I'll kill you right here, I have only one goal, and you will not be ruining this for me." "Heh, not that I think you even can." Considering Naruto followed his captive's gaze over to the demonic chakra growing taller, its right tendril starting to swing across the blue sky. "Something like that has made an appearance. You bastard." Natsu scowled, turning back and looking deep into the dual Sharingan eyes. "You knew about this? You're willingly letting a damn demon devastate half our village, and for what? Because you didn't get enough attention as a fucking kid." His eyes flashed back to their demonic red color as he yelled at Naruto. Naruto snarled, applying more pressure onto the open wound as he glared darkly. "Please, like I'm that damn petty. I have a dream, an ambition, and a promise that I swore to keep and I don't care what I have to do in order to make sure it comes true. It's a good thing I already dealt with Kushina, not that Natsu needs to know anything about that." Before Naruto could even get another word out, Natsu's body exploded into red chakra. Forcing Naruto to dispel his blood and jump backwards when he felt the intense amount of heat that emitted from the Palabale life source start to burn his skin. Natsu snarled, 3 deep red chakra tails forming behind him as he entered his tailed beast state, chakra bubbling around him. The risks shit outwards, wrapping themselves around Naruto's arms forcing and pulling forwards. "You're pathetic. If you truly had a dream, then you would have found an easier solution than destroying half of Konoha." Natsu growled out, the orange pigment around his eyes faded away completely. Letting the Kyuubi's chakra take its place as he stored the remains of Sage chakra for later. As soon as his Sage mode melted away he grinned, his vision going back to normal along with his senses easing down on him. The wound on his torso started to sizzle, already showing signs of healing as his 3 tails chakra cloak clung to his skin. Naruto grimaced as he struggled to stand his ground from the tail wrapped around him, digging his heel into the ground to try and stabilize himself. Glaring, he bit the inside of his cheek, drawing a small amount of blood into his mouth. "You wouldn't understand what I'm doing. The majority think what I'm doing is vile, but this will help save the shinobi world." Breathing heavily, the blood in his mouth escaped through his lips and took the form of a small bird that latched itself onto the tails. Blood style. Exploding bird. The second the bird got near the sizzling tail its eyes began to glow. The intense heat from the Kyuubi's chakra ignited Naruto's just used the second it reached it, making it explode and ripping the tail in half. Effectively setting Naruto free. The tail didn't take long to grow back, reforming almost immediately as he crouched down into all fours, like a predator ready to pounce on its prey. Putting an excess amount of the Kyuubi's chakra into his legs, propelling himself forward with enough momentum to destroy the ground underneath him. He raised his clawed hand and swiped across Naruto's chest, his nails like daggers as they punctured the blonde skin. Not even surprised that the body he attacked popped into a cloud of smoke, he turned on his heel, stopping a kunai from getting closer to him with his claws. Feeling satisfaction from the tense look of his brother, he ducked down, with speed that Naruto's Sharingan could barely follow, and jammed his elbow into the blonde's gut. Naruto reacted fast, however, snapping his hand down to catch the elbow before it made contact. The attack, well blocked, did have enough force to drive the back of his hand into his stomach. Grimacing from the small amount of pain, he pushed through it, throwing his elbow away, trying to force Natsu off balance. It didn't work, however, as Natsu just shifted his weight onto his back foot, and without forming a single seal, he shot out a streak to fire from his lips. At the last second, Naruto twisted out of the way, sucking out water from the grass under him until it formed into a large dragon. With a loud roar, the water dragon took off towards Natsu. Natsu rolled out of the way of the attack. Using his momentum mid-roll, he curled his three tails around themselves into a coil and launched himself back at the blonde like a spring. Fire style. Flame blade jutsu. Water style. Water blade jutsu. Naruto countered back, both siblings forming an identical blade of different attributes as they collided against each other. As soon as they connected, Natsu pumped more chakra into his fire weapon, making the bright orange shift into a bright blue as it started to heat itself considerably. Gaining more and more from his chakra and his Kyuubi cloak together. The sizzling sound erupted into the clearing as steam rose higher and higher from the two blades. Naruto had to fight back a wince from the heat as he poured more chakra into the attack, applying more pressure as his arms started to tremble. Forcing him to add his other hand to try and stabilize himself. Damn him. He's still somehow keeping up with me in this form. Natsu thought, irked that he had to drop his sage mode and lose such a huge advantage. Thinking of the loss of his trump card, he casted a sideways glance back towards Konoha, to his hometown that was on the verge of getting destroyed. Damn it, where the hell is Kasan? She should already be there by now, trying to stop it. He turned back towards Naruto. I might have to cut this short. The state of the village is more important. Natsu noticed Naruto's arms start to tremble and applied even more pressure onto the blade. As soon as he saw the small indication of annoyance flash across Naruto's eyes, he immediately let them disperse. Using speed that was almost impossible to follow, and breathed a fireball directly towards Naruto. Naruto, using the steam to his advantage, swung his arm across, molding the particles of water to his will, forming a shield that blocked the. Next thing that Naruto witnessed was Natsu's fist barreling through the shield and smacking Naruto across the face. Grimacing from the pain, his head snapped to the left, his cheek stinging from the hit. Performing a quick shunshin, Naruto appeared to the redhead's left, water blade still in hand, but before it could make contact, the three tails shot from Natsu's back and swiped across Naruto. Thinking fast, Naruto dropped his blade, forming a quick one-handed seal, and made the water explode like a geyser. Sending both Natsu and himself flying to their respective sides. As soon as Naruto landed, he looked up, noticing that Natsu barely moved from his position, completely unscathed from his. Scowling, he wiped his mouth, not even caring about his now bruised cheek that was already healing. He's tough, Naruto. I don't want to say this, but I don't think we can beat him without my chakra. Isobu said. I know. I don't think so either. Naruto was annoyed, but was willingly to accept it since he was fighting against A. But it still pissed him off that Natsu technically had the advantage. Naruto, I have a plan. Naruto nodded as he blocked another fire from Natsu. Rolling out of the way of the phoenix flying at him, he grabbed a kunai from his pouch and threw it towards Natsu without even aiming. Natsu was almost offended by the throw, seeing such an academy-level technique sent his way made him deeply scowl. Taking it as an insult to his skills, so he tried to swipe it away. Only for him to be surprised when he couldn't tear his eyes away. What the fuck? Natsu tried to force his eyes away and grew more annoyed. Every time he tried to move his pupils, they snapped back into the metallic weapon, his vision almost shaking and turning blurry whenever he tried. Performing another shunshin, Naruto appeared to Natsu's left, right out of his field of vision. Using the blood that leaked from his eye to form two small kunai between his fingers and jammed them deep into Natsu's midriff. Penetrating through the Kyuubi cloak. Natsu's eyes went wide in pain as blood flew from his new wound. Using the blood from Natsu's body, Naruto formed a scythe from the gore. He brought it towards the sky, his body illuminating into a matching red chakra cloak with three tails erupting from his back. Natsu could only gaze in pure disbelief as the demonic chakra of Isobu, taking on a small golden tint, wrapped its tails around the sanguine scythe and swung it down with a roar. Stabbing straight through his cloak and into his shoulder blade, mere inches away from his neck. Natsu screamed in pain from the attack, his howl growing even louder as Naruto jumped over him. Yanking the scythe free from the body prison, he spun on his heel, creating just enough space between them, and flew through several seals. Water style. Bloody torrent. Once again using the blood from Natsu's new wound, Naruto swung his arm around him, like he was imitating a cascading wave as the blood followed him. Using particles of water from thin air, the wave increased in size, the water mixing itself with the blood as he hurled it towards Natsu. Natsu wasn't able to dodge in time, instead he tried to bring his tails up to block the majority of the hit. Flexing a crazy amount of pressure onto his tails helped dwindle the attack, but not much. A loud bang rang across the forest as the smacked into Natsu, causing his body to constrain painfully as a shockwave shook the surrounding trees of their leaves. Gasping in pain, Natsu was knocked right off his feet, his head whipping back as he broke through his three tails, his skull smacking against the ground as several beads of saliva flew from his mouth. The red-headed Namikaze moaned in pain as attempted to get back onto his feet, his body steaming as the water from the previous evaporated off of his chakra cloak. He sent a glare towards Naruto, his hand coming up and grazing over his wound on his shoulder blade, fighting back the urge to cringe as a sharp pain shot through his body. He didn't even need to look at the wound to see that it was a serious one. Probably the worst injury he had ever received. And it was from his own brother. He didn't know whether to be incredibly pissed off or insanely proud at this moment from his brother's power boost. But all the pain that he was feeling for the very first time seemed to squash any positive reaction from the feeling. Especially after seeing that he did in fact have a Bijuu sealed within him, confirming Natsu's suspicion that he had since he returned to Konoha. Natsu was starting to lose feeling in his left arm, his hand slipping on the grass like a fish out of water. His cloak had started to seep back into him, gravitating towards his open gash in order to heal it as soon as possible and dry up the remaining specks of blood so Naruto could no longer use them. Natsu didn't even have time to comprehend how pathetic he looked as Naruto shunshin once more, kicking Natsu's hand that was holding him upwards, making him fall to the ground. Naruto grabbed Natsu by his hair, pulling on the red strands roughly, lifting Natsu until he was eye level with him. A shit-eating grin spread across the dual Sharingan user's face, his three swinging tails swaying happily behind him, almost like they were mocking Natsu. Natsu glared daggers at Naruto, hoping it would cut him up on the spot as the blonde tightened his grip around his hair. "You asshole, you're fucking trying to kill me." Naruto tilted his head to the side in slight confusion, his eyebrows shooting upwards. "Well of course, aren't you? Why the hell would I try to kill you?" Natsu said, stuttering slightly as his wound sizzled trying to heal itself, having to reattach and grow new nerves as he no longer had any feeling in his left arm. "You're a traitor, a wanted shinobi in the bingo book. And your order is to be brought back alive." Natsu continued, his ears twitching for a split second as he peeked back over to Konoha. Thankfully Naruto didn't seem to notice the small glint reappear in his eyes as he looked away. Forming a new plan in his head, Natsu elaborated further. "And I mean, come on, you're my brother. I could never kill you." Naruto didn't even bat an eyelash as he smashed Natsu against the ground with a swing of his arm. His chakra cloak making it mere child's play to toy with Natsu's body as he grunted in obvious pain. "I would think you would learn to keep such petty schemes to yourself after all this time. It hasn't worked for you once yet, you know." Naruto said, no emotion in his voice as he stared blankly at the back of Natsu's head that was now carved into the floor. Using his position to his advantage, he was able to get a much better look at what was happening in Konoha. "You call it a scheme, but I call it the truth. It doesn't matter if you believe me. Just remember," Natsu stated, turning his head as far as he could to meet back into Naruto's dual eyes. A dark grin threatened to tear Natsu's face in half, catching Naruto completely off guard. "No matter what happens, we will always be family. What are you, now Narumi? Blind style. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto, look out." Naruto felt his eyes go wide as his head reverberated due to Isobu's loud scream for him to get away. Snapping his head to the side, he saw his sister Narumi jump from the field of trees. Her face contorted into a thick scowl as she echoed in the air, flying towards Naruto at an incredible speed. Naruto was caught off guard by the surprise attack, not even aware of his sister's presence until it was too late. His grip loosened on Natsu's hair as he attempted to sunshine away. He found it impossible to do so as he felt one of his chakra tails get cemented into the ground with Natsu's foot grinding it down. Naruto looked deep into the eyes of Natsu, staring at the orange pigment now surrounding his upper eyelids once again. Natsu's arm reached out, forming his own, only much smaller than Narumi's. His grin never leaves his face. "Rasengan." Natsu screamed, ignoring the pain in his shoulder as he smashed the ball of pure chakra into Narumi's passing, amplifying the female Namikaze's shuriken, making it almost double in size as it tore across the field, ripping up anything in its path. Then the only sound that was heard was the tearing of flesh being wrenched forcefully from a body. Then a small thud as an arm fell to the ground. Time seemed to slow down for all three Namikaze siblings as they all watched the next scene play out in total silence. The second Narumi's vanished, Naruto was able to escape from Natsu, dropping his own chakra cloak, allowing him to jump away with practice ease. Narumi landed next to Natsu gracefully, not even making a sound as she stared at Naruto and the steadily growing distance he was putting between them. Sparing Natsu a small glance, her eyes flashed with worry as she noticed the large wound accompanying his shoulder. Natsu noticed the concerned stare and merely shook his head. Now was not the time for explanation. Narumi understood the head shake immediately, turning her gaze back onto Naruto. Naruto felt like screaming, his face twisting in pure agony as he looked towards his left arm, or more specifically, the lack of arm that now laid motionless in the center of the forest clearing. He reached over with his one remaining arm and grazed his new wound, his arm sliced perfectly by that damage from his forearm downward. Wincing from the contact, he channeled as much chakra as he could and forcefully clogged up his muscle tissue to stop the wound from bleeding. Knowing that if he didn't then he would most likely pass out from blood loss or best case scenario, just start to feel fatigued. The only silver lining was thanks to Isobu's chakra, it helped minimize the pain that he was currently feeling when and after his arm was ripped from him. He made a mistake and he paid the penalty for it massively. He had gotten too cocky, grown too arrogant to believe that he was safe from whatever tricks Natsu had up his sleeve. But the last thing he expected was for Narumi to jump into the fray. Why? Why the hell is she here? Naruto yelled internally, annoyance bubbling down to his very core as he snarled towards his siblings. The Biju in the village should have distracted her, the only reason I brought it was to stop her. And it was at that moment that Naruto felt a large pool of demonic chakra begin to fade away. Naruto looked towards Konoha, his eyes going as wide as saucers, as dozens of golden chains wrapped themselves about the Biju, halting its movements making it immobile. But that's impossible. I put Kushina under that, there's no way. You seem pretty confused, seeing as how Ka-san put your plan to a close. Narumi said, interrupting the blonde train of thought. Naruto scowled, sending them a wicked glare. What the hell did you do? Nothing. Sai and Shizuka-chan had found Ka-san and brought her to us. Kurenai-chan is the one who reversed what she was under. Narumi clicked her tongue in her mouth, wanting to spit from the mere thought. And to think that you would put your own mother into it to help destroy our home. You truly are beyond help. And when did I ever ask for your help? Naruto yelled, Sharingan glowing as Isobu tried his best to help calm the deep animosity growing in him and fight back the huge feeling of betrayal from Kurenai's actions. Her actions solidified how she truly felt about him, that she had cut the rope binding the two of them together. And this only served to make Naruto even angrier. A small flash of gold flashed up and down Naruto's body, so fast that to any mirror then it would have just looked like a trick of the light. But both Natsu and Narumi thought that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them, and as soon as they noticed the light it vanished. Receiving back into Naruto as he let the anger course through his veins. You bastards. You're really starting to piss me off. He flashed again, this one much more noticeable than the previous one. Narumi scoffed, her eyes glowing red with demonic energy. Cut the victim card shit. What you're doing is vile, and don't even try to hide it. Yuno told me everything about your little plan. Yuno? Who's Yuno? Natsu said, putting the rest of his attention onto the blonde boy. Meanwhile Naruto was seething, foam almost spilling from his lips as he grinded his teeth together. He wasn't expecting his plan to backfire this much in such a short period of time, and what the hell was up with Yuno? Balling his fists in irritation he cursed Yuno's name. This was not part of the deal, he wanted to keep Narumi far away from Natsu so he could carry out his mission. He was so close too. What the hell was Yuno doing? Narumi, noticing a flicker of surprise run across Naruto's eyes, she continued. Drawing both boys' attention. Especially Naruto's as he stood rooted in place. Oh Yuno. She said, her hand extending out, pointing a clawed finger towards Naruto. How you plan to eradicate all from the elemental nations. Flashback, the day before Naruto fought Kisame, Naruto stood overlooking the vast wilderness of Kanagakure's land from Sasori's hideout. The large bay window gave him access to a large foundation of trees that stretched so far that he couldn't even see the end of it. It had been a couple hours since he had learned the name of the one man that he had been dreaming to kill for the past few years. Anzo Shimura. Even thinking of the man's name sent his mind into a small state of frenzy. Feeling his hands clam up in anticipation, wanting nothing more than to head to Konoha at this very instant. And take his life. But still, even as he stood here thinking of ways to take down Danzo, his mind couldn't help but drift into a different headspace. One that he had been thinking about off and on for several months now. You're still up? I would have assumed you would have been asleep by now. Naruto didn't turn around as a deep voice made its way over to him. Instead he kept his vision out of the window, not even bothering to meet the man's eyes. His arms crossed over his chest, resting comfortably across his jacket as he stood in place, enjoying the quiet night that blessed the elemental nations tonight. Yes, well, I've been thinking. Naruto responded, feeling the presence of a man next to him. Peeking through his eyelashes, his Sharingan swirling as he stared at the side profile of Yuno, who was now standing a mere few inches away from him. Yuno hummed, tapping his foot against the ground a few times like he was trying to remember a song he had forgotten. Is that so? Naruto turned his gaze away from the Adarashi member and fixated his vision onto the large village of Kumo that sat rooted in the distance. Finding it appealing at how quiet the village looked to be. It looked almost barren as it laid there, the only signs of life that resonated from the village were the small beams of light that shone through the cage tower from the top and a few stores that have yet to close. It was much different from Konoha's nightlife, which usually consisted of shinobi still late-night training or multiple bars staying open well into the AMs. But still, despite the quiet atmosphere of Kumagakure, the village itself looked peaceful. Radiating a good semblance of comfort and understanding for its people, the Raikage must be proud to lead a village like that. "San, if you wouldn't mind, I have a question for you," Naruto asked, his eyes breaking away from the cage tower and moving over to a large cliff that overlooked the village, where small sparks could barely be seen flashing in the darkness of the world. "Well then, ask away," Yuno said, slightly curious on what exactly was going through the blonde's head, especially after the talk they had less than 2 hours ago regarding Danzo. Though the talk did go much better than Yuno had originally thought it would, he was left trying to inquire on why Naruto had gone quiet for the rest of the night. Yuno wasn't one to pray for answers, but it never hurt to be just a little meddlesome here and there. "Those fortunes that me and my old team kept finding, did you have something to do with that?" Yuno grinned, unfolding his arms and placing a hand on his hip. "What makes you say that?" Context. "I don't think that a person from Madarashi who sealed a Bijuu in me and implanted this Sharingan into me would be able to keep their mouth shut for so long. So you most likely told the rest of your teammates, and it's also not a big shock that the person who threatened me in Yukigakure happened to be an Madarashi member as well," Naruto said, turning his head back to look at Yuno's profile once again. "But then that leaves the mystery of how you managed to know things you shouldn't, like my blood style, or that my team would have encountered the blue flames on our first mission. Coupled with the fact that the fortune revolved around me in particular, it's too big of a coincidence." Yuno chuckled, throwing his arms into the air as he shrugged his shoulders. His grin grew wider as he finally looked at Naruto for the first time since he arrived. "Guilty as charged then. How did you do it? How were these fortunes accurate? Our old leader in our group, Akira, was born with a special bloodline. She was able to see the near future of a single person if she had consumed a small amount of that person's DNA." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "I see, that's a pretty powerful bloodline," he said, turning back to stare at the mountain he was looking at previously. "What DNA of mine did you get?" Yuno nodded in agreement, lowering his arms he walked closer to the glass and looked up into the bright silver moon. "Hair. Once I made sure you weren't going to die, I grabbed a clump of your hair before leaving." Naruto nodded in understanding. It was all starting to come together and make sense in his mind. Putting his hands into his pockets, he straightened his posture. "You said old leader. Did something happen to her?" "Murdered by the Akatsuki. It was the reason why we came to recruit you so early. She was only able to see your future until you were 13, so we had no other choice. Then, you met Itsumi and the rest is history." "I see. My condolences." "No need. But I must say, this isn't what you really wanted to ask me, was it?" Naruto chuckled to himself as he nodded his head. Naruto fished around in his pocket for a second before pulling out a small folded piece of notebook paper. He handed it to Yuno, who took it without a second thought. Unfolding the paper and letting his eyes scan over the contents for several minutes. Naruto waited patiently for Yuno to finish as he put his hand back into his pocket, his Sharingan picking up yet another large spark that shone off the mountaintop in the distance. He could pick up a faint chakra sense emitted from that mountain, one that Isobu said was painstakingly familiar to be considered foreign. Yuno hummed again as he pocketed the note that Naruto had given him. His face contorted into a grin. "It's interesting. I have to say that I am impressed." Naruto just shrugged. "Isobu helped me come up with it. And if possible, I would like to start tonight," Naruto said, this time locking both eyes on Yuno's own, unwavering from the slight pulse of shock he saw in Adarashi's eyes. "Tonight? That's moving quite fast, don't you think? Waiting would be pointless. If we plan to create a new ninja village, then we need to start right away. And I have the perfect idea," Naruto said, drawing Yuno's attention towards him as he walked closer to the glass. The blonde pointed into the forest ahead of him, where a masquerade of trees hidden in darkness obscured their vision. "I'm sure you sense them too, there are two massive chakra signatures getting closer as we speak." Isobu had tried to get a good read on them, but judging solely on their massive chakra pools, they could very much be Akatsuki. Yuno nodded, he was thinking along the same lines. "I agree, but what does that have to do with creating a ninja village?" Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was now or never. If Yuno himself refused his own plan and ideas, then there was nothing left for Naruto to do. He was left with little to no options left, and his grand scheme would have been all for nothing, and he would have nothing to show for it. He would probably have to be on the run from both the Akatsuki and Adarashi if Yuno refused his proposition right here and now. His mouth felt like cotton as he tried to form the words he wanted to say. It was a 50-50 chance and Naruto was betting it all. "Yuno-san, how much better of a world do you think it would be if it didn't exist?" Yuno felt his eyes widen into the size of saucers. That definitely was not what he was expecting to leave the blonde's mouth. He would have been more prepared if Naruto himself had said they were going to go after themselves, not say that their whole existence would be better left and forgotten. What are you trying to say? Exactly what it sounds like. A world where we eradicate all. Think about it, if we manage to take away the power of the Biju from all major villages, they would have less of a reason to go to war. There are always attempts to capture, and each always ends with a war breaking out. And groups like Akatsuki profit off of these wars and are able to slip through the confusion and steal these Biju for themselves. But if we take that away, be it keep them sealed away forever or set them free in a remote islander settlement, then no village would be stupid enough to try and capture all 9 when they are together. Digested what was being said to him. What Naruto was saying made sense, not only would it help stop unnecessary death around the world, but it would also stop another village from becoming too powerful. But while it sounded like a simple solution on paper, the methods to make it work or get people to accept it would be difficult. Regardless, the majority would never accept something like this. Then that would mean that they had to conduct a mission like this in total secrecy, keeping it hidden from the shinobi world. And if the major villages caught wind of them sneaking away with all of these Biju, that would only start a war of itself. From all 5 villages forming an alliance to take them down in the quickest and easiest way possible. It was a slippery slope that found himself agreeing with the more he thought about it. But an issue lied right next to them. What about the Akatsuki? They already have 5 out of 9 Biju. If we want a plan like this to even succeed, then we would have to go after them. I wouldn't say we go after them. More like persuade them. But first. Naruto then pointed his index finger back to the mountain he had been staring at. Followed the finger, his eyes barely catching a glint of light from the mountaintop. Naruto felt himself grin as his Sharingan eye started to spin, while his right eye turned golden from Isobu's chakra. Let's kill our own. Flashback end. Silence swept across the forest as Narumi's words came to a halt. Her voice gets carried by the wind, sticking to Naruto's skin like an unpleasant sore. Even Natsu was rendered speechless, left staring at his brother like he was a completely different person. And it was what Natsu should have known by now. That this wasn't Naruto, this wasn't the brother that he truly did care about, never lying about wanting back. He scowled, not enjoying the crazed look in the blonde Sharingan eye, and peeked over at Narumi. Slightly relieved that she seemed to be on a similar page to him, giving him a very small sense of comfort at the nonverbal response. And the fact that you would kill your own selfish. You call this goal selfish, Naruto seethed, the enamel ripping off of his teeth as he grinded them together. This is for the future of the world, where Biju could live safely away from humans, finally being able to have an ounce of peace. A world where a shinobi won't fight over these and go so far into war for them. He flashed gold once more, and this time Natsu stepped a bit closer to Narumi. His orange pigmented eyes not even looking over to her as he whispered so quietly so that only she could hear him. I still have no feeling in my left arm right now, Narumi ni. I'll back you up from here. Narumi nodded, allowing her Kyuubi cloak to spread over her body like hot lava, only this cloak had 4 tails swinging behind her. She had been the one between them to be more receptive towards the demonic chakra after all. Narumi offered a small nod in understanding, taking a step in front of Natsu. Her knees bent downwards, crossing her arms diagonally in front of her, taking her family stance, knowing that Naruto had never seen it before and could use it to her advantage. If you think gathering up all Biju and setting them free will help bring peace, then you're more of an idiot than I thought you were. Narumi responded. I have to stop you. She thought, I'm partially to blame for all of this happening. Stopping you now will be my redemption. As soon as she finished her train of thought, Naruto was gone from his previous position. Narumi sensed him immediately, her head snapping towards her left-hand side. Thanks to her Taijutsu stance, she was easily able to duck under the leg, her body twisting itself around Naruto's leg and smashing her open palm into Naruto's gut. Not even surprised that Naruto's body broke into a pool of water, she rolled out of the way of several blood kunai that flew after her. Not one for being on the defensive, she sprinted towards Naruto, who was in his previous position before his attack. During all of this happening, Natsu had jumped back to avoid getting caught up in the fight. His returned sage mode tracking both of his siblings' moves as they entered a taijutsu fight, matching each other blow for blow. Though Narumi seemed to have the upper hand, having more chakra than the both of them, Naruto was still getting accustomed to having one arm. Despite Natsu's usually arrogant nature, he was more than happy to play backup for his sister. He trusted Narumi's abilities more than anyone's, and since his arm was out of commission still healing, he knew that if he fought beside her at this moment, he would only get in her way, even if he was faster than her. Thanks to the distance he put between them, Natsu, not wanting to just stay back and watch, started to run around the 2 fighting siblings. Doing this made sure that Naruto couldn't get a sneak attack on him or use him as a pretext to get the jump on Narumi. Blind style. Great breakthrough. Narumi surrounded herself in wind chakra and expelled it from her body, forcing Naruto away several steps. Naruto, having to readjust his footing to withstand that, used his backwards momentum to form several seals with his one free hand. Sliding back across the grass he reached out, sucking all the particles of water from the kicked up grass as he could before sending it back towards Narumi. Water style. Water Dragon Whip. Narumi was forced to stop her attack and take several steps back. Weaving out of the way as the water whip bended every time she moved, following her every step. Starting to feel annoyed from the relentlessness, she tried to see if she could outsmart the attack. Noticing that Naruto didn't have the connection to him gave her the idea that he wasn't physically controlling it, maybe using his mind to signal it where to go. Using that to her advantage she brought her tails close to her body, wrapping them around her torso as she slid across the floor, making the water whip miss her by a mere few inches. Seeing as she was about to change its direction back to her, she unwrapped her 4 chakra tails and planted them into the ground. Smirking to herself, and in one fluid motion she used the tails to launch herself towards Naruto. Spinning over the water whip at incredible speed, straightening her leg out, she attempted to make contact with the side of Naruto's head. Naruto at this moment thanked Shisui for his Sharingan, as it was the only way to see the attack coming in time. Ending his water making it splash onto the floor he brought his one good arm up, catching the foot right before it made contact to his skull. The strength of the attack left Naruto stunned for a second, the pressure being so strong that he was sent skidding to the side. Calling out to Isobu again, Naruto's cloak came flying back, using his tails to ease himself to a stop. Only for his senses to alert him, his Sharingan picks up a red blur, forcing him to sunshine away as Narumi descended, her fist smashing into the ground where Naruto previously was. As soon as Naruto regained his footing again he decided to go on the offensive and took off towards Narumi. Picking up one of the many Disacred kunai as he ran, his left Sharingan eye started to spin as blood leaked out from his pupil. Misdirection. Throwing the kunai towards Narumi, the female Namex felt her eyes get entranced by the metallic weapon. An all too familiar feeling she had experienced in their fight back in Yukigakure. She started to scowl as she felt the loss of her senses leave her body unended, her eyes desperately trying to peel themselves free from the kunai, and whenever she tried, her vision would become blurry only for it to refocus a second later into the weapon. Narumi, dodge to the left. Narumi felt her eyes go wide as Natsu's voice echoed through the forest, deciding to trust the voice from her brother as she forced her body to move to the left. Her muscles felt heavy from the movement, like something was weighing her down, and as soon as she moved like she was in slow motion, but in reality it was only a couple of seconds. A strong gust of wind passed by her face, making her hair fly as Naruto's first nearly came into contact with her lower jaw. When she noticed the look overcome Naruto's features the second she dodged his attack, did she feel her senses snap back to normal. Eyes flashing back to Naruto's body, bringing her hand up and using her wrist to send Naruto's arm to the side. Still trying to collect himself from his attack failing he barely even noticed his arm getting smacked away until it was too late. Not even reacting he felt the chakra-charged fist impact with his chin, sending him flying upwards. Naruto gasped in pain as several specimens of blood flew from his mouth as his vision shook from the heaviness in his head. He felt dazed and confused, not even caring to listen to Isobu that his jaw was now slightly broken thanks to the uppercut. He felt his Sharingan pulse as he felt his body start to descend back to the ground, blinking several times as his vision started to fix itself. As soon as he was able to see again he looked up, seeing Natsu flying down onto him from the sky in hand. With a roar Natsu slammed into Naruto's chest, making Naruto scream out in pain as his body flew down to the ground, creating a crater where he landed. The ground shook from the impact as Natsu ended his technique, jumping in the air and landing right next to Narumi who waited patiently where she stood. Narumi spared her brother a glance, eyes traveling to his shoulder. "I see your arm is fixed. Thank goodness." Natsu nodded, moving his arm in circles showing Narumi that he could move it with no problem. "Yeah, thanks to you I was able to prioritize Kyuubi's chakra to heal it faster. Thank you by the way, without you I don't think I would be half as good as I am now if I was hit with that strange distortion of his." Natsu just smirked, closing his fist into a thumb as he winked towards his sister. Pointing to his eyes with his thumb. "It's all thanks to my sage mode. I was able to track him much easier thanks to this." Narumi turned back to the crater where Naruto was still in, smoke rising from the hole, making it almost impossible to see through as it blinded both of them when they got close enough. Motioning her head in Naruto's direction she spoke to Natsu. "Is he still in there?" Narumi questioned. Natsu nodded, "Yeah, he is. His chakra seems much smaller than it was before, I can't imagine him being able to stand after all of that. Good." Narumi breathed a sigh of relief, using a small wind to push away the remaining cloud of dust. "Now we should take him back to Tucson, do you know what he's..." Not even being able to finish her sentence, Naruto's body suddenly exploded into chakra. The blast was so strong that it sent both Narumi and Natsu skidding backward slightly. Natsu and Narumi were forced to cover his eyes from the wind. Eyes squinting trying to see exactly what changed with their brother. Natsu scowled as he looked away, flexing his body to withstand the pressure. Damn it, why won't you just give up, Naruto? Stop forcing yourself to fight us. I'm getting sick and tired of the two of you getting in my way. Both Narumi and Natsu felt their spines stiffen as Naruto spoke. His voice had dropped several octaves lower, sounding like a new person entirely. Something that both Namake's siblings found fitting due to his new personality. All they could see was small flashes of gold spark through the dust as Natsu felt his heart skip a beat. His senses overloaded as he felt a disgusting amount of vile chakra ooze from Naruto's position. And this wasn't like the chakra from Isobu that he had felt earlier, no, this was entirely Naruto's own personal chakra that was laced with a miserable, repulsive feeling. You could practically feel the amount of malice spreading across the field, unmistakably the source of the pain that Naruto was no doubt feeling. I just wanted to help. To be a man. That Shisui Nyasen would have been proud of. The dust then cleared away, revealing Naruto standing completely unharmed in the middle of the crater. His shirt and jacket were completely shredded by revealing his tanned physique and the large scar over his stomach, visible for all to see. But it wasn't the large blemish that drew the siblings' attention onto him, it was the large golden humanoid avatar that now surrounded Naruto. Around his torso was a golden ribcage that acted like a protective layer, shielding him from any harm that may or not come his way. What the? Narumi muttered as she looked on in horror at the large golden avatar. She didn't even hear the cries of Natsu to get away as he grabbed her sleeve and brought her further away from Naruto. What in the world is that? I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. Natsu answered honestly. Not sure what to make out of the situation at all. Naruto felt like he was on cloud 9, his chest swelled with power that he had never felt before, like it was injected into his veins and pumped to his heart. Like millions of tiny electric needles spread across his bones and muscles, rocketing through him, making him feel absolutely elated. He raised his head upwards, blood leaking from both of his eyes as a devilish smile spread across his face, reaching his eyes to the point that it looked like he was going to break his own jaw. His eyes settled on the avatar above him, looking into the matching red eyes of his Sharingan. And he started to laugh maniacally to himself, his body shaking wildly from his episode, not even bothering to hide his exultant joy from the world. His shrieks of joy only grew louder as he stretched his arms out, enjoying the feeling of power cascade onto him. Watch me, Shisui Nyasen. Watch me save the shinobi world. Naruto feverishly yelled to the sky, a matching golden arm shooting out of the socket where his left arm used to be. Only this arm was skinny, thinner in size, resembling the bones of a skeleton, lacking his Sharingan away from his avatar's eyes, as moved his golden arm till it was outstretched in front of him. His open palm smashing into a fist as he looked at Natsu and Narumi, immensely enjoying the shocked faces of the two of them, with a crazed expression shining in his blood-leaking eyes. Susanoo, thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. Turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.